Su Bai has crossed over. A devoted football enthusiast. He never imagined he would find himself in the year 2010. That year marked the dawn of the era where Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi reigned supreme in the world of football. Right from the start, he displayed an extraordinary talent for passing. As the world's premier midfielder, he began to dominate the 5 major leagues. Lionel Messi watched in astonishment as Su Bai unleashed his passions on the pitch, his eyes wide with disbelief. Could there truly exist such breathtaking passes in this world? Originating from the Bundesliga, Su Bai ascended to become the most celebrated new star globally. Top clubs pursued him fervently. Chapter 1. A Dortmund trainee? The awakening of Su Bai's system. September 2010. The bright and warm sunlight bathed the earth as a spirited young man with black hair and a dark complexion diligently practiced his dribbling skills around a series of poles. Though he appeared somewhat unsteady, the youth devotedly executed every movement with utmost seriousness. 973, 974. As he trained, he continuously counted aloud. Meanwhile, a group of golden-haired, blue-eyed foreigners watched him from the sidelines, pointing and whispering among themselves. Where does this guy get all his energy? The final assessment is coming up. He's definitely going to get cut. What's the point of practicing? Sigh, the folks from the land of fire might be okay at ping pong, but football? He has no idea why he's taking this so seriously. He has no talent. I have to admit, though, I do admire his dedication. At the very least, he works harder than anyone on our team. Ha, Steven, stop it. No matter how much he practices, he'll never have half your skill. You're the most talented player in our Dortmund U18 team. Who knows? You might even make it to the Bundesliga this season. Exactly. When you get signed to the Bundesliga, don't forget us. Absolutely. Steven, once you sign that contract, you'd better treat us. Despite their mocking remarks, the young player named Steven beamed with joy. His gaze remained fixed on the trialing youth from the land of Furino. He should be seen as the foreign youth seeking to polish his skills in Dortmund. At that moment, the aspiring footballer from the land of fire continued to tirelessly practice the simplest of ball control drills. 997, 998, 999, 1000. Upon concluding his final dribbling session, the boy, seemingly exhausted, stood still to rest. Hey, Su, are you done? Come over and fetch us some water. Noticing that Su Bai had stopped training, the group on the sidelines eagerly called out to him, knowing full well he wouldn't oblige, but keen to tease him nonetheless. However, as Su Bai turned his fierce gaze towards them, the once laughing Ham instantly fell silent. It seemed that memories of a past encounter resurfaced. Ham, are you out of your mind? Don't provoke that maniac. Remember what happened to Fries last time, right? That kid can't kick a ball to save his life, but he packs quite a punch. Both Fries and Jan couldn't stand up to his barrage. Truly a testament to the martial prowess of the land of fire. Ham, shut it. If you get beat up, you're on your own. Penalized by his companions, Ham promptly fell silent. The boy's name was Su Bai, a native of the land of fire. His arrival in the land of automobiles was entirely due to a cooperative project arranged by his country's football association, which selected 10 youths from a nationwide audition to train at 10 prestigious European clubs. The time frame was 3 months, and the outcome entirely depended on the whims of the clubs. Undoubtedly, being selected to train with a top club proved a daunting challenge for the boy. In a practice match, Su Bai played for less than 5 minutes before the coach substituted him out. His fundamental skills and game awareness were far from the required standards, as he had never received systematic training. Thus, he had become the invisible player of Dortmund's U18 team. Except for getting a meal from the club, Su Bai was wholly disregarded. Today marked the final day of his 3-month trial. All U18 players awaited their coach to symbolically allow Su Bai to play and then announce his dismissal. After training, Su Bai sat quietly by the field, his eyes closed as if completely asleep. His so-called teammates couldn't help but snicker at his appearance. Yet what none of them knew was that at that moment, Su Bai was ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have completed the basic training of dribbling around poles 100,000 times. The live football system successfully activated. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have received a beginner's gift package. The live attribute panel has been opened. Strictly speaking, the Su Bai before them was not the original Su Bai of this world. Originally at home watching the Winter Olympics, the genuine Su Bai jumped for joy upon witnessing a foul by a Korean player, only to trip, fall, and meet his untimely demise. Upon waking, he found himself as the current Su Bai. As a trans migrant, Su Bai possessed the typical system of all such individuals. However, this system remained dormant until he completed the dribbling training of 100,000 repetitions. This ordeal proved grueling for Su Bai. For the past 3 months, he had incessantly practiced the most elementary of ball control drills. Finally, on the last day, he achieved the monumental task of 100,000 repetitions, allowing the system to awaken. With bated breath, Su Bai opened his attribute panel. Offense 69, control 64, passing 63, shooting 65, heading 68, set pieces 66, curved ball 66, speed 80, shot power 75, jump 74, physical contact 72, stamina 88, defense 58, interception 65. Overall evaluation 67, age 17. Wow! Upon reviewing these attributes, Su Bai felt a wave of despondency wash over him. With these stats, he wouldn't stand a chance in Dortmund's U18, let alone in the Chinese Super League or China League One. He felt utterly useless. Su Bai's confidence in his footballing abilities plummeted. The beginner's gift package has been credited. Please check it host. At that moment, the system began to cheer him up with unexpected warmth. Su Bai felt a flicker of hope return. That's right, he still had the gift package. Perhaps it contained a top-level attribute gift, enabling him to wreak havoc across the football world. He could dominate Cristiano Ronaldo and trample Lionel Messi. With that thought, Su Bai hastily opened the gift package. Congratulations, host. You have received one full-level attribute card. You may elevate any one of your attributes to the maximum level. At this point, Su Bai felt dizzy with excitement, but quickly returned to his attributes. Shooting the one stat that could reach its maximum level could make all the difference. With visions of winning countless matches dancing in his mind, Su Bai urgently used the attribute card, aiming for the shooting stat. Just then, the head coach of Dortmund U18 arrived. After calling out for Su Bai several times, he received no response as the boy remained hunched over, deep in thought. The assistant coach, getting impatient, approached and nudged Su Bai. That nudge unexpectedly jolted Su Bai out of the system. In a stroke of unfortunate timing, he inadvertently applied the full-level attribute card not to his desired shooting stat, but absurdly to passing. Su Bai stared in bewilderment, feeling the collective gaze of everyone on the pitch fixed upon him. Simultaneously, the system announced, "Ding dong! Congratulations, host! Your passing attribute has reached maximum level. Training points have been unlocked." A bewildered Su Bai stood frozen. After all, he was a forward. What use was there in focusing on passing? Chapter 2. A Mysterious Assist? Observing the bewildered expression on Su Bai's face, North George could not help but feel a sense of irritation. This fellow was nothing but a burden imposed upon him by the team. The first team had accepted money from the Yen National Football Association, yet the responsibility of babysitting this underperformer fell squarely on his shoulders. Over the past 3 months, despite Su Bai's absence from even the roster, let alone participating in training matches, every month end, reporters were summoned to capture images of his so-called popularity at Dortmund. It was nothing more than a sham orchestrated by those insufferable club businessmen, merely a facade to profit from Yen country. Although North George harbored a disdain for Su Bai, a player devoid of talent, he forced a charming smile and addressed him, "Su, your trial with our Dortmund U18 is nearing its conclusion. Today marks the final trial match specially arranged for you by the club. I sincerely hope you pass the assessment and remain part of our Dortmund family." Su Bai smiled back at the hypocritical coach. Fully aware of his own limitations, this old man was only putting on that insipid grin because of the presence of the reporters. The 3-month period had come to an end, and his only hope had faded. As his attempts at shooting had clumsily morphed into misguided passes, that moment, Su Bai had come to terms with the situation. With the system in place, whether he stayed at Dortmund or not held little allure for him. Moreover, his temper had already clashed with the team on multiple occasions, rendering the prospect of remaining meaningless. Ding dong. A system task was triggered. Secure your first apprentice contract within 7 days. Task reward unknown. Just as Su Bai contemplated leaving directly, the system unexpectedly chimed, "An apprentice contract." Su Bai was taken aback. Given his current level, he truly had little hope of obtaining any apprentice contract at Dortmund. It was apparent they wished to rid themselves of him. However, the tantalizing unknown reward compelled Su Bai to grit his teeth and stay. After all, There was one last match to play. Perhaps he might stumble upon a task reward. Meanwhile, North George observed Su Bai's determination to play the final match and nodded. This young man, with such lackluster skills, was remarkably unashamed. Had it been him, he would have declined outright, at least preserving a shred of dignity. North George signaled to the assistant coach. Soon, the players from both U18 teams lined up on the field, with Su Bai positioned in the lineup. Let us divide into Team A and Team B. Su, you will advance with Team A, while Steven, you will join Team B. North George quickly assigned the teams. As the captain of U18, the promising forward Steven was allocated to the symbolic substitute Team B. However, the players felt no emotional weight from the divisions. They understood this was merely a performance staged for the reporters. They would pass the ball to the Yin youth a few times, just to give him a semblance of participation, as it was the last match at that moment. Ham, the starting defensive midfielder who had just caught Su Bai's gaze, raised his hand. Boss, I'd like to join Team B. North George nodded at the sudden request from Ham before turning towards the sidelines. Ham glanced back at Su Bai, chuckling as he noted the camera positioned at the edge of the field. This insufferable Yin lad had just embarrassed him, and now he intended to teach him a lesson on the pitch, making it clear that football was not a game for the likes of him. Su Bai was well aware of Ham's intentions in moving to Team B. However, it was a blatant attempt to undermine him on the field, and he had no recourse. Soon, the assistant coach organized both teams into their respective sides. North George watched expressionlessly from the sidelines, then nodded at assistant coach Joffrey. With Joffrey's whistle, this farewell match arranged specifically for Su Bai commenced. Numerous reporters raised their cameras, focusing on Su Bai. Most of these journalists were hired locally by the Yin National Football Association. The association knew full well Su Bai's capabilities. If they called in the CTV5 reporters, they would likely decline to attend. They needed to justify the event's expenses, and without reporters capturing the moments, that would prove impossible. Thus, for the sake of money, many journalists endeavored to keep their lenses trained on Su Bai. However, it soon became painfully evident that this Yin youth was playing poorly as a forward. He exhibited a complete lack of understanding of positioning and ball control. For 5 minutes, he floundered like a headless chicken around the penalty area, failing to match the level of the Dortmund youth players. Su Bai was equally distressed on the field. Despite his efforts, he either mistimed his runs or arrived too late. The head coach gestured for more passes to be directed his way, but he could not make contact. After 2 mistakes, Su Bai became little more than a ghost on the pitch, especially as Ham, now marking him from Team B, looked on with derision. With skills like that, he dares to dream of staying at Dortmund? What an overestimation! In the 6th minute of the match, Ham intercepted a diagonal pass from Team A's right winger, House, before launching a long pass to the advancing forward from Team B. Steven positioned himself, chesting the ball down, and without allowing it to touch the ground, unleashed a powerful shot. The football surged into the A-team's net like a cannonball. Beep. The assistant coach, acting as the temporary referee, blew the whistle. Team B led 1-0 against Team A. The reporters instinctively redirected their cameras to capture the brilliant goal scored by Dortmund's prodigy, Steven. Su Bai stood dejectedly in the forward position as Ham, who had assisted the goal, sauntered past him with a mocking smile. House, who had just passed the ball to Su Bai, sighed in silence, knowing that the pass had been perfectly executed. It was merely that the Yin youth had failed to capitalize. Following this, Team A initiated their offensive, and Su Bai was utterly abandoned. For a full 10 minutes, he had yet to touch the ball. In fact, Ham had completely disregarded his marking duties, pushing forward into the attack. With no role to play in the attack, Su Bai begrudgingly retreated to the midfield to assist in defense. North George, observing Su Bai's performance from the sidelines, shook his head in exasperation. This fellow was truly a talentless waste. Even upon moving to the midfield, Su Bai remained ineffective. The journalists, witnessing Su Bai's inability to touch the ball for over 10 minutes, exchanged worried glances. How could they capture compelling images of someone who barely interacted with the ball? Yet, unexpectedly, amidst his relentless efforts, Su Bai received a pass from Team A's defensive midfielder, Montari. The moment Su Bai received the ball at midfield, a surge of energy coursed through him as if electrified. He deftly controlled the ball and turned. Before him unfolded a bizarre vision. It was as if countless lines appeared before his eyes, each accompanied by a success probability index precisely calculated in that instant. As he pulled the ball, Su Bai sprang into action. He struck the ball fiercely with his right foot. The football, spinning with distance, soared towards Team B's defensive zone, tracing an unusual arc through the air, resembling a rainbow as it bypassed the entire Team B defense, landing between the goalkeeper and the two center dashbacks. The moment the ball touched the ground, House from Team A miraculously appeared at the spot. Without pausing to control it, House executed a right-footed shot toward the far corner, and the football thundered into the net's corner. 1-1. Su Bai assisted. Many reporters immediately excitedly aimed their cameras at Su Bai. Finally, they had something to capture. They marveled at the luck of this young man, managing to secure an assist with a seemingly haphazard touch. However, among the journalists, an elderly man with a head of white hair suddenly looked at Su Bai, who was still dazed at midfield with a grave expression, revealing a hint of astonishment and confusion in his eyes. Yet, none of this went unnoticed by others. Even North George, standing by the sidelines, glanced at his watch in boredom. He was well aware of Su Bai's capabilities. That goal was merely a stroke of luck. Chapter 3. To Schalke 04, the 30-minute internal training match quickly came to an end. Apart from that assist, Su Bai had made no noteworthy contributions. ASA forward, his tally of 0 shots was hardly surprising, and North George offered him a few comforting words. Watching the Dortmund U18 players depart the pitch, Su Bai, who had arrived at Dortmund with just this bag, had already gathered his passport and essentials before heading to the training ground that morning. Now, the empty training ground left Su Bai alone. He removed his Dortmund jersey, even discarding the shorts. Though he was leaving in disgrace, he had no desire to take anything from the club. Not even the jersey was worth his trouble. Shouldering his bag, Su Bai donned the cleats he had brought from home and leisurely exited the luxurious Dortmund club. The guard at the entrance didn't even spare him a glance. Pulling out a sandwich he had bought, Su Bai took a hearty bite, washing it down with bottled water. Perhaps without the system, he might have felt a twinge of disappointment at this moment. Yet, ever since the system had activated, his worries had dissipated. Dortmund does not desire him, and that is not his loss. Sooner or later, he will make Borussia Dortmund regret their decision. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when an unfamiliar old man obstructed his path. "Is this where you are going?" The old man inquired in impeccable English. Su Bai, puzzled, looked up. What? He did not recognize this old man, and felt it was quite baffling. Su Bai had no intention of engaging with him. So he sidestepped the elder and continued savoring his bread. By the way, are you interested in trying out for Schalke 04? Schalke 04? Su Bai turned around to examine the old man closely. Although his clothes were worn, his hair was meticulously styled and his shoes gleamed. "What do you mean, old man?" Observing Su Bai's growing curiosity, the old man chuckled. "What time is your flight?" "At 7 in the evening." The old man glanced at his watch. "It's 10:50 in the morning. There's still plenty of time until 7. Why not give Schalke a try?" Su Bai hesitated. His primary focus was on his current task, and the reward was undeniably enticing. He wondered if it might be another full-level attribute card, allowing him to enhance his desired shooting skill. "I don't know anyone. Will they really give me a chance? Moreover, I have no money, so don't expect any referral fees, and don't even think about taking my kidney. I know martial arts." Su Bai was no fool. He was well aware that many con men preyed on young people. He didn't appear as young as he looked. In his previous life, he had been quite the keyboard warrior. The old man, amused by Su Bai's retort, laughed heartily. "Rest assured, I won't charge you. Nor do I want your kidneyed. Do I look like a con man? Not necessarily." The old man replied with a grin. "My car is over there. Schalke 04 is nearby. Their training session is probably still ongoing. So let us head over." Without waiting for Su Bai's response, he turned and walked towards an old car parked by the roadside. Su Bai glanced at the bread in his hand, wrapped it up, wiped his hands, and followed suit. For the sake of the task reward, he decided to take the plunge. If things went awry, he could always knock the old man out with a couple of punches. Yet, once he got in the car, Su Bai felt a sense of relief. There was a camera mounted on the back of the vehicle, and the old man's press credentials lay casually on the seat. "You a journalist?" "Yes. I suppose you could say that. An amateur journalist, amateur scout, just all amateur." The old man gestured for Su Bai to open the glove compartment, which contained a scouting certificate. Su Bai was taken aback. This old man certainly knew how to play the game, digging for talent right under the noses of their city rivals. Haha, being a scout often benefits from having a journalist's identity. Looking at the old man, who was so pleased with himself, Su Bai felt speechless. The car, much like its owner, moved slowly forward. Bored, Su Bai gazed out the window. Accustomed to the era of smartphones, he found himself struggling to adapt to the year 2010. Devoid of Douyin or live streaming. As a keyboard warrior, his only pastime had been playing the Pro Evolution Soccer video game. But back then, it was still the 2010 version, and with his preference for high-definition graphics, he found little interest in gaming. Have you always played as a forward? The old man asked, noticing Su Bai's boredom. Yes, in my country, I've always been a forward on our school team. Su Bai was aware of his limited skills. By the time he had crossed over, he had already landed at Dortmund, and he had no clue how this Su Bai had managed to be selected among the 10 candidates, as far as he recalled. It seemed that his less-than-ideal father had some wealth, and a wonder. You've never received formal football training, have you? The old man remarked, his expression one of sudden realization. Su Bai sighed helplessly at the old man's words. At 18, it was unlikely he would master the fundamentals. However, thinking about the system, Su Bai felt a surge of energy. It seemed there were training modes available that could surely enhance his skills. With this thought, Su Bai straightened up, excitement coursing through him. Have you considered changing positions? Perhaps play as a midfielder? The old man's suggestion left Su Bai feeling disheartened. What was so enjoyable about passing? He relished the sensation of scoring goals. Passing the ball to others for them to score was. Suddenly, Su Bai recalled his recent assist. It seemed that after maxing out his passing attribute, his passing was no longer ordinary. While everyone else claimed it was merely luck, he knew he could replicate that kind of pass infinitely. Actually, I feel you have a natural talent for midfield compared to other positions. The old man's keen eye had caught on. Everyone else had dismissed Su Bai's last pass as mere luck, but with that kind of angle and technique, who could replicate it? This young man wasn't lacking in skill. He was simply misplaced in his position. With this realization, the old man excitedly pressed down harder on the accelerator. However, his old car seemed unresponsive to such aggressive treatment, emitting a few disgruntled noises without any acceleration. Ultimately, the old man had no choice but to maintain his pace as they slowly approached the Schalke 04 club building. Schalke 04? Su Bai leaned against the car window, gazing vacantly ahead. Chapter 4. Old Jez has connections, damn it. Hi Lim. Did you exhaust all your strength on the woman's belly last night? Pass the ball faster. Fuck. You'll be running 10 laps after this. You worthless piece of Joey. Where is your positioning? I told you to spread wide when receiving the ball. Why the hell are you crowding the middle? At the Schalke 04 U18 training ground, a burly man with a full beard was unleashing a tirade of curses. Yet, despite his foul language, the players on the field behaved like timid quails, not daring to retort. Who would dare argue with the notorious Gialasi Daniel? Unless they had a death wish. As the head coach of the U18 team, Gialasi Daniel had been in this position for 5 years, and no one dared to defy him. Just as he continued to vent his frustrations over his players' performances, an assistant coach approached him. Boss, old Jez has arrived. Hearing this, Gialasi Daniel furrowed his brow. Old Jez was no ordinary man. He was a well-known scout for Dortmund. Having served the club for nearly 20 years, he had unearthed more than 10 talented players during his tenure. Consequently, all the youth teams treated old Jez with utmost respect. What brings him here? I'm in the middle of training, boss. He brought along a black-haired Asian. He probably found a gym somewhere. An Asian? Gialasi Daniel was somewhat taken aback. He knew old Jez was a seasoned scout. Typically, he wouldn't bring a player directly to the training ground. Initially, Gialasi Daniel had planned to meet him later, but after some thought, he directed his assistant to escort old Jez onto the training field. The moment Gialasi Daniel laid eyes on Su Bai, it was as if he were scanning him with a scanner. Standing at 1.8 meters, Su Bai appeared somewhat slender with a lack of physicality, leaving a rather unimpressive first impression on Gialasi Daniel. However, he didn't dwell on it too much, as he was aware that players from the countries of Fuso and Gaoli were often similar in physique. Hi, Daniel. I could hear you yelling from the entrance. Old Jez offered no pleasantries. Nonetheless, despite his brusque demeanor, Daniel extended his hand to shake old Jez in respect for someone who had dedicated 2 decades to the club. What brings you here? Are you presenting me with another genius player? Daniel asked with a smile. Indeed, give this kid a shot. Old Jez replied, he was just released by Dortmund, but I believe we stumbled upon a bargain. With that, old Jez pushed Su Bai forward towards Daniel, Good day, sir. I am Su Bai, from the land of Yin. Yin? When Su Bai declared his nationality, Daniel was taken aback. He knew about the people of Yin, especially since there was currently a player from Yin in the first team named Hao Junmin. Although that player had only had a sporadic presence in the lineup, it was said that he was the most outstanding player from Yin. This kid has a decent passing ability. Let us see if he can play. Old Jez got straight to the point regarding Su Bai's skills. However, upon hearing Old Jez's introduction, Su Bai felt somewhat disheartened. Passing? He wanted to score, not to pass the ball. Passing. Daniel perked up with interest. They had no shortage of forwards or fast players, but a good passer was something he was keenly looking for. The player he had just scolded mercilessly was their main attacking midfielder, Hailem O'Shea, whose passing had been utterly abysmal. What position do you usually play? Daniel inquired, looking at Su Bai. Forward, sir. Despite his heartfelt explanation, Su Bai still identified himself as a forward. Daniel chuckled. A forward who excels at passing. Gazing at Daniel's smile while contemplating his enticing system rewards, Su Bai helplessly shifted his tone. Sir, my greatest strength lies in the midfield. Being a forward is merely my dream. Daniel, without a hint of hesitation, halted the ongoing match between the two teams. You, get on the field, Hailem O'Shea. Get off, and hand your vest to this lad, Daniel shouted towards Hailem on the pitch. Upon hearing his coach's command, Hailem promptly exited the field, passing his vest to Su Bai while offering him a grateful glance. Su Bai was taken aback. Having usurped this fellow's position, why was he looking so appreciative? Ben Casey, explain the tactics to this kid. At that moment, a strikingly handsome young man with blonde hair approached. Hello. I am Ben Casey, and I suppose we are temporary teammates now. Su Bai shook Ben Casey's outstretched hand. We are Team A. Do you see that big black guy ahead? He is our right winger, Joey Franchise, quick and strong. And the bald one over there is our forward, Whit Bandic. I play as the attacking midfielder. We are set up in a 4-3-3 formation. I will pass the ball to you shortly. Your role is to orchestrate the attack. It was evident that Ben Casey was no novice. He rapidly introduced Su Bai to the player's characteristics and tactics. Clearly, he understood the coach's instructions. It was merely a simple trial. They would assess the young lad's skills, and if he proved capable, contact would be made with Su Bai. If not, he would remain a stranger. On the sidelines, Old Jess silently observed Su Bai, leaning on his hands, while Daniel maintained a stoic expression. Su Bai stood on the field, yet he was unexpectedly struck by a revelation. Perhaps due to his full passing stats. Unlike when positioned as a forward, he felt as if faint lines were emerging around him, accompanied by various numbers. Was this system capable of quantifying passing routes? How astonishing! With a sharp whistle from the temporary referee. The internal training match crucial to Su Bai's fate commenced. Ben Casey, eager to dismiss the unimpressive lad from Yin Nation, received the ball. However, the pass came rather unexpectedly. To his shock, this Yin lad failed to control the ball. Well, not entirely. He merely mismanaged it, allowing the ball to roll 2 meters ahead of him. What atrocious fundamentals! Not only was Ben Casey dismayed, but even the head coach, Giles Daniel, wore a look of disbelief. He turned to the scout, Old Jess, who appeared momentarily embarrassed. Yet, having endured many years at Schalke 04, Old Jess calmly remarked, this lad is likely just nervous. He did play earlier this morning, so he might be fatigued. Giles Daniel smiled brightly but refrained from commenting. Fatigued? This lad simply lacks skill. His level is merely amateur. How could he possibly play professional football? At that moment, Su Bai felt a pang of embarrassment. Nevertheless, possessing a thick skin and a courageous heart, he promptly rushed to retrieve the ball before the B-team forward could intercept it. As he looked at the approaching B-team players, the passing lines in front of him transformed into shades of red. Without hesitation, Su Bai pulled the ball back and passed it to the team's defensive midfielder, Lloyd Nsiro. Chapter 5, A Stunning Pass? Lloyd Nsiro received Su Bai's pass without any grandiose thoughts. He received the ball, pivoted, and pushed it laterally with his right foot. The A-team's attack commenced from the flanks. On the sidelines, the head coach observed Su Bai's first touch with a neutral expression. However, Old Jess feigned calmness as he continued to observe the field. Had he misjudged? Given Su Bai's earlier performance, Old Jess now found himself uncertain. Perhaps this lad truly was a novice, merely stumbling upon success at Dortmund. Yet, that goal was no mere fluke. The match continued. Su Bai darted around the midfield. Having never played in that position, he was genuinely clueless about positioning. Over the next 3 minutes, it became apparent that Su Bai struggled with even the most basic standing positions. Ben Casey, losing interest, initiated his attack. Seeing Ben Casey advance, Su Bai followed suit. To his astonishment, he noticed the lines before him shifting. Moreover, as he moved, the numerical values along each line fluctuated. Was it possible that the threat levels of those passing routes altered with his positioning? This system was extraordinarily sophisticated. At that moment, Ben Casey received a horizontal pass from the left midfielder, preparing to lob the ball into the box. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Here!" The voice was unfamiliar, yet quickly, Ben Casey recognized it as the call from the young man with black hair. Turning, he saw the lad standing just behind him, signaling for the ball. Initially reluctant to pass, Ben Casey reconsidered. After all, this match was intended to assess the young man. With a push of his left foot, he sent the ball rolling towards Su Bai on the sidelines. Giles Daniel was taken aback by Su Bai's assertiveness in demanding the ball. After all, from his observations thus far, this lad seemed entirely amateurish, even among amateurs. Yet, he was bold enough to request the ball, a commendable trait for a player from Yin Nation. He knew that even the national team player, Hao Jun-min, played timidly, never daring to request the ball. The most anxious individual on the sidelines was undoubtedly Old Jess, who sensed that this was the last opportunity for the young Yin player. If he fumbled again, Daniel would surely have no time to coach him on ball control. In the blink of an eye, the ball reached Su Bai. The B team's defensive midfielder rushed towards him, intent on intercepting. However, when everyone anticipated Su Bai to control the ball, he unexpectedly struck the ball with the outside of his foot. Yet, the power was rather feeble. A shot? Daniel chuckled and shook his head. This lad was genuinely amateurish. Facing an advancing defensive midfielder and with 2 center backs in the box, the angle for a shot was virtually non-existent. Such a direct attempt would be a waste of a scoring opportunity. He glanced at Old Jess, and indeed, as Su Bai attempted the shot, disappointment flashed across Old Jess's face. Perhaps it was not only disappointment but also a hint of embarrassment. Daniel was already contemplating how to console Old Jess, recognizing the latter's good intentions and supporting the lad. Yet, it seemed he had misjudged his talent. Suddenly, Old Jess leaped up as if possessed. Daniel was taken aback. What was happening? Did this lad from Yin Nation actually score? He quickly turned to observe the field. It was not a goal. It was a pass. In the B team's box, a team forward Whitbandic had received the ball, confronting the goalkeeper. Without surprise, Whitbandic struck the ball into the far corner with his right foot. The football rolled effortlessly into the net. 1-0. The A team had scored their first goal. The jubilant Whitbandic approached Su Bai, exclaiming, "That was a beautiful pass, lad." Not only Whitbandic, but even Ben Casey, who had initially passed the ball to Su Bai, wore an expression of admiration. Meanwhile, the B team's defensive midfielder, who had aimed to intercept Su Bai, stood in shock, bewildered by how the ball had slipped past him. After all, the B team's defense had been sound. Although he had stretched too far and allowed the ball to pass through his legs, 2 center backs remained behind him. How had the ball managed to reach the box? One by one, the A team players approached Su Bai, affectionately ruffling his hair in celebration. Daniel, puzzled, turned to his coaching staff, inquiring, "What just transpired?" As he posed the question, a bespectacled middle-aged man stepped forward. "Boss, that Yin lad didn't shoot." He executed a beautifully curved pass with the outside of his foot. The ball slipped through Bisley's legs, maintaining a close proximity to the ground, before swiftly bypassing the 2 center backs. Daniel was momentarily dumbfounded. This was impossible. This lad seemed utterly inept. How could he have delivered such a high-level outside foot curve? It is worth noting that among all types of passes, the outside foot curve is the most challenging. In today's football scene, there is no player who can guarantee successful back foot passes every single time, which speaks volumes about the difficulty inherent in such a skill. Missing out on Su Bai's pass has truly piqued Daniel's interest this time. "I always said this guy is a passing prodigy, haha, Daniel, you've struck gold." Beside him, Old Jess's earlier embarrassment has dissipated, replaced by an expression full of pride and satisfaction. Daniel, however, remains silent. He turns back to observe the game. "Pass the ball more to that fiery kid from Yin Country," he exclaims, allowing the match to continue. In truth, Daniel's shout was unnecessary. Su Bai's recent assist had already garnered the trust of his teammates on the field. Moreover, Su Bai had finally mastered the system's functionality. He no longer needed to stop the ball. As soon as a pass came his way, he would strike it immediately. Thanks to the system, every passing route before him was clearly marked with its success rate. Gradually, Team A's offense began to flow seamlessly. In fact, due to Su Bai's precise passing, the current Schalke 04 U18A team astonishingly exhibited the speed typical of Bundesliga clubs. Ben Kaischer would receive the ball and immediately pass it back to Su Bai, who would then continue to deliver precise passes according to the system's guidelines. Upon receiving another lateral pass from Ben Kaischer, a vivid red passing route appeared before Su Bai once more. The bright red signified an assist. Without pausing, Su Bai unleashed a powerful back foot strike. The ball traced a beautiful arc across Schalke 04's training ground. It sailed over the B team's defensive midfielder, bypassing their two central defenders. Miraculously, the forward Whit Benedict appeared just in time to meet the ball's landing. Another one-on-one opportunity. Receiving the pass, Whit Benedict executed a right-footed shot, sending the ball once again into the B team's goalkeeper's net. 2-0. Su Bai assists for the second time. And this goal was witnessed clearly by Daniel. Jess, does this guy have a contract? Where's his agent? I want to sign him, immediately, right now, at this moment, Su Bai. Watching his second assist, couldn't help but smile. However, old Jess was laughing even louder. Chapter 6. Is this a contract signing? As the head coach of Schalke 04 U18, Daniel had recently been plagued with worries. Although the U18 team was currently in the fourth tier of the German league, it was worth noting that his squad had not supplied a single player to the first team for 2 consecutive seasons. Many within the club had begun clamoring for Daniel's dismissal. This left Daniel somewhat anxious. After all, even as a youth team coach, Schalke 04 offered a substantial salary. If he were to leave, his future became uncertain. At that moment, he gazed excitedly at Su Bai on the field. Jess, how has this guy not been discovered by Dortmund? With that pass, there's no way Dortmund would let him slip away. Old Jess turned to the excited Daniel, stating, I have no idea. Perhaps Dortmund has too many talented players. Old Jess was unaware that Su Bai's performance at Dortmund had been abysmally poor, and his system had only just been activated, meaning Dortmund had no inkling they had overlooked such an extraordinary passing talent. Following the second goal, the way everyone looked at Su Bai transformed. From initial mockery to a current serious demeanor. Su Bai's brief 20-minute display had already earned the respect of these Schalke prodigies. Su, your passing is exceptional. The Schalke forward Whit Benedict, who scored the goal, hurried over with a smile and extended his hand. For a forward, a midfielder like Su Bai was the dream partner. Seeing Whit Benedict's outstretched hand, Su Bai smiled and shook it. Look, the boss over there is getting anxious. He probably wants to sign you right away. After saying this, Whit Benedict couldn't help but wink at Su Bai. Not only Whit Benedict, but even Ben Kaischer, who had just partnered well with Su Bai, approached him. Su, those 2 passes were indeed exquisite. Ben Kaischer praised Su Bai's passing ability without reservation. On the football field, talent always speaks for itself. Su Bai was well aware of this. Compared to the indifference he faced at Dortmund, Schalke's players felt much more welcoming. At least he didn't sense the same arrogance from them that he had experienced with Dortmund's youth team. Hi, Su, come over quickly. On the sidelines, old Jess called out to Su Bai as the match concluded. Su, see? I told you to try out for Schalke. Are you interested in signing with Schalke 04? Old Jess said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Bai felt a sense of reassurance. After all, the task within the system still loomed ahead of him. If he were to leave the Chariot Nation in defeat, who knows when he would complete that task? Schalke 04 was at least a Bundesliga powerhouse. Although they lagged behind Dortmund, they were still an acceptable option. Old Jess originally thought that Su Bai would be thrilled to hear about the potential signing, but to his surprise, the young man appeared utterly composed. This is Schalke 04. Doesn't he feel even a hint of excitement? Daniel, observing Su Bai's calm demeanor, was equally astonished. Players of Su Bai's age from the Chariot Nation were plentiful, with countless hoping to join Schalke 04. Su, do you have an agent? Although Daniel was puzzled, he didn't dwell on it too much. He simply wanted to secure Su Bai's signing. Such a promising talent, if he slipped out of this door, other teams would be clamoring to sign him. No, sir, an agent? How could this rookie like Su Bai possibly have one? All right, Hank, Daniel called for his assistant. Hearing the coach's voice, a young man with golden hair rushed over. Take him to sign the contract? All right, boss, which type? At that moment, Daniel found himself in a bit of a dilemma. After all, Su Bai had only delivered 2 superb passes. In other aspects, he truly fell short. Signing him to a professional contract felt hasty. Moreover, he lacked the authority to sign a formal contract, as that required the club manager, Janice, to approve. He could offer an apprentice contract, but if Su Bai were to be noticed by others, he could easily be whisked away. Leaving Daniel with no recourse, I'll call Janice. Seeing Daniel in a quandary, old Jess chuckled and took out his phone. His words instantly eased Daniel's tension. He knew that old Jess and Daniel had a close relationship. These 2 old-timers had started out as scouts together, but Janice had been more adaptable over the years and had eventually climbed to the manager position, while the stubborn old Jess remained a scout. Although he earned significantly more than other scouts, his title was still merely that of a scout. Soon, old Jess dialed the number. Within seconds, the call connected. Hello? Old man, what brings you to call me? Have you been spending money on those old hags again? Janice's first words left many sweating. Unbeknownst to them, despite his white hair, old Jess had quite the taste. Damn it, when did I ever fancy those old hags? I have business. I've got a promising talent here and want to discuss signing him. I couldn't care less about the youth team. If you want to sign someone, go talk to Daniel. I'm right here with Daniel. It's not an apprentice contract, but rather a formal player contract I want to discuss. Old Jess's words evidently surprised Janice on the other end in recent years. While old Jess had been tirelessly seeking suitable players for Schalke, the rise of the internet had posed significant challenges for traditional scouts. The internet had made the world's talented players far less mysterious than before. Thus, the days when scouts roamed the globe in search of superstars were long gone. Even if one found a decent player, they often only saw the youth team for a moment before disappearing without a trace. However, to receive a call requesting a formal contract, as was the case today, was indeed rare. This piqued Janice's interest. Who is this person, to have old Jess personally call for a formal contract? In short, this must be a truly exceptional talent. Just trust me on that. Hearing old Jess's certainty, Janice smiled. There are various types of formal player contracts. Some high and some low. Considering old Jess's stubborn nature, Janice didn't wish to prolong the discussion. All right, your judgment has always been sound. Let Daniel bring the player in to sign, and I will make the arrangements. Upon hearing Janice's agreement, old Jess was visibly delighted. After hanging up, Jess winked at Su Bai. Daniel, too, felt a sense of relief. All right, congratulations, young man. You are about to become a member of Schalke 04. Su Bai smiled but said nothing. He was preoccupied with the task at hand, eager to complete it swiftly, yet utterly unaware of the nature of the rewards that awaited him. Chapter 7. What is the situation? Why is Raoul here? Although old Jace had mentioned a formal player contract, when the document was laid before Su Bai, he felt no surprise whatsoever. A weekly salary of €175. This could be deemed the lowest contract in the entire team. Naturally, as a newcomer, this contract was somewhat to be expected. Daniel, who had brought Su Bai along, seemed unfazed, yet old Jace appeared somewhat embarrassed. After all, he had made a phone call to the club's general manager, only to discover that this old fellow had offered Su Bai the minimum contract. To be frank, this contract bore little distinction from the apprenticeship contract that Daniel had just mentioned, save for the fact that the apprenticeship contract had no penalty for breach, whereas Su Bai's contract carried a penalty of €500,000. Su, this is merely the beginning. Do not be disheartened as long as you can participate in matches and perform admirably. Schalke will undoubtedly raise your weekly salary swiftly. Won't they, Daniel? After speaking, old Jace glanced at Daniel beside him. Yes, Su. Don't worry. For Daniel, who was in urgent need of a midfield player capable of passing, the most crucial matter was to ensure Su Bai remained with Schalke. However, it seemed that Su Bai was entirely oblivious to the 2 individuals beside him. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Task. Obtain your first apprenticeship contract within 7 days. Completed. Completion level. SSS. System reward. Golden treasure chest. Exceeding the task triggers a random high-level reward. At this moment, Su Bai was exhilarated by the sound of the system announcing the completion of his task. Were it not for the presence of these 2 individuals, he would have likely delved into the system immediately to see what delightful rewards awaited him. This was a random high-level reward for exceeding the task. A golden treasure chest. The mere mention of it suggested something extraordinarily impressive. Hey, Su, don't be disheartened. Observing that the young man from Yin Country appeared genuinely stunned, Daniel began to feel a twinge of concern. After all, It was a rare opportunity to discover a promising talent, and if he were to become disheartened, where would Daniel find solace? "Oh, it's nothing, sir. I am quite satisfied." Seeing Su Bai finally respond, Daniel let out a small sigh of relief. Upon exiting the office building, old Jace took his leave, but not before leaving his phone number with Su Bai, advising him to train diligently and to call if he encountered any difficulties. Watching the departing figure, Su Bai felt a sense of gratitude. This stubborn yet warm-hearted elder from the war chariot nation had indeed become something of a benefactor to him. Had it not been for his unexpected arrival, Su Bai would likely have been at the airport, preparing for a disheartening return to his homeland. "Come on, kid. Let's head to the training ground. Mr. Daniel, I still haven't secured a place to stay. The dormitory in Dortmund probably won't accept me tonight." At this moment, Su Bai's thoughts were consumed by his golden treasure chest. As for training, that could wait. Haha, don't worry. Everything will be arranged shortly that it's time to eat. I'll arrange for someone to take you to the dormitory. By the way, this afternoon is the physical examination. You rushed here so quickly that you didn't even undergo the necessary tests. After pointing toward the dining hall, Daniel departed. Watching Daniel leave, Su Bai slung his bag over his shoulder and ambled toward the dining hall. Meanwhile, the Schalke staff, having just finalized the contract, found themselves in a quandary. This lowest-tier formal contract had not been signed in nearly 5 years. The last one was with a young player from Africa, who had departed in less than a fortnight. Should this be announced on the official website? Or perhaps not? An individual from Yin country, how could he possibly stay? Had they not heard that Hao Junmin was on the verge of being relegated to the reserve team? How could that be? Coach Magath still holds him in high regard. Another remarked, "Now we have another player from the island nation, stronger than Hao Junmin. Coach Magath is facing a dilemma. Oh, the Islander is indeed superior to the Yin country player. Let's forget it. This lad likely won't achieve anything remarkable anyway. Why waste time?" With that, the group tucked Su Bai's contract into a drawer and promptly left for the day. That moment, Su Bai had just strolled to the entrance of the dining hall. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback. Something felt amiss. As soon as he stepped inside, he spotted a familiar figure with black hair seated at the entrance. Could it be Sango? As Yin country's finest midfielder, Sango, Hao Junmin, had been playing until 2022. In his memory, he had even served as the captain of the national team. That moment, while dining, Hao Junmin unexpectedly noticed an Asian face. Black hair, dark eyes. Sango. At this point, Su Bai could no longer contain himself. Upon hearing the familiar Chinese language, Hao Junmin immediately rose and approached. "Who are you?" "Hello, Sango. My name is Su Bai. I just signed with Schalke." Hao Junmin was filled with surprise. This was a Bundesliga team. After all, TOB here meant this young man had indeed secured a contract. However, why had he never heard of the name Su Bai? "Which club did you transfer from?" The warmth of encountering a fellow countryman abroad instantly energized Hao Junmin. Having been at Schalke for half a season, though his playing opportunities were limited, he could at least manage to gain some time under Magath. This allowed many Yin country fans to see their player on television each week. This time, he was the only representative from Yin country in the top 5 leagues. The sudden appearance of a compatriot was certainly thrilling for Hao Junmin. "I didn't have a club before." Su Bai indeed lacked a club. He was entirely a product of informal selection. He had not undergone any formal training and was essentially a product of the Football Association's efforts. "What? So you mean?" This remark puzzled Hao Junmin. How could someone have no club? Was he perhaps an overseas Chinese from the war chariot nation? "I just signed a formal contract, but it's for the U18 youth team." Although somewhat disappointed, Hao Junmin still encouraged him with excitement. "U18? The youth team is still quite good. At least you can make the top 10 in regional Liga. Keep it up, by the way. What brings you here?" Noticing Su Bai carrying a bag, Hao Junmin assumed he was lost. "Mr. Daniel just told me to eat first and pointed me this way, so I came to eat." "Well, however, this is the first team's dining hall. Little Bai, the U18's dining area is downstairs." At that moment, Su Bai realized that seated at Hao Junmin's table was none other than Raul, the legendary Real Madrid star, the greatest number 7 of all time. And there was Huntelaar. Over there sat the war chariot nation's national player, Metzelder. Goodness. These were all bona fide stars. Chapter 8. Is Raul here to observe Su Bai's training? Su Bai, feeling somewhat dazed, was pulled by Hao Junmin to take a seat. Although Su Bai had made an error in his choice of dining hall, being from the same homeland, Hao Junmin still insisted he sit down. Shortly after, how Junmin presented Su Bai with a beautifully arranged lunch. "Hurry and eat. Once you're done, we can have a good chat." Su Bai had been engaged in 2 training matches since morning, and he was indeed feeling a bit hungry. After a flurry of eating, Su Bai finally lay back, content, rubbing his stomach. Aside from how Junmin, the other star players paid little attention to Su Bai, he was merely curious about the group of stars, but he did not foolishly approach them. After Su Bai had finished his meal, how Junmin left his phone number with him and turned to join his teammates. Although he had planned to have a lengthy conversation with Su Bai, Coach Magath had already grown accustomed to conducting tactical briefings after meals. Thus, how Junmin had to reluctantly bid farewell to Su Bai. After finishing his meal, Su Bai picked up his bag and set off to find Daniel. The fellow was in quite a rush, having pointed him to the first team's dining hall. Had it not been for how Junmin's presence, he might have been expelled by the staff inside. Descending the stairs, Su Bai soon encountered a familiar face. "Hi, Su, hurry and eat. Why are you only just arriving?" Ben Kaishi greeted Su Bai with a smile. "Oh, thank you. I've already eaten." "Where's Mr. Daniel?" Su Bai was currently focused on resolving his accommodation issue. He was feeling quite worn out after the morning's activities. "Hey, Su, I just asked you to come eat. Why didn't you come?" At that moment, Daniel emerged from the dining area. Observing Su Bai still carrying his bag, he inquired curiously, "Sir, you asked me to go over there, and I ended up confusedly entering the first team's dining hall." Su Bai felt somewhat exasperated. "Haha, my mistake. You haven't eaten yet, right? Hurry and go eat." "I've already eaten. Now I just want to find a bed to rest for a while." Seeing that Su Bai genuinely appeared fatigued, Daniel wasted no time. "Ben Kaishi, take Su Bai to the dormitory." "You'll be sharing with him? Haven't you always been alone?" Upon hearing that Daniel had assigned Su Bai to share a dormitory with him, Ben Kaishi nodded. As the captain, his dormitory companions had changed frequently throughout the youth team. After all, whenever a new arrival came, he, being sociable, was the team's go-to at the very least. With him around, he could promptly explain each player's characteristics to the new teammates, of course. Not everyone possesses the capability to remain at Schalke 04 indefinitely. It is worth noting that this season, he has already had 2 roommates, both of whom have since departed. One cannot help but wonder if this newcomer from the land of the rising sun will manage to establish himself at Schalke 04. Well, perhaps it should be more accurately stated as Schalke 04 U18, the first team. That seems a distant dream, as he has yet to even set foot in it. Currently, the stubborn old coach is utterly focused on securing the Bundesliga championship. This season, the team has sold 12 players and brought in several formidable reinforcements such as Metzelder, Hjlund, Uchida, Ral, and Escudero. With this in mind, Ben Kahi shook his head in resignation. Although everyone proclaims him a prodigy of Schalke's youth academy, he is well aware of the inflated nature of such claims. "Let us go." Observing the weary expression on Su Bai's face, Ben Kahi did not linger. Su Bai nodded and followed suit. Schalke 04's facilities are quite extensive, yet most of the club's resources are dedicated to the first team. There are 12 training pitches, with the finest 4 reserved for the first team. The U18 squad, competing in the regional Liga, has also been allocated 2 decent fields. As for the dormitory, compared to the luxurious single rooms of the first team, the U18 accommodation can only be described as satisfactory. It is a somewhat dilapidated 3-story building, prominently displayed with a large Schalke emblem, though the emblem has become so dirty that it is barely discernible. The conditions are rather rudimentary, but do not judge too harshly. "I seldom reside here." Ben Kahi led Su Bai into the dormitory. Fortunately, despite its shabby exterior, the interior was quite new, thanks to Mr. Daniel's efforts this season to improve the conditions. The previous environment was uninviting even to dogs. "This is it." Ben Kahi's room was the first one on the 2nd floor. After ushering Su Bai inside, he hurriedly departed, reminding Su Bai to make himself at home and to approach him if he required anything. Once Ben Kahi left, Su Bai finally exhaled deeply and sank onto the bed. The dormitory was impeccably tidy, and it was evident that Ben Kahi's bed had not been disturbed much, suggesting he was indeed a local. Closing the door, Su Bai was filled with anticipation as he accessed the system. He had yet to open his golden treasure chest and was curious about what surprises awaited him. Upon entering the system, his rather lackluster attributes appeared before him. Aside from his passing, which appeared in red, the rest were dismally gray. However, behind those gray attributes lay a resplendent golden treasure chest. How does one utilize this? Observing the chest before him, Su Bai hastily inquired. The host may open it directly. Reward unknown. The system remained as succinct as ever as Su Bai, unfazed by the lack of details, promptly tapped the golden chest with his right hand. The moment he made contact, the entire system space was enveloped in a golden radiance, startling Su Bai. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received a golden star player skill card 1, a golden skill card. Su Bai was immediately elated. Recognizing its significance, who could it be from? Ronaldinho's dribbling? Maradona's solo run? Or perhaps Zidane's celestial volley? With excitement, Su Bai clicked on the skill card. Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired the legendary player Andres Iniesta's fried meatball skill. The skill card has been automatically bound to the host. At that moment, as the skill card bound itself to Su Bai, he felt a surge of energy coursing through him. Scenes of Iniesta employing the fried meatball in matches flashed rapidly through his mind like a slideshow. Was that it? Waiting for the slideshow to conclude, Su Bai inquired. However, it appeared the system had once again gone dormant, leaving Su Bai without a response. With the system unresponsive, his interest waned, and he turned his attention to his training value. After all, the system had only just activated, and his training value was a stark 0. Su Bai was uncertain of its purpose. He queried the system, but received no reply. It seemed he would have to be patient. Emerging from the system, Su Bai lay back on his bed and closed his eyes. However, he had barely begun to doze when Ben Kahi called him to the training pitch. Daniel had no time for afternoon breaks. In preparation for the upcoming Regional Liga match, Daniel had not afforded his players any respite these past few days. Su Bai hastily washed his face and hurriedly donned the training kit that Ben Kahi had provided him. Number 38. This number was not chosen by Su Bai, but belonged to the previous occupant of the dormitory who had been cut. Clad in his kit, Su Bai rushed downstairs. That moment. The tactical lecture for the first team had just concluded. Hao Junmin was eager to call Su Bai, as he wanted to keep an eye on his fellow countrymen. Hi, Hao, where are you headed? Just as Hao prepared to turn and leave, he was called out. Turning around, he discovered it was Ariel. Gonzalez, I was planning to check on the U18 team. For reasons unknown, ever since Ariel arrived at Schalke, Hao Junmin was the only player with whom he could engage in conversation. As a former star of Real Madrid, Ariel Gonzalez had come to Schalke in the twilight of his career. To be honest, he felt little desire for the championship ambitions of coach Magath. After all, he had won enough titles. The prospect of a Bundesliga championship held little allure for him. I asked that the little guy I saw during lunch? Is he also from your country? I had indeed noticed Su Bai during lunch, but he had initially assumed Su Bai was a relative of Hao Junmin, not realizing he was an U18 player. Since I have nothing else to do, shall we go together? Upon hearing Ariel express interest in accompanying him, Hao Junmin shyly smiled and nodded. You should be more confident, don't just smile. When playing in Europe, you must dare to showcase yourself. This is something you must learn from life. Observing Hao Junmin's bashful demeanor, Ariel chuckled and gently placed an arm around his shoulder as they exited the room. Perhaps it was Hao Junmin's timidity and humility that attracted him. He had no fondness for the brawny figures on the Schalke team. After a considerable walk, the two finally arrived at the training pitch. Midfield control. Pay attention to the ball at your feet. Hailem say, you damned fool. Can't you keep the ball under control? Look where you passed it. Benedict, stop running aimlessly. Can Hailem even pass the ball to you? As they reached the training ground, Daniel's booming voice echoed in their ears. Observing the irritable Daniel, Hao Junmin felt somewhat speechless. Was this the standard coaching style in the national team? Magath also had a loud voice during training, though he was slightly more civilized and refrained from using crude language. Whereas your little brother? Noticing the lack of action on the field, Ariel inquired. Hao Junmin glanced around but did not spot Su Bai. Upon closer inspection, he finally realized that Su Bai was warming up on the sidelines, evidently lacking a position even in the U18B team. I asked that Ariel? Wow, he's really here with our U18 team? Is the first team scouting for players? Exclaimed one of the players on the field, in a way. I haven't heard that the first team is short on players. What's going on? The presence of Ariel and Hao Junmin on the sidelines quickly drew the attention of the players on the field. Given Ariel's significant stature, that moment, Daniel also noticed Ariel and Hao Junmin. Mr. Ariel, Daniel approached them and greeted, good day. Is your presence here at the behest of Mr. Magath? Clearly, Ariel's arrival had led Daniel to make assumptions. and he was genuinely pleased. After a year, Magath had finally come to observe his U18 squad, albeit indirectly through RL's presence, which held even greater weight. I'm just accompanying how to check on his fellow countrymen. It seems that fellow hasn't taken the field yet, RAL chuckled, glancing at Su Bai on the sidelines. Upon hearing this, Daniel turned to Hao Junmin standing next to RAL and quickly grasped the situation. Haha, he just signed today. Let him warm up, he'll be on soon. A seasoned coach, Daniel naturally understood RAL's implication. If I had come with this young player on the fringes of the first team. It was evident he wished to keep an eye on Su Bai. Moreover, Daniel had planned to give Su Bai some playing time anyway, so this was a convenient opportunity. With that, Daniel turned around. What are you looking at, Su? You're up. Replace Hai Lim. Upon hearing Daniel's command, Su Bai immediately sprinted onto the field. However, Hai Lim, who was being substituted, did not seem particularly thrilled. Everyone knew what RAL's presence signified. At such a crucial moment, they were letting that rookie replace him? Hai Lim muttered under his breath as he cast a glance at Su Bai before leaving the pitch. Thank you, Gonzalez. Hao Junmin knew that Su Bai's prompt entry onto the field was thanks to RAL. So he hastily expressed his gratitude. Haha, let us see how your countryman performs. RAL smiled silently, turning his attention back to the field. Hao Junmin understood that RAL didn't want him to feel indebted. However, Hao Junmin felt quite moved in his heart. Su, remember, your task is to pass the ball to the lad in front of you. As Su Bai took to the field, Daniel did not forget to shout a reminder to him. Once on the pitch, the passing lanes instantly reappeared before Su Bai's eyes. Glancing at Hao Junmin, who was cheering for him from the sidelines, Su Bai offered a faint smile. Schalke 04, here I come. Chapter 9, Fried Meatballs? Raul was taken aback. The Schalke 04 U18 team had a large roster, with at least 35 players, including those on apprentice contracts. This was significantly more than the first team. Consequently, during training sessions, apart from the main squad of a dozen or so players, everyone else squeezed into the B team. At least the A team had formal contracts, with weekly wages sufficient to sustain themselves. The apprentice players, however, often had to take on part-time jobs to make ends meet. After all, Schalke 04 was not wealthy, and the club had little budget to support a seemingly expendable U18 team. Upon Raul's arrival, Su Bai bypassed the B team and directly joined the A team, drawing envious glances from several substitutes waiting for their chance on the sidelines. They had witnessed Su Bai's fundamental skills. Considering him merely an amateur, who would have thought he would soar to such heights after just a couple of decent passes? B team midfielder Jennings glared at Su Bai with palpable jealousy as he moved into position. With Su Bai now in place, the training match commenced. Having played once already, Ben Kessie was aware of Su Bai's capabilities. At the start, he did not pass the ball to him for a dribble but charged forward with it himself. Su Bai closely followed Ben Kessie, ready to offer support. Oddly enough, despite Ben Kessie being the one with the ball, B Team's towering midfielder Jennings was heading his way to mark Su Bai. Given that Daniel aimed to practice a team's offensive strategies, he organized a double-attacking midfielder formation for the A group, which was customary in their U18 games within the regional league, employing a 4-3-3 formation. Conversely, the B team was set up in a 4-5-1 formation, with 2 wide midfielders and 2 defensive midfielders, clearly emphasizing defense. The previously substituted attacking midfielder, Hailem O'Shea, often received criticism for his inability to distribute the ball. However, during that time, the B team had relied heavily on the technically skilled Ben Kessie for defensive pressure. Seeing the attention Su Bai was receiving, Daniel quickly realized that Jennings was likely harboring some resentment. Nevertheless, he was indifferent, eager to observe whether Su Bai could distribute the ball under such scrutiny. Your young friend seems to have made an enemy, Raul quietly remarked to Hao Junmin, quickly discerning the situation with his seasoned eye. Watching Su Bai being shadowed by a 6-foot-tall brute, Hao Junmin couldn't help but feel a sense of concern. Truthfully, given Su Bai's slender physique, if the brute were to close in on him, it would be challenging for him to make any significant impact. Hao Junmin couldn't help but reflect on his own situation in the Bundesliga. Sighing in resignation, on the field, Su Bai found himself bemused by the B team's defensive midfielder blocking his passing lane. This fellow was truly annoying, obstructing the connection between him and Ben Kessie. Left with no choice, Su Bai had to maneuver around him and position himself next to Ben Kessie to receive the ball. As Su Bai approached, Ben Kessie promptly pushed the ball across to him. At this moment, he began to feel the pressure. Though his technique was decent, the B team had already begun to close in, with not just the other defensive midfielder but also the right winger advancing towards him. Maintaining possession amid the rough play common in the regional league was no easy feat. Hence, Su Bai's arrival brought a sense of relief to Ben Kessie. However, the instant Ben Kessie passed the ball to Su Bai, the right winger and both defensive midfielders surged towards him. Su Bai, observing the incoming ball, gently tapped it with his right foot, albeit somewhat hurriedly. The ball nearly slipped from his control. From the sidelines, watching Su Bai's first touch against three defenders, Hao Junmin could only shake his head helplessly, especially given Su Bai's somewhat awkward first touch. Hao Junmin felt increasingly distressed. This was a common ailment among players from his country, the lack of solid foundational skills. Not only Hao Junmin, but even Raul, who had been eager to console him, frowned upon witnessing Su Bai's clumsy touch. Truly amateurish. This was Raul's assessment of Su Bai's initial interaction with the ball. Accustomed to the exquisite technique of players from his own country, Raul clearly looked down upon Su Bai's abilities. He turned to offer a consoling pat on Hao Junmin's shoulder. In the face of three defenders, Su Bai felt slightly flustered. Currently, his basic attributes were woefully inadequate. Both his dribbling and attacking instincts fell far short of a professional player's standards. As the three defenders closed in, Su Bai found himself at a loss for how to respond. Ben Kessie, who had just passed the ball, noticed Su Bai being cornered and hurriedly repositioned himself to offer support. Unfortunately, the B team's trio had no intention of granting him that opportunity, perfectly blocking all passing lanes between him and Su Bai. As it seemed Su Bai would lose possession, Ben Kessie dashed back, knowing he had to secure the defense. Today was different. Raul was present, and this was the perfect opportunity to showcase himself. Just as everyone assumed Su Bai would falter, he became the first to act. With a swift motion, he deftly nudged the ball to the left with his right foot, skillfully evading the left foot of the first approaching B team right winger. But that was not the end. Almost in the blink of an eye, Su Bai executed an astonishing ballet maneuver amidst the trio of defenders, then flicked the ball forward with his left foot, seamlessly slipping between the two B team defensive midfielders. Fried meatballs. This was no ordinary flick. Everyone recognized this move, a signature skill of the legendary midfielder, Iniesta, known for his dazzling performances at Barcelona. In an instant, Su Bai emerged from the clutches of the three defenders, leaving Hao Junmin in a state of shock. Not only was Hao Junmin taken aback, but even Raul, who had intended to comfort him, was left speechless. How could there be a player in Schalke 04's U18 team capable of executing the fried meatball so exquisitely? This was in a league renowned for its roughness. Yet Su Bai's performance did not end there. After bypassing the three defenders, he wasted no time, spotting the A team's forward, Bendik, making a run. With determination, Su Bai struck the ball with the outside of his right foot, launching it with tremendous force. On the sidelines, Daniel was already brimming with excitement, anticipating that familiar arc. Chapter 10. Raul's anticipation. What Schalke lacks is precisely such an engine. Before passing, Su Bai had already spotted that familiar red line. An 87% success rate appeared beside it. His maxed-out passing attribute made every action of his seem as if meticulously calculated by a computer. The moment Su Bai touched the ball, it soared into the air like a cannonball. He put all his strength into this strike, directing the ball unmistakably towards the left winger. From the sidelines, Raul was taken aback by the ball's trajectory. He had initially thought Su Bai would go for a shot. Considering the 40-meter distance, he expected a stunning long-range effort. However, observing the direction, Raul felt a tinge of disappointment. A competent midfielder would not deliver the ball so hastily when unmarked. Clearly, there was no opportunity for a one-on-one. Ideally, he should have driven the ball forward. Yet, Raul quickly revised his opinion. Although the ball initially flew left, it executed a sudden and sharp curve at its apex. Moreover, he was astonished to notice that the ball was spinning vigorously. Just as it reached its peak, it began to drop sharply towards the edge of the B team's penalty area. Bendik, who had been near the B team's center-back, burst forward like a wild horse. Without a hint of resistance, he executed a right-footed shot the moment the ball hit the ground. Beep! The temporary referee on the field blew the whistle, signaling the goal was valid. In that instant, the previously noisy U18 training ground fell eerily silent, apart from the jubilant Bendik, who turned to give Su Bai a thumbs up. Everyone else stared in disbelief at the young man standing at the center circle. U18 head coach Daniel was equally astonished, his gaze fixed on Su Bai. Astonishing. the fried meatball maneuver, followed by a spectacular outside of the foot, curved long pass assist. This is utterly exaggerated. Even during training, this is simply too much. Is this fellow truly one of his teammates? In that fleeting moment, Daniel suddenly felt a surge of confidence regarding clinching the championship in the German third division. With such a formidable midfield playmaker, how could those mediocre teams in the league possibly compete against his squad? Meanwhile, the group of B-team substitutes, who had been seething with jealousy towards Su Bai, now lowered their heads in acknowledgement. They were compelled to concede that this newcomer from Yin country possesses the caliber to appear on the A team. Wow, this guy is truly impressive. Raul swallowed hard, suddenly exclaiming such a statement. Indeed. Unlike Raul, Hao Junmin was genuinely astonished. He was well aware of the skill level of players from Yin country. Even if he were to step onto the field, he could not replicate that dazzling sequence of moves. He was, after all, the strongest midfielder from Yin country, although Magath had placed him in a fullback position. Yet in Yin country, he had always played as an attacking midfielder. Having played in the Yin country Super League for 5 or 6 years, not a single high-salaried foreign player could deliver such a spectacular display. That moment, Hao Junmin felt a rush of excitement. Perhaps, in less than 2 years, Yin country would unveil a super midfielder. The 2014 World Cup, that seemingly unattainable dream might just come to fruition. Hao Junmin spotted a staff member on the sidelines with a small camera. He hurried over. Did you just record that? Yes, right? Can I get a copy? Hao Junmin was eager to keep a video of Su Bai's recent stunning performance. However, the obstinate staff member clearly did not grant him that favor. Just then, Daniel approached. Give it to him. After all, we have plenty of footage of Su Bai. Seeing a first-team player interested in the video, Daniel was overjoyed. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to showcase his work? What would he do with the video? It was merely to show Magath from the first team. Although it was unlikely that Su Bai would ascend to the Bundesliga, at the very least, it would make Magath aware that there are players in his U18 squad who could contribute to Schalke 04. Ultimately, Hao Junmin joyfully obtained the tape of Su Bai's recent long pass. With Su Bai's assist, the training match became rather mundane. After a while, Daniel called a halt to the training match. After all, many players had part-time jobs to attend to in the afternoon. So Daniel decided to conclude today's training without further delay at Su Bai quickly approached Hao Junmin. Kid, you were really impressive. Seeing Su Bai come over, Hao Junmin praised him, causing Su Bai to feel a bit bashful. Just now, when faced with a 3-man blockade, he hadn't understood why a sudden sensation overtook him. It felt as if his entire being had come alive, and he effortlessly executed the move for the fried meatball. Upon reflection, it must have been the system's influence. This thrilled Su Bai immensely. This was only the first card. As long as tasks continued, with an endless supply of skill cards to enhance his abilities, wouldn't he become invincible in no time? What are your plans for the afternoon? Glancing at the clock, which read 3 o'clock, Hao Junmin inquired. Training. It's still early. I have much more to work on. With talent and such diligence, this young lad truly has an immeasurable future ahead of him. Keep it up. I'll invite you out for dinner in a couple of days, by the way. Remember to give me a call if anything comes up. After saying these words, Hao Junmin prepared to leave. After all, tomorrow was match day in the Bundesliga, and he couldn't afford to delay too long. Training time with Magath was fast approaching. Good luck, Su. I look forward to you joining the first team. When that happens, you must deliver such exquisite passes to me as well. At that moment, Raul chuckled and patted Su Bai on the shoulder. Raul's words were not mere platitudes. Su Bai's performance had genuinely astonished him. A 17-year-old youth, yet possessing such remarkable passing talent, joining the first team was certainly not out of the realm of possibility. If Schalke 04 had such a playmaker in their midfield, combined with his prowess in the penalty area, Magath's quest for the Bundesliga championship might not be as daunting as it seemed. With this thought, the extinguished spark in Raul's heart seemed to flicker back to life. Chapter 11. Finished, this time exposed. Raul and Hao Junmin have left. He still hadn't wrapped his head around the training values in the system. But it was clear that it was related to his training. He didn't have much time to ponder other matters. As for Raul's earlier mention of joining the first team, that was merely a jest. Su Bai was acutely aware of his own limitations. Even making it to the U18 German third division might prove difficult, let alone the vastly superior Bundesliga. Daniel called out to Su Bai as he turned to leave. Hey Su, Where are you off to? Training, sir. Don't call me sir. Just call me boss. Hearing Su Bai's awkward address, Daniel insisted on a change in title. All right, sir. All right, boss. Now, Daniel was finally satisfied. Don't go to training. Although you've signed, your physical examination hasn't been completed yet. You should head for the medical checkup, Wycliffe. Take this young man for his checkup and test his other stats as well. The medical facility was not far from where Su Bai and the others trained, and following the assistant coach, Su Bai soon arrived. Although they were U18 players, Schalke's medical center was still open to them. However, compared to the first team, the services they received were considerably limited. Wycliffe led Su Bai through the building with ease. House, are you in? We have a new arrival, Wycliffe called out softly. Shortly, a middle-aged man clad in a white coat with a fierce-looking beard emerged. He glanced at Su Bai, frowning at a newcomer. Yes, recommended by old Jace. Just signed, but time is tight, and we haven't done the physical check yet. Could you take care of that? After hearing Wycliffe's words, House nodded as he observed Su Bai closely, noting his slight frame. I wonder if he can handle the rigors of the third division. With such a small build, he might not withstand a collision. Although he grumbled, House quickly prepared the equipment. Take off your shirt. Skillfully pressing several buttons, he turned to Su Bai. Take off my shirt? Seeing the door wide open, Su Bai felt a bit flustered. He had never stripped in front of two grown men before. However, seeing House's eager gaze, he reluctantly removed his shirt and lay down on the machine. This fellow's physique is rather lacking. Just look at this muscle mass. It's far below the standards for a professional player. Moreover, this guy's muscle strength is inadequate. Clearly, he hasn't paid attention to his diet. How did old Jace find such a fellow? He usually has good taste. House continued to ramble, but at that moment, Su Bai heard nothing. Despite his slender frame, that passing ability is extraordinary. You have no idea. His passing is simply exquisite, and he is only 17. His body can still be developed, but passing awareness is innate. Hearing House's dismissive remarks, Wycliffe immediately stepped in. After all, this was someone he intended to nurture as a key talent. House's big mouth was well known throughout the club, if he wasn't corrected. By nightfall, the entire club, even the cleaning lady, would know that Coach Daniel had signed a dud without a physical check. Is that true? House looked utterly unconvinced. Dr. House, here are the data from the first team's recent physical checks. Shall I send them over now? At that moment, a young female doctor with glasses and golden hair entered. What a coincidence! Su Bai's examination had just concluded. With a creaking sound, the previously closed testing apparatus powered down. The completely undraped Su Bai appeared candidly before the young female doctor. A sharp scream. However, the scream did not come from the female doctor. It was Su Bai who exclaimed. Those two damned old men had him stripped. And then they brought in a female doctor. Where was he supposed to hide his face now? What the hell? Yet the female doctor merely glanced at Su Bai, nonchalantly dropped the document, and turned to leave. Helplessly, Su Bai dressed again. This scene had both Wycliffe and House in stitches. Lisa remained so composed. Ha ha, Lisa. Su Bai recognized the name of the golden-haired woman who had just seen through him. She was the first woman to truly see him since arriving in this world. This moment, Lisa, who had just exited the room, stood in the corner, taking deep breaths. After adjusting her breathing, she turned back to enter another room. Clearly, her calm demeanor was merely a fade. It said that Asians. Remembering those damned magazines, Lisa's face flushed with embarrassment. That kid was rather handsome. After all, emerging from House's room, Wycliffe led Su Bai to the testing room yet again. After an exhaustive hour, Wycliffe finally emerged from the building, satisfied with all of Su Bai's data in hand. After bidding farewell to Su Bai, Wycliffe promptly knocked on Daniel's door with the data in tow. The data is ready. Observing Daniel, who was reclining in a chair with his eyes half closed, Wycliffe placed Su Bai's information on Daniel's desk. Let me take a look. Upon hearing Wycliffe's words, Daniel immediately rose and began to peruse the data. 14 seconds for 100 meters. Such a slow speed? And the shuttle run. Sigh. After reviewing Su Bai's statistics, Daniel wore an expression of helplessness. Initially, he believed he had stumbled upon a gem, but upon closer inspection, he realized that Borussia Dortmund had good reason to release Su Bai. Although he was only 17 and had time to improve, even the most talented individuals could only elevate their performance to a limited extent. Particularly concerning was Su Bai's muscular strength. That moment, Daniel felt a tinge of despair. With a physique like this, to be frank, in the rough and tumble of the German third division, Daniel genuinely worried that Su Bai would hesitate to even receive the ball during matches. But let us not be too pessimistic. This kid's passing is indeed top-notch. Noticing his head coach's disheartened demeanor, Wycliffe hurriedly offered words of comfort. Indeed, there is still room for improvement, but his talent in passing is truly exceptional. How about this, Wycliffe? From now on, keep a close watch on him, especially regarding his diet. Don't let him indulge in greasy Chinese food anymore. I'll consult House shortly to devise a meal plan for Su Bai. At this, Daniel sat up and grabbed his phone. Observing his head coach's evident concern for Su Bai, Wycliffe smiled as he took his leave. Despite the words spoken, the assistant coach's special attention certainly spoke volumes. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, and Wycliffe began to pack up his belongings in preparation for the end of the workday. The U18 team had the advantage of ample time. The players enjoyed a great deal of free time in the afternoons, and this applied to the coaching staff as well. Upon leaving the building, Wycliffe heard voices still emanating from the training ground. Typically, at this hour, the training field would be deserted. Turning around, Wycliffe spotted a dark-haired figure tirelessly practicing ball control and shuttle runs across the expansive field. This kid, truly dedicated. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder if this was merely a fleeting burst of enthusiasm. Chapter 12. The Training Value Unleashed. A new hope from 4 to 7 o'clock. Su Bai relentlessly trained alone on the desolate training field for a full 3 hours. Thus, this solitary regimen was something Su Bai had grown accustomed to. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he gathered his belongings, prepared to find something to eat. However, upon arriving at the cafeteria, Su Bai regrettably discovered it had already closed for the day. Fortunately, anticipating his flight, he had packed a generous amount of bread in his bag. Pairing it with water, he hastily resolved his dinner in a rather haphazard manner. It was only at this juncture that Su Bai found the time to examine the system. Lying in bed, he opened the system once more. The same lackluster attributes stared back at him. He immediately turned his attention to the training valued. To his surprise, he noticed a change. What is this green section? Observing the fluctuations in his training value, Su Bai eagerly inquired of the system. Training values can be converted into system attribute points. Current host's overall attributes are too low. Training points are calculated based on time. For every 10 hours of training, the host can gain 1 attribute point. 10 hours. Su Bai was instantly elated. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. This training value was a veritable treasure. With 10 hours yielding a single point, it meant that in roughly a day, he could augment 1 attribute point. Glancing at his abysmal attributes, Su Bai felt a surge of hope. What he needed most was to enhance his ball control. Although he possessed a skill card for a fried meatball move, his current ball control attribute was simply too low. If he could boost his ball control, it would undoubtedly improve his stopping and dribbling skills. With advanced ball control coupled with top-tier passing, he would undoubtedly establish himself firmly within the U18 ranks. After carefully measuring the proportion of the green section, Su Bai abruptly leapt from his bed and bolted out of the room. Just 4 more hours, and his training value would be maxed out. He could hardly contain his anticipation to see how the point allocation would unfold upon reaching full training value. Daniel yawned and closed his notebook. The first round of matches in the German third division was set for the weekend. Although the afternoon had been free, training would resume the following day. With just 4 days remaining, he finally solidified his strategy for the new season, determining the starting lineup for each position. Glancing out the window at the now risen moon, Daniel shut the door and made his leisurely descent downstairs. Much like Wycliffe, upon reaching the ground floor, Daniel heard sounds emanating from the training field. Checking his watch, he noted it was 11 p.m. What could possibly be happening on the training ground at this hour? Moreover, the club had long since turned off the lights. Who would still be on the field? Curiosity piqued, Daniel made his way over. Soon enough, a dark-haired youth emerged under the moonlight. Covered in perspiration, even in the darkness, the droplets falling to the ground were vividly apparent to Daniel. This the young player from the Flame Nation? Such dedication? At that moment, even the seasoned Daniel found himself momentarily speechless. It was 11 o'clock at night, and he was training in the dark with such fervor. Especially as he observed the young lad diligently practicing fundamental ball control drills. Daniel found himself at a loss for words. After contemplating for a while, he silently turned and left. Meanwhile, Su Bai continued to quietly monitor his training time. 11:04 p.m. That's it. 10 hours, indeed. As the clock struck the hour, the system emitted a cheerful ding. At that moment, Su Bai was utterly exhausted, sprawled on the ground. Yet, the sound of the delightful chime brought a smile to his weary face. Tidying up his belongings, Su Bai collapsed onto his bed and promptly accessed the system. The familiar interface greeted him, but now the experience bar beneath the training value was full, and a yellow plus sign appeared next to it. Su Bai quickly clicked it. Ding, congratulations, host has gained 1 free attribute point. At that moment, a green plus sign appeared next to each of Su Bai's attributes. Without hesitation, he allocated it to ball control. In an instant, it felt as though an electric current coursed through him. Su Bai's previously fatigued body was rejuvenated in a heartbeat. Feeling revitalized, Su Bai was filled with excitement. System. Does allocating points also relieve fatigue? Each time the host allocates points, the system resets, erasing all negative statuses. Indeed. A bold idea struck Su Bai. Since he could reset his status after training for 10 hours, perhaps resetting status can only be triggered once per day. However, the system swiftly doused Su Bai's hopes with cold water. He had contemplated exploiting a bug to train continuously, thereby earning 2 attribute points daily. Yet, it seemed the system had already anticipated such a loophole. Defeated, Su Bai resigned himself to abandoning his audacious plan. Reviewing his updated data, offense 69, ball control 65, passing 100, shooting 65, heading 68, set pieces 66, curved ball 66, speed 80, ball power 75, jumping 74, physical contact 72, stamina 88, defense 58, tackling 65, overall rating 67, age 17. Su Bai could only exit the system with a sense of resignation. Aside from his stamina, his attributes remained abysmally low. A long road lay ahead. Unbeknownst to Su Bai, at that moment in the Flame Nation football forum, an anonymous account suddenly posted a thread titled, "The Flair of the Flame Nation's Young Players Pass." Beneath the title was a video link. Clicking on the video revealed none other than Su Bai's dazzling fried meatball and rainbow pass during a Schalke training match. Chapter 13. Suddenly gaining popularity? In 2010, in the Flame Nation, smartphones had yet to become widespread, and the primary hub for all netizens was various forums. How Jun-min, lounging at home and glancing at his freshly posted thread, couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, his wife approached, balancing a plate of fruit. Unlike other stars who preferred models, How Jun-min's wife was his middle school classmate. Their bond had flourished since middle school, and the enduring affection over the years had garnered envy from many. Since joining Schalke 04, newlywed Li Qian had also quit her job to accompany How Jun-min to the War Chariot Nation. Today, a young player from our Flame Nation joined the team, and he played remarkably well, so I posted it on the forum. Back to the forum again? Every time you browse the forum, it leaves you in a foul mood for days. All those insults directed at you and the national team. Why do you bother looking at it? Upon hearing the words of How Jun-min, Li Qian, feeling helpless, picked up the sliced fruit and handed it to him, saying, "Alas, there's no denying it. Our national football team truly struggles. It has been 8 years since that 0-point performance in 2002, and now even qualifying for the top 10 seems uncertain. We ought to have made it to the World Cup in 2014. With the Football Association behaving this way, can we still place our hopes in them?" You once mentioned. All right, enough of that. Such remarks should not be uttered carelessly in the future. Observing his wife about to say something inappropriate, How Jun-min interrupted her with a frown. "Bah, who even cares to say anything? Stop eating." With that, Li Qian snatched the fruit back from How Jun-min's mouth and, in a huff, turned to descend the stairs. Even Yang Qian's teddy, raised by her, barked at How Jun-min before following Li Qian downstairs. How Jun-min, shaking his head in resignation, sighed as he watched Li Qian walk away. She was so adorable back then. How has marriage turned her increasingly irritable? He muttered softly to himself before redirecting his gaze to the post he had just made. To his surprise, he found that his recent post had been pinned to the top of the Yen Country Football Forum. And within a mere 5 minutes, it had amassed over 300 comments. Wow, this fried meatball is incredible. Clearly, this is not the work of an ordinary person. Damn, this is on par with Iniesta's level. Especially that outside of the foot pass. This is truly frightening. Are you sure this is a Yin Country person? The black hair and such delicate footwork, it almost seems like they hail from Fusang. Just because someone has delicate footwork doesn't mean they're from Fusang. Who says our yin country players can't be skilled? Aside from the national team, I believe we do have skilled players. Really? Can you give me an example? Ahem. All right, forget I said anything. To be fair, that play was indeed impressive. The vision and passing are absolutely top-notch, and this play is at a Barcelona level. This kid's future is limitless. How Ju-min never anticipated that his casual post would generate such a massive reaction. Although he often frequented football forums, he typically only engaged in rebuttals when criticized. His intention in posting was merely to inform those who incessantly praised Fusang's prowess that there are talents in Yin country as well. To his astonishment, his post had been pinned. The most amusing part was that, upon reviewing the comments from top to bottom, there wasn't a single disparaging remark aimed at Su Bai, a rarity in Yin country. It's worth noting that during the 2008 Olympics, even the men's basketball team faced criticism. Yet years later, when Yin country's team could no longer qualify for the Olympics, everyone realized that the 2008 basketball team had indeed stood at the pinnacle of success. Enthralled by the responses? How Ju-min reluctantly shut down his computer in the early hours of the morning. At 5 in the morning. The alarm set by Su Bai rang. It was time to rise and wash up. In less than 10 minutes, Su Bai had tidied himself and stepped out the door. The system state reset left him feeling utterly refreshed. With 10 hours of training each day, although he could only reset his physical stamina once, he hadn't claimed that he could only increase his training value once. Henceforth, he would rise at 5 every morning, from 5:30 to 8:30. He practiced alone for 3 hours. The team's training during the day would encompass roughly 5 to 6 hours. All the afternoon rest time would be dedicated to additional practice, allowing for a maximum of 12 hours of training each day. Although it was somewhat exhausting, Su Bai's initial stamina attribute stood at an impressive 88. This level of endurance was more than sufficient. In just 5 days, he could gain 6 basic attribute points. With this thought, Su Bai felt a surge of confidence. The weather in September had already begun to cool, and the training ground was currently deserted. Su Bai commenced his solitary training once more. Bang, bang, bang. In the early morning of Schalke 04, a young boy full of dreams tirelessly engaged in the most fundamental of training. Once, twice, as the head coach of the U18 team, Daniel had always maintained the habit of rising early. His home was situated right beside the Schalke club. After a hearty breakfast, Daniel walked to the club. The gatekeeper greeted him with a smile. As usual, Daniel lit a cigar and strolled leisurely to his office. A cigar and a cup of coffee would follow shortly. This was Daniel's morning routine. However, the sudden noise disrupted Daniel's tranquility. So early. Who could it be? Daniel turned to look, catching sight of a black-haired youth, drenched in sweat, relentlessly practicing his shooting on the training ground. It was him again. Daniel glanced at his watch. 7 o'clock. This was unusual. He had been at the club for many years and had seen diligent players, but they typically arrived at least half an hour later for extra practice. At 7 o'clock, aside from the restaurant staff preparing breakfast, he had rarely encountered anyone training. Moreover, the Yin country lad had been practicing until 11 o'clock the night before. Daniel halted, observing Su Bai intently. His movements were amateurish, particularly his shooting. Even without a goalkeeper, he struggled to hit the target. Though hardworking, the boy seemed utterly lacking in skill aside from passing. Nevertheless, even from the office, Daniel occasionally found himself glancing out the window at the solitary figure on the training field. Chapter 14. The early bird catches the worm. First time in the regional league, at 7:50. Despite Su Bai's stamina being a robust 88, 2 hours of continuous training on an empty stomach had left him feeling rather fatigued. His stomach grumbled. Reluctantly, Su Bai paused his training. The previous night, he had only consumed bread. While the system eliminated negative effects, the sensation of hunger was something it could not dispel. Noticing that there was still an hour before collective training commenced, Su Bai hurriedly packed his belongings, intending to head to the cafeteria for something to eat. As soon as Su Bai departed, the other team members began arriving at the training ground in succession. Ben Kaishi, glancing at the empty training field, recalled his roommate and quickly grabbed his phone, preparing to call Su Bai to urge him to come to practice early. Their head coach despised lazy players. His former roommate, who had been lackadaisical in training, had ultimately been dismissed. Upon connecting the call, Su Bai assured him that he would arrive shortly, though it sounded as if he were still eating. Ben Kaishi frowned at the time. It was rather late for breakfast. He might very well end up being tardy. Having made the call, Ben Kaishi decided not to dwell on Su Bai any longer and began his warm-up routine. At 30. A total of over 30 players were lined up neatly on the training field. Meanwhile, Daniel strode into the training ground with an air of authority, accompanied by Wycliffe, who was checking the attendance list. Ben Kaishi surveyed his surroundings, letting out a resigned sigh. As expected, that guy hadn't yet arrived. Soon, Wycliffe confirmed to Daniel that the only player missing was Su Bai. Just then, Su Bai dashed into the training ground. Feeling the collective gaze upon him, Su Bai felt a twinge of embarrassment. It seemed that the bread he had packed had spoiled overnight, and he had suffered from an upset stomach, causing him to be late for the first training session. This guy is probably in for a scolding. Damn it, is he going to make the whole team run 10 laps? Probably. Doesn't he know to come earlier? No wonder Yin country football is so poor. This guy has some talent, but with such laziness, he won't amount to much. Look at the look in Mr. Daniel's eyes. It seems he's ready to eat him alive. Please don't drag us into it. This is bad. Punishment runs are a certainty now. Damn Yin country kid, this is all your fault. At that moment, even Ben Kaishi cast a worried glance at Su Bai. He had called him, so how could he still be late? He should hurry in. He needed to take care not to overexert himself. While it was commendable for young people to be diligent, they shouldn't jeopardize their health. It was quite surprising that Daniel, who usually resembled a lion in heat, spoke such words with a smile. Countless eyes widened in disbelief. Even assistant coach Wycliffe stared at his head coach with wide eyes. What was going on? They were late, yet he was advising against being overly diligent. Not only Wycliffe, but several teammates also cast jealous glances at Su Bai. This guy was truly favored. If it weren't for the difference in their skin color and hair, they might suspect Su Bai was Daniel's illegitimate child. Rejoining the group, Su Bai integrated into the training session. After all, this was merely the U18 team. Daniel refrained from delving into complex tactical analysis. After warming up the players, he proceeded to divide them for a practice match. However, this time, Su Bai wasn't placed in Team A. Fortunately, Daniel positioned him in the center of Team B this time. Su Bai became the sole attacking midfielder for Team B. He couldn't comprehend it. Watching Su Bai, who frequently made mistakes yet occasionally executed remarkable plays, Daniel shook his head in bewilderment. Not only Daniel, but Wycliffe, standing beside him, also found it difficult to understand. This kid sometimes appeared as a master of ball control, yet at other times resembled a novice. Which version of him was the true one? Su Bai once again dazzled the crowd with his exquisite fried meatballs, followed by a flamboyant overhead pass. Unfortunately, the forward from Team B, rather sluggish in speed, squandered what should have been a splendid assist, allowing the defender to execute a remarkable clearance instead. Rising from the ground, the forward sheepishly gave Su Bai a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Your passing is as beautiful as ever." Ben Kaishi, who was positioned opposite Su Bai, witnessed that magnificent pass with his own eyes. Both the placement and velocity of the ball were nothing short of a perfect through ball, yet the forward from Team B was simply too slow to react. Had it been Whit Benny Dick, that ball would undoubtedly have found the back of the net. Boss, why not let this lad have a go in the weekend's league match? With admiration for Su Bai's brilliant display, Wycliffe couldn't help but voice his thoughts. The first round of the Regional Liga, and you want to throw this kid in? Although Daniel felt a twinge of temptation, he still thought it was a bit premature. After all, this young man had only been with Schalke for less than 2 days. With less than 3 days remaining until the weekend's league match, it seemed rather exaggerated to thrust a newcomer who had never played a match directly onto the Regional Liga stage. While the crowd may not be vast, at least the local old-timers would come to watch. Those fellows could be quite vocal. As for this kid's mental fortitude, it remained a mystery. What if he choked when the time came? In that moment, Daniel resembled a mother sending her child off to kindergarten for the first time. Boss, I merely suggested letting him play a few minutes at the end to get a feel for the Regional Liga atmosphere. It won't impact the team at all. Besides, haven't you always wanted to reshape the squad? If we could play tiki-taka in the Regional Liga, perhaps other teams from the TUD, Bundesliga, or even the Bundesliga would come knocking. Noticing Daniel's hesitation, Wycliffe seized the opportunity. He knew that his coach had long harbored dreams of becoming a true head coach, even if it were for a TUD Bundesliga team. He wanted to lead a team of his own, not merely serve as a caretaker at Schalke. All right, keep an eye on Su Bai over the next few days. You can let him in on a little information to help him prepare mentally. Also, tell him not to train so excessively. We don't want him to be out of shape when we need him on the field. Wycliffe nodded. it dawned on him that Su Bai's relentless training had not gone unnoticed. Not just by him, but by their head coach as well. Meanwhile, Su Bai, entangled in a training session with the A-team midfielders, remained blissfully unaware that his diligence had already earned him a spot in the starting lineup for the first round of the Regional Liga. Chapter 15. The harsh reality of professional football. For a full 3 days, Su Bai functioned like a machine, adhering to a strict regimen of training, meals, training, and sleep. His life had become monotonously dull. Even when Ben Kaisher urged him to join for drinks, Su Bai politely declined. His mind was solely focused on enhancing his ball control skills. Moreover, attributes such as offensive awareness and speed were imperative for improvement. In short, for Su Bai at that moment, everything outside of training was a distraction. On Friday morning, as usual, Su Bai rose early at 5 to commence his training. However, upon learning through an assistant coach that Su Bai was so dedicated, Ben Kaisher decided to join him in his training endeavors. What puzzled Ben Kaisher was Su Bai's relentless practice of the most fundamental skills. He even devoted time to practicing juggling. This left Ben Kaisher somewhat bemused, as these were activities he had played with as a child. Although he and Su Bai were roommates, Ben Kaisher, residing in Gelsenkirchen, had hardly spent much time there, and thus, he and Su Bai were not particularly familiar with one another. Despite waking up early due to Su Bai's influence, the two trained separately, each focusing on their own routines. At 8:30, Su Bai and his teammates stood quietly on the training field, awaiting Daniel's arrival. Today was a significant day for the season, as Saturday marked the first match of the Regional Liga. The head coach would select the starting lineup for tomorrow's match during the practice scrimmage. As anticipated, Daniel and Wycliffe entered the training ground right on time. The players' speculation proved correct. Wycliffe held a black notebook, which would determine the 18-man roster for the upcoming match. Given that Schalke 04U18 boasted a squad of 32, this list would essentially define the final roster capable of rotation for the season. Those not included in this list would regrettably find themselves without a place in Schalke 04 for the remainder of the season, left to seek opportunities elsewhere, particularly those who had only signed apprentice contracts. All eyes were glued to Wycliffe's notebook, with many players trembling in anticipation. They were desperate not to leave in disgrace. Tomorrow afternoon marked their league debut. Last season, they finished fourth, a commendable achievement, yet the team's star forward and attacking midfielder had departed. Now competing in the Bundesliga. As long as you can perform, even if Schalke has no position for you, we will certainly find you a suitable team, Daniel proclaimed, attempting to inspire hope. Even if you are not on the final list, do not despair. As long as you continue to strive, a bright future awaits. Daniel's grandiose speech, however, failed to resonate with the players. What was professional football if not a harsh reality? Effort alone would not guarantee a luminous future. Such notions were a ruse to deceive the naive. Without talent, no amount of hard work would change one's fate. After delivering his passionate address, Daniel turned and left the pitch. As the head coach, he bore no obligation to read each name to the players. With Daniel's departure, Wycliffe opened the notebook and stood at the forefront. A cart filled with yellow vests was pushed beside him. Wycliffe surveyed the group before he began to read from the notebook. Bobby Edgar, a tall, expressionless figure, standing at nearly 1.9 meters, stepped forward to accept a yellow vest. As last season's starting goalkeeper, Bobby Edgar had harbored concerns about his position from the very beginning. Esther Scott, the team's primary center back, Webster Jeffrey, also a primary center back, Morton Jim, starting left back, Sidney Parker, starting right back, Lloyd and Cairo, primary defensive midfielder, Hardy Hunt, left winger, Wheeler and Cairo, right winger, Ben Kaisher, attacking midfielder, Halim O'Shea, also an attacking midfielder, forward, Whit Benny Dick. Once the 11 starters were announced, those called stood across from the rest. Out of 32 players, only 21 remained. Now was the most brutal moment. Only 7 among them would make it onto the final roster. The others could choose to stay or leave. If luck were on their side, perhaps one of the 18 would be injured or unfit, allowing for a substitute. But they would have to wait. Wycliffe adjusted his glasses and gazed at the remaining players. He had witnessed this scene countless times before. There was no need for pity. Smedley Lev, upon hearing his name, Smedley Lev clenched his fists tightly, his face flushed with excitement. As a goalkeeper, making the list meant he still had a chance to represent Schalke 04 this season. In stark contrast, another goalkeeper, Hancock, lowered his head in disappointment. At 20 years old, despite his efforts, his height of 1.85 meters left him at a disadvantage in goalkeeping duels. Unlike other positions, even being the second goalkeeper offered scant opportunity to play, let alone aspire to be the third choice. One by one, names were read aloud. Some rejoiced, while others mourned. After the sixth name was read, the remaining 15 eagerly awaited the final name. Wycliffe paused dramatically, lifting his gaze to Su Bai, who stood at the back of the line. He wondered if that young man from the fiery nation was feeling nervous. However, to Wycliffe's disappointment, Su Bai wore an indifferent expression, prompting him to shake his head in resignation. It seemed that those with talent exuded confidence effortlessly. Su Bai. Wycliffe wasted no time and directly announced Su Bai's name. At that moment, several players expressed surprise. While Su Bai's talent was evident, he had only been with the team for less than 5 days. How could one expect a newcomer to be thrust straight into the roster? Could it be that he would actually step onto the field? Those not selected began to murmur amongst themselves, though their chatter bore no weight. Once the names were all read, Daniel returned to the forefront. This is the final roster for tomorrow's match. If anyone wishes to leave, you may do so immediately. Registration for the Regional Liga has not yet concluded. Perhaps you may find opportunities with other teams. As long as you establish contact, the club is entirely willing to release you in accordance with the contract. This is the final ultimatum. At this moment, once you depart from the team, there remains a chance for you to find opportunities with some lesser teams in the third division, if you choose not to leave. Then for this season, even if you merely sit on the bench, you must see it through diligently. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, one after another. Ultimately, 2 individuals stepped forward. Daniel did not utter a word, simply smiled and shook hands in farewell before disregarding the matter further. Su Bai observed as one who had been a teammate just moments before shouldered his bag and departed, and could not help but feel a pang of melancholy. Professional football is indeed this ruthless. Chapter 16. The invitation from Hao Junmin. Young people must endure loneliness. 3 days of intense training had allowed Su Bai to accumulate 3 free attribute points. Without much deliberation, he allocated them all to his ball control attribute. A ball control rating of 68 remains utterly inadequate. However, at the level of the third division, the fundamental actions are at least somewhat commendable. With the separation of the 2 teams, intra-squad training matches commenced. Being part of the B team, Su Bai became the only player on the roster among the midfielders. This naturally positioned him as the organizational core of the B team. However, being the core is not an easy task. All of the B team's offensive plays were reliant on him. Receiving the ball, passing without hesitation, Su Bai gradually evolved from being awkward to becoming familiar with his teammates. With the skill card for fried meatballs, he began to find his rhythm in midfield. This lad seems to be making progress. Observing Su Bai orchestrate the B team with commendable precision, Daniel remarked with a hint of surprise. Wycliffe stood beside Daniel. It is only natural for him to improve. He is the most diligent player on the team. Moreover, he has adhered strictly to the dietary regimen I provided, with the notoriously unpalatable chicken breast now his staple. Witnessing Su Bai's performance, Wycliffe nodded in approval. Everyone loves a genius, and a diligent genius is even rarer. Given this display, he is certainly fit to play, Daniel asserted. Upon hearing Daniel's words, Wycliffe merely chuckled and refrained from further comment. He is well aware of the type of person their head coach is. Although he clearly intends to make this decision, he insists on verbal acknowledgement as if it were his own coercion. Daniel shot a playful glare at Wycliffe. The 30-minute scrimmage swiftly concluded. 3-0. Naturally, the A team emerged victorious with ease. The B team had several opportunities, yet their forwards proved inept, failing to convert Su Bai's through balls. Daniel was left speechless. This is the reality of the U18 squad. The starting lineup could easily compete in the second division, but the substitutes are woefully inadequate. It is an unavoidable circumstance. If substitutes possessed the skill level of starters, they would have long sought opportunities elsewhere. Those who still remain in the B team awaiting their chance are hardly formidable. After the training match, Daniel organized some light recovery exercises for the players and announced the cancellation of the afternoon training session. After all, a match is scheduled for tomorrow, and they cannot afford to exhaust the players, can they? However, while the others chose to rest, Su Bai had no intentions of doing so. He planned to engage in additional practice in the afternoon, eager to earn another attribute point. At this moment, he was entirely devoid of any desire to rest. Yet, around 4 o'clock, his phone rang. At this hour, it was still the middle of the night back home. And considering he had few friends in the land of the war chariots, His phone had never rung before. Su Bai moved to the sidelines and answered the call. To his surprise, it was Hao Junmin. With the Bundesliga set to kick off tomorrow, what could Hao Junmin want to discuss with him at this time? Puzzled, he answered the call. Su Bai? Yes, it's me, brother Hao. Oh, why don't you come to my house for dinner tonight? I asked my sister-in-law to prepare some hometown dishes. I will wait for you at the club entrance. Hao Junmin, in a flurry, hung up after a few hurried words. Su Bai felt a warmth in his heart. Despite facing some challenges in his own team, Hao Junmin still regarded him as a compatriot in this foreign land. Sweaty from training, it would be inappropriate to visit someone else's home without freshening up. After taking a quick shower and tidying his hair, Su Bai hurriedly set out. Fortunately, Schalke 04's club was located in the city. Upon stepping out, he found a supermarket and bought some fruit before heading out. When he arrived at the club entrance, he found Hao Junmin already there, waiting with a bag on his back. Su Bai, why are you still buying things? Seeing Su Bai carrying a heap of fruit, Hao Junmin hurried over to help him carry one of the bags. Brother Hao, it's my first visit to your home, and it wouldn't be polite to come empty-handed. The fruit in the land of the war chariots is quite expensive, and you probably haven't received your salary yet. You shouldn't waste your money. It's just me and Li Qian at home. We want to be able to finish all this fruit. So you can leave some in your dormitory. Brother Hao, you're treating me as an outsider. It's a rule among us from the land of flames to never enter someone else's house empty-handed. Seeing Su Bai's stubbornness, Hao Junmin could only smile helplessly. All right then, let us go with that. Hao Junmin led Su Bai to his car. It was not a luxury vehicle, merely a Volkswagen Passat in the land of the war chariots. Such cars serve as transportation for many families. Observing Su Bai examining his car, Hao Junmin chuckled wryly. This one is second-hand. To be honest, I wouldn't dare purchase a luxury car after coming here. You know how the fans are back home. They can be ruthless in their criticism. Su Bai chuckled and nodded. He recalled the story of Dong Fengzhua, who bought a luxury car shortly after signing with Manchester United and was criticized for nearly a decade. Hao Junmin's low profile had earned him a reputation as one of the few reliable players in the eyes of fans in the land of flames. Although his abilities may be average, at least no one has criticized him. Soon, they arrived at the building where Hao Junmin rented an apartment. The 13th floor housed several apartments. The rent is a bit pricey, but safety is a priority. Most residents here are individuals with middle to upper middle incomes in the land of the war chariots. It's also quite quiet. If you're interested, I can help you find one if money is tight. I can cover the costs for you. Seeing Su Bai examining the apartment, Hao Junmin thought Su Bai might prefer not to stay in the dormitory. No need. Brother, how'd I prefer to stay in the dormitory for now? My wages barely cover my living expenses. I'll think about it, once I've established myself. Youth is indeed marked by this kind of ambition. The two of them chatted and laughed as they entered Hao Junmin's home. Inside was a duplex apartment. The living room was impeccably tidy. Upon entering, Li Qian was waiting at the door. Oh, what did you buy? Hurry inside. Li Qian appeared to be in her 20s, not overly beautiful but possessing a commendable demeanor. Embodying the features of a typical Eastern woman, taking the fruit from Su Bai, Li Qian poured him a glass of water before heading to the kitchen. Su Bai and Hao Junmin settled onto the sofa. Su Bai, just focus on your training for now. Don't rush things. After all, you've only just arrived at Schalke a few days ago. It took me a month before I had my first opportunity to play. The U18 squad is considered strong in Schalke. Had it not been for the restrictions of being a youth team, they might have already advanced to the second division. For now, concentrate on your training. That day, Raoul praised your passing skills and mentioned to others that he has a younger brother whose passing is exceptional. Noticing Su Bai's slight awkwardness, Hao Junmin opened up the conversation. Brother Hao, it seems I've made it into the 18-man roster. As soon as Su Bai spoke, the tea that Hao Junmin had just swallowed sprayed everywhere. What? Chapter 17. The opening of the 3rd Division League. Su Bai's debut? Hao Junmin was taken aback by Su Bai's announcement. That moment, Li Qian emerged from the kitchen carrying dishes. Observing her husband spraying tea all over, she grabbed a mop and came out, chiding him. Take your time drinking. We have a guest. No, Qianer, you won't believe this. Su Bai just made it into the roster. I was just about to boast about my own inclusion when he hit me with this news. Hao Junmin's words clearly surprised Li Qian as well. What? Su Bai just signed, right? It's only been a few days, and he has already made it into the roster. Having been with Hao Junmin for over a decade, Li Qian was well acquainted with football. Newcomers typically needed at least a month to assimilate into the team, let alone earn playing time. Of course, exceptions exist for star players, but even they rarely find themselves on the field just a few days after signing. Su Bai has only been in Schalke for 5 days, and he has already made it into the roster? Not the starting lineup, though. I'm a bit disappointed, observing the expressions of the couple. Su Bai assumed they were merely trying to console him. Su Bai, you don't understand. The team's playing style, especially at the start of the season, is usually well established. The 18-man roster is a product of the coach's careful consideration of all potential situations. Being included in the roster means you at least have a chance to play. For newcomers, particularly those who have never participated in official matches before, it's truly remarkable to make the roster. At the very least, it signifies that Daniel believes you possess the capability to be on the field. By the way, I almost forgot. Let me show you something valuable. As the conversation drew to a close, Hao Jumin promptly rose from his seat and retrieved his laptop from the study. He then positioned himself directly in front of Su Bai. "Look at this," he exclaimed, opening the computer to reveal a post he had made on the Yanghua forum. The post boasted over 4,700 comments and more than 30,000 shares. Having been pinned to the top, Su Bai was momentarily taken aback. The title, Schalke 04's Yanghua Young Star, was unmistakably referring to him. "Haha, I posted that assist on the forum. Just look at all these praises." Su Bai carefully perused the comments. "Wow, this fried meatball, this pass, damn, it's undeniably superior to the national team's players. OP, please clarify. I checked the Schalke official site, and aside from Hao Junmin, there are no other Yanghua players. That pass was truly exquisite. It completely embodies the essence of Barcelona. Haha, I dare say, no one in Yanghua could replicate that pass. No doubt, this isn't just about ball control. Look at the vision and awareness behind the pass. It's undoubtedly top-tier talent. Such innate ability cannot be forged through practice. With just that one touch, I must say, none of our national players could achieve something like that." Su Bai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Was it really that absurd? The Yanghua fans were truly pitiable, gushing over a simple pass made abroad. "Haha, Su Bai, you are now the beacon of hope for our Yanghua," he thought to himself. I must add another comment. The Yanghua Young Star has made it onto Schalke 04's roster for the first round of the Regional Liga. Hao Junmin, brimming with enthusiasm, took the laptop and began typing fervently. Soon, the pinned post regained its fervor. Satisfied with the outcome, Hao Junmin closed the laptop. "Let us go. It's time to eat." Without considering Su Bai's thoughts, he dragged Su Bai off to the dining room. Having resided in the land of the war machine for quite some time, Su Bai had not relished authentic Chinese cuisine. Moreover, Li Qian, a native of Sichuan, was renowned for her culinary prowess in preparing exquisite Sichuan dishes. As soon as Su Bai sat at the table, he could hardly put down his chopsticks. Observing Su Bai devour his meal with such fervor, Li Qian and Hao Junmin couldn't help but chuckle. "Eat slowly, there's plenty more. If you ever crave it again, just give your sister-in-law a call. I'll ensure you're satisfied." After departing from Hao Junmin's home, it was already past 7 o'clock. Initially, Hao Junmin intended to drive Su Bai home, but Su Bai politely declined. The distance from Hao Junmin's residence to the club was not too far. After quickly tidying up in the dormitory, Su Bai made his way to the training ground. Under the bright moonlight, he practiced diligently on the field, alone. Meanwhile, not far away, Daniel occasionally approached the window, gazing downwards. With his eyes lifted to the moon and his gaze lowered, he caught sight of hope. Schalke 04 was established on May 4, 1904, and is located in the suburb of Gelsenkirchen, hence the name Schalke 04. When the Bundesliga was officially founded in 1963, Schalke 04 was one of its founding members. Though Schalke 04 has never clinched the Bundesliga title due to various limitations, it has retained a devoted fanbase. As the clock approached midnight, a group of individuals gathered at the entrance of the Veltins Arena. These spectators had come to witness the Schalke youth team compete in the Regional Liga. Among them were ragged, homeless individuals and well-dressed professionals, a stark juxtaposition. Yet, upon entering the stadium, they shouted a unified chant, "Su, hurry up and get in." Su Bai was still observing the sparse crowd in the stands when a teammate pulled him along. Everything was entirely different from what Su Bai had anticipated. There was no warm welcome from fans, no banners or signs. The stands barely accommodated 1,000 people. The Veltins Arena, with a capacity of 61,524, looked rather forlorn with such minimal attendance. The starting players had already entered the pitch alongside the referee, leaving Su Bai as a substitute to take his seat on the bench. In the evenings, the stadium belonged to the first team. Thus, their matches were scheduled for midday. Such was the nature of the regional Liga. Aside from cities lacking Bundesliga teams, attendance might be somewhat higher. Yet even U18 matches attracted more spectators than their own. Noticing Su Bai's bewilderment, Wycliffe began to explain. "Thank you, sir," Su Bai responded gratefully. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Wycliffe had been particularly attentive lately, providing him with a specialized meal plan and ensuring the restaurant prepared custom breakfasts for him. These were precisely what Su Bai needed at this juncture. Observing Su Bai's polite demeanor, Wycliffe smiled and turned his gaze back to the field. Chapter 18. Brutality, collision, long passes, and high balls. Is this the regional Liga? There was no formal opening ceremony. Even in the first round, both teams played as if it were a friendly match. After a brief group photo, the two teams took their positions at the sidelines. Schalke 04's opponent today was Hansa Rostock, a team recently relegated from the Bundesliga. Rostock had claimed the last league and cup double in East Germany during the 1990-91 season, thus earning the right to compete in the Bundesliga post-reunification. However, after just one season, they were relegated to the second division. Following 3 seasons of struggle, they returned to the Bundesliga in 1995, managing to retain their position for a time. Unfortunately, due to financial constraints, they faced relegation in the 2004-05 season. The subsequent loss of key players made it exceedingly difficult for them even in the Bundesliga, with promotion seeming a distant dream. Last season, Rostock experienced a historic drop to the regional Liga. The club's upper management resigned, and the team was sold off. Ultimately, it was the collective efforts of Rostock's fans that allowed the team to survive. Despite this, Rostock's strength should not be underestimated, as their current players possess Bundesliga-level experience and skills. As the match commenced, Daniel furrowed his brow. Schalke 04 retained their familiar 4-3-3 formation, with Witt, Benedict leading the attack, and the midfield duo of Hailem and Ben Keishi. However, they were faced with a formidable Rostock midfield consisting of 36-year-old Chekovic and 35-year-old Bienlich. The inexperienced Ben Keishi and the impatient Hailem were no match for their seasoned opponents. Right from the start, Schalke 04 aggressively pushed forward, eager to exploit Rostock's aging lineup. Daniel had previously outlined a strategy that relied on speed and stamina to overwhelm them. Hailem charged forward but was swiftly brought down by Bienlich, who tackled him cleanly. To make matters worse, the referee, standing nearby, signaled for play to continue, ignoring Hailem's fall. Bienlich, undeterred, executed a sweeping pass, finding the youthful and speedy Bartels on the right flank. After a deft touch with his right foot, Rostock's promising young player began his display of speed down the right wing. Faced with Schalke's left-back Morton, Bartels skillfully nudged the ball to the right, accelerating past the unprepared Morton. The Schalke defense found itself in disarray. After all, Rostock's forward was the veteran Hong, who had just joined them from Hamburg. Standing at 1.92 meters, he was known for using his head to score goals, making him a formidable presence against Schalke's inexperienced youth defenders. Esther Scott and Webster Jeffrey. As expected, after taking a couple of strides, Bartels unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot. Inside the penalty area, against the towering and skilled Hong, the young Schalke defenders had no chance to resist. The imposing Hong easily rose above them, directing the ball towards the net. Beep. The whistle blew. Just 1 minute and 3 seconds into the match, Schalke 04, playing at home, found their goal breached by Rostock. On Rostock's bench, all the substitutes and coaches embraced in exhilaration. Hong, who had scored, showed little emotion, casting a cold glance at the Schalke defenders still sprawled on the ground before slowly walking back to his half. Damn it, Hailem, is your brain filled with nonsense? How many times must I emphasize utilizing speed and quick passing to wear them down? You just had to rush in recklessly. Daniel, witnessing the team concede so quickly, angrily tossed aside his water bottle. Shit, what are they playing? This is utter rubbish. Is this really Schalke 04? Though the tickets are cheap, it shouldn't be played like this, just 1 minute in, and it's those old-timers from Rostock. What was the defender doing last night? He appeared utterly lacking in physical presence. Although he hails from the Bundesliga, he is already 37 years old. Can't he even stand up to an old man? Damn it, what kind of performance is this? Conceding a goal so quickly not only left the head coach seething with anger, but the few fans present on the sidelines were also vocally expressing their frustrations. Su Bai turned to glance at the crude behavior of his own supporters and felt a twinge of surprise. It is worth noting that his previous exposure to the Bundesliga had been through the television, where the fans donned their team's jerseys and waved their scarves, steadfast in their loyalty. In stark contrast, the group behind him was shockingly vulgar at Su. This is the regional Liga. It's one thing to hurl insults. On occasion, when the team performs poorly, these fellows might even descend to physically assaulting the players, remarked the substitute goalkeeper, Smedley. The thought of players getting beaten up sent a shiver down Su Bai's spine. This truly reflects the barbaric level of the nation of war machines. Meanwhile, Daniel continued to rant on the sidelines. On the other side, the visiting team's coach wore a smile. Su Bai turned to look at the glaring scoreboard. 1 o'clock. Is this the regional Liga? It's far more rudimentary than he had anticipated. As the match progressed, both teams began to showcase their respective offensive plays. The football zipped back and forth between them, and Su Bai's eyes began to ache from the relentless motion. For a full 30 minutes, it seemed the ball barely touched the ground. A long pass to receive, an attack down the flanks, followed by a cross from the byline. There wasn't even a hint of a central penetration. The ball appeared completely disconnected from the midfield. The match was exceedingly dull, punctuated only by crude tackles and the occasional whistle. This opening match of the Regional Liga left Su Bai utterly astounded. Chapter 19. Is it time to take the field? Su Bai's debut. The average age of the players on the field for Rostock was approaching 32. Among the 11, a full 6 players were retired athletes who had previously played for Rostock in the Bundesliga or two. Bundesliga, to put it kindly, they were retired players. To say it bluntly, they were the older and weaker individuals discarded by various clubs. Yet, even these so-called veterans were utterly dominating Schalke 04's youth team. Especially in midfield, the duo of Chetkovic and Raschke completely froze out Ben Kaisher and Hailem O'Shea. There were no passes or direct balls. Even simple advances were incredibly challenging. Although Rostock's holding midfielder Chetkovic was not particularly fast, his robust physique and extensive defensive experience rendered Hailem O'Shea helpless. The tactical maneuvers that usually worked for him fell flat in front of Chetkovic, a simple body-to-body contact, and the ball was easily stripped from Hailem O'Shea's feet. Within the first 20 minutes, Schalke 04 had yet to muster a single worthwhile attack. If it weren't for the commendable performances of the two fullbacks, the score could easily have been 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock. Daniel was still on the sidelines, vociferously directing his players. However, no matter how hard he tried, the situation on the field remained unchanged. Against the experienced Rostock side, Schalke seemed like a U18 team, utterly unable to mount any resistance. At the 35th minute of the match, constant midfield errors finally allowed Rostock to seize an opportunity. The stubborn Hailem O'Shea, in his nth attempt to bypass Chetkovic with a simple change of direction, found himself thwarted. Chetkovic executed a precise positioning maneuver and effortlessly lifted the ball away from Hailem's feet. He then executed a sweeping crossfield pass to the left flank, reaching Stein. Employing the same strategy, Stein delivered a diagonal 45-degree long pass to the towering Rostock striker Hanger, who leapt high to meet the ball. Without a doubt, the imposing Hanger continued to dominate Schalke's central defenders, forcefully heading the ball into the net. 2-0, boo, hiss. What rubbish. What level are that defender and attacking midfielder operating at? Damn it, don't embarrass us at the Garden Stadium, just get off the field. As Rostock celebrated, the jeers and curses from the stands echoed loudly. Damn it, Hailem, are you deaf? I told you to quickly pass the ball to the flanks. Can't you hear? An enraged Daniel was completely unconcerned about hurting Hailem's feelings as he raged on the sidelines. On the field, Hailem, having conceded the goal, hung his head in silence. Not just Hailem. On the other side, the utterly ineffective Ben Kaisher looked just as dispirited. The entire Schalke 04 team resembled wilting flowers in defeat. Meanwhile, in the fiery nation, Li Shuo, who had been keeping an eye on the National Football Forum, was frantically searching for a live broadcast of the Regional Liga match. Unfortunately, there was no coverage to be found. Alongside him, many fans had flocked to the thread posted by How Junmin.in, the current landscape of the 5 major leagues. Only How Junmin remained in the Bundesliga, and indeed, he was the sole player from the fiery nation competing in a prominent foreign league. As for the younger generation, the national football scene had seen no exceptional young talents in recent years. Compared to the talent-rich environments of Goryeo and Fusang, the fiery nation was in dire straits. Thus, The sudden emergence of a regional Liga player sparked a glimmer of hope among the fervent fans. Under Hao Juemin's post, numerous comments pleaded for live coverage of the regional Liga. At the scene. There's a dark-haired fellow on the bench, but he hasn't taken the field. He looks like the guy from the video. Wow, good man. Hurry up and livestream the score. Suddenly, I'm interested in the regional Liga. Exactly, get the live stream going. I've been searching for half an hour, and there's no broadcast at all. Unfortunately, Schalke is trailing 0-2, clearly not on the same level as Rostock, especially in midfield. It's abysmal. That number 9 is slow and clumsy, and he insists on trying to dribble. He just got dispossessed and then conceded another goal from a header. Damn it. If the midfield is weak, then let our young lad take the field. I think his dribbling and passing skills should be more than enough for the regional Liga. Exactly. Are these foreigners discriminating against us? If he has the skills, why not let him play? Bro, it's all on you now. Hurry up and live stream. Finally, there's a place to get updates. At that moment, Li Shua quietly observed the thread. Refreshing it repeatedly, he yearned to fly to the scene to watch the match, not for any other reason but to see if our talented compatriots could shine abroad. The tedious match continued. The score of 2-0 allowed Rostock to relax further. After several failed attempts at dribbling, Hailim finally got his head in the game, ceasing to engage in head-to-head battles with Rostock's holding midfielders. He and Ben Kaisher began attempting to pass the ball out to the flanks. However, regretfully, even the wings were ineffective. Right winger Wheeler and left winger Hardy faced overwhelming pressure from Rostock's defense. Thus, the lackluster first half concluded with the referee's whistle. However, as he passed Su Bai, Daniel shot him a glance. "What are you doing? Go warm up." Su Bai was taken aback. "Warm up? What's the point of warming up during halftime?" "Congratulations, congratulations." Just as Su Bai pondered this, Smedley patted him on the shoulder with a smile. "For what reason? Don't you know? You're going in for the second half, and you're going in directly." Smedley's words filled Su Bai with surprise. Although he had made it to the roster, he hadn't really considered stepping onto the field. As Hao Juemin had said, newcomers typically needed a month or two to acclimate before being given a chance. He never anticipated his debut would come so swiftly. What Su Bai was unaware of was that Daniel, already dissatisfied with Hailim's ball-holding tendencies, had grown weary of his dismal performance in the first half. Rather than letting Hailim continue to embarrass himself, it was better to let Su Bai have or wide at the very least. Su Bai might manage to deliver a few threatening passes for Schalke. 0 shots on goal in the first half. This was Daniel's most humiliating match yet. Chapter 20. The Golden 100 line. Is this the mark of a goal? Is this for real? Wasn't it just halftime? Why the sudden warm-up? Wow, who knows? Players who were set to enter the field at the start of the second half typically have no time to change, so they warm up during these 15 minutes. Haha, really? This is exciting. I wonder if that kid will show his skills. Brothers upstairs, shoot some video. Once the match is over, post it on the thread. Precisely, just film our kid. But if he plays poorly, let's not embarrass ourselves. Haha, don't worry, this is the regional Liga. The level is about equivalent to the Chinese Super League. I believe that kid skills should be sufficient for the regional Liga. I think so too. The level of the regional Liga is generally quite average. The Bundesliga is a step up. At this moment, countless fans on the Fiery Nations forum were focused on Su Bai. Meanwhile, Daniel, who had just entered the locker room, angrily kicked over the tactical boards standing in the room. The teammates trailing behind him were all hunched over like quails, not daring to exhale a single breath. What about tactics? What about mobilization, movement? Have you all lost your minds? Do you not comprehend what I have previously articulated? Do you understand the concept of expansive maneuvering? Quick ball exchanges, the midfield and defense must connect seamlessly. Have I not made myself clear? What have you accomplished? Hailim, is your mind filled with nonsense? Enough. You're being substituted. The furious Daniel resembled a raging lion. Despite his inner reluctance, Hailim dared not protest his substitution. He was well aware of Daniel's uncompromising temperament. Confronting him could lead to a dreadful outcome. Soon enough, the 15-minute halftime break concluded, and the players from both teams made their way back onto the field. Daniel summoned Su Bai to the sidelines. Su, your task is to deliver the passes. I have already informed Banditik and the others that you must distribute the ball promptly. Remember, do not hold on to it. Su Bai nodded in acknowledgement. That moment, the staff on the sidelines raised the substitution board high, and Su Bai stepped onto the field, taking his position in midfield. Haha, Amon, Amon brothers, as Wu Chong, a student studying abroad in the war chariot nation, was there to witness the Bundesliga match between Schalke and Stuttgart. However, having arrived a bit early with nothing to do, he unexpectedly found himself in the stadium, preparing to watch a regional Liga match to pass the time, not realizing he would also encounter a game featuring fellow compatriots. In that instant, he became the live commentator for the match. The Yen Nation Football Forum became the live broadcast platform for Su Bai's inaugural match. Yet, at this moment, Su Bai was completely oblivious to the fact that his game would attract so much attention in the Yen Nation. His mind was filled with the system's voice. As soon as he stepped onto the pitch, the system triggered a new task. Ding. Task acquired. Perfect debut. Task level DSSS. Rewards will be based on task completion level. Observing his teammates on the field, Su Bai began contemplating what kind of performance would elevate his task completion level. Beep. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the second half of the regional Liga match, Schalke 04 versus Rostock, commenced. Rostock had the first possession. Su Bai sprinted quickly towards Schalke's defense. After receiving the ball, Bainlix did not hesitate, charging forward with it. Faced with the pressing Wit Banditic, Bainlix deftly nudged the ball to the left with his right foot and maneuvered past. Next, he would confront Su Bai. Seeing the tall Bainlix approaching, Su Bai charged forward. Unfortunately, Su Bai's current defensive attribute was a meager 5'8". To put it bluntly, that 58 was akin to being a mere post. Thus, with just a quick change of direction, Bainlix slipped past Su Bai effortlessly. Fortunately, during halftime, Daniel had instructed the team's defensive midfielder, Lloyd Ankelu, to keep an eye on Su Bai and assist him with defense. Observing Su Bai being easily bypassed, Lloyd Ankelu immediately executed a sliding tackle, bringing Bainlix down along with the ball. Naturally, this sliding challenge was promptly whistled as a foul by the referee. However, no card was issued. At that moment, Daniel on the sidelines wore a worried expression. His decision to substitute Su Bai was somewhat impulsive. Now, witnessing Su Bai being so easily bypassed, concern flooded his mind. What if this guy fails to pass the ball? The midfield defense of Schalke would be rendered ineffective. What is happening? That fool just got substituted. Why is there now a black-haired wooden figure on the field? Is he from Fusang? Or from Gaoli? When did the team acquire such a player? Look at that physique. What football can he play? He'll fly off with just a nudge, lacking any physicality. Alas, Schalke has sunk to the depths. They'll take anyone. That previous fool was utterly useless. Indeed, even if that previous idiot couldn't pass or dribble, at least he could endure a few hits. Now, this guy has come on, and the midfield is utterly unimpeded. We're doomed. Damn. The first team is pathetic, and the U18 team is much better. The fans in the stands were chattering incessantly. They completely failed to understand why Schalke had such an affinity for Asian players. Having had one ineffective player last year and now bringing in another from Fusang. In the eyes of the fans in the War Chariot Nation, what is football? Football is a man-s sport, characterized by intense physical confrontations and frenzied collisions. That is what football is. You bring in a scrawny Asian to play football? Surely, you jest, on the field. The free kick taken by Rostock was punched away by Schalke's goalkeeper. Clearing it from the penalty area, the ball fortuitously landed at the feet of Ben Kaisher, just outside the penalty area. Ben Kaisher received the ball and quickly turned, eager to launch a counterattack, only to find Rostock's right midfielder, Bartz, rushing towards him. Left with no choice, he passed the ball to Su Bai, positioned on the right side of the center circle. Seeing the incoming ball, Su Bai rushed forward to receive it. However, just as Su Bai was about to control the ball, he was pleasantly surprised to see a golden passing route appear before him, marked with a 100 success rate that he had never encountered before. Raising his head slightly, he saw that the endpoint of the passing route led directly to the Rostock goal. With the golden line and the 100 success rate before him, Su Bai hesitated no longer. Without any intention of stopping the ball, he struck it fiercely with his right foot. Chapter 21. A Star is Born. A super long-range shot from 65 meters. Is this guy here to clown around? There's no one ahead, and he's just wildly passing and kicking. Haha, indeed, Schalke 04 has become increasingly degenerate. Players like this without a brain can still take the field. At that distance? Does he think he is Beckham? Damn it, Daniel is becoming increasingly useless. How can a player like this still be on the pitch? That ball. Just as the Schalke fans in the stands were lamenting, they suddenly fell silent. Not only them, but Daniel, who had been cursing his players from the sidelines, also widened his eyes in disbelief. On the other side, the Rostock bench, previously filled with chatter and laughter, suddenly fell silent as they stared blankly at the field. They watched, stunned, as Su Bai's powerful kick sent the ball soaring, crossing the halfway line, and suddenly descending rapidly above the edge of the Rostock penalty area. The Rostock goalkeeper, Hengster, was evidently panicked at that moment. Having faced 0 shots on goal from Schalke in the first half, he had completely relaxed his guard. Consequently, his positioning was becoming increasingly advanced. Most importantly, there had just been a free kick opportunity for Rostock. He was still bracing himself to celebrate their impending goal. Unexpectedly, someone from Schalke 04 would choose to take a shot from that distance. This is Regional Liga, for heaven's sake. Has he been watching too many top 10 highlights? Initially, as Hengster observed the height of Su Bai's shot, he wore a mocking grin. With this technique, the power was merely passable. The ball was still too high as it approached the penalty area, destined to soar out of bounds. However, as the ball flew over his head, Hengster's expression shifted to alarm. The terrifying sight unfolded before him. The ball in the air, spinning violently, began to descend rapidly. Hengster desperately sprinted towards the goal. Sadly, it was to no avail. Even with Hengster exerting every ounce of effort, the ball streaked past him like a meteor, slipping through his fingertips and into the net. Beep. The referee at the center circle decisively blew the whistle, signaling that the goal was valid. At that moment, the Garden Stadium fell into a state of stunned silence as everyone stared at the ball that had just entered the net. The ball went in? Marvelous. It's a goal. Ultimately, Wycliffe, standing beside Daniel, was the first to raise his hands in jubilation and exclaim excitedly. Meanwhile, on the field, Ben Kaischer, standing next to Su Bai, was the first to rush forward and embrace him. Su, that was magnificent. What a stunning goal. Following suit, Schalke's defensive midfielder, Lloyd Ankelu, and winger, Hardy Hanty, along with nearly all the teammates, charged towards Su Bai. They embraced him, playfully ruffling his hair. However, Su Bai remained momentarily dazed. He scored. This was his first professional touch. He never expected to find the net with his very first touch. The sensation, it was far from the exhilaration he had imagined. In fact, it felt a bit anticlimactic. On the sidelines, Daniel was holding his head, utterly incredulous. This guy is simply unbelievable. He actually took a shot from that distance. Was that about 65 meters? He muttered to himself. Beside him, assistant coach Wycliffe wore a beaming smile. Wycliffe's words suddenly made Daniel realize something. Indeed, this kid's scoring was a testament to his keen eye for talent. In that moment, Daniel found himself developing a fondness for this diligent lad from the Yen Nation. Initially, he thought placing this kid on the pitch was somewhat arbitrary, but now, this was anything but arbitrary. The miraculous substitution epitomizes the very essence of Daniel's existence. With a hint of pride, he turned to glance at the group of fans behind him, who had been incessantly criticizing Schalke 04 just moments ago. Did you see that? This is the remarkable influence of a masterful coach. However, it seemed that the fans were still in a state of disbelief. Aside from the staff members on the stands wielding their cameras, only a handful of journalists were excitedly snapping photos. Some fans were exuberantly celebrating the home team's goal, while others were left bewildered, questioning their companions. Shit, did you see that goal? That kid is phenomenal. It was even further than Beckham's shot. I swear to God, that was an exquisite strike. I've been watching Schalke's matches for nearly 30 years, and this is the greatest goal I've ever witnessed. Forgive me, I was just criticizing that kid, but with that goal, he's already miles ahead of the other 10 useless players on the field. What's that kid's name? I don't even know. I think it's Bai Has. Looking at the name, he must be from Yen country. The few fans who remained were excitedly gazing at Su Bai, who was encircled on the field. The best way to make oneself known to the fans is through scoring, and at that moment, Su Bai accomplished just that. Moreover, the fans present would surely remember Su Bai's extraordinary lob from 65 meters out for a long time to come. Among the crowd, Wu Chong had been fervently recording Su Bai with his phone. At the precise moment Su Bai scored, he became the most frenzied celebrant in the stands. This was a sensational lob from 65 meters away. Although it was in the third division, this goal undoubtedly deserved a spot in the top 10 goals of the week in the realm of football. AS the most authoritative football selection in the country. The weekly top 10 goals typically featured strikes from the Bundesliga, yet Wu Chang firmly believed that Su Bai's goal would surely be recognized. A star was born, just like the heartthrob David Beckham, who became renowned for his breathtaking lob. Perhaps, the bashful young lad from Yin Country would become the David Beckham of his nation. Wu Chang posted a message on the forum, and in an instant, the Yin Country football forum erupted. 10 comments, 20 comments, 100 comments, countless messages surged forth. No way, is it true? 65 meters? Don't kid me. If you have the video, hurry up and share it, damn. I told you this guy could play. Did you see that? That was just his first touch, unbelievable. A star is born. If it's real, tomorrow all the newspapers worldwide will feature Su Bai's name. Even though it's the third division, such a super lob won't be overlooked. He might really become famous. Damn it, we need a media outlet to stream the third division live. I can't contain my excitement. 65 meters for a super lob. I haven't even seen the video yet, but just hearing this news has me pumped up. Chapter 22. The frenzied Su Bai, fried meatballs shine in the third division on the Rostock bench. Head coach Akama watched in exaggerated astonishment as Su Bai was surrounded by admirers on the field. He had witnessed Su Bai's remarkable shot firsthand. While the substitutes were shouting that Su Bai was merely lucky, he held a different opinion. Just before the shot, Su Bai had clearly lifted his head to survey the field. It took merely a blink, but that fleeting moment revealed the young man's potential. Such skill could not be easily fabricated. If it could, there would be countless Beckhams around the world. Especially the way he struck the ball. His right foot applied force at a downward angle. Most importantly, he utilized the power of the outside of his foot, a technique not easily mastered. Moreover, executing such a precise lob from such a distance was a feat in itself, creating a rotation that caused the ball to descend rapidly at its peak. Glancing over at the smug Schalke coach Daniel, Akama felt a twinge of jealousy. This fellow was indeed fortunate to have discovered such a promising talent. At 41, Akama had only recently taken the helm after Rostock's relegation last season. Though he had never coached before, his background was anything but ordinary. Since the age of 25, he had been part of the prestigious Manchester United coaching staff. He was acutely aware of how that legendary team became a formidable force feared worldwide. In recent years, he had begun to make a name for himself within United's youth ranks. Had he not been a local of Rostock, he likely would not have accepted the club's generous offer to coach in the third division. As both teams resumed their positions on the field, Akama gazed expectantly at Su Bai. With such exceptional technique, he wondered what other surprises this young talent might unveil. As the match resumed, both teams clashed fiercely in midfield. With the first goal scored, Su Bai's teammates suddenly began to trust him. Upon regaining possession, forward wit Benedict swiftly turned and passed the ball to Su Bai effortlessly received the ball, then side-passed it to his teammate Ben Kaisher, while he himself darted forward. Throughout training, Su Bai had rarely dribbled the ball. So Ben Kaisher was not surprised when Su Bai directly passed it to him. After receiving the ball, Ben Kaisher pushed it forward with his right foot and charged ahead. Rostock's attacking midfielder Beanlet quickly moved in to apply pressure. However, before he could close in, Ben Kaisher deftly nudged the ball back to the awaiting Su Bai, who skillfully let the ball roll past him without any intention of stopping. He moved his right foot forward and sharply struck the bottom of the ball. With that touch, the ball obediently sailed past Rostock's right midfielder Baltas, who was rushing in for support, gliding right in front of him. After evading Baltas, the ball landed perfectly at Ben Kaishi's feet as he maneuvered past Beanlick. What a brilliant play from the sidelines! Daniel could not contain his excitement and shouted out. Not only Daniel, but even Akama, the Rostock coach, could not help but exclaim in admiration. The height and landing of that pass were impeccably calculated. Ben Kaisher, in full stride, required no adjustments. He simply followed his momentum, right foot guiding the ball forward, charging into the heart of Rostock's defense. Rostock's backline was finally feeling the pressure. Ben Kaishi's pace was relentless, and soon he was closing in on the edge of Rostock's penalty area. Seeing the imminent threat, Rostock's defensive midfielder Rashjeb quickly closed in. However, having developed a tacit understanding with Su Bai during training, Ben Kaisher showed no interest in entangling with Rashjeb. With an outside-of-the-foot flick, the ball obediently rolled to the left side. Right in front of the advancing Su Bai delicately controlled the ball with his right foot, preparing to pass. Just then, Rostock's midfielder Čeković, anticipating the pass to Su Bai, lunged at him. Not only Čeković, but even Baltas, who had just been bypassed by Su Bai, was in pursuit. A double team. On the sidelines, Daniel, who had been raising his hand in excitement, suddenly felt a wave of despair wash over him as he saw the double coverage. Su Bai was still too young. He should have passed the ball without stopping. Now, faced with the impending challenge, his chances seemed slim on the field. Confronting the rushing Čeković, Su Bai hesitated not for a moment, instinctively executing a move that felt ingrained in his very essence. With a gentle flick of his right foot, he passed the ball to the left. Čeković stood frozen, shock evident on his face as he turned to see Su Bai glide past him. This kid, he could pull off such a move, and his speed and touch were astonishing. This was fried meatballs. He recognized that maneuver. He had transferred from La Liga, where he had faced Barcelona a few years ago when Mallorca had not yet been relegated to the second division. The extraordinary Barcelona midfielder had used this very trick to toy with Mallorca's midfield. That peculiar yet artistically fluid motion had made him one of the most formidable midfielders in the world. Why, in the third division, did he see the shadow of Iniesta in the skillful, dark-haired Asian? On the field, Su Bai seamlessly dribbled past Čeković and charged towards the edge of Rostock's penalty area. In the blink of an eye, not only was Daniel left astounded on the sidelines, but the Schalke fans in the stands were also leaping to their feet in exhilaration. Brilliant, yin country kid. What a move! Keep it up. Let these Rostock bumpkins know the might of our Schalke 04. Su Bai's performance was far from over. After bypassing Čeković, he hesitated no longer, driving the ball forward with the instep of his right foot. The ball surged rapidly into the penalty area. Meanwhile, Schalke striker Benedict, who had been lurking in the box, suddenly emerged from behind the Rostock defenders. Without a moment's hesitation, Benedict raised his right leg high. With a powerful strike, he connected with the ball. Though Rostock's goalkeeper Hanks attempted to block it with outstretched arms, the football, as expected, soared directly into the net. Beep. The referee raised his hand to signal towards the center circle, indicating the goal was valid. 2-2. Su Bai had been on the pitch for less than 5 minutes. With 1 assist and 1 goal, he helped Schalke 04 equalize. At this moment, the Schalke 04 fans, who had just risen to their feet, erupted into a frenzy of cheers. Chapter 23. Close marking? The frozen Su Bai. Oh my, what was that kid's name? I mean the one who just made that pass. Absolutely brilliant. I have never seen such an insightful young player before. Incredible. My God, Schalke has truly unearthed such a promising talent. Indeed, splendid. Old Jack, I shall be his fan from now on. You old codger, you switch allegiances every time. Weren't you just saying you were a fan of that Hylam? You were the loudest in your criticism just moments ago. That was when I was drunk. It doesn't count. This time, I have faith in this dark-haired lad. I will be his die-hard fan from now on. Tisic, you drunkard. You say that every time. To make oneself known to the fans? The simplest method is to score a goal or provide an assist. Clearly, Su Bai, who had just entered the game, had accomplished this feat almost single-handedly. He invigorated the entire midfield of Schalke 04. Such a star-like performance had already won over the 1,000 or so Schalke fans present. Wu Chong excitedly listened to the seasoned fans' evaluations of Su Bai amidst the crowd, relaying every word in real time to the forum filled with eager fans from Yin country. Su Bai just executed a splendid nutmeg in front of Rostock's penalty area, followed by a precise through ball, assisting Schalke's forward. Now Su Bai boasts 1 goal and 1 assist. Damn, what did I say? I told you this kid could play. Look at him. How impressive. And he has only been on the pitch for less than 10 minutes. Those stats are phenomenal. Incredible, no doubt. The through ball after the nutmeg was absolutely stunning. Brother, do you have a recording? You must share it so we can relish it too. Absolutely, we need footage. This is frustrating to watch live. My heart is itching. Finally, someone from Yin country has emerged with such promise. Thank the heavens. Big brother, you must get it out there. We owe you one. We owe you one. Keep it up. Quick transitions in midfield, ultimately delivering the ball to Su, Lloyd and Kiluo. Those who believe in you, intercept and pass the ball to Su at the first opportunity. Daniel, witnessing the equalizer, excitedly stood on the sidelines, continuously shouting instructions. From 0-2 to 2-2. Schalke 04 achieved this in less than 10 minutes. At this moment, Every Schalke player became invigorated as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Unbeknownst to him, he had already begun to trust the young lad from Yin country, participating in his first professional match. In contrast to Daniel, at this moment, Rostock's head coach Akama, despite his team suddenly conceding an equalizer, displayed no signs of the anticipated chaos on his face. In fact, Akama appeared entirely composed. He merely walked calmly to the sidelines, shouting a few words to his players. "Mark that Yin lad." The Rostock players on the pitch immediately initiated their tactical adjustments. Whether it was the left or right midfielder, they all shifted slightly inwards. One of the double defensive midfielders, Chetkovic, advanced his position, transitioning from defensive midfielder to central midfielder. His singular focus was on the young Su Bai in the 57th minute of the match. Schalke 04, who had just demonstrated fluid teamwork, suddenly seemed as if they had been grasped by the throat like a snake, rendered helpless. The seasoned Chetkovic consistently positioned himself to obstruct Su Bai before he could receive the ball. Without a passing route, Su Bai was rendered ineffective. Conversely, Rostock began relentlessly attacking Schalke 04's defense. In the 62nd minute, Rostock launched another assault from the right flank. After evading Ben Kaischer, Rostock's attacking midfielder, Bane Leakey, delivered a diagonal pass to the right winger, Baltas. The young Baltas received the ball and sped down the right flank. With a deft change of direction, he evaded the advancing Schalke 04 fullback. Then with his right foot, he struck the ball fiercely towards the center. Rising high, Rostock's forward Hahange executed a powerful header. The quality of the shot was exceptional. However, the well-positioned Schalke goalkeeper, Bobby Edgar, managed to deflect Hahange's header with a single palm just in time, averting a crisis for Schalke 04. On the sidelines, Daniel watched anxiously. "Damn it, stay close. Don't let him have such an easy shot. If necessary, commit a foul. Are you made of wood?" Witnessing the right side being so effortlessly breached, Daniel exploded in anger at Morten Jim. Observing his boss's furious demeanor, Morten Jim lowered his head in silence. Rostock earned a corner kick. The physically dominant Rostock forward Hahange, in the center, overwhelmed Schalke 04's defense with his mere presence and heading ability. During this corner kick defense, Schalke 04's twin center-backs remained fixated on Hahange. However, during the jump, they found themselves utterly powerless against Hahange. Fortunately, Hahange's header wasn't as exceptional, as he managed to get a touch but sent the ball out of play. From that moment onwards, the passive situation began to unfold. In the 69th minute, struggling Schalke 04 finally gained a counterattack opportunity. However, Ben Kaischi's long pass lacked precision, directly handing the ball to the opposing retreating center-back. Pierced on the sidelines, Daniel furiously tossed his water bottle aside, cursing loudly, which earned him a warning from the referee. Despite Rostock's relentless offensive waves, they failed to convert their chances into goals. 6 shots yielded no results. Su Bai glanced at the tenacious Chetkovic standing beside him and felt somewhat speechless. This guy looked like his hair had turned white. How'd his hair had turned white? In that instant, Su Bai seemed to grasp something. From that moment on, Chetkovic discovered that the young lad from Yin country, who had previously been rendered ineffective by him, suddenly began to dart around like a mouse. Chapter 24. A lightning-fast attack. That comes from Yin country's Su Bai. Chetkovic, now 34 years old. Although still possessing decent stamina, it was only in comparison to others in their 30s. If he truly had the endurance, he wouldn't have been dismissed by Mallorca, ultimately finding himself reluctantly at Rostock in the 3rd division. Ever since Su Bai stepped onto the pitch, Chetkovic had taken note of him, though he appeared rather plain. His initial long-range lob shot had indeed astonished him, especially the subsequent nutmeg at the edge of the penalty area. That through ball and dribbling were undoubtedly skills that not just anyone could execute. However, this lad was still too young. After Akama signaled him to step forward, for a solid 10 minutes, this kid had been entirely frozen in place. In those 10 minutes, he resembled a headless fly, running into walls. Whenever he had a chance to receive the ball, Chetkovic would always intercept him with his experience. Gradually, Chetkovic's perception of Su Bai began to shift. He had raw talent, yet his mind seemed somewhat lacking. However, considering the lad's age, merely a teenager, that was to be expected. For someone of that age to appear in the 3rd division and perform so well was already a significant achievement compared to many of his peers. A talent like Messi doesn't just appear out of nowhere. This was all Chetkovic's own reasoning. However, from that moment, Chetkovic was astonished to discover that the seemingly directionless lad from Yin country had suddenly appeared to have an epiphany. The boy began to run around chaotically, and no longer content to linger in the center, he dashed towards the flanks. This left Chetkovic in a dilemma. After all, he was a central midfielder. Surely he couldn't just follow the kid to the wing. If he did, what would happen to Rostock's midfield? Observing the sly Su Bai, Chetkovic could only grit his teeth and remain in place. Meanwhile, Su Bai, having moved to the wing, called out to his fullback, Sidney Parker, who had just received the ball, demanding possession. Initially puzzled by why Su Bai had suddenly come to his side, Sidney Parker, without hesitation, passed the ball to Su Bai. After all, the coach had instructed to pass to Su Bai. So he simply complied without question. Upon receiving the ball in his own half, Su Bai glanced ahead. Unfortunately, there were no threatening passing lanes. After all, they were too far from Rostock's backline. However, Su Bai remained unperturbed. He leisurely dribbled the ball forward on the left. Ben Kaisher noticed Su Bai advancing with the ball and hurriedly approached. He was aware that Su Bai's dribbling ability was rather lacking. Seeing Ben Kaisher come closer, Su Bai wasted no time in passing the ball. Then, Su Bai began his enigmatic movement once again. Chetkovic chuckled. So the boy was indeed running around aimlessly. Without delay, Chetkovic moved closer to Su Bai once more. However, just as he got near, Su Bai abruptly shifted again. He didn't even glance at Ben Kaishi's position, charging straight ahead. At this point, even Chetkovic found himself perplexed. What on earth is this fellow trying to accomplish? He certainly seems to be in a bit of a predicament now. With the ball in his possession, he stands before Ben Kaisi. Is he attempting to intercept Ben Kaisi? Or is he merely following Su Bai in a chaotic pursuit? Just as he hesitates, Ben Kaisi offers him no opportunity for contemplation. Observing Su Bai's direction, Ben Kaisi effortlessly lofts the ball over the somewhat dazed Chetkovic. In a flurry of confusion, Chetkovic quickly pivots to chase after Su Bai. However, at his age, his body is hardly equipped for such swift movements, akin to an aircraft carrier attempting to turn. By the time Chetkovic manages to turn around, he despairingly realizes that the cunning lad from Yin country is already on the verge of receiving the ball. Benedict, the ball has yet to touch the ground, but Su Bai is already calling out to Benedict, urging him forward. Upon hearing Su Bai shout, Benedict springs into action, propelling himself towards Rostock's defensive line. What is he up to? Could it be? On the sidelines, Rostock's head coach, Akama, has been intently watching Su Bai's every move, from his lateral runs to his chaotic dashes, culminating in a clever 1-2 with his teammate. Akama is fully aware of the unfolding situation. Especially upon hearing Su Bai's loud cry, he finally grasps the gravity of the moment. He glances dramatically at Su Bai, who has raised his right leg high at midfield. That posture, it resembles a shot. Yet, the goal is still 50 meters away. Such distance is insurmountable. Boom. Without a hint of hesitation. On the pitch, Su Bai's right foot has already struck the ball with tremendous force. In that instant, Benedict has surged forward, breaking free from the defenders. No offside. The ball, propelled by Su Bai's powerful kick, races swiftly towards the advancing Benedict. Although Rostock boasts a roster of seasoned Bundesliga veterans, their greatest shortcomings remain their agility and speed. The youthful and swift Benedict is their nemesis. The unleashed Su Bai has become the final straw that breaks the camel's back. On the sidelines, Daniel watches in elation as the ball lands perfectly at Benedict's feet, a clear shot on goal. Not only him, but the fans in the stands also rise in exhilaration. Their eyes are glued to the sight of Benedict facing the goalkeeper. No surprises here. Su Bai's pass is exquisite. For the rapidly charging Benedict, it requires no adjustments whatsoever. Accompanied by a vigorous spin, Su Bai's pass even rolls slightly forward, sparing Benedict the hassle of recalibrating. Aiming for the bottom right corner, Benedict unleashes a powerful strike with his right foot. The ball hurtles into Rostock's net. 3-2. In the 70th minute of the match, Schalke 0-4 takes the lead. Watching the referee signal for a valid goal at the center circle, Benedict exuberantly removes his jersey and sprints towards the stands. A brace. Indeed, a brace. Although he scored 3 goals in the previous season's third division, he has never before netted 2 in a single match. Magnificent. On the sidelines, Daniel shouts with glee, leaping into the air. Meanwhile, the fans in the stands have erupted into a frenzy of cheers. Though it's the third division, This lightning-fast offensive display has undeniably captivated the audience, and as Su Bai, who provided the second assist, beams with joy, he rushes towards Benedict. It is precisely this sense of control and the thrill of sealing the match that Su Bai yearns for. In that moment, he suddenly finds himself enamored with this feeling. Chapter 25. Corner kick strategy. Do they not realize we come from the Bundesliga? George, yes. It's me, damn it. Save some space on the sports front for me. IVE stumbled upon a major scoop. I've recorded it. A lad from Yin country. I found out he was eliminated by Dortmund, and now he is coming off the bench for Schalke 04. In just over 20 minutes, he has already contributed 2 assists and a goal. Yes, the very one who was eliminated. Haha, this is definitely a story worth watching, especially considering his first touch was a 65-meter long-range lob. Damn, it was stunning. In the stands, Jennings, a reporter for Gelsenkirchen Sports News, excitedly speaks into his phone. Is struggling in turn. He wouldn't typically cover Bundesliga matches. Hence, he finds himself here, observing what initially seemed like a lackluster third-division game. Yet now, he feels as exhilarated as Columbus discovering a new world, a lad from Yin country, eliminated by Dortmund, executing a 65-meter super lob. Each aspect makes for compelling news material. To his surprise, so many sensational elements converge on one individual. Alongside him, several other reporters share the same expression, frantically clicking their camera shutters, fearful of missing a moment. Were it not for the ongoing match, they would undoubtedly swarm around the story's protagonist on the pitch. Su Bai has become the focal point of Schalke 04's offense. His tally of 2 goals and an assist has instilled confidence among all his teammates. Not only the Schalke players, but even those from Rostock have turned their attention to Su Bai. Czekovic has finally abandoned his pretense of maintaining dignity. He now resembles a tireless beast, relentlessly shadowing Su Bai. Yet, it must be said, he is indeed aging. The crafty lad from Yin country has him outmatched. From the moment he began to follow Su Bai, this fellow has been incessantly darting about. Initially, Czekovic could keep pace with his experience, but gradually, his legs felt as though they were weighed down by lead. Czekovic is slowing down. In stark contrast, Su Bai grows ever more exhilarated. With each of his runs, the various passing lanes resemble a fighter jet's radar screen. His task is deceptively straightforward: to deliver the ball to the forward teammate at the moment the most threatening passing lane emerges. In the 75th minute, after receiving a diagonal pass from defensive midfielder Lionel, Su Bai executes a sweeping crossfield pass to the left flank, where the team's left winger, Hardy Hunt, is already racing forward. As a third-division team, Rostock is not the only one capable of long passes. As a traditional tank-like forward, Benedict possesses exceptional heading skills. The frantically racing Hardy Hunt skillfully evades Rostock's right back before unleashing a powerful shot with his left foot. Benedict leaps high, outmaneuvering the weary Rostock center-back to connect with the ball. Unfortunately, his header is directed too straight, allowing Rostock's goalkeeper, Hankster, to deflect it off the crossbar. On the sidelines, Daniel watches in frustration as a near-certain goal dissolves into nothingness. Stomping his feet in dismay, that lad's vision is extraordinary. That long-range switch was simply brilliant. Indeed, he didn't even bother with a preparatory move, just struck it cleanly, and most importantly, the pass was spot on. This kid is remarkable. When did Schalke discover such a talented player? Haha, who cares about that? At this level, with just a year or so of training, we might have a Beckham in our first team. Haha, Beckham? I must say, he really does resemble him. That 65-meter super lob is reminiscent of Beckham's signature move. The Schalke fans in the stands continue to lavish praise upon Su Bai. Among the crowd, Wu Chong is positively elated. It's the first time he has witnessed so many people commend a lad from Yin country in the realm of football. At this moment, Wu Chong suddenly feels a swell of pride for his nationality. He immediately transforms into a live broadcaster, relaying the fans' excitement and the on-field developments to the forum. Su, go take the corner kick. At this moment, Su Bai, who had been standing idly in the forward position, suddenly hears Daniel shout from the sidelines. The strategies for corner kicks and free kicks had been predetermined. As it stands, Ben Kaisi, who possesses decent technique, is the first choice for all set pieces. Generally, a substitute like Su Bai wouldn't have much opportunity. However, unexpectedly, Daniel has taken to directing from the sidelines. Ben Kaisi, who had already approached the corner area, hears Daniel's call. Without any reluctance, He promptly sets the ball down and heads towards the penalty area. Although he is the primary option, he is well aware that Su Bai's passing ability far exceeds his own. With Bin Kaisi departing, Su Bai wastes no time and jogs over to the corner flag. At this moment, within the penalty area, players from both teams are jostling for position. Standing at 6 feet tall, Benedict doesn't attract much attention. After all, Rostock's center backs are both nearly 6 feet 3. Instead, Schalke's center back, Webster Jeffrey, has become the focal point of defensive scrutiny. In an instant, players from both teams seem to be glued together. Su Bai extends his right hand, signaling discreetly. He takes a few steps back, then sprints forward. With a powerful kick, he strikes the ball. Before passing, he has already identified the optimal route. Observing Su Bai's signal, all Schalke players rush towards the far post. However, the Rostock defenders are equally resolute. Despite being a step behind, they remain tightly glued to their defensive players. The football soared high over the near post. Observing the point of descent, nearly everyone surged forward in a frenzy. Rostock center back Pierce elbowed his way past a Schalke player, leaping into the yard. As the football drew closer, a smile crept across Pierce's face. This lad is still too young. He actually aimed the ball into a crowd of players. Does he not realize that this group from Rostock has descended from the Bundesliga? Confidently, Pierce engaged his core, preparing to direct the ball forward. However, in that instant, an astonishing scene unfolded. Chapter 26. The most dazzling dark-haired lad of Gelsenkirchen gazing at the football within arm's reach. Pierce was horrified to discover that the ball was spinning violently. What was meant to fly directly to him suddenly veered dramatically as if it had encountered an unseen force. The football bizarrely evaded all of them. Hurtling straight towards the edge of the penalty area, that position, there was not a single Rostock player in sight. Yet, a figure clad in blue Schalke attire stood there. That moment, his face reflected disbelief. The football, like a precision-guided missile, landed directly at his feet. In a flash, standing at the edge of the penalty area, Ben Kaischer did not pause to control the ball. He struck it fiercely with his right foot. The force was immense. Everyone inside the box stood transfixed as Ben Kaischer executed a splendid volley right before their eyes. After Ben Kaischer's second strike, the ball shot forth like a meteor towards Hank's goal. There was no obstruction. Only when the ball nestled into the net did Hanks, whose view was obstructed, despairingly realize it had gone in. 4-2, beep. The referee's whistle confirmed the goal was valid. This sound ignited the Schalke fans in the stands, who erupted in ecstatic cheers. There were no words, just primal roars emanating from their souls, wild and exhilarating. On the sidelines, Daniel was beside himself with excitement. He embraced his companion Wycliffe, babbling incoherently. Did you see that? I knew it. This guy is a genius. To think he passed the ball to Ben Kaischer in such an unfathomable manner. It's all thanks to your guidance. Hearing Wycliffe's flattering words, Daniel felt a rare flush of pride. Meanwhile, the electrifying Ben Kaischer, after watching the ball ripple the net, exuberantly tore off his jersey. This time, he had no intention of celebrating alone. He dashed towards Su Bai, still in the corner, and without hesitation, toppled him. Then came Wycliffe, Wheeler, Hardy, and even the defenders like Sidney Parker joined in. Like a human pyramid, Schalke's players joyously piled atop Su Bai. That pass was utterly insane. Did you see the bewildered expressions on those Rostock bumpkins? I just took a shot and it went in. Absolutely crazy. I think I might make it into this week's top 10 highlights. Oh my goodness. Unbelievable. The exhilarated Ben Kaischer continued to prattle on, while beneath the heap, Su Bai was far from thrilled. Damn it. Don't these guys consider their weight? Get off. I'm about to suffocate. Yet, Su Bai's groans went unheard. His teammates were too busy reveling in the score displayed on the large screen. 4-2. The match was in the 80th minute. It was utterly incredible. They had defeated a team comprised of Bundesliga players. The mere thought was hard to believe. In front of Rostock's penalty area, several visibly exhausted Rostock players had already slumped onto the grass. Though they were in the third division, these Schalke lads were simply relentless. From the start of the match, they appeared to be oblivious to fatigue. Gasping, Chetkovic stared intently at Su Bai, buried under his teammates. His eyes wide with incredulity. He could not fathom encountering such an astonishing player in the third division. This guy is a genius. Undoubtedly a genius. Every pass he made was lethal, and his success rate was a staggering 100. What an extraordinary statistic! In just 35 minutes, 1 goal and 3 assists, it was utterly insane. Even seasoned Bundesliga players could not boast such dazzling achievements. After a while, the referee could no longer bear to watch and finally rescued Su Bai. As his teammates gradually disentangled themselves, Su Bai finally managed to catch his breath. "Haha, Su, you'll need to get used to this. Take your time. You'll come to enjoy it." The cheeky Ben Kaisher teased as he observed Su Bai's flustered expression. Just you wait. Su Bai, not one to easily forgive, would not let Ben Kaisher's mischief slide. Laughter erupted among the teammates as they beheld Su Bai's discontented demeanor. The score of 4-2 rendered the remainder of the match rather lackluster. Naturally, Rostock, already drained, resigned themselves to defeat. Their wealth of experience was now hindered by physical exhaustion. On the sidelines, Akama, facing his team's first defeat of the season, wore a stoic expression. His gaze remained fixed on Su Bai. Although he was now the head coach of Rostock, his heart was filled with an indelible passion for red. Once a Red Devil, always a Red Devil. Like all Manchester United fans, Akama had spent his youth in that fervent atmosphere. And now his eyes brimmed with fervor. Manchester United would always need Beckham at that moment. Su Bai, still on the field orchestrating the game with his exquisite passes, was the new Beckham he had hoped to find for Manchester United. He could hardly wait to conclude the match and dial Sir Alex's number. 18-year-old Beckham. What Red Devil fan could resist? As for Rostock, they had done their utmost, but physical limitations were a challenge that could not be altered. Fortunately, teams like Schalke 04 were rare in the 3rd division. With this aging squad, ascending to the 2nd division posed no problem at all. Beep. At last, the referee blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. The home team, Schalke 04 U18, triumphed over the aging Rostock, who had been relegated from the Bundesliga, with a score of 4-2, thanks to Su Bai's goal and 3 assists. Su. The moment the whistle blew, the Schalke players hoisted Su Bai into the air. This was their way of welcoming his arrival. In the stands, the ecstatic Schalke fans began to chant for their new prince. Though it was merely one match, more accurately, half a match, this exuberant lad from the fiery nation had completely captivated the easily satisfied Schalke supporters with his dazzling performance. Among the crowd, Wu Chong captured every moment with his phone. Whether it was Su Bai being lifted by his teammates or the fans fervently chanting his name. At that instant, the entire Garten Stadion belonged to that extraordinary dark-haired boy on the field. Meanwhile, Jennings, a sports reporter from Gelsenkirchen, who had been snapping photos from the stands, dashed down towards the field. He held his press credentials high, racing towards the star of the match. He was not alone. Other reporters followed suit, equally frenzied. They knew that regardless of how Bundesliga matches unfolded, for at least this week, this dark-haired lad would undoubtedly be Gelsenkirchen's most radiant new star. Chapter 27. The Bundesliga is the true stage. Su. I am Jennings from the Gelsenkirchen sports newspaper. May I interview you? Jennings squeezed through the throng of teammates surrounding Su Bai. Haha, Su, you've shot to fame with that goal. A reporter wants to interview you. Ben Kaisher chuckled at the unexpected attention Su Bai was receiving. Indeed, Su, you must treat us. First match, and already a reporter wants to speak to you. However, before Su Bai could respond, Wycliffe rushed over, pushing Jennings aside. Sorry, but Su Bai will not be accepting interviews at this time. With Wycliffe blocking Jennings, Su Bai felt indifferent. He understood that youth team players were generally prohibited from speaking to the media by their head coach. After all, they were still quite young, and early exposure to the media could yield no good. Countless prodigious talents had been ruined by the relentless reporting of these journalists. Moreover, Su Bai's mind was occupied with the system's notification of task completion rewards. He was most curious about the rating for his performance in this match. The system's capabilities had already impressed him. Would he receive a top-tier attribute reward once more? He had come to realize that rather than rushing forward to shoot, it was far better to enhance his ball control. The sensation of orchestrating the entire team from midfield was simply exhilarating. Su Bai was unfazed. Yet Jennings could no longer contain his excitement. Although Jennings is merely an intern journalist, he nonetheless represents the Gelsenkirchen sports newspaper. Having just dashed from the stands to the field, his trousers were torn in the process, and he was ultimately stopped from conducting interviews. However, witnessing Su Bai being surrounded by teammates as he entered the players' tunnel, Jennings could only turn away in resignation. Nevertheless, he had gathered enough information to produce a report on this remarkable player. The opening match had proven to be a resounding success. As the head coach, Daniel was in high spirits. Upon entering the locker room, he lavished praise on all his players, patting one on the back and complimenting another. "All right, tomorrow is a day off. You boys have been simply fantastic, so enjoy your rest." Cheers of "Long live the coach" erupted from the players upon hearing the announcement of a day off. After all, this was merely the regional league, and while a victory was indeed rewarding, it was simply a pretext for a day of leisure. As for post-match press conferences, such luxuries were far removed from the realm of the regional league. Moreover, journalists hardly had the time to interview a coach from a regional league match. Seizing the opportunity while showering, Su Bai quickly accessed the system. Upon entering, a melodious task notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, on completing the task of a perfect debut. Task completion level, SSS. Congratulations, host, on receiving a golden treasure chest reward. Please check your inventory." As he beheld the shimmering golden chest within the system, Su Bai was overwhelmed with joy. Eagerly, he clicked to open the chest. After a dazzling display of golden light, a golden card appeared before him. "Congratulations, host, on acquiring the ultimate card, Injury Immunity Card." Reading the card's description, Su Bai was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. This item was undoubtedly a miraculous boon. Injuries, they are the bane of every athlete. Regardless of how gifted a player may be, injuries can easily thwart their aspirations. The once mighty Ronaldo never surpassed Maradona's achievements solely due to injuries. His exceptional yet fragile knees earned him the moniker of an alien, but also rendered him as fragile as glass. Countless examples abound in the world of football. Gazing at the radiant card, Su Bai hesitated no longer and immediately clicked to use it, accompanied by another burst of golden light. His attributes underwent a transformation. A new attribute emerged beneath the previously singular data: injury resistance. 100. After a considerable time, Su Bai finally emerged from his euphoric state. However, the bus had not traveled far when his teammates began to disembark one by one, leaving only him and Wycliffe aboard. Ben, Kelsey, and a few others had gone to find a place to celebrate. As they exited, they repeatedly urged Su Bai to join them, but he found himself financially constrained. Having already exhausted the funds sent from home, the club had yet to disperse his salary, and even if it were, a mere €100 a week would hardly suffice for a night out. He was well aware that those guys typically relaxed at the corner pub after drinking. Furthermore, he had no desire to visit such places and squander his precious first experience. The bus ambled toward the club. When Wycliffe curiously inquired, "Su, why didn't you go celebrate with the others?" Su Bai was momentarily caught off guard. "Don't fret about finances. You earned quite a bit from this match, €300 for a goal, 200 for an assist, plus a €500 victory bonus. You made a total of €1,400 today." Wycliffe chuckled as he calculated Su Bai's earnings. Su Bai was taken aback to discover the match had yielded such a lucrative reward. "So much? Haha, that's because we're in the regional league. If it were the Bundesliga, you'd be rolling in wealth overnight." Clearly, Su Bai was oblivious to such matters. "Tomorrow, the funds should be deposited into your account. By the way, how are you finding your accommodations at the team dormitory?" Wycliffe, usually terse with words, had become quite talkative with this earnest and diligent young man. "It's comfortable, sir, and being close to the training ground is quite satisfactory. Although it can be a bit lonely, I genuinely enjoy this fulfilling life. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to let me know." After saying this, Wycliffe turned away and fell silent. Su Bai smiled and gazed out the window. The streets of Gelsenkirchen were bustling with activity before 5 o'clock. Numerous fans clad in blue Schalke 04 jerseys were excitedly moving in the opposite direction of the bus in this city rich in football culture. Su Bai turned to look at the distant garden stadium. Filled with longing, he wondered when he would truly stand there to bask in the adoration of fans. Bundesliga, first team, that was the stage that truly belonged to him. Chapter 28. A sensation in the country, is the sport's weekly going live. Upon returning to the club, Wycliffe headed straight to the office. Unlike Daniel, as the assistant coach, he needed to organize the match records from the day's game. As for Su Bai, he calculated the time and dialed his home phone. Having seamlessly integrated the memories of this world Su Bai during his time travel, he felt a deep affection for his parents in this reality. Coming from a small county town, although his father seemed relatively affluent, it was still only at the level of a small town and could not compare to the tycoons of larger cities. "Su Bai, you haven't called in days. Your sister misses you terribly and is hesitant to call for fear of disturbing you. Thinking of his tearful sister, Su Bai felt a pang of longing. By the way, Mom, my bonus will arrive tomorrow, about 14,000 RMB for one match. I'll send it to you then. Didn't my sister want a new phone? I'll get her the best one. Oh dear? The family has money. Your father bought her one. What does a high school student need with an expensive phone? Meanwhile, you're out of the country and need to spend money everywhere. I have plenty more matches ahead. I'll earn even more in the future, so don't worry. I have to go now. International calls are quite expensive. Bye. Oh, you child. Su Bai could clearly hear the sniffles on the other end. Gotta go? Mom, my teammates are calling me out for dinner. Tonight, we're having a French feast. Haha. With that, Su Bai quickly hung up. Nevertheless, the normally strong-willed Su Bai felt a twinge of sadness. Checking the time, he wiped his face and hurried to the dining hall. Thanks to Daniel's special consideration, even on the club's day off, Su Bai's meals were still provided on time. Though it was merely plain-boiled chicken, he savored it with delight. While the taste was average, it was undeniably beneficial for muscle growth. The data might not reveal it, but Su Bai could feel that his body had become significantly stronger. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Wycliffe finally emerged from the office building. Stretching lazily, hearing a familiar sound, he turned to see Su Bai tirelessly training on the field, again and again, without interruption. Not wishing to disturb Su Bai, Wycliffe smiled and turned to leave. Meanwhile, at the hotel in Rostock, Akama had finally finished his work and poured himself a cup of coffee. He closed the door and took out his phone, dialing a familiar number. Hello? Why are you calling me so late? The call was quickly answered, a gentle voice emerging from the other end. Jazz, I have good news. Oh? What good news? Did you manage a season-opening victory? It's just the regional league, so don't get too cocky. We didn't lose. We lost to Schalke 0 for U18. How is that possible? I remember you scoured the world for a bunch of old-timers. How could you lose to a U18 team? The voice on the other end was clearly incredulous. We didn't lose to Schalke. We lost to a young player. Stop keeping me in suspense. Are you planning to recommend someone to me? You can't fool you. Jazzed out a player from Yin Country, 1 goal and 3 assists. And his first touch was a stunning lob like Beckham. Even now, Akama found it hard to believe when he recalled Su Bai, a player from Yin Country. I see. I'll send someone to scout him. With that, Ferguson on the other end of the line abruptly hung up, as expected. Looking at the disconnected call, Akama couldn't help but smile bitterly. Just as he had feared, ever since Ferguson signed Dong Fangzhua, he had become less fond of players from Yin Country. Despite their remarkable talent, they often lacked ambition, which was Ferguson's impression of Dong Fangzhua. It seemed that Su Bai's luck had taken a turn for the worse. Nevertheless, he had done what he could, and the outcome was no longer something Akama needed to worry about. That same evening, the Schalke 04 first team faced their Bundesliga opener. However, in front of over 50,000 home fans, Schalke 04 was decisively defeated 3-0 by Stuttgart, even with the formidable striking duo of Huntelaar and Ral in the starting lineup. However, the midfield of Schalke 04 was thoroughly constrained by Stuttgart's ironclad defense. Throughout the match, Schalke managed a mere 3 attempts on goal, none of which were even on target. The catastrophic performance in midfield prompted the Schalke fans present to audibly express their disdain towards their own team. Ultimately, the spirited Magath, who had been eager to make a significant impact in the new season, was left to grapple with this painful defeat. How Junmin sat on the bench for a full 90 minutes, much to the disappointment of numerous fans from Yin Country who awaited his appearance on their screens. Yet, this disappointment was short-lived. Soon enough, highlights of the match featuring Su Bai were uploaded by Wu Chong on the fan forum. In no time, Wu Chong's new post was pinned to the top of the forum, with comments and shares rapidly refreshing. The video commenced with the moment Su Bai was substituted onto the field. In a mere few seconds, Su Bai executed an exquisitely long-range lob that found the back of the Rostock net from just beyond the center circle. Following that, he delivered a dazzling assist for a goal, alongside a series of breathtaking through balls that linked play beautifully. Wu Chong even set the video to the stirring music of world football. Wow, incredible. What level of skill is this? Why is he playing in the 3rd division? Damn it, I've finally waited for a super midfielder from Yin Country. This kid is definitely capable. His level is astounding. I've watched football for over 20 years, and I've never seen such a talented player from Yin Country before. He surpasses Chen Tao from the 2005 World Youth Championship by leaps and bounds. Indeed, Back then Chen Tao was one of the top 10 rising stars alongside Messi, but he eventually faded away. However, Su Bai appears to be even more impressive than Chen Tao. Did you see? This kid always selects the most perfect passing options. His football intelligence is unparalleled. I waited all night for Hao Junmin and was disheartened not to see him play. But now, watching Su Bai, it's simply magnificent. Sigh. I guess I'll stick to watching the third division. At least we can see our players. The third division isn't even broadcasted. What can we watch? There's nothing online either. At that moment, at the headquarters of the Shanghai Sports Weekly, the editor-in-chief of the football column, Wan Hai, was watching Su Bai's highlight video with great excitement. After viewing it countless times, he eagerly picked up the phone. Li Shua, are you still in the chariot country? Go. Head to Schalke 04 U18 and conduct an exclusive interview. Yes, the U18 team, not Hao Junmin. Find a young lad named Su Bai. I want all his information. For next week's third division match, I'm aiming to secure the broadcasting rights for Schalke. I'll send someone to negotiate. Wan Hai hung up the phone, then dialed the chief editor of the Shanghai Sports Weekly. Chapter 29. An exclusive interview with the Sports Weekly? Damn it, it's the middle of the night. I wonder if the boss is out of his mind. Hearing the other party hang up, Li Shua, far away in the chariot country, began to grumble. Li Gu, what's going on? Why is the boss calling at this hour? Wang, who was busy compiling materials for the Bayern Munich match in front of his computer, also raised his head to inquire. The boss wants me to find some young lad named Su Bai at Schalke 04. He wants me to interview him. I usually interview Bayern stars, and now he wants me to interview an unknown U18 player. As the star reporter for Shanghai Sports Weekly, Li Shua felt somewhat underutilized. Why not assign this task to a newcomer? He mused. Hey, are we going or not? Wang chuckled at his boss's complaints. What do you think? If we don't go, we'll be fired. After saying this, Li Shua cursed under his breath and turned to leave. Li Gu, you haven't reviewed the article yet? Just send it. I can't be bothered to look. After watching the door close, Wang helplessly sent the freshly completed interview draft. However, out of curiosity, he opened the official website of the third division. Upon opening it, Wang was immediately taken aback by the headline, Yin Country's Rising Star. An incredible lob shot, instant fame. The homepage of the third division featured a massive photo of Su Bai shooting from the side. The following morning at 5 o'clock, Su Bai rose as per his usual routine, groggily washed his face, and stepped out. In September, the chariot country had already begun to feel a chill in the early morning. Observing the empty training ground, Su Bai resolutely entered. Skillfully switching on the training field lights, he charged towards his dreams with the ball. Meanwhile, in Munich, due to an early flight at 6:30, Li Shua and Wang rose early, loaded with bags. Before they could speak, Wang hopped into the car behind Li Shua at Li Gu. Let me tell you some explosive news. I looked up that guy named Su Bai last night. He is now the hottest. No, the most talked about genius star in Gelsenkirchen. In the opening match of the third division yesterday, Su Bai scored 1 goal and assisted 3. Here. I downloaded the highlights to my phone. Take a look. After saying this, Wang shoved his phone into Li Shua's hands. Initially half asleep, Li Shua's curiosity piqued at Wang's words. Even though it was the third division, it was still the third tier of football in the chariot country. Comparable to the Chinese Super League in strength, Tio performed so wildly in the third division indicated exceptional talent. No wonder the boss was so eager. By the way, the hottest topic on the Yin Country football forums right now is also this Su Bai. I downloaded the highlights from there. Listening to Wang, Li Shua opened the video. In just 5 minutes, his expression shifted from skepticism to sheer astonishment. Wang, observing his boss's reaction, couldn't help but chuckle. This guy is truly monstrous. His level seems capable of competing in the Bundesliga. No, his fundamentals are still a bit lacking, but his passing and overall vision are undoubtedly world-class. Having immersed himself in football for half a lifetime, Li Shua's perspective was naturally sharper than that of an ordinary fan. Indeed, I think so too. Yesterday, I checked the third division's official website, and the homepage featured Su Bai. Plus, the fan comments were all praise. This was the first time a player from Yin Country had such a phenomenal performance in a foreign youth team. As they continued their conversation, they soon arrived at the airport. The flight from Munich to Gelsenkirchen took only an hour. While enjoying breakfast on the plane, the two arrived at Gelsenkirchen Airport before 8 o'clock. They hailed a taxi and quickly made their way to the entrance of Schalke 04. However, an unfortunate turn of events occurred. With the league just concluded and the team on break, the gatekeeper refused to let them in. Li Shuo brandished his journalist credentials from the Sports Weekly, but to no avail. Watching the two nearly argue, Wang shook his head and approached. Hi, brother. We're looking for that Yin country lad, the one from the youth team. Could you do us a favor? Saying this, he discreetly slipped a €100 note into the bald gatekeeper's pocket. Oh, why didn't you say so? So you're friends with the Yin lad? Come on in. He should still be on the training ground. The bald gatekeeper was quite familiar with the young Su Bai, who spent all day at the training field. Patting his pants pocket, the gatekeeper opened the gate with a smile and kindly pointed the direction of Su Bai's training ground. Damn it. That old foreigner, all for money. Li Shuo saw everything clearly. Turning around, he immediately greeted the gatekeeper in Mandarin with some choice words. Eligu, you need to reimburse me for that. Wang called out, reminding Li Shuo. Got it, you clever one. Haha, if I'm not clever, will you still take me along to wherever you go? Li Shuo chuckled and ceased to speak further. Soon, the two arrived at the training ground where Su Bai was. Bang, bang. Even before stepping onto the training ground, the sound of Su Bai practicing shots reached their ears. Li Shuo glanced over at Su Bai. Although not particularly tall and appearing rather slender, the fact that he could endure in the rough third division was already miraculous. The most astonishing part was how impressively he performed. As Su Bai continued training, oblivious to their presence, Wang prepared to call out to him. However, Li Shuo stopped him, gesturing for Wang to set up the camera. This was fantastic material. Noticing Su Bai drenched in sweat, it was clear he had been practicing for quite some time. Thus, the focused Su Bai continued his training while the two filmed from the sidelines. After about 10 minutes, Su Bai finally noticed the unfamiliar figures with a camera by the field. Who are you? Su Bai inquired as Li Shuo quickly stood up and approached him. Li Shuo extended his hand while presenting his journalist credentials. Hello, Su Bai, I am Li Shuo, a reporter for the Sports Weekly. I apologize. I was merely observing your diligent training and felt hesitant to interrupt you. If you disagree, I shall delete the footage I just captured. Taking the press card from Li Shuo's hand, Su Bai furrowed his brow. He wasn't particularly fond of being surreptitiously filmed. However, considering they were compatriots, he soon found solace in that thought. Hello. Su Bai politely extended his right hand. In front of Xiao Wang's camera, the moment Su Bai received his first interview in life was preserved forever. Chapter 30. Contract signing, the first broadcast partner of the German third division, watching Li Shuo wave. Xiao Wang eagerly approached Su Bai with his camera. Good day, Teacher Su. Xiao Wang's most notable trait was his sweet tongue. Initially intending to address Su Bai as Brother Su or Brother Bai, he hesitated to use brother given Su Bai's youth, and the honorific teacher Su slipped out instead. Su Bai felt a wave of embarrassment at the unexpected title. What is this? Why teacher? Shall we begin directly? Li Shuo quickly interjected, noticing Su Bai's sweaty appearance. The morning breeze was cool, and should he dry off too much, the quality of the interview would suffer significantly. Xiao Wang set up the equipment and promptly handed the microphone to Li Shuo. Hello, Su Bai. I am a reporter for the Sports Weekly, and I am delighted to be the first to interview you. Hello. The two shook hands before diving into the interview. Firstly, I believe the domestic fans are most curious about how you became an official player for Schalke 04's U18 team. With that, Li Shuo brought the microphone to Su Bai's lips. From the Football Association's open trials to his experiences with Dortmund, and how he was persuaded by Old Jess to join Schalke 04. To everyone's surprise, Su Bai, who seemed reserved, spoke eloquently on the subject. After what felt like an eternity, Li Shuo finally concluded the interview, and Su Bai took the opportunity to mention how Jun Min had looked after him. Of course, Li Shuo did not intend to stop filming just yet. He aimed to capture footage of Su Bai training with his teammates or glimpses of his life, which would have to wait for another time, as the boss had no intention of sending him away in haste. After finishing the shoot, the two decided to leave in search of accommodation. Seeing their eagerness to depart, Su Bai made a token gesture to retain them. After all, his training must continue, and he was anxious to improve his skills. He had no time to cater to them. As they exited Schalke's club, Li Shuo couldn't help but express his admiration. Damn it, unlike others, this kid is bound to make it. Turning to glance at the Schalke emblem at the entrance, Li Shuo exclaimed, Haha, boss, I feel the same. He possesses talent and works so hard. The entire club had only this one young man training, seemingly oblivious to the need for rest. Enough chatter, let us find a place. I'm still tired and need a nap. You finish the interview transcript and send it to the boss. upon hearing Xiao Wang's unabashed flattery. Li Shuo playfully kicked him. Inside the club, Su Bai continued training intermittently until 11 o'clock. Upon entering his dormitory, he lay down on the bed without even wiping the sweat from his brow and accessed the system. After raising his ball control attribute to 68, his training points had stagnated due to the competition. The unyielding system had not granted even a single point for his match performance, leaving Su Bai, who had clung to hope, feeling somewhat disheartened. He had originally thought that training would yield points, perhaps even more for matches. After a morning's training, his training value was replenished. With a crisp chime, Su Bai's ball control value rose to 69. With 6 days until the next match, if he worked diligently, he might accumulate enough points for an increase. By then, with a ball control value of 75, he believed he could handle the German 3rd Division with ease. Even without fried meatballs, his attributes refreshed. The fatigue that had weighed upon Su Bai vanished in an instant. This prompted a bewildering sight for the dormitory guard, Grandpa Hams. The young man who had just greeted him like a limp dog now burst forth with renewed vigor. Hams hurried outside to observe Su Bai, who was the most diligent young man he had ever encountered. He feared for Su Bai's well-being, worried he might overexert himself on the field. However, upon seeing Su Bai immediately begin training outside, Hams shook his head and chose to remain silent. Reflecting on the other youth team members, he sighed in resignation. Just as Su Bai trained diligently under the scorching sun, Li Shuo cursed as he emerged from the hotel bed. "Damn it, can't I catch a break? Boss, you've at least slept for 2 hours. I haven't closed my eyes at all," Xiao Wang retorted, observing Li Shuo's complaints. "You're young. Why waste time sleeping? Have you finished the interview transcript? Done, just waiting for your review. All right, let us go pick up that chubby guy and talk. Damn it, is the boss out of his mind? He sends someone to discuss broadcasting and expects me to participate. I am just a column editor. What do I know about business negotiations? I can't stand that fat man Zhao Dong. He is so repulsive, always lurking about. If he weren't the deputy manager, I wouldn't give him the time of day." Xiao Wang listened in silence to his superior's grievances. Soon, they arrived at the airport, where they spotted a balding, middle-aged man sweating profusely, accompanied by a striking secretary. Li Shuo, who had just been complaining, instantly donned a smile upon seeing Zhao. "Manager Zhao, I didn't expect you to come personally. Thank you for your hard work, Editor Li. Let us go. This heat is unbearable. Nana, get in." Not one to be rude, Zhao Dong allowed his secretary to sit in the front passenger seat while he took the rear. Given his status, he could have sat in the front, but he preferred not to squeeze his secretary between two scruffy fellows. As Nana climbed in, Li Shuo followed suit. "Take us directly to Schalke Club. I've already made the call." Upon hearing Zhao's directive, Li Shuo quickly relayed the instructions to the taxi driver. Before long, they arrived at the club's entrance. Unlike his morning arrival, the bald security guard recognized them immediately and ushered them through. Zhao Dong was greeted by Schalke 04's deputy general manager, York. Both men, seasoned businessmen, exchanged warm pleasantries upon meeting. "Damn it, some people just make you feel inferior," Li Shuo mumbled, noting Zhao Dong's tendency to treat him merely as a translator. After all, it was just the German 3rd Division and their youth team. Schalke welcomed the sudden influx of cash with open arms. Before long, a preliminary agreement was reached. 100,000 for the broadcast rights of Schalke's U18 home matches this season to the Sports Weekly. Naturally, Schalke had no expenses. They merely granted permission for the broadcasts. Once the contract was signed, Li Shuo initially intended to take Zhao Dong out for a meal, but Zhao, eager to leave with his attractive secretary, announced plans to head directly to Munich for an inspection. Witnessing the duo's eagerness to depart, Li Shuo hurriedly escorted them to the airport. Thus, due to a pinned video on the forum, the first broadcast partner for the German 3rd Division emerged in Yen country. Unbeknownst to Su Bai, from afternoon until evening, aside from meal breaks, Su Bai devoted himself tirelessly to training. Chapter 31. Frenzied Training. The dream of the Bundesliga staged the dismal defeat of Schalke 04's first team placed Magath under intense scrutiny. Having spent nearly 30 million on 8 new signings prior to the season, the team's abysmal performance was unacceptable to fans, particularly with the high-profile signing of Raul, the Prince of Bernabeu, who failed to register a single shot on goal throughout the match, drawing the ire of many Schalke supporters. As for the other players who barely saw the field, they faced even harsher criticism. This was a customary pastime for fans, regardless of the team's performance. Criticizing the coach or players became their favorite leisure activity. Of course, While the fans vented their frustrations at the first team, the U18 youth team's astonishing performance brought them joy, particularly with the emergence of the prodigious talent, Su Bai. Though fans were clueless about how he came to be, they could not forget his incredible 65-meter long-range strike. You weren't there to witness it. That Yin country kid stepped onto the field and scored instantly. The Rostock lads were utterly terrified. In the German 3rd Division, when has there ever been such a sensational goal? Not only that, but Su Bai also dominated the match, showcasing exquisite skills, particularly his dribbling. Reminiscent of Barcelona's Iniesta, 3 assists came even under tight marking. In a corner bar in Gelsenkirchen, a group of fans, who had recently been vociferously criticizing the first team, found themselves gathered around the loquacious and inebriated Freeze. "Ha ha, Freeze, you can't be serious, can you? Listening to you, it sounds better than our first team. After all, Rostock is just a bunch of old-timers recently relegated from the Bundesliga." Indeed, Freeze had clearly had one too many. How could it be so miraculous? Observing the disbelief in others, the disheveled Freeze rose in indignation. "Damn it, the match was at noon. I went there to drink, and I assure you, that kid is really something. If you don't believe me, come watch the youth team's match with me this weekend." Such scenes unfolded in multiple locations around Gelsenkirchen. Much like shipwrecked sailors adrift at sea, this group of fans clung desperately to the youth team as their lifeline following the first team's dismal defeat. Moreover, the local newspapers dedicated special coverage to Su Bai's stunning performance in that match. Unbeknownst to him, many Schalke 04 fans began to take an interest in this young talent from Yin country, who had delivered an astonishing debut in the Regional Liga. Surprisingly, tickets for the often overlooked Regional Liga matches suddenly sold out several times over. Su Bai, however, remained oblivious to his burgeoning fame. To him, it was merely another match, and his thoughts were solely occupied with his training points. His mundane routine continued unabated. His teammates were increasingly impressed by this young player from Yin country who devoted all his time to training and self-improvement. The most notable among them was Ben Kesh. Although he said little, his expression revealed that he was indeed inspired by Su Bai's relentless determination. At 5 in the morning, Su Bai rose as usual and headed out. To his surprise, Ben Kesh, for the first time, accompanied him to the training ground. "Boss, have you noticed? Su Bai is improving every day," Wycliffe remarked, watching Su Bai effortlessly navigate the training field. "Indeed, especially his footwork. It's a world apart from just a few days ago. At least now, he doesn't make any mistakes with each touch." Unbeknownst to them, in just 5 short days, Su Bai's relentless training had allowed him to accumulate 6 points, boosting his previously meager ball control from a paltry 68 to an impressive 74. Furthermore, his training gauge was already over half full. With an extra session tonight, he would reach the coveted 75. This was a watershed moment. Typically, the midfield core of lower-tier Bundesliga teams or top teams in the 2. Bundesliga hovered between 75 and 80. Su Bai's control value of 75 now placed him among the elite in the Regional Liga. As such, on the training field, Su Bai's prowess overshadowed that of his teammates. "The match this weekend?" Wycliffe inquired, echoing the question currently on Daniel's mind. Su Bai's dazzling debut performance had garnered him attention not only from his own team but also from other clubs in the Regional Liga. "First team? I've given too many chances to Hailem O'Shea," Daniel resolved, observing the still clumsy Hailem O'Shea. During lunch, Su Bai received a call from Hao Junmin, who lavished praise upon him after the last Regional Liga match. Leaving Su Bai feeling somewhat bashful in this foreign land, only Hao Junmin seemed capable of offering him a sense of warmth. That evening, Su Bai found himself in Hao Junmin's modest car. "Su Bai, you're becoming quite the local celebrity in Gelsenkirchen. Many fans are talking about you." Hao Junmin began as soon as they got in. "Come on, Hao, it's just luck." "Enough with that." "What do you mean luck? Why don't I have your kind of luck? But honestly, you're really something. I watched your match video, and those passes were indeed beautiful." "Heh, I think so too. Hey, you're puffing up just because I called you fat. And by the way, the first team is also talking about you. Keep up the good work. The midfielders there are truly underwhelming. Who knows, maybe one day the old man will take an interest and bring you up to the first team." "Come on, Hao, the first team feels like a million miles away." "Don't doubt it. Honestly, take a look at Amine Harit. He's past his prime, and Budgelab? He's not even in your league. In the last match, Raul created so much space, and that guy couldn't even make a decent pass." As Hao Junmin rambled on about the first team, initially intended as encouragement, Su Bai's heart ignited with ambition. The Bundesliga? If he could just push himself a bit harder, raising his ball control to over 80, achieving maxed-out passing skills, and maintaining his stamina, perhaps he could secure a spot on the bench in the Bundesliga. That would be a leap beyond the regional Liga. By the way, Raul even complained to me, saying those useless midfielders in the first team are no match for you. That statement truly hit home for Su Bai. Who doesn't he have an optimistic heart? If he could share the field with Raul, given Raul's exceptional goal-scoring ability, as long as he could deliver the ball to him, assists would be guaranteed. Noticing Su Bai's silence, Hao Jumin wondered if he had misspoken. Su Bai, don't lose heart. Your starting point is already far superior to those kids back home. Just keep pushing, and I believe you will succeed. Meanwhile, Ben Kesh, who had been puzzled by Su Bai's absence from the dormitory, followed him outside, witnessing his astonishing work ethic. From 7 in the morning until 11, Su Bai pushed himself to the very limit. You're insane. Don't you worry about overtraining yourself? Ben Kesh remarked, observing Su Bai collapse onto his bed. I'm still young. I want a grander stage, Su Bai replied before succumbing to sleep. Watching the snoring Su Bai, Ben Kesh, a prodigious talent from Schalke's youth academy, fell into contemplation. For the first time, he realized that even in a country often deemed a football desert, there existed individuals who would stop at nothing to pursue their dreams. The next morning, at 5 o'clock, the alarm rang punctually. Despite his aching body, Su Bai gritted his teeth and forced himself out of bed. His training gauge had reached 74. Following the morning session, it would likely max out, and any fatigue would soon be alleviated by the system's refreshing effect. However, Ben Kesh, exhausted, didn't hear the alarm. By the time he awoke, it was already 8 o'clock. Had it not been for Su Bai's call, he would have likely slept through the entire training session. Seeing the revitalized Su Bai, Ben Kesh, still feeling the effects of fatigue, couldn't help but stare in awe. You're truly something else. Chapter 32. Entering the starting lineup. The second round of the Regional Liga approaches Friday. It was once again the most critical moment of the week. Although the team's starting lineup had long been decided, for the substitute players, this day still held a glimmer of hope. Perhaps, by some stroke of luck, they might make it onto the roster. Just making the roster would guarantee a minimum win bonus of €300, which, while not much, was significantly more than the weekly wages of many, especially for a player like Su Bai, who earned just over €100. Amid the eager anticipation of all, Daniel entered the training ground, accompanied by Wyclef, who was pushing a small cart. Approaching the already lined-up players, Daniel scanned his team. Without uttering a word, he glanced at Wyclef, who nodded and retrieved the black notebook that would determine the lineup for tomorrow's match. A team. Goalkeeper, Bobby Edgar. Left back, Morton Jim. Familiar names were read aloud one by one. However, when the name of the 10th player was called, Wyclef hesitated. This pause sent Hylam O'Shea, who had yet to hear his name, into a panic. Ever since he was substituted in the last match, he had harbored a foreboding sense of dread, especially after witnessing Su Bai take control of the game. At that moment, Hylam O'Shea realized his starting position was lost. Su Bai indeed. When Wyclef announced the last member of the A-team, Hylam O'Shea cast a despairing glance at the frail figure behind him. No hint of dissatisfaction surfaced. Even if he did feel it, Hylam O'Shea dared not show it. Mr. Daniel was not as mild-mannered as he appeared. Anyone daring to be a troublemaker would find him to be the first to strike back, and with considerable force. Amid the envious gazes of his teammates, Su Bai stepped forward to receive the training vest that symbolized his starting position. Simultaneously, Daniel produced the tactical board. The strategy remained unchanged, starting from the center, moving to the flanks. Su, your dribbling has a rather unorthodox flair, so try to avoid carrying the ball too much and stay close to Ben Kesh. In the moments when Su Bai finds an opening, he must endeavor to pass the ball out. Both wings should remain vigilant regarding their available space. Seize any opportunity to make forward runs. I have faith that Su's passes will swiftly reach you, and you, Benedict, should not merely wait for headers. If a chance arises to dash behind the defense, be decisive. Daniel's remarks have left many in shock. Not merely due to his tactics, but because Daniel's intent signifies that the entire team is entrusted to Su Bai. In essence, from this point forward, the engine of Schalke 0 for U18 will be this fellow. Su Bai. Every attack the team mounts will originate with him, whether it be down the flanks or penetrating through the center. He is in command. Remarkably, he has only been with the team for a matter of days, just over 10. The most agonizing emotion in the human experience is jealousy. At this moment, Halem O'Shea is acutely aware of this sentiment. He has been with the U18 team for 2 full years, and yet, he finds himself eclipsed by this newcomer in such a brief span. He turns to glance at the relaxed Su Bai, letting out a helpless sigh. Such is the harsh reality of professional football. During the training scrimmage, Team A has fully embraced Daniel's vision. This strategy of placing all the pressure on Su Bai unexpectedly alleviates the burden on the other players. Su Bai roams the field without a fixed position. Wherever there is space, he moves there. The instant he receives the ball, he seizes the opportunity and delivers it to the most critical location in the shortest time. Observing Team A's fluid offensive play, even Daniel appears momentarily stunned. Such dazzling attacking football. Is this truly his team? Why does it seem that Su Bai has grown even stronger, particularly in his ball handling? Watching his team's core player, Daniel is filled with confusion. He has only been a few days, and Su Bai has undergone a visibly transformative change. I too have noticed. This young man is truly remarkable. At this moment, the expression on Wycliffe's face mirrors Daniel's. Meanwhile, at the Garden Stadium, Li Shuo is accompanied by a commentator from the Sports Weekly, having just arrived at the makeshift live broadcast studio that he and Xiao Wang painstakingly set up over the past few days. Teacher Wang Tao, the conditions are a bit rudimentary, please bear with us. Upon observing the somewhat shabby studio, Li Shuo feels a twinge of embarrassment. Oh, it's quite all right. No worries, Wang Tao, who left his job at the sports channel to start his own venture, never anticipated that for a mere 50,000, he would find himself in this far-off land, the War Chariot Nation, commentating on the regional Liga matches. He realizes he was perhaps a bit impulsive. After a year of hard work, he now finds himself needing to sell his house to pay off debts, such as life. Although he has never officially commented on matches at the 5th channel, he is at least a well-known reporter at the main station. Many voiceovers in world football feature his work. As for the most recognized Chinese voiceover for Pro Evolution Soccer, he has recorded several generations of it. Life, alas, is filled with lows, and Wang Tao's has come rather abruptly. Gazing at the cramped and outdated studio, he sets aside any semblance of pride, taking a seat to prepare. The regional Liga. He truly is unfamiliar with it. Most importantly, he knows this broadcast will attract a significant audience. Currently, the most talked about football figure in the War Chariot Nation is Su Bai. Especially after Su Bai's extraordinary long-range goals, he is unaware of the local reaction, but in the War Nation, people are nearly going mad, exclaiming that the spring of football has arrived. Nicknames such as the Beckham of the War Nation and the Xavi of the War Nation are circulating wildly online. However, as someone who genuinely understands football, Wang Tao is acutely aware that the regional Liga is not as straightforward as it seems. Here, it is not the technical skill that is most notorious but the brutal fouls. Even with Su Bai's talent, he cannot escape the vicious tackles of the robust players from the War Chariot Nation. Thus, Wang Tao harbors concerns for this suddenly emerging prodigy from the War Nation. Teacher Wang, here is the information for tomorrow's match. Including details on the Magdeburg team and player profiles, I painstakingly gathered this, so there might be some errors. Please be forgiving. Wang Tao gratefully accepts the materials, realizing they are precisely what he currently lacks. If you asked him to commentate on the Bundesliga, he could easily engage in conversation about the numerous teams, but regarding the regional Liga, he is at a loss. Who on earth cares about the players in the regional Liga? After apologizing to Li Shuo and the others, Wang Tao begins to meticulously record notes in his notebook. Football commentary is certainly not as effortless as it appears. Chapter 33. The first regional Liga broadcast from the War Nation. Will Su Bai rise to fame? After all, there is a match in the afternoon. Remarkably, Su Bai did not rise early on this Saturday morning. It is not until 8 o'clock that he awakens leisurely. I thought you, the weirdo, would wake up early today. His companion, Ben Kaisher, is already brushing his teeth. There's a match today. If I exhaust myself in practice, the boss will surely have my head. Haha, that is true. Let us hurry up. We can't miss the 8:30 training with that. Su Bai quickly gets up, tidies himself, and heads to the cafeteria with Ben Kaisher. Breakfast consists of bread and milk. After hastily finishing, Su Bai and Ben Kaisher rush to the training ground. Due to the upcoming match, the morning training is merely a warm-up. Daniel takes the opportunity to address some key points the team must heed, particularly emphasizing the fierce style of play exhibited by the opposing team, Magdeburg, as the wildest team in the regional Liga. Magdeburg has garnered a notorious reputation in every match they've played. There has never been a situation without cards being issued. This team hails from a small town in the eastern part of the war chariot nation and is infamous as descendants of pirates. They do not produce stars but are renowned for their butchers. Each year, several promising players see their careers cut short due to injuries incurred at the hands of Magdeburg. Observing the slender figure of Su Bai, Daniel is filled with concern. However, seeing Su Bai's impassive expression, he refrains from saying too much at this moment. Su Bai truly feels no trepidation. Had he encountered a team like this previously, he might have felt a twinge of fear. Yet now, equipped with a systematic injury immunity card, how could he fear malicious fouls? In his past life, Su Bai often studied the materials from the La Masia Academy, mastering the art of dramatic falls and rolls, mimicking the techniques of their renowned players with remarkable accuracy. After a light lunch, the players gather their belongings in preparation to board the team bus at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It is undoubtedly the hottest part of the day. However, there is no alternative. Only one field is available, and the first team needs it in the evening. If they delay too long, there will be no time for cleanup. Thus, throughout the season, playing at home for Schalke 04 is quite the ordeal. Fortunately, the bus is equipped with air conditioning. As they board, everyone feels a welcome relief from the heat. Around 1:30, the bus arrives at the stadium. After casually changing into their uniforms and organizing their gear in the locker room, the players file out in the player tunnel. Su Bai finally encounters the rumored Magdeburg team members. Just as Ben Kaischer had described, each of these individuals gazes at them with fierce expressions. Ben Kaischer even finds himself unnerved by a heavily tattooed, bearded giant within the team, quickly turning his head away. This man is their captain, Rosa Marshall. Damn. As the esteemed captain of Magdeburg, Rosa Marshall epitomizes the ferocity of his fellow players. In the previous season's Regional Liga, he had infamously shattered the right leg of Dortmund U18's prodigy, with a brutal tackle from behind, facing only a 15-match suspension in return, while the unfortunate was forced to retire from football due to injury. Recalling what Ben Kaischer had said, Su Bai looks disdainfully at Rosa Marshall, who seems to revel in intimidating Ben Kaischer. Su Bai's gaze quickly captures Rosa Marshall's attention. The tension between them is palpable, filling the player tunnel with an electric atmosphere. Noticing that Su Bai is unfazed by his intimidation, Rosa Marshall smirks and turns away. Be careful out there. This guy is their defensive midfielder, warns Hardy Hunt, Su Bai's left winger, as he pats Su Bai's shoulder and offers a quiet caution. Oh. Su Bai, feeling unperturbed, prepares himself. Soon, the staff gestures for them to take the field. However, as they step out of the player tunnel, they are unexpectedly struck by the sight of a significantly larger crowd than usual at the Garden Stadium. At this moment, in the War Nation, the Sports Weekly's official website prominently features a football live broadcast, drawing numerous fans into the online streaming room. After all, the Sports Weekly has invested considerable funds, thus the stadium generously provided them with the same equipment used for broadcasting first-team matches. At the very least, the clarity of the visuals rivals that of Bundesliga matches. What the hell? There's actually a live broadcast. Sports Weekly is incredible. This Regional Liga broadcast is the first of its kind in Asia. Just a few days ago, I stumbled upon Su Bai's exclusive interview in the newspaper and was astonished to discover that it had indeed come to fruition. Go, Su Bai. You are not fighting alone. Just look at how the number of viewers in the live stream is steadily increasing. Nonsense. Although it is the Regional Liga, at least you are the only one from our overseas football community who has made it onto the field. Right? How Junmin has been sitting on the bench for the entire match with the first team. I wonder if he will get a chance to play in tonight's Bundesliga. What a joke. He didn't even make the 18-man squad. So what is the point tonight? Alas, there's nothing we can do. Our level is just that way. Sango was so impressive at Lionel, yet after moving to the Bundesliga, he can't even break into the 18-man roster. Don't even mention Sangu. Let us focus on Xiao Sud. I'm curious how he will perform in this match. As long as he has the opportunity to play, I believe Magath won't overlook him. Perhaps he might even be promoted on the spot. Brother, it's the Regional Liga. Do you have any idea how big the difference is compared to the Bundesliga? Don't take things for granted. If Xiao Su can hold his ground for a year in the Regional Liga, it would already be quite impressive for him to find a team in the Bundesliga to hone his skills. Exactly, such ignorance. The gap between the Regional Liga and the Bundesliga is as vast as that between the Yin Nation team and the Chariot Nation team. Do you understand? Well, Now that you mention it, I do comprehend. Observing the barrage of comments in the live stream, Wang Tao could only sigh in resignation. The current state of Yen Nation's football is deteriorating. The generation of Xiao Jia has aged. And where is the younger generation? There isn't a single one capable of performing. Good evening, dear viewers. I am your old friend, Wang Tao. It is an honor to be invited by Sports Weekly to provide live commentary for this pivotal match in the Regional Liga. As a long-established powerhouse in the Regional Liga, Magdeburg has an impressive record. Last season, they ranked 9th in the Regional Liga, and most of the team comprises local players from Magdeburg. Therefore, the most remarkable aspect of these players, who have been together since their youth training, is their tacit understanding and coordination. Most notably, Magdeburg is known for their fierce playing style. Last season, Magdeburg accumulated a total of 8 red cards and 27 yellow cards. The team's captain, Rosa Marshall, faced a 15-match suspension due to a malicious foul. In short, Schalke 04's youthful squad will face a formidable challenge today. What the hell? Isn't this a disaster? Look at Xiao Su's physique. Can he withstand a kick from them? Forget about just one kick. I reckon he would fly with a mere bump. Don't scare me. I came here to see Su Bai dominate the opposing team, not to witness Su Bai getting injured. Meanwhile, in the stands, numerous fans were enthusiastically waving Schalke 04 flags, cheering on these young players. Among the fans, a middle-aged man in a short-sleeved shirt was intently watching the newly entered Yen Nation player. With the logo of Manchester United prominently displayed on his bag. Chapter 34. A frenzied match. Welcome to the Regional Liga. Yen Nation kid. Take down these punks. Fuck. You pirate scum. Fuck you all. The enthusiasm of the Schalke fans today is rather extraordinary. With a capacity of 50,000, the Garden Stadium has at least 8,000 attendees, a feat never seen in U18 matches, especially their fervent greetings to Magdeburg. Well, those greetings are actually quite friendly for the Magdeburg players. At least they aren't rushing onto the field to brawl. You see, last season, due to Rosa Marshall's malicious foul, the entire Dortmund fan base had already regarded Magdeburg as an enemy. In the second match of the Regional Liga, many frenzied fans had aggressively attacked Magdeburg's team bus, forcing the Football Association to intervene and conduct their match behind closed doors. That was quite the oddity in the Regional Liga. The players from both teams are now positioned in their respective halves. The main referee is communicating with the assistant referee, synchronizing the watch. Beep. Sports Weekly fans. The second round of the Regional Liga for the 2010 to 2011 season, Schalke U18 versus Magdeburg, has officially begun. First, let me introduce the starting lineups. Attacking from left to right in their traditional blue jerseys is Schalke 04 U18. Schalke's starting goalkeeper, Bobby Edgar. Left back, Morton Jim. Center backs, Esther Scott and Webster Jeffrey. Right back, Sidney Parker. Defensive midfielder, Lloyd and Cairo. Attacking midfielders, Su Bai and Ben Cash. Left winger, Hardy Hunt. Right winger, Wheeler and Cairo. Striker, Whit Benny Dick. Schalke 04 maintains their traditional 4-5-1 formation. On the other side, attacking from right to left in white jerseys is Magdeburg. Starting goalkeeper, Hosen Ron. Left back, Beecher Rex. Center backs, Vanny Jonas and Robinson Webster. Right back, Dewey Hamilton. Double defensive midfielders, Rosa Marshall and Tobias Felix. Attacking midfielder, Kipling Jason. Left winger, Congreve Bowen. Right winger, Lind August. Striker, Matilda Neal. Magdeburg also employs their traditional 4-3-3 formation. As soon as the match commenced, Magdeburg seized possession and immediately launched an attack. Their strategy is clear, devoid of any complicated central tactics. They simply utilize the flanks, exploiting the speed of their wingers and the height of their 1.9-meter striker Matilda Neal for traditional long passes and aerial challenges. This approach is, after all, the most common tactic in the Regional Liga. Although simplistic, it often proves to be the most effective. Matilda Neal passed the ball to the attacking midfielder Kipling Jason, then swiftly turned to charge into Schalke's central area. The receiving Kipling Jason wasted no time, spotting Lind August racing down the right flank and executing a long pass. Lind August leapt gracefully, controlling the ball with his chest, without waiting for the ball to touch the ground. He propelled it forward with his right foot, accelerating on the spot and charging fiercely into Schalke's backline. Magdeburg opened aggressively. After receiving the ball in the center, they didn't even bother with symbolic transitions. They directly sought the flanks. In today's football landscape, Powerful teams like Barcelona and the World Cup-winning Spanish national team have proven time and again that the mainstream of modern football has evolved from traditional long passes to possession-based football that stretches the opponent's space. Of course, these possession tactics may be too sophisticated for a team in the Regional Liga. In the Regional Liga, the most practical approach remains this exceedingly simple traditional style. Last season, 68 of Magdeburg's goals were scored from headers off crosses from the flanks. Furthermore, both of Magdeburg's wingers are exceptionally quick players. What a play! Just as Wang Tao was explaining Magdeburg's tactics, their right winger Lind August, who had just made a breakthrough, faced Schalke's left back Mortengem and executed a simple left feint followed by a right cut. Using his speed to slip past Mortengem, continuing his run, Lind August reached the baseline and unleashed a powerful strike with his right foot, sending the ball racing towards Schalke 04's penalty area. On the sidelines, Daniel watched as Mortengem was easily bypassed, and his heart leapt to his throat. He nervously stood at the edge of the field, shouting for the central players to mark their opponents. At this moment in the penalty area, the tall Magdeburg striker Mathilde Neal was already charging towards the ball's landing point. The ball was moving at great speed. Even though Mathilde Neal anticipated the trajectory, he still couldn't reach it in time. Schalke's goalkeeper Bobby Edgar decisively intervened, punching the ball out of the penalty area. That was close. Mathilde Neal, with his height and build, clearly outmatches Schalke's center-backs. Moreover, it is evident from the first attack that Magdeburg is indeed exceptional in terms of their attacking capabilities from the flanks. Fortunately, the ball's landing point wasn't ideal. Mathilde Neal, rushing in from the middle, couldn't get to the first touch. Schalke's goalkeeper Bobby Edgar also acted decisively. Thus, Schalke managed to escape this scare unscathed. Wang Tao's commentary remained quite professional. After spending the entire morning, he had memorized the names of the players from both teams. Wow, Magdeburg's playstyle may be simplistic, but their breakthrough ability is truly commendable. Just look at that guy on the right flank. His speed is remarkable. That's how football is in the Chariot Nation. And they have developed their youth training programs over the years. Almost every locality, from cities to small towns, has its own football team. The rigorous selection process highlights the remarkable talent pool that enables the display of diverse strategies. The rapid wingers are quite commonplace in the realm of the German third division. Even in the lower tiers, such as the Regional Liga and Bundesliga, these purely speedy wingers often find themselves deprived of playing opportunities. Just observe that recent cross. Even in the absence of pressure, it was utterly ridiculous. Goodness, this is the German third division. If one possesses speed, dribbling prowess, and exceptional crossing abilities, they would hardly remain in the third division. It is often said that the third division is on par with the Chinese Super League, yet this play, to be frank, is at least a notch above the latter. As the ball struck by Bobby Edgar fell perfectly at the feet of Schalke 04's defensive midfielder Lloyd in Cairo, it was precisely as Daniel had mentioned before the match. The moment he received the ball, Lloyd glanced at his teammate, Su Bai, and with a deft right-footed diagonal pass, he set the ball in motion towards Su Bai. Upon receiving the ball, Su Bai turned, lifted his head to survey the field ahead. However, before he could make his move, a tremendous force collided with him from behind, sending him sprawling onto the grass. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Although Su Bai was shielded by an injury immunity card, the pain lingered. Clutching his waist, he turned to see Rosa Marshall standing beside him, a mischievous grin plastered on her face. Welcome to the third division, little monkey. Chapter 35. A stunning display of fried meatballs on the sidelines, Daniel watched as the referee merely called a foul, without even issuing a warning, and erupted into a tirade. Damn it! Does that butcher intend to kill my player? Such a foul without a card? Curse it! I knew it. However, Daniel's complaints bore no fruit. Even the spectators in the stands remained unresponsive. Many fans began to mock Su Bai's frail physique. How can this guy collapse so easily, like he's made of paper? Isn't he supposed to be formidable? Is this all he's got? As expected, people from Yin country are ill-suited for football. With a physique like that, does he even belong in the third division? If you can't even stand your ground, how can you play football? This challenge surely warranted a card. Magdeburg's foul was clearly tactical. The lack of any repercussions for such a play is astonishing. It seems the referee's standards for this match are rather lenient. Su Bai should exercise caution. In the live commentary, Wang Tao expressed concern as he watched Su Bai on the ground. He had anticipated such challenges for Su Bai but never imagined it would occur on his very first touch. On the field, Ben Kaisher and Lloyd in Cairo rushed to help Su Bai back to his feet. "Are you all right?" Lloyd inquired, observing Su Bai's furrowed brow. Rosa Marshall, who had just participated in the attack, had charged into Su Bai's waist with considerable force. Such a collision could potentially lead to injury, and seeing Su Bai grimacing, he felt a wave of worry. After all, the match had only just begun. If the opposing team could incapacitate Schalke's core player without even incurring a yellow card, the game would be in jeopardy. On the sidelines, Daniel shared the same concern. Fortunately, Su Bai quickly recovered. "It's nothing. Just a bit of pain." 4 minutes into the match, Schalke earned a free kick in their defensive half. Su Bai chose not to participate in this set piece and instead sprinted forward. Following the referee's whistle, Lloyd in Cairo launched a powerful kick, sending the ball into the opposing half. At the landing spot, Ben Kaisher leaped high, preparing to contest for the ball. However, he found himself in competition with Magdeburg's attacking midfielder, Jason, who also jumped simultaneously. In terms of height and physicality, Ben and Jason were not in the same league. Consequently, Jason easily pushed Ben aside, heading the ball towards Magdeburg's left winger. Bowen, Daniel, observing his team relinquishing possession so effortlessly, seethed with frustration. "Damn it, control the ball. Why must we engage in a physical duel?" On the other side, Magdeburg's coach, Jones, chuckled as he glanced at Daniel. He was no stranger to Daniel. Last season, in their 2 encounters, Magdeburg had secured 1 victory and 1 draw. Back then, Daniel relied on his team's outstanding forwards to achieve that narrow draw. Now, however, Daniel's star striker had transferred, while Magdeburg retained all their key players. After casting a glance at the irate Daniel, Jones turned his attention back to the field. At that moment, Bowen, having received the ball, began to surge forward towards Schalke's defensive line. The speed of both wingers was Magdeburg's sharpest weapon in the 3rd division. Confronted with Magdeburg's aggressive advance, Schalke's defense could not afford to be negligent. The entire defensive line swiftly shifted to the right. Schalke's right back, Sine Parker, gritted his teeth and charged forward. A longtime rival of Bowen, Parker knew the challenge he posed. Thus, upon facing Bowen, Parker immediately lowered his center of gravity, positioning himself to block Bowen's inward cut. Bowen, undeterred, saw his inward path obstructed and swiftly pushed the ball to his left with his left foot. Accelerating towards the baseline, Parker closely followed, readying his right leg to intercept any potential cross from Bowen. Magdeburg was relentless, targeting both flanks, with capable headers in the center from their attacking midfielder and center forward. This tactic posed the greatest challenge to Schalke 04's already deficient aerial defense. Schalke 04 ought to reconsider their strategy. If this continues, conceding a goal is merely a matter of time. Indeed, scarcely had the thought left Daniel's lips when Bowen, reaching the baseline, feigned a cross with his left foot. This feint caused Parker to instinctively lift his leg to block. However, the moment he did, regret washed over him. Before him, Bowen, having tricked Parker, promptly pulled the ball back with his left foot. Turning sharply and unleashing a powerful strike with his right foot, the ball rocketed towards the center, where the towering Magdeburg forward, Matilda Neal, soared high above Schalke's center-back, Esther Scott. Matilda Neal delivered a powerful header, sending the ball crashing into the net. The Schalke goalkeeper, Bobby Edgar, stood helpless against such a close-range, forceful header. The ball sailed straight into the net. 1-0. The visiting Magdeburg took the lead just 7 minutes into the match. Alas, conceding a goal so early was utterly inevitable. Whether from the flanks or central defense, Schalke exhibited no effective defensive measures. Such a straightforward long ball tactic exploits their defensive weaknesses. The fullbacks failed to contain the cross, while the center-backs faltered against headers. They were simply outmatched. Witnessing the ease with which they conceded, the fans in the stands began to voice their complaints. Just moments ago, they confidently proclaimed that their players would humiliate these country bumpkins. Yet here they were, dominated and conceding a goal within a mere 7 minutes. On the sidelines, Daniel hung his head in resignation. His players had performed admirably, yet this kind of goal was difficult to prevent. The center-backs were still too young, unable to contend with the imposing Matilda Neal. On the field, Schalke 04's players, witnessing their opponents celebrating jubilantly in their penalty area, felt utterly dejected. "When we resume play, pass the ball to me." At that moment, Su Bai, who had been relatively quiet, approached his teammates. Due to Daniel's influence, the players nodded in agreement with Su Bai's request. After all, engaging in aerial duels against the opponents was futile. It would be wiser to abandon high balls and focus on ground play. As the referee's whistle signaled the end of Magdeburg's celebration, the match resumed. Benedict, upon hearing the whistle, turned and passed the ball to Ben Kaischer, who then surged forward. Upon receiving the ball, Ben Kaischer did not immediately pass it to Su Bai, but instead carried it forward himself. Facing the advancing Matilda Neal, Ben Kaischer skillfully nudged the ball with his right foot. Gliding past Matilda Neal with ease. As he passed Matilda Neal, Magdeburg's attacking midfielder, Kipling Jason, charged towards him. Observing Kipling Jason's aggressive approach, Ben Kaischer hesitated no longer. He swiftly pushed the ball to his left, passing it to Su Bai, who stood nearby. Kipling Jason, seeing the ball being passed, was undeterred and pivoted, lunging aggressively towards Su Bai. At the same time, Rosa Marshall, the defensive midfielder for Magdeburg, fixated on Su Bai, lunged towards him with fervor. In the blink of an eye, Su Bai found himself confronting a dual assault from Magdeburg. It was indeed a formidable challenge, as both opponents surpassed him in both physicality and experience. In the face of this encirclement, the swift release of the ball was the most prudent choice. Meanwhile, in the broadcasting room, Wang Tao began to fret. After all, this was Su Bai's first genuine offensive organization since the match commenced. Should he falter or concede a goal, allowing Magdeburg to score again, the game would hang in the balance. More crucially, Su Bai's confidence would undoubtedly take a severe blow. However, Wang Tao soon widened his eyes in exaggerated disbelief. Not only him, but even the Schalke fans in the stands stared in astonishment at the field. On the pitch, undaunted by the fierce double team, Su Bai remained composed, not even slightly diminishing his pace. The first to close in was Kipling Jason, who extended his long leg to obstruct Su Bai's path while leaning his body towards him. As Jason approached, Su Bai deftly flicked the ball with his right ankle to the left. Evading Jason's outstretched leg, he then tilted his body leftward, successfully dodging Jason. Yet, at that moment, Rosa Marshall surged forward without the patience exhibited by Jason, aiming a forceful stomp at Su Bai's right foot. This was a full-throttle attempt. If it connected, Su Bai's slender right leg would surely succumb to the impact. Just as it seemed that this audacious young lad from the Flame Nation would tumble in agony, Su Bai cleverly nudged the ball to the right front with his left foot, swiftly retracting his right foot to evade Rosa Marshall, then gently nudging the ball forward. Simultaneously, Su Bai elegantly glided past Rosa Marshall, threading through the gap between the two. A flawless nutmeg, magnificent. Su Bai executed the maneuver with such grace. An astonishing nutmeg. This play was undoubtedly textbook material. In the face of the double team, Su Bai, akin to the embodiment of Iniesta, effortlessly maneuvered between the towering figures of Rosa Marshall and Kipling Jason. Wang Tao in the broadcasting room could not contain his exclamation. On the stands, the previously expressionless middle-aged man suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. Chapter 36. The frenzied outside of the foot rainbow pass. Su Bai conquers Schalke in an instant, having surpassed Rosa Marshall and Kipling Jason. A vast expanse lay before Su Bai. Without hesitation, he forcefully propelled the ball forward with his right foot, charging towards Magdeburg's defensive zone with the speed of the wind. At this moment, the Schalke 04 forwards began to accelerate wildly. Familiar passing lanes sprang into Su Bai's vision, yet the likelihood of scoring appeared slim. Exercising caution, Su Bai continued his relentless advance. As he approached the edge of the penalty area, Jones, the Magdeburg head coach, finally lost his perpetual smile. He had not anticipated the extraordinary skill possessed by this young lad from the Flame Nation. "Stop him!" he shouted to his players on the field. However, there was no need for Jones' command. Observing Su Bai's frenzied advance with the ball, Magdeburg's defensive midfielder, Tobias Felix, charged towards him. Yet, just as he neared Su Bai, Felix had yet to make a move when Su Bai deftly flicked the ball to the side, passing it to the advancing Ben Kessie. Simultaneously, Su Bai circled around Felix. Ben Kessie, fully aware of the play, received the ball and elegantly pushed it forward. What a splendid combination, a 1-2. Su Bai left Magdeburg with no opportunity for a foul. The choice of play was simply perfect as he gazed at the ball before him. Su Bai lifted his head and, in that moment, spotted the poised striker, Benedict, ready to strike. With the system's enhancement, A passing lane with a 90 scoring probability materialized before Su Bai. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck the ball fiercely with his right foot. Su Bai aimed to shoot, but the position seemed a tad rushed. Moreover, the ball appeared to be a low shot. This was too hasty, although it could potentially slip through the gap between Magdeburg's center-backs. The ball's speed would allow the goalkeeper ample opportunity to make the save. Witnessing Su Bai's powerful strike, Wang Tao lamented in the broadcasting room. However, soon enough, not only Wang Tao but everyone on the field who anticipated Su Bai's direct shot found themselves dumbfounded. The ball skimmed across the grass, spinning wildly. As it passed over Magdeburg's center-backs, it landed on the turf, veering sharply to the right, and there, on the right side, a tall figure emerged, Benedict, the striker. Lurking ominously within Magdeburg's penalty area, materialized as if by magic, the ball, akin to a beautiful rainbow, landed perfectly at Benedict's feet. The pass was nothing short of exquisite. Benedict required no adjustment. With a deft push of his right foot, the ball obediently sailed into the back of Magdeburg's net. Splendid, splendid. The goal was scored. Within 3 minutes of Magdeburg's goal, Su Bai executed a breathtaking nutmeg in midfield, breaching Magdeburg's defensive line, and subsequently unveiled an extraordinary rainbow pass right before their goal. This was simply unbelievable. 1-1. The score was equalized. This was the most perfect outside of the foot through ball I have witnessed in years. A rainbow. Su Bai painted the most magnificent rainbow at the Garden Stadium. The referee's whistle confirming the goal ignited the fans in the stands. They erupted in ecstatic roars. Such a goal stirred the blood. The ultimate synergy, coupled with an exquisitely audacious through ball. Who would have thought that such perfect team football could emerge even in the rough and tumble of the third division? On the sidelines, Daniel exuberantly raised his arms and rushed towards his assistant coach. They embraced in celebration, exclaiming, "I knew this kid could do it." It was simply magnificent. I can hardly find words to describe this goal. Perfect. This is the Schalke 04 I aim to build. After the goal, Benedict was the first to rush towards Su Bai. He understood that this goal was entirely Su Bai's achievement. Not only him, but even the goalkeeper could have netted it. "Su, you were phenomenal. I knew you would deliver the pass. What a beautiful play, Su. That was simply stunning." Ben Kessie also rushed over to embrace Su Bai. Hardy Hunter, Wheeler Enkelou, and even Lloyd Enkelou from the back line joined in, wrapping their arms around Su Bai. They gleefully tousled his hair. Incredible. That was truly remarkable. Nothing more to say. It's the most beautiful through ball I've ever seen. Goodness, what extraordinary footwork. Outside of the foot passing is inherently challenging. Yet you managed to achieve such spin while maintaining a rapid pace to slip between two center-backs. It's not just the speed. Look at the vision. When Su Bai made the pass, the tall forward had just started his run. Indeed, that was stunning. No doubt, it's on par with a Xavi level through ball, if not even better. I can hardly fathom that this was executed by one of our own from the Flame Nation. This play is definitely worthy of a spot in the top 10. Remarkable. Su Bai is truly exceptional. From now on, I shall be a fan of Su Bai. This third division is far more exhilarating than that pathetic Chinese Super League. Just look at the dazed expressions on the Magdeburg players. Haha, what a thrill. Exactly. Who would have thought that one of our own could shine so brilliantly abroad? I initially believed Su Bai was merely here to learn, but it turns out he's a true asset. In the broadcasting room, Wang Tao continued to celebrate with exuberance, while the Flame Nation fans glued to their computers erupted in jubilation. 4 fans accustomed to the flamboyant passing game of Barcelona, witnessing such an astonishing display of passing from one of their own was nothing short of electrifying. What was that kid's name? Was it Su Bai? Yes, he was the one who assisted in the hat-trick last match. Haha, I told you he was a genius. With this level of skill, what on earth is he doing in the third division? What is Maga thinking? Is he blind? Who in the first team could execute such a pass? Goodness indeed, the midfield in the first team is utterly lacking. How can Su Bai, with 4 assists in 2 games, not make the first team? Alas, this young lad is still too green. He probably needs another couple of years of training. Train? Nonsense. A talent like this should be snatched up by the first team. Does he think other teams are blind? The Schalke fans in the stands were thoroughly captivated by Su Bai's performance. From his dribbling to the final pass, this was unequivocally Bundesliga level. Meanwhile, The middle-aged man carrying a Manchester United backpack opened his notebook with fervor. With exceptional footwork, a strong tactical vision, and remarkable passing ability, he yearned to uncover the extent of the extraordinary talents possessed by this maddeningly skilled lad from Yin Country. Chapter 37. The true genius. In less than 10 minutes, both teams had already scored a goal. The Schalke fans in the stands were exuberantly praising Su Bai's recent assist. After all, such elegant assists are a rarity in the rough-and-tumble league of the war chariots. They were accustomed to the collisions of muscle, various brutal fouls, and the football that perpetually soared overhead. This refreshing display of ground control and passing truly provided a delightful spectacle. Moreover, in the current world of football, the most celebrated style is undoubtedly Barcelona's tiki-taka. Observing Su Bai surrounded by admirers, the players from Magdeburg were utterly disheartened, especially Rosa Marshall, who had just been effortlessly outmaneuvered by Su Bai. At this moment, the irate Rosa Marshall was seething with rage. The last person who dared to toy with him was that unfortunate soul from Dortmund, who had long since bid farewell to the footballing world. Glancing at the time on the sidelines, Rosa Marshall suddenly smiled. There was still ample time. With the referee's urging, the match resumed. Schalke was wary of Magdeburg's flanks, while the latter shifted their defensive focus to the center. Magdeburg began to play a possession game in their half. It was futile for a bunch of third-division roughnecks to attempt possession. Every effort felt awkward. Receiving the ball, Tobias Felix launched it forward with a hefty kick, sending it directly to the front line. Although aimed at Lindogs, the execution left much to be desired, as the ball veered off wildly, crossing the sideline. Realizing his error, Tobias Felix raised his right hand in apology to his teammates. Unexpectedly, Schalke 04 gained possession. And from that moment onward, Schalke 04's true offensive onslaught commenced. The fullback threw the throw-in to the midfielder Ben Kesh. With no one around, Ben Kesh boldly advanced with the ball. However, after just a few steps, Magdeburg's forward Matilda Neal charged forward. The towering Matilda Neal had only one intention: to collide directly with Ben Kesh. Unfazed, Ben Kesh pulled the ball back with his right foot, deftly evading Matilda Neal, then executed a swift left-footed pass to the approaching Su Bai. He quickly sprinted forward. Su Bai, receiving the ball, seamlessly pushed it back to Ben Kesh's feet. The duo began to exchange passes frequently in midfield, executing elegant 1-2s that excited the fans on the sidelines. After all, Ben Kesh and Su Bai lived together and had developed a strong understanding on the training ground. Furthermore, Su Bai's passes were always impeccably precise, requiring Ben Kesh no adjustments whatsoever. Consequently, Magdeburg found themselves utterly helpless against the duo's possession play. Even committing a foul seemed out of the question, as Su Bai and Ben Kesh offered no opportunities. The moment an opponent approached, the ball would be released. As the pair approached the edge of the penalty area, Magdeburg's defenders hesitated no longer. Rosa Marshall and Tobias Felix surged forward, employing their seasoned tactics to block the passing lanes between the two. Magdeburg was cunning, allowing the two to play their possession game near the center circle, but tightened their defense as they neared the penalty area. With 3 players now closing in, continuing this style of possession became exceedingly challenging. The ball found its way to Su Bai. Both wings of Schalke surged forward, creating space for Su Bai in the middle. Faced with the formidable Kipling Jason and Rosa Marshall, Su Bai dared not hesitate. After all, in terms of both physique and experience, he was outmatched by these two. Just before the encirclement, Su Bai pinpointed his passing route. With a fierce strike of his right foot, he sent the ball towards the center. At that position, the retreating Whit Benedict was already waiting. Observing Su Bai's crafty maneuver, Rosa Marshall, who had initially prepared to teach Su Bai a lesson, could only pivot towards Whit Benedict. Yet, Su Bai was prepared for this moment. Before receiving the ball, Whit Benedict noticed Su Bai advancing and, thanks to Su Bai's passing direction, he needed no adjustment. Just before Rosa Marshall could close in, he executed a left-footed diagonal push. In that instant, as the ball approached, Su Bai's right foot arched around it, generating power as he sent it flying toward the penalty area. The ball soared, soaring over Magdeburg's final line of defense, spinning violently as it traced a breathtaking arc, landing on the left side of the penalty area. There, the just-inserted left winger of Schalke 04, Hardy Hunt, appeared before the ball. Without hesitation, Hardy Hunt unleashed a powerful strike with his right foot. The ball slipped past Magdeburg's goalkeeper, Hassan Ron, and nestled into the net. 2-1. Spectacular. They took the lead. Another assist from Su Bai. After recently delivering an exquisite rainbow assist with the outside of his foot, Su Bai once again provided a crucial assist with his right foot. Magnificent. First the outside of the foot, now the arch. Unbelievable. This is undoubtedly a masterclass in passing. Schalke's forwards are incredibly fortunate to have Su Bai's astonishing passes. As long as they can make a run, scoring becomes the simplest of tasks. Incredible. This goal is truly a work of art. In the live broadcast, Wang Tao was almost in disbelief. After years of watching football, it was the first time he had witnessed a Yin country player deliver such passes. And it wasn't mere luck. Once could be dismissed as fortunate, but twice, 3 times, 4 times, including the 3 from the previous match. Su Bai had already delivered 5 perfect assists in just 2 matches. Hardy Hunt's goal set the Garden Stadium ablaze. The Schalke fans in the stands leaped with excitement. Although it was merely the 3rd division, merely the U18 youth team, the exhilarating offensive display sent their adrenaline soaring. On the sidelines, Daniel clutched his head in disbelief as he gazed at Su Bai on the field. It was too outrageous. Whether it was the previous outside of the foot pass or this one with the arch, such feats from a U18 player were simply astonishing. 5 assists. What an unfathomable statistic. After scoring, Hardy Hunt dashed towards Su Bai in a frenzy. As Schalke's left winger, although he had continuously participated in the attack, he often played the role of the assister. The sensation of helping the team regain the lead was exquisite. An ecstatic Hardy Hunt lifted Su Bai off the ground. His teammates rushed over to surround Su Bai. The middle-aged man in the stands did not open his notebook this time. Instead, he took out his phone and headed towards the tunnel. After dodging the cheers of the fans, he dialed a number. He is a genius, an absolute genius. Such vision and passing cannot be trained. He is only 17 years old. Manchester United needs him. Chapter 38. The Frenzy of Magdeburg. Su Bai takes center stage. In the 23rd minute, Schalke 04 took the lead. This goal, originating from the backline, saw Su Bai and Ben Kesh exchange an astonishing 14 passes, culminating in Su Bai's spectacular right-footed curved assist that enabled Hardy Hunt to score against Magdeburg. In terms of both aesthetic appeal and the final outcome, it left everyone in awe. This is the 3rd division. Even in the Bundesliga, such perfect team cooperation is rare. Incredible, damn. It seems that watching Su Bai's live broadcast was the right choice. This possession, this final pass, is simply delightful. Haha, have you noticed? The ball passed by Su Bai allows Schalke's players to receive it without needing to adjust or switch feet. That's what is truly impressive. Wow. Now that you mention it, this is just too outrageous. Whether in terms of the speed of the pass or the trajectory of the ball, it feels as if it has been meticulously calculated. Absolutely no adjustments are needed, as if the ball is magnetically drawn to their feet. This is truly remarkable. That pass is just good. It's masterful. In training, it's rare for anyone to deliver such an elegant pass, especially in a match. With the referee urging them, Schalke's celebration soon came to an end. Following that, Schalke began to exhibit a flawless midfield possession akin to their training sessions. Every Schalke player, as Daniel noted, would first pass the ball to Su Bai, and Su Bai appeared in every corner of the pitch. He acted as the brain of Schalke 04, orchestrating each player's movements. In contrast, Magdeburg, accustomed to fierce defending, found themselves momentarily at a loss against such rapid possession play. Schalke 04 often passed the ball before Magdeburg could even tighten their defense. In the 37th minute of the match, under the orchestration of Su Bai, Schalke 04 seamlessly passed the ball down the right flank, eventually reaching the edge of the penalty area. That moment, as Magdeburg concentrated all their defensive efforts to the right, Su Bai seized the opportunity and delivered a devastating long pass with the outside of his left foot. The football sailed over all the Magdeburg defenders and landed at the feet of the unmarked Hardy Hunt on the left wing. However, it was a pity that the overly excited Hardy Hunt squandered the one-on-one chance, sending the ball soaring over the crossbar. Not only did Hardy Hunt himself find it hard to believe, but the Schalke fans in the stands also covered their heads in disbelief. Oh dear. How could Hardy Hunt miss that chance? Su Bai's assist hat-trick has just slipped away. What a beautiful play. How could it be wasted? From the pull on the flank to that exquisite outside of the foot pass. Magnificent. The brilliance of Su Bai transformed Schalke 04's offense into something truly spectacular. Even the notoriously tough Magdeburg defense was rendered helpless against such fluid passing. Each of Su Bai's passes seemed meticulously calculated. A genius, without a doubt. On the sidelines, the atmosphere was electric. Witnessing Hardy Hans miss, Daniel angrily hurled his water bottle to the ground. It was a clear opportunity gone awry. Not only Daniel, but many fans began to grumble and complain. Damn, what kind of rubbish winger is this? How could he miss such a clear chance? That beautiful pass from the foreign lad wasted in vain. I've been saying, this kid is too good for the U18s. They need to promote him to the first team before someone snatches him away. Exactly, I don't understand what that old man Magath is thinking. Letting such an outstanding midfielder go to waste. As Schalke 04 shifted all their defensive resources to the flanks, Magdeburg found themselves at a loss for how to mount an attack, with both wings ineffective. Should they rely on penetrating through the middle? The robust Magdeburg players could commit fouls, but asking them to play with finesse is indeed a tall order. On the other side, Jones furrowed his brow as he assessed the situation on the field. He had not anticipated that Schalke 04 could execute such masterful possession play. However, soon enough, Jones' expression relaxed. His gaze was firmly fixed on Su Bai, the orchestrator of the team's attacks. As the first half drew to a close, Schalke 04 headed into the tunnel with a 2-1 lead. Su Bai was seen laughing and joking with Ben Kesh as they exited the pitch. The Schalke fans in the stands fervently chanted Su Bai's name. Su, splendid play. Su, keep it up and score a few more in the second half. Ha ha, well done. Su. The fans never hesitate to shower praise on players who display such magical performances as Su Bai. In the locker room, Daniel looked at his players with a beaming smile. Before the match, he had not held out much hope. After all, Magdeburg's ferocity was well known throughout the league. Many teams would rather forfeit than risk their key players against the crazed Magdeburg. During halftime, Daniel took the opportunity to emphasize defensive strategies using the tactical board. Meanwhile, in the opposing locker room, Jones was furiously reprimanding his players. To be trailing against a group of kids who hadn't even fully matured was a disgrace. Possession play? Are you blind? Can't you see that Schalke's possession is a sham? Why chase the ball? Just mark that foreign lad. Be a bit more ruthless. Let these Schalke kids know they are up against Magdeburg. After delivering these remarks, Jones appeared even more menacing than usual. However, his words elicited a satisfied smile from Rosa Marshall, who sat nearby. The second half soon commenced. Initially buoyant, Daniel was anticipating a commanding victory from his team in the second half. But it wasn't long before he realized that the fluidity of their attack had vanished. Since the beginning of the second half, countless whistles had become the dominant theme of the match. In the 47th minute, before Su Bai even had a chance to receive the ball, Magdeburg's attacking midfielder Kiplin Jason brutally knocked him down. Although the referee issued a token warning to Kiplin Jason, it did nothing to deter Magdeburg from escalating their foul play. In the 52nd minute, as Ben Kesh advanced with the ball, Tobias Felix lunged in from the side, taking both player and ball to the ground. Ben Kesh clutched his ankle in agony. This foul ignited the already intense rivalry between the two teams. What the hell do you want? Whit Benedict stormed over to confront the foul causer, Tobias Felix. What do you think you're doing, kid? However, faced with the wrath of Whit Benedict, Tobias Felix simply shrugged it off with a nonchalant smile. At the same time, Rosa Marshall rushed over, and players from both sides began shoving one another. Su Bai stood his ground in front of Rosa Marshall, watching as the two teams seemed on the brink of a brawl. The referee promptly intervened, pushing into the fray. He brandished a yellow card at Tobias Felix for the foul. Whit Benedict, seeing this, was infuriated that such a foul warranted only a yellow card, and he began to vociferously protest to the referee. But his complaints fell on deaf ears, as Whit Benedict received a yellow card of his own. On the sidelines, Daniel was fuming. He rushed towards the fourth official. What the hell kind of officiating is this? Didn't the referee see that my player was subjected to such a brutal foul? Yet he gives my player a yellow card instead? Observing Daniel's fury, the fourth official relayed his words to the referee via his earpiece. Consequently, the referee, who had just settled the on-field altercation, hurried to the sidelines. Faced with an outraged Daniel, he pulled out a red card. In the 53rd minute, Ben Kesh, injured, was substituted off, and Schalke's coach Daniel was dismissed for verbally abusing the referee. Such a lack of composure. Whether it was the yellow card for Whit Benedict or the red card for the coach, the situation for Schalke had just become precarious. With the main defensive midfielder off the pitch and the head coach expelled, Although they maintained a one-goal lead, the match was beginning to look increasingly challenging. Watching the promising situation unravel, Wang Tao felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Damn it, what kind of blind referee is this? No red card for that foul? What the hell? Did he come from the middle of the street? He must be on the take. How could he send off Schalke's coach? It's over. It's over. GG, how can we play now? Our main attacking midfielder is out and the coach is gone. This is indeed U18. So immature. Is the coach really that hot-headed? This is the regional league. I genuinely worry for Su Bai. Look at how this second half is unfolding. Magdeburg is clearly out for blood. This is football. Su Bai should be careful. Don't jeopardize your career for this match. As the conflict subsided, the match resumed. Ben Kesh was replaced by the backup midfielder Ward Clarence. From this moment on, all of Schalke 04's attacking efforts were focused on Su Bai. Chapter 39. The frenzy of Magdeburg and Su Bai's counterattack starting from the 55th minute. The tides of the match turned dramatically. Without Daniel's guidance from the sidelines and lacking the synergy with Su Bai from the key player Ben Kesh, Schalke 04's once fluid offense evaporated into thin air. Conversely, the Magdeburg side, which had been confined to their own half, unleashed a fervent offensive onslaught in the 58th minute. The Magdeburg right winger, after dribbling past Schalke's fullback, launched a long pass towards the central striker Matilda Neal, who towered over the defenders. Matilda Neal leaped to meet the ball with a powerful header, but fortunately, Schalke's goalkeeper, Bobby Edgar, displayed remarkable skill, punching the ball off the line. Magdeburg earned a left side corner. Kipling Jason's corner kick lacked quality. Although Matilda Neal managed to get a touch, the effort was feeble and easily gathered by Bobby Edgar. The match continued. Bobby Edgar's goal kick was effortlessly intercepted by Magdeburg, who resumed their offensive onslaught. Schalke 04 appeared to be in a state of disarray, clearly rattled by the loss of their core player. Since the resumption of play, they hadn't even registered a single attack. Fortunately, Magdeburg's attacking efficiency was also lacking. Otherwise, the scoreline might have changed long ago. Wang Tao observed the unfolding drama with growing concern. Magdeburg's relentless pressing left Schalke 04 with no choice but to resort to desperate clearances and aerial balls. Su Bai's slender frame offered no advantage in that regard. On the stands, Daniel was anxiously fidgeting, yet the officials nearby were fixated on him, leaving no opportunity even for a discreet note to be passed to Wycliffe. In the 77th minute of the match, Magdeburg finally managed to score after relentlessly assaulting Schalke 04 for a full 20 minutes. As was customary, the goal came from a long pass. From the left flank, Congreve Bowen delivered a superb cross to the advancing Magdeburg captain, Marshall Rosa. Marshall Rosa leapt high, overpowering Schalke's defensive midfielder, Ward Clarence, with a powerful header that found the back of the net in the far corner. Although there were suspicions of a foul, the referee pointed to the center circle, declaring the goal valid. Rosa Marshall, who equalized for his team, was overjoyed. The Magdeburg players erupted in celebration around him. In stark contrast, the Schalke 04 squad appeared desolate, with only Su Bai maintaining a blank expression, while the others wore faces of despair. Alas, they had indeed failed to hold their ground. The predicament remained unresolved, and Schalke's offense was completely incapacitated. Continuing defensively was not a viable solution. A draw was simply unacceptable. Witnessing Schalke concede a goal, Wang Tao could only sigh in resignation. The celebration from Magdeburg was short-lived, as they had no intention of settling for a draw. With less than 10 minutes remaining, their goal was to deliver a decisive blow to Schalke 04. Standing in the center circle, Whit Benedict looked dejected. "Benedict, just make your forward runs, and I will pass the ball to you," he instructed, turning to his two teammates. "You two, just run into open space, do not hesitate." At that moment, Su Bai shouted towards his three teammates on the front line. Hearing Su Bai's call, Whit Benedict nodded, though his expression clearly reflected skepticism. After all, Su Bai was isolated in midfield, without any support against the formidable Magdeburg midfielders. Not only Whit Benedict, but even the two wingers, Hardy Hant and Wheeler Anchilo, shared the same sentiment. Football is not a solitary endeavor. Especially against a midfield as ruthless as Magdeburg's. In this situation, even if Xavi were present, it would make little difference, as Whit Benedict had anticipated. Following the referee's whistle, he passed the ball back to Su Bai and made his run forward according to Su Bai's instructions. However, what awaited him was not a pass but the referee's whistle. Just after receiving the ball, Su Bai was brutally tackled to the ground by Kipling Jason. This time, Su Bai clutched his right leg, writhing in pain on the ground. Although it was a legitimate tackle, it was clear that Jason had not held back. Consequently, the referee unhesitatingly issued a yellow card to Jason. This was utterly outrageous. While fouls are common in the third division, such malicious tackles warrant nothing less than a red card. It was truly incomprehensible. Damn, these guys are ruthless. Is Su Bai all right? He looks in agony. Stop pushing through. Just end it already. We were counting on Su Bai to perform. If this continues, he might not even keep his leg intact. It would be such a shame to squander such talent. Exactly, if you're going to tackle, at least go for the legs. I don't understand. How can this match continue? Su Bai is far too unfortunate. At that moment on the field, Su Bai, noticing Jason receive a yellow card, slowly sat up. Despite having an injury immunity card, the pain was still excruciating. His teammates rushed over to inquire, but Su Bai shook his head, indicating he was fine. The game resumed. Under Su Bai's direction, Schalke opted not to loft the free kick, but instead passed it directly to him. Taking possession, Su Bai surged toward Magdeburg's defense. As he charged forward, it appeared as though he was single-handedly challenging the entire Magdeburg midfield. Rosa Marshall chuckled at the sight. Without hesitation, he quickly closed in on Su Bai. As Su Bai brought the ball forward, he immediately spotted Rosa Marshall. However, this time, Su Bai did not choose to release the ball. He was waiting for the defender's advance. The reckless Rosa Marshall showed no hesitation and lunged in for a tackle. Yet, Su Bai stood frozen, as if paralyzed by fear. Rosa Marshall smirked, thinking to himself that this kid was indeed naive. He could already envision how the young player would writhe in pain after being tackled. But just as Rosa's foot made contact with Su Bai, he leapt into the air. Rosa Marshall was taken aback. How could this kid have such quick reflexes? Nevertheless, his thoughts were soon overshadowed by the sharp crack of impact. A resounding snap echoed as Rosa Marshall felt an excruciating pain shoot through him. Both he and Su Bai collapsed to the ground, but this time, Rosa knew he had met his match. The seemingly harmless youth had brought him down. Just moments ago, as Su Bai leapt, he had inadvertently landed on Rosa Marshall's ankle in a single-legged kneel. The sharp sound they heard was that of Rosa Marshall's ankle fracturing. After hitting the ground, Su Bai too clutched his ankle in pain. The referee promptly halted the game and rushed to their sides. Observing their agony, he signaled for the medical staff to enter the field. Oh no, Su Bai. This situation had become perilous. The footage clearly captured the moment when Rosa Marshall first tackled Su Bai's ankle, and then, in his fall, Su Bai inadvertently knelt on Rosa's leg. Both players appear to be seriously injured. Wang Tao wore a worried expression, though his concern was not for the maliciously fouling Rosa Marshall. That damn player. Is this football? I will file a complaint. This is attempted murder. They are trying to endanger my player. On the stands, Daniel looked on in horror as Su Bai lay on the ground, writhing in pain, instantly spiraling into a frenzy. Losing two key players in a single match. Chapter 40. Manchester United must have him. Rosa Marshall was drenched in cold sweat from the pain. Having walked the treacherous path of a field butcher, he had long anticipated that one day he would end up like those he had injured. Yet, he never expected to be bested by this naive young player. Fortunately, his tackle had made solid contact with the kid's leg, so it wasn't a complete loss. After a brief examination, the team doctor shook his head at Jones on the sidelines. Soon, a stretcher was brought onto the field. Enduring the pain, Rosa glanced at Su Bai, only to be stunned. The once agonized youth, who had been rolling on the ground in pain, was now standing up as if nothing had happened. Rosa Marshall was on the brink of madness. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. He had definitely tackled the kid. How could he possibly be unscathed? At that moment, the previously pained youth turned to him and smiled. That smile drove Rosa Marshall completely insane. He struggled to sit up, eager to give this arrogant youth a piece of his mind. However, as he attempted to rise, the sharp pain in his ankle returned with a vengeance. Don't move. Your ankle is broken. If you keep moving, you will suffer long-term consequences. The team doctor quickly restrained the agitated Rosa Marshall. Yet, the real chaos was yet to come. Countless malicious fouls had seemingly exhausted the referee's patience. This time, Rosa Marshall had committed a blatant foul deserving of a red card. Although still lying on the grass, the referee unhesitatingly brandished a red card. A red card. Finally, The frenzied Magdeburg players were being held accountable for their actions. In a twist of fortune, it appeared that Su Bai had escaped serious injury, as he had managed to stand up, playing a man down, and with two of Magdeburg's midfielders already on yellow cards. This was indeed good news for Schalke 04. Wang Tao could hardly contain his laughter as he watched Rosa Marshall being carried off the field, but as a professional commentator, he restrained himself. However, the fans from the Land of Fire could not hold back. Haha, justice has been served. This is so satisfying. That kid Su Bai is truly lucky. After taking such a hit, he is fine and even managed to take out that dirty player. Damn, I see something amiss. Look, it seems Su Bai was standing there waiting for Rosa Marshall's tackle. Could it be that Su Bai did this on purpose? Wow, it really does look that way. Look, after Su Bai was tackled, he immediately jumped, and his knee landed squarely on Rosa Marshall's ankle. Haha, that's clearly intentional. Unintentional. Blame it on Rosa Marshall being too malicious. With Rosa Marshall now off the field, the match resumed. Schalke regained possession. Su Bai, without hesitation, positioned himself in front of the ball, a distance of 38 meters from the goal. Although slightly off-center, a well-placed delivery into the box could still pose a significant threat. Inside the penalty area, players from both teams crowded together. In the heat of battle, the Magdeburg team found itself in disarray, particularly after their captain was severely injured. Tobias Felix and Kipling Jason were both burdened with yellow cards. Hesitant to make any unnecessary movements, in stark contrast, Schalke 04 launched a full-scale offensive. At this moment, Magdeburg had left no players in the front lines. All were engaged in defending against the impending free kick. With a sharp whistle from the referee, players from both teams began to jostle fiercely within the penalty area. Su Bai, observing his teammates, took a few steps back before unleashing a powerful strike with his right foot upon the football. Employing the instep of his foot, the ball was sent spiraling with intense rotation. As the players surged towards the anticipated landing point, the ball deviated dramatically mid-air due to its spin, leaving the players at the front momentarily bewildered. The football elegantly bypassed everyone, heading straight for the far post. There, Hardy Hunt, who had remained out of the aerial contest due to his short stature, found himself in perfect position. He needed no force. The ball ricocheted off his head as if it had been propelled by an unseen force, heading directly towards the goal. The Magdeburg goalkeeper, Hosen Ron, who had been focused on the front post, could only watch in despair as the ball slowly nestled into the net. 3-2. Schalke 04 regained the lead in the 84th minute. This goal ignited the atmosphere at the Garden Stadium. As fans erupted into wild celebration, it was a frenzy. This roller coaster of a match was utterly thrilling for the fans, who had initially harbored little hope for the U18 team. The clashes between the two teams and the incessant flurry of red and yellow cards only heightened their excitement. Especially the dramatic turnaround in adversity. After scoring, Hardy Hunt tore off his jersey and sprinted towards the sidelines, with all his Schalke teammates following suit in a jubilant frenzy. Before he could even begin to celebrate, Hardy was flattened by his teammates on the grass. Even the interim coach, Wycliffe, joined in the exuberant pile-up. Su Bai stood still, watching his ecstatic teammates with a sigh of relief. Indeed, the passing route chosen by the system proved to be the most perfect. Just moments ago, that spot had been vacant, yet the system displayed an 85% probability of scoring, prompting Su Bai to send the ball there. Everyone celebrated wildly for the lead. A middle-aged man in the stands opened his notebook with a look of disbelief. He had witnessed the recent goal. There had been no players in that position. How had this young lad managed to pass the ball there? Such precision could not be mere luck. It was an extraordinary passing talent. He had not opted to loft the ball into a crowded front, but rather to the unoccupied far post. How could he have known his teammate would run to that position? Was it a guess? Impossible! He had observed Su Bai for quite some time. This young man's passes were never random. Even in his passing, he seemed to anticipate the most favorable receiving position for his moving teammates. A player with such passing finesse would not casually deliver aimless passes. Masterful legend, exceptional talent. Closing his notebook, the middle-aged man was the first to leave. There was no need to watch the remainder of the match. Based solely on that pass, Manchester United must acquire him. Chapter 41. Magath in a panic, Manchester United scouts alarmed after regaining the lead. Schalke 04 adopted a defensive stance. Magdeburg, down a man, dared not risk a desperate assault. In the ensuing minutes, Both teams engaged in tentative attacks, but none posed any real threat. With the referee's whistle, the match between Schalke 04 and Magdeburg in the second round of the Regional Liga concluded with a score of 3-2. Although Schalke 04 emerged victorious, their core player, Ben Keishi, had been injured and taken to the hospital, dampening the team's celebratory spirits. After the match, Su Bai quickly joined his teammates in rushing to the hospital. At the hospital, Daniel had already been waiting outside the examination room. Among the team, the most anxious was undoubtedly Daniel, the head coach. The team's new tactics had only just begun to take shape, and Ben Keishi was the sole player capable of seamlessly collaborating with Su Bai. If Ben Keishi's injury turned out to be severe, how would Schalke fare in future matches? Shortly thereafter, the doctor responsible for the examination emerged. Daniel immediately approached with urgency. "Doctor, how is Ben Keishi?" Observing the anxious expression on Daniel's face, the doctor removed his mask and smiled. "There's no major issue. He has a slight ligament strain. 2 weeks of rest should suffice." Upon hearing this, all the players breathed a sigh of relief. Su Bai leaned in to catch a glimpse of Ben Keishi in the ward before turning to leave in the first team. In the head coach's office, Magath scrutinized the team data of Cottbus with meticulous care. The match against Cottbus was set for 8 o'clock that evening. Although the formation and tactics had been established days prior, Magath repeatedly sought to ensure he had not overlooked anything. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the office door sounded. "Come in." Assistant coach Hughes Yif entered, holding a fax. "Boss, we have a transfer request from Manchester United." Hughes Yif's words momentarily took Magath by surprise. While the transfer window had not yet fully closed, it was only a matter of days, and even though the Bundesliga commenced earlier than other leagues, the Premier League was about to start as well. A transfer at this time? Adjusting his glasses, Magath took the document from Hughes Yif and skimmed through it, growing increasingly perplexed. In his view, there were only 1 or 2 players in the team who could attract Manchester United's interest, and they were all core members. To his astonishment, the name on the fax was one he had never even heard of. Su Bai. Who the hell is this? His team has no such player. Observing Magath's bewilderment, Hughes Yif quickly explained, "Boss, this is a young player from Yin country who recently signed with the U18 team." "A young player? An U18 player from Yin country?" Magath's interest peaked. It was common knowledge that Ferguson had a penchant for young talents. The sudden transfer request indicated that this young lad had caught the eye of that crafty old Fox. "This from our U18 team. Do you know anything about him?" "Yes, I do. He scored 1 goal and assisted 3 in the last match in the Regional Liga. And in the recently concluded second-round match against Magdeburg, he delivered a hat-trick of assists." Hughes Yif's words astonished Magath. 6 assists in 2 matches. Such statistics were impressive, especially in the Regional Liga, where not everyone could achieve such feats. "Is there video footage? Bring it to me." "Certainly." Although it was a reserve match, Schalke 04's technical department archived recordings of every game. Soon, footage of Su Bai's performance began to play in Magath's office. From Su Bai's first touch of the ball, an ethereal lob shot, Magath's initially relaxed demeanor tightened into a fist. Following that, Su Bai's curved assist with the outside of his footballing intellect that dominated other players, and that exquisitely executed through ball. All of this caused a faint flush of excitement to appear on Magath's face. In a wonder Ferguson had set his sights on this elite. It was astonishing to discover such a talent right under his nose. Following that was the video of the recent second-round match. Upon witnessing Su Bai's assist from a free kick, Magath slammed his hand onto the desk. "It's over. Quick, go find that young man." If Ferguson had sent a transfer request, he must have already communicated with the lad privately. What kind of contract would stingy Schalke 04 offer a player they were unaware of? Perhaps Ferguson could whisk him away for a mere fraction of the release clause. Seeing Magath so agitated, Hughes Yif quickly responded, "All right, boss. But the league is about to start. What about us? Hurry and find that young man. The league starts at 8, and I fear he may already be en route to Manchester." Just as Magath feared, Su Bai was currently seated in a CAF outside the hospital with the middle-aged man from the stadium. Su Bai felt puzzled. He had played less than 2 matches, and although his performances were remarkable, it seemed exaggerated for a scout from Manchester United to specifically come to watch him. Initially, he thought the man might be a fraud. However, upon producing his credentials, Su Bai reluctantly agreed to sit down and discuss. "Su, hello, I am in Carl, but you can call me Carl. As I mentioned earlier, I am a scout from Manchester United. Since your last match, Manchester United has been keeping an eye on you. And your performance in this match has further convinced me that your talent is wasted in the dirty regional Liga. It is far too perilous here. You need to be in a league that focuses more on young players. Karl's words left Su Bai somewhat perplexed. Was this fellow speaking truthfully or falsely? After all, it was Manchester United. Was it truly that easy to join? Hello, Karl. This caught Karl by surprise. He knew that among all the individuals he had encountered, whenever he mentioned being a scout for Manchester United, the young aspirants would react as if they had been injected with a stimulant, eager to pack their bags and leave with him at once. Yet, this young lad from Yin Country was rather different. Regardless, a symbolic transfer request had already been sent to Manchester United. All that remained was to charm this young man. With this thought in mind, Karl continued to display his gentlemanly smile as he engaged Su Bai in conversation. You must be aware of the greatness of Manchester United. Take Cristiano Ronaldo, for instance. He joined Manchester United at a mere teenager. From that moment on, an era belonging to Ronaldo commenced. Sir Alex Ferguson is undoubtedly the world's foremost manager in unearthing the potential of young players. I am confident that under his guidance, you too will embark on a dazzling path akin to that of Ronaldo. After uttering these words, Karl looked at Su Bai with confidence. In his perception, no one could withstand such temptation. After all, it was Sir Alex Ferguson, along with Ronaldo's illustrious journey. Although he was merely painting a rosy picture, Karl was stunned. He never anticipated that someone could resist the allure of Manchester United. Was this fellow foolish? Chapter 42. The Revelation. I am a talented player. The vast horizon is my love. Su Bai, feeling a bit embarrassed, nodded and took out his phone. Damn, the ringtone was utterly embarrassing. However, this phone was a hand-me-down from his father, and the speaker's volume was too low. He could barely hear anything other than this. After expressing his apologies, Su Bai answered the call. Su, where are you? Mr. Magath from the first team wishes to see you. The moment the call connected, Wycliffe's voice rang out. What on earth was happening? Su Bai was a bit confused. On one side, a scout claimed to be from Manchester United, inquiring if he would like to join them. And on the other, the head coach of the first team wanted to meet him. Mr. Wycliffe, I have some matters to attend to outside. Are you referring to right now? Su Bai refrained from directly stating that he was with a Manchester United scout. After all, he still had to play for Schalke. If this scout turned out to be a fraud, and Schalke caught wind of his intention to switch, his good days at Schalke would come to an end. He had only just begun to play. He was still hoping for a system task to trigger and grant him some explosive rewards. Just as he finished speaking, it seemed that Wycliffe's phone was snatched away by someone else. A stranger's voice emerged. Su, I am Mr. Magath's assistant. I am aware that you were in discussions with the Manchester United representative, but I hope you do not jump to conclusions. Mr. Magath wishes to speak with you. If possible, right now. Oh wow. Su Bai was taken aback. Initially, he was uncertain whether this Karl was genuinely from Manchester United. Now, he was convinced. However, he suddenly found himself in a bit of a dilemma. After a moment's contemplation, Su Bai hung up the phone. Facing Karl, he now wore a sly smile akin to that of a cunning fox. Mr. Karl, it appears that I have some matters to attend to at the club. Shall we converse later? Very well. Believe in yourself. Your talents can only be showcased at Manchester United. Schalke is too small. Even if you are in the first team, there is simply no comparison to the greatness of Manchester United. At Manchester United, you could secure the Premier League title, and even the Champions League title is within reach. But at Schalke, perhaps the best outcome would be making it into the top four, merely to participate in the Champions League group stage. Nonetheless, Karl was not the least bit concerned. Since Manchester United dared to send a fax, they were confident that this young man would not ultimately reject them. After all, it was Manchester United who would say no to them. After leaving his phone number, Su Bai departed the CAF, hailing a taxi that took him directly to the club. At the entrance of Schalke's office building, Wycliffe stood alongside an unfamiliar individual. Upon seeing Su Bai approach, Wycliffe smiled and patted Su Bai's shoulder. He said nothing, yet his face radiated pride. This expression warmed Su Bai's heart. Although his time at Schalke had not been long, Wycliffe had indeed taken good care of him. Come, Su, I am Hughes. I just spoke with you on the phone. After saying this, Hughes hurriedly led Su Bai into the building. The elevator. Hughes pressed the button for the top floor. Although both the first team and the U18 coaching staff occupied the same building, their dining areas were separate, much like the two teams. The harsh realities of professional football manifested in numerous ways. Soon, the two arrived at Magatha's office. Hughes opened the door and ushered Su Bai inside. The office was not excessively spacious, cluttered with an array of documents on the desk. A television facing the desk appeared to be playing a highlight reel of Su Bai's performances. Su Bai quickly understood. Magath likely feared that he would run off with Manchester United, hence the urgency to summon him for persuasion. "Please, have a seat." Magath glanced at Su Bai and stated flatly. Su Bai confidently took a seat. 1 second, 2 seconds. 10 seconds. After Su Bai settled in, an unexpected silence enveloped the office. Magath fixated his gaze on Su Bai, while Su Bai maintained a stoic expression, staring back at the silver-haired elder. Ultimately, this silent confrontation concluded with Magath conceding. Observing Su Bai's unflappable demeanor, Magath temporarily acknowledged this young elid. No other young player had been able to endure his scrutiny for so long. At the very least, in this aspect, Su Bai was the boldest he had ever encountered, a genius indeed. If one was timid, how could they be considered a genius? What promises did Manchester United make you? Magath straightforwardly inquired. They offered an increase in salary to 3,000, along with training with the first team, with the opportunity to participate in cup matches. The offer from Manchester United was indeed steep. He dared not negotiate further. Training with the first team was unproblematic, but an increase to 3,000. The impoverished Schalke could hardly compete with Manchester United. Even if he was willing, the team's miserly manager would likely disagree. As for participating in cup matches, that was worth considering, since the cup games were not a priority for him. After a moment's thought, Magath adjusted his glasses. Declining Manchester United at your age is still premature. There would be no opportunity for you to play. They are aiming for the treble, and the first team is overcrowded, not to mention the abundance of young talents in their youth squad. You may not even get a chance to step onto the pitch. I can guarantee you playing time in the cup matches. Whether you can seize that opportunity depends on you. Tomorrow, I will promote you to the first team. But whether you play in the league will depend on your own efforts. After all, there was a league match scheduled for that evening, and Magath did not wish to complicate matters. He candidly laid out the conditions he could offer. While regarding the salary increase, that was determined by the manager in the Bundesliga. He could not be bothered to involve himself. He wondered what this young lad's response would be. "Very well, sir, I trust you. I will promptly decline Manchester United." Without a hint of hesitation, Su Bai decisively picked up his phone. "Hello, Mr. Carl. I apologize, but I believe it might be too early for me to join Manchester United. Perhaps I will consider it after this season. I would like to remain at Schalke for now." Witnessing Su Bai's resolute demeanor, Magath couldn't help but smile. At the very least, this lad had a good temperament. After Su Bai left, Magath chuckled softly and returned to his documents. "Boss, what about this lad's contract?" After Su Bai had departed, Hughes inquired. "Give them a heads up, just inform them that Manchester United is attempting to poach him. I trust they will consider amending this young man's contract." Understood. After saying this, Hughes turned and exited Magatha's office. Upon leaving Magatha's office, Su Bai felt as though he was walking on air. Damn, he had struck it rich. Carl had provided him with no promises whatsoever. This was undoubtedly a case of pulling off a heist. With this thought, Su Bai couldn't help but feel an overwhelming urge to shout in excitement. The first team, moreover, he could be certain of participating in cup matches. Just that alone was a tremendous gain. At the entrance, Wycliffe still stood there, seemingly waiting for him. "Su, how did it go? Is it good news?" Seeing Su Bai approach, Wycliffe inquired with a smile. "Yes, Mr. Wycliffe. The old man said he wants me to join the first team, and I will be given a chance to play in the cup matches." Su Bai candidly shared the news with Wycliffe. "Congratulations. From the day you joined U18, I knew this day would come, but I never anticipated it would arrive so swiftly." Wycliffe patted Su Bai's shoulder, reflecting on the figure he had seen striving under the moonlight. Perhaps from that moment, this young man's path was already determined. "Thank you for your care. Haha, it is indeed a day worth celebrating. Go and rest well." "Yes, thank you, sir." After saying this, Su Bai turned and left. Wycliffe gazed at the departing silhouette of Su Bai, shaking his head with a smile. It was likely that the most sorrowful individual in the entire club was the unfortunate Daniel. After all the effort put into developing a new tactical approach, it seemed destined to be thwarted once again. Reflecting on this, Wycliffe couldn't help but chuckle at his own predicament. As merely an assistant to the reserve team coach, he was uncertain about the trajectory of his own career. Why fret over such matters? There were numerous tasks awaiting his attention. It was 9 o'clock in the evening when darkness had enveloped the sky, and Wycliffe finally concluded his busy day. Yet, on the training field, that familiar figure still lingered. Chapter 43. First Team Report. Is he really about to play in the Bundesliga? After leisurely finishing his coffee, Karl basked in the evening sunlight. Although Su Bai had been away for a while, Karl felt no significant concern. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Su Bai's call came through to AT. That moment, Karl was contemplating whether to stay the night and head to Manchester the following day. After all, wasn't this a work-related trip? He shouldn't deprive himself. However, to his astonishment, Su Bai bluntly rejected him over the phone. How could this be? He had turned down Manchester United. The illustrious Manchester United, the finest football club in the world. A superpower that could rival clubs like Real Madrid and Barcelona. He had actually declined. The phone call ended with a series of beeps, leaving Karl in a daze. The coffee cup before him remained warm, yet his heart felt inexplicably cold. Poor Karl remained unaware that his visit to Su Bai had not been in vain. At the very least, Su Bai had relied on him to concoct a few words, thereby securing a spot in the first team. Fortunately, Karl was blissfully ignorant. Had the seasoned Karl known he had been outsmarted by a 17-year-old, his dismay would have been far greater in Yin country. The Sports Weekly had purchased the broadcasting rights for the home games, while the away games had not been negotiated, which meant Wang Tao's work mostly involved traveling to the war chariot country every 2 weeks. This was one of the reasons Wang Tao accepted the job. Upon landing, he hurriedly made his way to the office of the World Football Production Department. It was the weekend, and tomorrow evening marked the live broadcast of World Football. Although he had resigned, he had yet to leave this particular segment. The very least. The weekly top selections and music editing were still his responsibilities. He rushed into the office, where his team was already preparing. Having worked together for a long time, such banter was commonplace. Although it was a small gesture, it deeply moved Wang Tao. Forget you. If there are blonde girls, they are for you, you old pervert. Haha, hurry up. Can you get this top 10 done in time? Don't delay tomorrow's broadcast. It's already 10 o'clock. When have I ever messed up? As he spoke, Wang Tao pulled out a USB drive and plugged it into the computer. What's going on? The big boss is doing the work himself. Stop the chatter and get over here. It's the match I broadcasted in Region 3. That kid from Yin country, damn it, you have no idea. Another hat trick of assists, 6 assists in 2 matches. This is insane. He hurriedly sat down at the computer. Soon, the screen displayed the remarkable team goal featuring Su Bai and Bin Kaishi. Starting from the backfield, Su Bai and Bin Kaishi executed a series of dazzling 1-2s and 2-on-2s. Ultimately, Su Bai delivered an exceptionally exquisite curved assist that helped the team score. Wow, this is incredible. This kid is so fierce. Although it was a collaborative effort, it was evident that Su Bai was the mastermind. Every passing route was orchestrated by him. The most terrifying aspect was the quality of this kid's passing. His ball speed and power seemed almost calculated. The final assist was the crowning touch. Duan Xian's words drew the attention of others nearby, and soon, a group of people gathered around the computer, falling into silence. Damn it! I just finished sorting everything out. How can this be allowed? Tao Gu, you didn't send this over yesterday, did you? You had to wait until now. This is definitely worthy of the top 3, both in terms of entertainment and the entire goal process. This is just ridiculous. We have to start over. Thus, Schalke suffered another defeat. This time, it was a narrow loss. 0-1. However, the opponent this time was rather embarrassing. Cottbus. The newly promoted team from last season managed to topple the home team Schalke 04. Throughout the match, Schalke 04's attacks resembled a tangled mess. The striking duo of Huntelaar and Raoul, one known for speed and the other for technique, failed to breach Cottbus's flimsy defense. The midfield's lackluster performance prompted Raoul to unleash a torrent of expletives on the pitch. As for the fans, they were even less forgiving. Especially after witnessing Su Bai orchestrate the U18 team, the current dismal midfield play was unbearable. Starting from the 17th minute, home fans began to boo their own team. As for Magath, his situation was even more pitiful. While the players were met with jeers, he was directly berated by the fans. After the match, countless fans even besieged the team bus. Magath was reviled like a rat fleeing from a street, with fans condemning him for ruining Schalke 04, which had been a proud club. Damn Magath. The great Schalke 04 is worse than rubbish in his hands. after spending so much money to acquire a bunch of useless players. He should be sacked. He lacks the ability to manage Schalke. He's destroying Schalke. Why not promote that kid from U18? He would perform better than the useless Bujlab. Fire Magath. Faced with the reporters on the scene, Schalke fans vehemently attacked their own team. All of this was entirely unknown to Su Bai, who was diligently training at the club. He was still fervently working on his skills. After all, Magath had promised him a place in the first team. Given his current level, to be honest, it was insufficient for the Bundesliga, especially regarding his ball control. A rating of 75 would suffice against the rough players of Region 3, but in the Bundesliga, he would truly be outmatched. Fortunately, there were still a few days left. If Su Bai pushed himself to the limit, he might reach a rating of 5 points, and once it hit 80, he would at least have a foothold at Schalke. In the second league match, Hao Junmin still did not get the chance to play. Magath insisted on forcing Hao Junmin to play as a fullback, but to be frank, with his physique and speed, he was sorely lacking in the Bundesliga, which favored long passes and aerial duels. After 2 matches without any playing time, even the ever-optimistic Hao Junmin couldn't help but worry about his future. On Monday morning, Hao Junmin rose early. After bidding farewell to Li Qian, he drove his old car to Schalke 04. After changing into his training gear, he quietly stood on the training field at 8 o'clock. With half an hour until the training session began, Schalke's players started to arrive. Hi, Hao. Seeing Hao Junmin, Raoul approached with a smile and greeted him. I read the newspaper. Your little brother had another hat trick of assists yesterday. Amazing! Raoul's words startled Hao Junmin. He had slept all day at home yesterday and hadn't seen any newspapers. He was unaware that Su Bai had performed so spectacularly again. Haha, you don't even care about your little brother? I watched the match video. Honestly, he's absolutely better than Bujlab. Raoul didn't hold back, even with Bujlab standing nearby, which left Hao Junmin feeling quite embarrassed. Bujlab clearly heard this, but could only feign ignorance. Knowing it was Raoul who spoke, soon, Hughes and Magath strolled toward the training field, and to everyone's surprise, a young man with black hair stood behind them. Raoul remained expressionless, but Hao Junmin's face was one of shock. This was Su Bai. From today onward, there is a new player in the first team. You all should know him, Su Bai from the U18 team, Magath stated matter-of-factly. Turning to Su Bai, he nodded in acknowledgement. Su Bai confidently stepped forward before everyone. Hello everyone, I am Su Bai, from Yin Country. I play as an attacking midfielder. After these words, Magath led the applause, and after a nod, Su Bai joined the team, naturally standing next to Hao Junmin. Meanwhile, Bujlab, who had just been mentioned by Raoul, cast a cold glance at the young man who had been said to surpass him. Chapter 44. Tactical explanation by Magath. Iska Bujlab, age 27, plays as an attacking midfielder. Last season, he transferred from Ligue 1's Monaco for 2.3 million. As the midfield linchpin for Monaco, he showcased his talents upon arriving at Schalke 04, contributing to the team's impressive 4th-place finish in the league last season. However, everything changed this season. The sluggish Bujlab seemed to have been thoroughly analyzed by rival teams in the 2 matches played thus far. Whenever an opponent deployed a closely marking defensive midfielder, Bujlab became akin to a headless chicken. This has led many fans to regard last season's darling with a different perspective. Bujlab, already in a rather foul mood, found himself stifling his anger upon hearing Raoul's criticisms, yet just as he felt the need to vent, Su Bai unexpectedly joined the first team. Consequently, Bujlab instinctively directed his frustrations towards Su Bai. Moments ago, the team had applauded Su Bai's arrival, whether sincerely or merely out of politeness. At least everyone was smiling and clapping. However, Bujlab had completely abandoned even the pretense of applause in his eyes. How could a mere child from the Yin Kingdom possibly compare to someone of his caliber, a League 1 talent? The 2 losses in the league had not only made Magath somewhat irritable, but had also drained the usual cheerfulness from the first-team players during training. Given that it was the first training session after the league concluded, Magath refrained from organizing any internal matches. The players engaged in their respective recovery training, while Su Bai quietly observed the first team. The first team comprised approximately 30 players, with the starting 11 being the key players. The remaining 20, aside from the 2 goalkeepers, were all vying for the scant few opportunities to play. The midfielders were the most numerous, with 5 attacking midfielders including Su Bai himself. Since Magath favored a double pivot strategy, this meant only one could take to the pitch. The odds were daunting, to say the least. Nevertheless, Compared to the listless Hao Junmin, Su Bai found himself at an advantage, for Magath had promised him a chance to play in the cup matches. Little Bai, you really are something. I was worried about whether you could maintain your form in the U18s, and look at you now, you've jumped straight to the first team in just a few days. Hao Junmin marveled as he looked at Su Bai standing before him. When he first witnessed Su Bai's training, he had sensed potential, but he never imagined that just a few days later, Su Bai would indeed make it to the first team. How good, I just got lucky, Su Bai replied, slightly embarrassed by Hao Junmin's praise. To be honest, his ascent to the first team felt somewhat surreal, though he wouldn't dare share that sentiment with others, as long as he could get through these few days. Once his ball control reached 80, the Bundesliga should be within his grasp, and by then, he would be able to rely on his own abilities without anyone questioning him. The morning training session swiftly concluded. After having lunch with Hao Junmin in the cafeteria, Su Bai entered the tactical briefing room for the first time alongside the first team. Although termed a tactical briefing room, it was essentially just a meeting room with a large television. Su Bai sat at the back with Hao Junmin, while the key players occupied the front rows. In the Bundesliga, hierarchy was omnipresent. Without the requisite skills, one was relegated to the sidelines even during lectures. Soon, Magath entered the room, and the previously boisterous crowd fell silent. The assistant coach switched on the television, which displayed highlights from the previous match against Koppis, clearly edited for brevity. The last match was a disgrace, and I assure you, that disgrace was your doing. I don't wish to elaborate further. In our upcoming away game, I expect the issues I've raised today to be rectified. First and foremost, midfield. Damn it, how many times have I said this? Keep it simple in the midfield. Why must you delay in releasing the ball? Look here. With that, Magath turned to the screen, and the assistant coach began to play the footage. The video showcased Schalke 04's counter-attack opportunity up front. Huntelaar had already made his run, yet Bujlab, upon receiving the ball, chose not to pass immediately. Instead, he paused to control the ball with his left foot, switched to his right, and then raised his head to consider passing. This hesitation left the advancing Huntelaar in an offside position. At this point, Magath cast a glance at Bujlab seated below, but said nothing further as he continued the playback. Next was a clip of Schalke conceding a goal. After nearly an hour of tactical analysis, Magath meticulously detailed everything from marking to positional play. Su Bai was genuinely taken aback. Despite his extensive experience in football, he had never encountered such professional tactical discussions, whether in the Yen Kingdom or at Dortmund. Magath's words seemed to open a door for him, illuminating many tactical concepts and positional issues that had previously eluded his understanding. Hey, let's go, little Bai. What are you doing? Hao Junmin nudged Su Bai, who was still lost in thought. Oh, I'm coming. I zoned out for a moment. The old man is a bit rigid. We all understand these concepts, yet he insists on reiterating them after every match. But it's futile. Take Bujlab, for instance. He won't change his habits of many years unless he's substituted. Who can alter such ingrained patterns? Su Bai nodded in agreement. Hao Junmin was right. The first team consisted of seasoned players. Someone like Raoul probably possessed a tactical understanding that might surpass even Magath's. But for Su Bai, this was precisely what he needed. In matches, when he successfully delivered exceptional passes, it was entirely due to the system. Without the structured passing routes provided by the system, even with maxed-out passing skills, he wouldn't know when to deliver which pass. His greatest flaw was his tendency to prepare for every eventuality. Ever since gaining the system, he had been anxious about what would happen if it suddenly vanished. Now, however, Magath resembled a tutorial guide, explaining his tactical arrangements from beginning to end. Afterward, the players began to enter the gym in small groups to work on their strength training. Hao Junmin went as well, but Su Bai had no time for that. Clutching a ball, he re-entered the training ground to continue his grueling practice. His efforts bore fruit as he successfully upgraded his ball control attribute to 76 during training. Now, all that remained was to see how the next day's scrimmage would unfold. Just as Su Bai anxiously awaited the confrontation, Bujlab emerged from the gym, casting a venomous glare at him on the training field. Chapter 45. Top 10 Football Moments. What is going on? Xiaofeng, what are you doing? I need to check the weather forecast. Why are you changing the channel? Dad, it's Monday. I have to watch World Football. Damn it, you little brat. Every Monday you act like a lunatic, watching World Football. A bunch of people kicking a worn-out ball. What's the point of that? You'll just get scolded. You don't understand. I'm watching World Football, not the Chinese Super League or the Yen Kingdom team. Nobody gets scolded. Nobody gets scolded. What do foreigners have to watch? There are no Yin Kingdom players. What's the point in watching that? Oh, you just don't get it. In a neighborhood of the Yin Kingdom's magic city, Li Xiaofeng, as usual, snatched the remote from his father's hand. Soon, the opening theme for World Football blared through the speakers. Welcome, everyone, to this week's live broadcast of World Football at 7:05 p.m. on Monday. First, let's delve into this week's major events in football. Like Li Xiaofeng, countless dedicated fans in the Yin Kingdom were gathered around their televisions. The 10th goal featured Paris Saint-Germain's stunning volley against their city rivals. Number 9. Each goal ignited Li Xiaofeng's fervor. Thunderous long-range strikes, superb free kicks, and mesmerizing dribbles culminating in goals. For football fans, World Football felt like a festive occasion. The third goal. From the second round of the German Regional League, Schalke 04 U18 presents a brilliant team goal. Football is the most exhilarating team sport. In the recently concluded German Regional League match between Schalke 04 and Magdeburg, Schalke 04 U18's young star Su Bai initiated a series of dazzling 1-2s with his teammates following a quick throw-in, ultimately delivering a breathtaking backheel assist to the unmarked left winger just outside the penalty area. Su Bai's pass sliced through Magdeburg's steel defense like a vibrant rainbow painted across the pitch. Excitement rating, difficulty rating, overall rating, 4.5 stars. In the match, our young talent Su Bai delivered his second consecutive assist hat-trick, leading Schalke 04 U18 to victory over the visiting Magdeburg. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback. What was happening? German Regional League, a Yin Kingdom player? And such a beautiful team goal. Most importantly, a consecutive assist hat-trick. He barely paid attention to the following goals and dashed into his room. Clicking to confirm, numerous headlines about Su Bai flooded his screen. From the first jaw-dropping long-distance lob, each assist was scrutinized by Li Xiaofeng in amazement. At this moment, he also discovered the pin post regarding Su Bai on the Yin Nation Football Forum. The world of football enjoys a devoted fanbase in the millions across Yin Nation, with the top 10 being a particular favorite among all, especially the exhilarating music that accompanies the highlights. At this instant, a player from Yin Nation astonishingly appeared in the most thrilling top 10 moments of the world of football. Moreover, this goal was a spectacular showcase of Su Bai's individual talent. With every pass he made meticulously directing his teammates' movements, and that breathtaking rainbow assist in the final moments. This was in the year 2010, during the era when Barcelona was sweeping through football fandom worldwide. Every team aspired to have a mastermind like Xavi. The emergence of Su Bai felt akin to a tranquilizer for the fans who had been disheartened by their national team's performances. Countless football enthusiasts in Yin Nation frantically began searching for Su Bai's name online. Of course, Su Bai was entirely unaware of all this. Due to the time difference, he was already fast asleep. Ben Kaishi was still in the hospital, leaving Su Bai alone in the dormitory. Despite having been promoted to the first team, Su Bai's training regimen remained unchanged. After the first team's training concluded during the day, Su Bai diligently practiced for over 6 additional hours. At 5 in the morning, he rose promptly, tidied himself up, and by 8 o'clock, he had successfully accumulated 10 hours of training points. Seizing the opportunity while heading to the first-team training ground, Su Bai swiftly elevated his ball control to 77. At this moment, Su Bai's physique had become almost data-driven. All his training efforts were converted into training values, meaning the system concentrated all his training into rapidly enhancing specific skill metrics. This was indeed the most efficient method for self-improvement. Upon arriving at the training ground, Su Bai encountered Hao Junmin. The superstar has arrived. To his surprise, before he could even greet Hao Junmin cheerfully inquired about him. What is this, Hao Ge? Don't tease me. I'm no superstar. You little rascal. You might not know yet, but last night, the world of football featured you in the top 10. Several friends back home have been calling me for updates about you. Hao Junmin's words startled Su Bai. What is going on? How did I end up on the world of football? It was you and that U18 kid who combined to assist the front line. Noticing Su Bai's disbelief, Hao Junmin hastily elaborated, Oh, that? It was just a simple play. How did it end up on the world of football? The others didn't make it? Come on, you little brat. This is like saying you're overweight and still manage to impress. You have no idea how many people envy you right now. The forum is buzzing. Everyone is singing your praises, and some even commented on the Yin Nation U20 team's official website urging them to recruit you for the World Youth Championship qualifiers. The old man is coming. Stop talking. He seems to have had a rough day. Don't cross him. Just as he spoke, How Junmin spotted Magath approaching and quickly warned. The previously lively first-team players fell silent. Forming a neat line, Magath, with a stern expression, walked step by step toward the group. After 2 consecutive losses in the league, Magath had been enduring a tough time. Journalists were mercilessly disparaging Schalke 04. And naturally, as the head coach, he was at the center of the storm. Not only were reporters berating his incompetence, but fans were also demanding his resignation. What was most infuriating was that he had no way to defend himself. Having lost to Cottbus, what could he possibly say? Should he claim that fans lacked understanding and that defeats had their reasons? 10 laps. Without further ado, observing the lifeless expressions of the first-team players, Magath ordered this group of stars to commence the most dreaded running drills by the training field. 10 laps were nothing for professional athletes. However, once completed, most of the players felt slightly fatigued. For Su Bai, however, it was entirely inconsequential. With an initial stamina value of 88, Su Bai's metrics could stand out even in the Bundesliga. After the running, Magath allowed the players a brief relaxation of 10 minutes. All right, time for the scrimmage. Teams A and B remain unchanged. Magath placed great importance on internal scrimmages, often simulating the formation of the opponents they would face on weekends due to the abundance of substitutes. Naturally, Team B's skill level was significantly lower than that of Team A, but such practice matches allowed Magath to identify areas for improvement in Team A before the actual games. Unfortunately, having just joined the first team, Su Bai did not even qualify for Team B. How Junmin found himself assigned to the right-back position of Team B. Renowned for his assisting skills, he had always been held in high regard by Magath. Yet, frustratingly, perhaps due to how Junmin's inherent nature, he had struggled to integrate into the team despite being there for half a season. The scrimmage between Teams A and B commenced promptly. As usual, Team A dominated Team B from the outset. Schalke was not a powerhouse, and their bench depth was limited. Many players on Team B were merely at the level of the second division. Against such opponents, Team A exerted an overwhelming advantage. However, unlike previous matches, today's scrimmage saw Team A's main attacking midfielder, Brilliance, behaving unusually by continually targeting the right side of Team B in the 3rd minute of the match. Facing Brilliance, how Junmin made an immediate attempt to intercept. However, with his delicate footwork, Brilliance effortlessly nudged the ball forward, slipping it right through how Junmin's legs, a nutmeg. Truth be told, such a maneuver had never occurred in training among teammates. As the most humiliating way to dribble past an opponent, Brilliance not only bypassed how Junmin in this fashion, but also provocatively glanced at Su Bai, who was observing from the sidelines. Typically the kind-hearted how Junmin did not let this trickery irritate him. He merely turned to continue marking Brilliance. To his surprise, Brilliance, who could have easily cleared the ball, instead dribbled it back toward how Junmin. To be honest, placing how Junmin in the right-back position was indeed a bit challenging for him. Having always played as an attacking midfielder, his defensive abilities were quite lacking. Thus, when faced with Brilliance for the second time, he only needed to feint left and cut right, easily evading how Junmin, before delivering a lofted pass to Huntelaar in the penalty area. Huntelaar unleashed a powerful shot, driving the ball into Team B's net. 1-0. As it was merely a scrimmage, there was no celebration. However, how Junmin's face visibly reflected his embarrassment. Magath on the sidelines maintained an expressionless demeanor, yet Raul immediately sensed something was amiss. He cast an annoyed glance at the smug Brilliance. In the 7th minute of the match, Brilliance once again brought the ball back toward how Junmin. The outcome was the same. Collaborating with the left winger, Annan, a simple 1-2 pass ensued. Annan delivered a long ball to Raul in the penalty area. Raul easily headed the ball into the goal. 2-0. In a mere 7 minutes, Team B's goal had been breached twice. Both due to how Junmin's lapses, Team B's players began to murmur complaints. Magath furrowed his brow on the sidelines. Su Bai, watching anxiously from the sidelines, could deduce that the player with the ball was deliberately targeting how Junmin. Despite the right side being unoccupied, he continued to attack the left. Subsequently, Brilliance intensified his efforts, relentlessly focusing his attacks on how Junmin. 3-0-4-0. Within just 25 minutes, all 4 of Team A's goals stemmed from how Junmin's side. What the hell is going on? Finally, after the 4th goal was conceded, Team B's goalkeeper, Matthias Schieber, seemingly unable to tolerate it any longer, roared at how Junmin. Aware of his shortcomings, how Junmin lowered his head in silence. However, Matthias Schieber, mistaking how Junmin's silence for guilt, charged directly at him. "Are you even listening to me, Yen Nation player?" Upon confronting Hao Junmin, he even shoved him. At that moment, Team B's teammates hurriedly rushed over. "Damn it, Yen Nation." Just as Matthias Schieber was about to unleash further fury upon Hao Junmin, his chin was suddenly grasped by someone. Before him stood the fiery young talent from Yen Nation, recently promoted from the reserves. "Say another word about Yen Nation, and I'll knock out your teeth." One word, one tooth. Su Bai's eyes were cold as he stared at Matthias Schieber, who was momentarily taken aback. Although he towered over Su Bai, he had never encountered anyone with such an icy gaze that looked felt as if it could truly kill him. Matthias Schieber was intimidated, accustomed to bullying the amiable Hao Junmin. He found himself at a loss when faced with the resolute Su Bai. "Stop it. What do you think you're doing?" At that moment, Magath rushed over. Observing Matthias Schieber, who appeared as though he had been pinched like a chick by Su Bai, Magath was somewhat taken aback. This fellow stood at an impressive height of nearly 1.9 meters, yet he dared not move under Su Bai's imposing presence. Nevertheless, astonishment aside, Su Bai had stirred the pot on the very first day of training. He needed to temper this individual's temperament. "Release your grip. Do you intend to strike your teammate?" Upon noticing Magath's approach, Su Bai relinquished his hold. At that moment, Hao Junmin also stepped in front of Su Bai. "Apologies, boss. This situation arose because of me. It has nothing to do with Su Bai." Hao Junmin was genuinely touched by Su Bai's defense of him, yet the sight of Magath's arrival filled him with anxiety. It was Matthias Schieber who had been spouting nonsense, disparaging others and making inappropriate remarks about their country. Raoul could no longer stand idly by and took the initiative to speak up. Seeing Raoul stand in defense, Magath found himself at a loss for words. Furthermore, he had witnessed Hao Junmin being targeted and felt compelled to act. Yet as the head coach, what could he truly say? This was professional football. He couldn't simply instruct the players on the field not to attack Hao Junmin. Ultimately, he attributed the chaos to his own lack of assertiveness. Watching the team's training descend into disarray, Magath adjusted his glasses and turned to leave. After all, the 30-minute scrimmage was nearing its conclusion. The internal issues within the team had become glaringly evident, yet as a seasoned coach, Magath had always allowed such matters to unfold naturally. Without conflict, how could he assert his authority as the head coach? As Magath departed, the players who had previously gathered around also turned to leave one by one. Matthias Schieber cast a fierce glance at Su Bai before following Bujulab out. Uchiha Takudo from the Rising Sun Nation had initially intended to offer comfort to Hao Junmin, but witnessing the other first-team players flocking around Bujulab, he too seemed to grasp the situation and halted in his tracks. "Thank you, Su Bai. Haha, tonight, I'm treating. Let's have a splendid meal to celebrate your arrival in the first team." Although Raoul had only recently joined Schalke, he had experienced far more complex rivalries within the Real Madrid locker room. Compared to the dynamics of Schalke, the environment at Real Madrid was truly ruthless. Thus, witnessing Su Bai and Hao Junmin evidently being isolated by the local players, he immediately wrapped an arm around both of them. "What are you all talking about? Count me in." At that moment, the key midfielder Hu Lajuo also approached. He too had keenly sensed the unusual atmosphere within the team. As a player from the bullfighting nation, he naturally aligned himself with Raoul's camp on the training ground. A stark divide manifested within the Schalke first team. Su Bai, Hao Junmin, Raoul, and Hu Lajuo huddled together in conversation, while Uchiha Takudo trailed behind Bujulab and the other local players. Chapter 47, Daniel. Who could be more unfortunate than me? Boss, it seems there are some issues within the team. After the training session, Hughes Eve entered Magath's office. Inside, the old man lounged with his legs crossed on the desk, lost in thought. Noticing that Magath was unresponsive, Hughes Eve tactfully fell silent, neatly arranged the documents, and exited the room. For Magath, the current state of the team was hardly a concern. Ever since leading Wolfsburg to the Bundesliga championship in 2009, he had envisioned crafting a team capable of clinching the Champions League title. However, the upper management at Wolfsburg had no such ambitions. Post-season, they sold off the key players without hesitation. Witnessing the management's avaricious demeanor, Magath felt disheartened and eventually departed from Wolfsburg, arriving at Schalke 04 with aspirations of championship glory. Presently, Schalke 04 faced a significant issue in midfield. He did not require a conventional midfielder, especially after enduring 2 matches where Bujulab's sluggish passing had thoroughly exasperated him. At that moment, Magath's thoughts involuntarily drifted to Su Bai. However, he quickly abandoned that notion. While Su Bai possessed commendable passing abilities, he remained too young. If he could just endure until the winter break, he would surely seek a suitable midfielder in the transfer market. As for the present, if Bujulab wished to form cliques, let him do so. Merely a grasshopper after autumn. On the other end, as Raoul had suggested. After training concluded, Raoul, Hao Junmin, Su Bai, and Hu Lajuo promptly drove to the most luxurious Western restaurant in Gelsenkirchen, Billamit Binalong. The restaurant was famed for its exquisite caviar, though the price was equally jaw-dropping. The four of them casually spent 20,000 euros on a single meal. Hao Junmin even vied with Raoul to cover the bill at AS for Su Bai. He was so financially strapped that he could scarcely part with his undergarments. Thus had no place in this scenario. At the table, Raoul was a true gentleman, engaging in lively conversation while sharing intriguing anecdotes from the Real Madrid locker room, tales of the Samba crew, the bullfighting nation clique, and the youthful faction led by Saint Cassius. Like an older brother, Raoul imparted his off-field experiences generously to the trio before him. It was only at this moment that Su Bai grasped the reality. Football was far from the pure sport he had envisioned. To truly integrate into the team, one either needed the terrifying fame and prowess of a Cristiano Ronaldo or, like Uchiha Takuto on the field, adopt a fence-sitting stance. After dinner, Hu Lajuo proposed a night out at a club for some leisure. Su Bai, however, politely declined due to his underage status. It wasn't that he didn't want to go. Rather, he simply couldn't bear to squander his training points. The meal had consumed nearly 2 hours of their time. After hailing a taxi, Su Bai found himself back on the training ground before 8 o'clock. In the days that followed, Su Bai tirelessly repeated his training regimen. Remarkably, the previously stark divisions within the team began to harmonize mysteriously. Of course, this was under Magatha's watchful eye. Hao Junmin remained a B-team player, while Su Bai continued to be a substitute, one who had yet to see any playing time. After all, the intra-squad training matches lasted merely 30 minutes. There was little opportunity for substitutes to step onto the pitch. On Friday morning, Magatha announced the 18-man roster for the weekend match. Naturally, Su Bai, who hadn't even made the B team, found no place in the lineup. Fortunately, Hao Junmin once again secured a position. In the past few days, an unexpected incident had transpired. The U18 head coach, Daniel, had been hospitalized. Not for any other reason, but due to the intense anger he felt upon learning of Su Bai's promotion to the first team, which triggered a heart condition. This incident left the players on the training ground utterly shocked. As the ambulance took Daniel away, many teammates were in tears, despairing at the team's recent progress being abruptly thwarted. In just a few days, the main attacking midfielder was injured, another had departed, and even the head coach was incapacitated. Upon hearing the news, Su Bai withdrew some money and purchased fruit to visit Daniel in the hospital. However, it seemed that his visit exacerbated Daniel's condition. Known for his fiery temperament, Daniel could not help but think of his own plight upon seeing Su Bai. 5 days of training had yielded Su Bai a substantial 6 attribute points. Just as he was preparing to elevate his ball control to 82, an unforeseen setback occurred. After raising his ball control to 80, he regrettably discovered that the previously green plus sign had vanished. Soon enough, the system informed Su Bai that there were indeed limitations on the points allocated for upgrades. For instance, Su Bai's other attributes could only reach a maximum of 80. Following that, he needed to elevate his overall attributes to 75 before he could continue to enhance any individual attribute beyond 80. To make matters worse, the points required for upgrades beyond 80 doubled. Previously, it took 10 hours to earn a point. Now, it would require 30 hours. Moreover, one could only upgrade to a maximum of 85. The system provided no further clarification beyond that threshold, leaving Su Bai feeling quite vexed. This frustrating system, it seemed, had imposed yet another layer of restriction. Initially, he had hoped to diligently max out his ball control before addressing other attributes. But now he would have to prioritize enhancing his other skills. Nonetheless, at least an 80 rating would suffice for Bundesliga competition. It's worth noting that most Bundesliga players typically hovered between 75 and 80. Anything above that level was reserved for the core players of each squad at Su Bai distinctly recalled from his time playing Pro Evolution Soccer 2022 that even Messi's rating was merely 92. The highest possible, with no exceptions. Neymar barely reached 91. With a ball control rating of 80 and the skill card of Iniesta's deep-fried meatball, he would be more than equipped to handle most matches. He was still young. There was no rush. If he could max out all attributes in the blink of an eye, Su Bai himself felt that it would be far too unchallenging. Well, in truth, this was merely Su Bai's way of comforting himself. Who wouldn't he want to level up effortlessly and shower the screen with 999 damage and abundant loot? Offensive skills 69, ball control 80, passing 100, shooting 65, heading 68, set pieces 66, curling shots 66, speed 80, shot power 75, jumping 74, physicality 75, stamina 88, defense 58, tackling 65, overall rating 70, age 17, accompanied by Su Bai. His ball control has been elevated to 80. His overall rating has also risen to 70. Now, the focus shifts to identifying other areas in need of enhancement. Shooting. Although Su Bai dreams of being a forward, in order to secure an earlier opportunity to play in the Bundesliga, he reluctantly abandoned the idea of upgrading his shooting skills. However, this aspect will inevitably require attention in the future. After all, passing routes can vanish just like a beginner's aid. After much contemplation, Su Bai ultimately allocated his remaining 3 attribute points to physicality. Just as in the third division, the Bundesliga is fiercely competitive. Without a modicum of physical balance, it would be sheer fantasy for Su Bai to maintain ball control. Ding, ding, ding. With 3 consecutive notifications, Su Bai had exhausted all the attribute points he had tirelessly amassed over the week. Offensive skills 69, ball control 80, passing 100, shooting 65, heading 68, set pieces 66, curling shots 66, speed 80, shot power 75, jumping 74, physicality 75, stamina 88, defense 58, tackling 65, overall rating 70, age 17. Gazing at his newly acquired attributes, Su Bai smiled as he exited the system. Saturday, not included in the main roster, he finally had the chance to experience a Bundesliga match in person for the first time. Chapter 48. The debut approaches. Blushing third brother. As a member of the first team, Su Bai naturally did not require a ticket. Accompanying his teammates, Su Bai sat in the stands of the Garden Stadium for the first time. Observing from a spectator's perspective, it was unclear how the National Football Association arranged the matches. But in the first 3 rounds of the league, Schalke 04 had all home games. The subsequent 4, 5, and 6 rounds would be 3 consecutive away matches. Of course, there were advantages to this arrangement. At the very least, Su Bai, not being on the main roster, could witness firsthand the level of his first team. By 7 in the evening, the Garden Stadium was already packed to capacity. Despite the team suffering 2 consecutive defeats, Schalke's fans remained unwavering, enthusiastically waving their flags and cheering for their team. Just earlier, Benkizi had called Su Bai in the afternoon's conclusion of the third division league. Schalke 04 U18, missing both Su Bai and Benkizi, had been utterly crushed by Hamburg U18, with a score of 6-0. Benkizi jokingly scolded Su Bai for being unprincipled, abandoning the U18 team at a critical moment. Su Bai had no retort. After all, even if he had been present, it likely wouldn't have made a difference. Without Daniel's on-field guidance and Benkizi's cooperation, he would have been but a lone warrior. Hey, aren't you that kid from the... At that moment, a middle-aged man behind Su Bai suddenly shouted. Glancing at his teammates around him, Hao Junmin was still on the bench. Was he talking about me? Su Bai turned to look back. Haha, Su. You actually made it to the first team? Haha, I knew our complaints about that old man Magath would pay off. Look, just last week we mentioned it, and here you are in the first team this week. Why aren't you on the field? You're way better than that useless Bugelab. Noticing Su Bai turn around, the middle-aged man grew excited. He had witnessed Su Bai's dazzling performance in midfield during the previous match. So, he pounded his chest and animatedly recounted Su Bai's prowess in U18, simultaneously disparaging the team's midfield, which had performed poorly in the last 2 matches. Su Bai merely smiled, refraining from further engagement. He didn't want to be caught on camera arguing with fans about the coach or teammates. The match soon commenced. The Garden Stadium, with over 50,000 seats, was entirely filled today. The electrifying atmosphere of the home crowd left Su Bai in awe. This sensation was something television could never convey. Only by being physically present could one truly experience the exhilarating thrill that sent shivers down one's spine. Today, Schalke 04 faced Borussia Mönchengladbach, a team that had also failed to win in the last 2 rounds. On paper, Schalke 04 had a significant advantage over Mönchengladbach, who had been lingering in the relegation zone. The match unfolded accordingly. From the outset, Schalke 04 maintained comprehensive control over Mönchengladbach. Even the midfield played with remarkable ease, given they were up against a team of roughly second division caliber. Within the first 10 minutes, Bujlab made a precise diagonal cross from the right, allowing Huntelaar to head the ball into the net before Chengladbach's defenders could respond. Although the goalkeeper made a miraculous save at the last moment, the alert Raul was quick to follow up, scoring his first goal for Schalke 04. Following Raul's goal, the Garden Stadium erupted in a cacophony of cheers. The fans frantically waved their flags and brandished their scarves in fervor. In that moment, Su Bai felt as though he had been ignited. This was football. This was the true world's #1 sport. Nothing could possibly compare, not even basketball. All eyes in the stadium were fixated on the elegant and charismatic figure in the center of the field. Su Bai joined the fans, chanting Raul's name with unrestrained enthusiasm. In days, he envied Raul, the center of attention. When would he ever be like Raul? Raul's goal sparked an offensive frenzy for Schalke 04. Moreover, without anyone closely marking Bujlab, he showcased his extraordinary passing talent in the 15th minute of the match. After carefully observing his teammates' movements, Bujlab delivered a high-quality, through ball to the suddenly advancing left winger. Annan did not hesitate, unleashing a powerful volley that struck the net like a cannonball. Although the goal was scored, Magatha's expression remained devoid of excitement. 2-0. Shortly thereafter, just before halftime, Raul once again altered the scoreline with a flawless lob, bringing the score to 3-0. With this commanding lead, Magatha began to rotate players in the second half. Hao Junmin came on as a substitute. Watching Hao Junmin prepare to enter the field brought immense joy to Su Bai. He eagerly retrieved his old camera, snapping photos with enthusiasm. After 2 matches on the sidelines, Hao Junmin showcased his attacking prowess in the 62nd minute. Utilizing his nimble footwork, he maneuvered past Chengladbach defender on the right flank, delivering a long pass to Raul, who effortlessly nodded it into the net. A hat trick. Simultaneously, the third brother secured his first assist of the season. Following the goal, Raul excitedly rushed toward Hao Junmin, embracing him, facing the countless media cameras at the sidelines, being held by Raul. The third brother couldn't help but feel a bit bashful. Ultimately, the match concluded with Schalke's resounding victory. After the hat trick, Raul generously invited the entire team to indulge in a night of revelry at the finest nightclub in Gelsenkirchen. Initially reluctant to attend, Su Bai was persuaded by the exhilarated Hao Junmin, who had just secured an assist. To everyone's surprise, the usually sober Su Bai turned out to be the most robust drinker of the night, successfully outdrinking the team's renowned heavy drinker, Neuer. This left many with a favorable impression of Su Bai. As in the land of the war machine, where drinking is a way of life, one's alcohol tolerance is often seen as a hallmark of a successful man. Unfortunately, the poor third brother was the first to succumb to intoxication. Li Qian, watching the utterly drunk Hao Junmin, could only shake her head in resignation. The following day, Su Bai rarely slept in, finally rising around 11 in the morning, rubbing his head. After a light meal, Su Bai rushed toward the training ground without delay. After all, Thursday marked the first match Magatha had promised him, the first round of the War Machine Cup, Schalke 04 versus Hannover 96. Only 2 days remained. Su Bai's debut for the first team was imminent. Chapter 49. The era of the Twin Stars dawns. On Monday morning, the entire Schalke 04 team engaged in recovery training under Magatha's guidance. The weekend's resounding victory had fostered a harmonious atmosphere within the squad, at the very least. The previous day's tensions had dissipated. Bujlab even took the initiative to approach Raul in a friendly manner. However, Raul did not respond much, continuing to mingle with Su Bai and Hao Junmin. Ironically, due to the weekend's drinking fiasco, Su Bai unexpectedly grew closer to several teammates, especially Neuer, who viewed Su Bai with newfound respect after that fateful night of drinking. "Hey, how's the cup match on Thursday looking? We have a tight schedule. Once we finish with Hanover, we have to head to Frankfurt." Looking at the itinerary, Hughes sighed in frustration. Damn the Football Association and their ridiculous scheduling. 2 away matches? This is going to be exhausting. Magatha echoed Hughes' grievances regarding the association's arrangements, although he did not place much importance on the cup match. "Shall we allow the team a brief respite? Perhaps we could tackle our tasks separately?" Hughes, Ifu remarked, eyeing the exasperating itinerary. "It seems unavoidable. Completely relinquishing the cup competition is simply unrealistic. Let Raul and the others rest, field half the main squad, and let the substitutes take the stage." Magath promptly retrieved the team's roster, contemplating the starting lineup for Thursday's match. By the way, Su Bai. Concerned that Magath might overlook his promise to Su Bai, Hughes, Ifu kindly reminded him. Understood, let him play a half. Magath certainly could not forget his commitment to provide Su Bai with an opportunity. Granting him a chance in the cup match was hardly excessive. The pressing matter now was whether to field him as a substitute or grant him a starting position. Reflecting on Su Bai's audacious grip on Matthias Schäfer's chin, Magath couldn't help but chuckle. With that fiery temperament, should he not start, he would surely accuse Magath of stinginess. Thus, Magath inscribed Su Bai's name directly onto the starting lineup. With a seasoned squad on the pitch, dealing with Hannover 96 should pose no significant challenge. Subsequently, Magath turned his attention to the fullback position, pondering how to manage Hao Junmin. Frankly speaking, he paled in comparison to Japan's Uchida Atsuto at that position. However, given the nature of the cup competition, perhaps it was worth reconsidering. At that moment, Su Bai, diligently striving to earn attribute points on the field, remained blissfully unaware that he had made it onto Magath's starting roster. After a day and a half of training, by 11 o'clock that night, Su Bai finally accumulated 2 points. Without hesitation, he allocated them all to his body balance. His body balance soared to 77. Su Bai felt his muscles noticeably harden, though the system's enhancement left no visible alteration in his appearance. Should he awaken after a night's rest to find a significant increase in muscle mass? He need not explain anything. He would likely be whisked away to a laboratory for dissection. On Tuesday morning, Magath announced the 18-man squad heading to Lower Saxony's capital, Hanover. Both Hao Junmin and Su Bai were included. Upon hearing Su Bai's name, Hao Junmin and Raoul genuinely rejoiced for him, as they would be flying directly to Hanover. The morning training session was primarily focused on relaxation. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the entire Schalke 04 team boarded their flight to Hanover. In just over an hour, they touched down at Hanover Airport. Speaking of Hannover 96, this club boasts a century-long history. Established on April 12, 1896, it was originally named Hannover 1896 Club. Yet, its illustrious history stands in stark contrast to its performance records. Since the inception of the Bundesliga in 1963, Hannover has largely navigated the second division. Their sole moment of glory came in 1992 when they triumphantly clinched the National Cup, averting the threat of bankruptcy. That year, Hannover 96 eliminated Dortmund, Bochum, Karlsruhe, Werder Bremen, and Mönchengladbach, becoming the first second-division club to lift the German Cup. This remains the only notable achievement in their storied history. Upon disembarking, the Schalke team boarded a bus dispatched by Hannover Su Bai, and Hao Junmin sat at the back. Raoul, having not made the roster, did not accompany them. Thus, most of the team gathered around Bujlab, who rambled on about having numerous friends in Hanover, promising to treat the entire squad to a grand celebration post-match. Uchida Atsuto smiled amiably behind Bujlab. Unable to comprehend German, yet always offering a cheerful grin whenever Bujlab spoke. Observing Uchida's sycophantic demeanor, Su Bai felt a wave of nausea. Su Bai, do you think you'll get on the field during this match? I hope the old man gives you ample playing time, not just the last few minutes to let you experience it. Hao Junmin was consumed with thoughts of whether Su Bai would play and how he would perform. However, glancing at Su Bai's composed expression left him somewhat speechless. After spending a night at the hotel, the next morning, Magath led the players directly to AWD Arena. Although Hannover 96 is a second-division team, the AWD Arena is quite imposing, accommodating 49,000 spectators with facilities that meet Bundesliga standards. Upon arriving at the venue, Magath wasted no time and instructed Hughes, Ifu to announce the starting lineup. Forwards, Huntelaar, left winger, Annan, right winger, PLA, attacking midfielder, Su Bai. Before he could finish, Hao Junmin excitedly snapped a covert photo of Su Bai. Yet, while Hao Junmin was elated, Su Bai remained eerily calm. At that moment, Su Bai was startled into silence by the sudden notification from the system. Ding, congratulations, host, on your first starting appearance for the first team. You have received the perfect partner card, unlimited. Stunned by the system's announcement, Su Bai was momentarily frozen. The starting lineup continued to unfold. Attacking midfielder, Hao Junmin. Now it was Hao Junmin's turn to be dumbfounded. Has the old man lost his mind? Partnering with Su Bai? Are we really playing with 2 attacking midfielders from the same nation? Chapter 50. The exaggerated perfect partner card. Unlike the surprised Hao Junmin, Bujlab's previously cheerful countenance suddenly stiffened. He glanced at the beaming Hao Junmin and then shot a cold glare at Su Bai before turning away. Damn it. Has the old man lost his senses? Starting two underperformers? Although Hannover 96 may be weak, they are still a second-division team. How could Schalke's midfield, without Bujlab, hope to compete? A third-choice fullback who has yet to see a minute of play this season. Paired with a U18 rookie in midfield? With that thought, Bujlab sneered. Now it would be amusing to see how these two would be toyed with on the field. Following the announcement of the starting lineup, the team's field adaptation training commenced. During training, no competitive matches were held. Magath simply provided guidance for Su Bai and Hao Junmin on Schalke's typical gameplay. The sole objective in midfield was to maintain a certain level of ball possession, while swiftly distributing the ball to the flanks when opportunities arose. This was the tactical assignment Magath laid out for Su Bai and Hao Junmin as dual attacking midfielders. PLA and Annan were both speedy players for Schalke. Complemented by Huntelaar's ability to seize opportunities to in Magath's strategy, even if the midfield faltered, he still had the chance to substitute in the main players during the second half to alter the course of the match. On Thursday evening at 7 o'clock, the first round of the German Cup was poised to commence. As the bus entered AWD Arena, Magath hurriedly made his way to the pre-match press conference. While the cup competition may seem trivial to Schalke 04, for Hannover 96, it was a significant event for both the club and the city. With aspirations of promotion seeming elusive, they had shifted their focus to the cup competition in recent seasons. After all, progressing in the cup not only satisfies the fans but also provides substantial prize money and lucrative broadcasting fees, a considerable income for Hannover 96. Moreover, last season, Hannover 96 reached the quarterfinals of the German Cup. Milne Marvin, the club's venerable coach, had led the team for 4 seasons. Although they had not reached the Bundesliga, he had managed to keep Hannover comfortably mid-table in the second division with minimal investment. Upon Magath's arrival, despite the wait, Milne Marvin greeted him courteously. The media presence was modest, predominantly local Hannover journalists. As soon as Magath took his seat, the reporters eagerly raised their hands. Mr. Magath, I am Kevin, a reporter from Hannover Football News. What are your expectations for the upcoming match against Hannover 96? A rather standard question. Indeed, Hannover is a formidable opponent. This match should prove quite challenging, however. Just as Magath finished his statement, a reporter audaciously interrupted him. Formidable, you say? Yet I noticed that you've included 2 substitutes in your starting lineup, one of whom has been suddenly promoted from the U18 youth team. Are you truly of the opinion that Hannover is a strong team? The previously harmonious atmosphere of the press conference erupted into chaos. The starting lineup had been released merely an hour prior, and the timing indicated it had indeed been published. Clearly, this reporter had come prepared. While Magath maintained his composure, the other journalists were visibly excited. This was breaking news. A Bundesliga team dismissing a second-division opponent by fielding youth team substitutes. Regardless of the match outcome, the headlines alone would guarantee explosive click-through rates. As the spectators in the stands erupted in smiles, Milne Marvin suddenly stiffened his expression. What a fortuitous opportunity. He had been lamenting his abysmal luck this year, drawing Schalke directly. Little did he expect that Magath, the old fox, had come to extend a warm gesture, fielding an entirely substitute team. Hannover 96 now had a glimmer of hope for advancement. Though a spark of delight flickered within him, the seasoned Milne Marvin knew he must not betray his emotions. Especially in front of the media, he had to embody the tenacity of a true Hanoverian. Such a scenario was an affront to Hannover 96. Without uttering a word, the irate Milne Marvin stood up and left his seat. The cameras in the hands of reporters clicked relentlessly, capturing the moment. Meanwhile, Magath, still seated, found himself in an awkward position. How could this old man storm out in a huff over a mere disagreement? Magath, not one to be outdone, also rose to depart, aware that the press conference was devolving into a one-man show. The journalists seized the moment with fervor, typing away furiously. Magath insults Hannover 96, U18 players in the starting lineup? A disgraceful battle for Hannover 96, facing U18 Schalke in the German Cup. A slew of sensational headlines quickly appeared across various websites. Thus, what began as an ordinary German Cup match had morphed into a battle of humiliation. Meanwhile, Su Bai and Hao Junmin, diligently absorbing Magath's tactical instructions in the locker room, remained blissfully unaware. At 7:45 p.m. on Thursday, the entire Schalke 04 team made their entrance into the players' tunnel. The players from both teams wore solemn expressions before the cameras. With stirring music in the background, they marched onto the pitch, hand in hand with the ball boys. However, Su Bai was taken aback when, upon their entrance, the Hanover fans erupted into a cacophony of boos. This jeering puzzled Schmitz, the captain on the field. After all, Hanover and Schalke bore no animosity. The two teams had not even crossed paths in the German Cup for years. Su Bai, don't be nervous. Just treat it like a match in the regional league, and I'll find ways to assist you. How Juman trembled as he turned to comfort Su Bai. Yet, upon glancing back, he realized that Su Bai appeared entirely unfazed, instead watching him with keen interest. At that moment, Su Bai internally scoffed, wondering who was truly helping whom. Being family, he seized this golden opportunity without hesitation. Entering the system to confirm his bond with Schalke 04's number 7, Hao Junmin. Confirmation. As the system chimed, Su Bai swiftly bound the perfect partner card to Hao Junmin. Simultaneously, an electric sensation coursed through Hao Junmin's body, calming his previously trembling frame. His gaze towards Su Bai transformed into one of bewilderment, as if he suddenly comprehended what Su Bai was about to do. What in the world is happening? As the card activated, Su Bai experienced an instantaneous connection, feeling as though he had played alongside Hao Junmin for countless years. This system truly was extraordinary. After the teams took their group photo, they proceeded to their respective halves. Schalke 04 won the coin toss. The referee glanced at his watch, communicated with the assistant referee via earpiece, and promptly blew the whistle to commence the match. Upon the whistle's blow, Huntelaar turned and directly passed the ball to the trailing Hao Junmin. Hanover's forward, Abdeloui, charged towards Hao Junmin with fervor. Faced with the aggressive Abdeloui, Hao Junmin deftly nudged the ball to the left, causing Abdeloui to lunge to his right in that fleeting moment, without a hint of hesitation. Hao Junmin executed a violin-like maneuver, pulling the ball to the right with his right foot. He glided past Abdeloui and surged forward. The fluidity of his dribbling left Magath, who had been observing intently from the sidelines, momentarily stunned. Not just Magath, but also Hughes, standing beside him, was taken aback. Boss, has Hao changed significantly? The elegance with which he maneuvered was nothing short of remarkable. Magath, still reeling from the surprise, pondered when Hao Junmin had transformed into such a formidable player. Meanwhile, Su Bai, who had been standing alongside Hao Junmin, had already accelerated, sprinting alongside him towards Hanover's defensive line. Chapter 51. A blitzkrieg? A goal in 29 seconds? The system guarantees excellence. The perfect partner card not only enhances the synergy between players, but also boosts the bound player's basic attributes by 20. Even as Hao Junmin advanced with the ball, he sensed an unprecedented surge in his capabilities. Confronted by the rapidly approaching Hao Junmin, Hanover 96 dared not underestimate the situation. Their attacking midfielder, Schmidbach, charged forward immediately. Unlike Schalke, Hanover 96 faced financial constraints, with a limited roster in the first team. Most players were adept at multiple positions, often filling in where necessary due to injuries. This was a common predicament for many teams in the second division. Though Schmidbach was a key attacking midfielder, he often filled in as a defensive midfielder or fullback when needed. Thus, Schmidbach boasted not only exceptional offensive skills but also defensive prowess unmatched by many attacking midfielders. As Schmidbach positioned himself to block Hao Junmin's path, he effectively severed the passing lane to Su Bai. Simultaneously, Schmidbach extended his right foot to obstruct Hao Junmin's dribbling route. Observing Schmidbach's professional defense, Magath couldn't help but furrow his brow. Hanover 96 was proving to be more formidable than he had anticipated. Magath's concerns grew. Should Schmidbach intercept the ball, Schalke would be fully committed to attack. And conceding a goal early in the match could drastically alter the dynamics. If Hanover 96 managed to score first, the outcome of the match could become unpredictable. On the substitutes bench, Bajelab, who had been sulking over not starting, couldn't suppress a smirk, reveling in the misfortune of his teammates. He hadn't expected Hanover 96 to display such a solid defense. Even he might have faltered in that situation, and as for Hao Junmin, he would likely become the scapegoat if things went awry. Just as everyone anticipated Schmidbach to claim the ball, Hao Junmin, in a flash, nudged the ball left with his right foot just before Schmidbach could make contact, simultaneously pulling it back with his left foot, spinning on the spot. This sudden pivot caught Schmidbach off guard. Not one to be deterred, Schmidbach immediately lunged at Hao Junmin again, yet, without missing a beat. Hao Junmin continued to dribble, deftly maneuvering the ball in midfield. was as if he were dancing in a whirlwind of enchantment. This spin left Schmidbach bewildered. After bypassing Schmidbach, Hao Junmin, without glancing up, executed a precise diagonal pass to Su Bai, who had surged forward. Just before Hao Junmin made the pass, Su Bai noticed a vivid red line indicating the trajectory in the system prompt, slicing between Hannover 90's two central defenders. Beside them, Huntelaar had already begun his Su Bai positioned himself to meet the ball, with no intention of stopping, and with a swift, angled motion, he struck the underside of the ball with his right foot. The ball spun violently beneath Su Bai's foot, evading Hannover 90's defensive midfielder, Sergio Pinto, and hurtled towards the back line of Hannover 96. At this moment, the centre-backs of Hannover 96 panicked, turning in haste. The reason was clear. The unstoppable Huntelaar had already sprinted past them. Magath, now visibly excited, raised both hands in jubilation. Meanwhile, the Dutch goal machine, Huntelaar, did not disappoint. Su Bai's pass was nothing short of immaculate. As Huntelaar charged into the penalty area, he didn't even need to control the ball. With a swift right-footed push, he directed it toward the lower right corner of the goal. The Hannover 96 goalkeeper, Robert Zieler, who had already committed to the other side, could only watch in despair as the ball rolled into the net. In that moment, the entire AWD arena fell into a stunned silence. A goal. In just 29 seconds? What on earth? Countless Hannover 96 fans stared blankly at the big screen, momentarily at a loss for words. An exquisitely executed goal. Every aspect of the pass and the final shot was impeccable. Hannover 90's defense was utterly dismantled before Schalke 04, from the land of fire. Su. He delivered an astonishing backheeled pass that pierced through Hannover 90's entire defense. This was a stroke of genius in passing. On the sidelines, from the live broadcast booth of Schalke's Sky Sports, the host house was already celebrating with wild enthusiasm. They are indeed the official partners of Schalke 04, always following the footsteps of the team, whether at home or away. This spectacular goal left House, accustomed to Schalke's lackluster midfield, utterly exhilarated. After scoring, Huntelaar excitedly rushed to Su Bai's side. Simultaneously, Annan, Plajazikas, and Hao Junmin also sprinted over. The group embraced each other. Su, you magnificent creature, that pass was simply exquisite. Did you see my run? What a genius delivery! For Huntelaar, Su Bai's assist was nothing short of astonishing. If it had been the sluggish Bujelub from the bench, his positioning would have undoubtedly been offside, or the pass would never have reached him. He never imagined that this young lad from Yin country, barely in his teens, could actually deliver such a ball. Haha, Su Bai, you are absolutely incredible. Your first touch is an assist. Congratulations. At this moment, all eyes were on Su Bai. On the sidelines, Magath wore an expression of sheer excitement. He even cast a provocative glance at Milne. The old man, Marvin, appeared dazed. Conceding a goal just 20 seconds into the match left Milne bewildered. What was going on? Wasn't Schalke fielding U18 youth players and a substitute from Yin country? Were they not conceding the cup match? Who were those two players, dribbling like Xavi and delivering lethal through balls like Iniesta? Damn it, Magath must have intentionally thrown a smokescreen to confuse me. Just from those two plays, it was evident that these two players from Yin country were far from novices. Milne had confidence in his players. Although their offense was lackluster, their defense was the very foundation upon which Hannover 96 relied. They couldn't even hold out for a minute. This could not be real. Chapter 52. A frenzied match. Su Bai, who misdirects with ease? Magath calmly adjusted his glasses, arms crossed over his chest. Yet, internally, he was far from tranquil. Su Bai's pass was simply breathtaking. Both the technique and timing were utterly impeccable. It could even be described as nothing short of perfection. This was the type of midfielder he had been searching for, with Huntelaar's explosive talent, combined with Raoul's goal-scoring instinct. If Su Bai were to refine his skills further, no, even at this level, he was already beyond impressive. He could hardly contain the tremors of excitement beginning to course through him. The Champions League, that was the arena where he truly wished to prove himself. The Bundesliga, he had already claimed the title there. It held little allure for him now. Only the Champions League could capture his attention. The celebration of Schalke 04 was brief. Soon, at the referee's urging, both teams returned to their respective halves. Had it really only been a little over a minute? The referee blowing the whistle seemed somewhat taken aback. It appeared this match would be one-sided. With the sound of the whistle, the game resumed. Meanwhile, House, responsible for the commentary, finally gathered Su Bai's information. Although he had correctly pronounced Su Bai's surname, he had failed to remember his first name. Who would bother to look up the details of a U18 youth player? Su Bai is a prodigy nurtured by Schalke's youth academy. In the previous 2 matches of the regional Liga, he delivered an astonishing 6 assists. Compared to the always slow Bujelub, the young lad from Yin country offers us a glimpse of hope for Schalke 04. As a principled professional commentator, House was renowned for his sharp tongue. He had lambasted Bujelub's penchant for adjusting his pace countless times during broadcasts. Once the match resumed, Hannover 96, trailing by a goal, sounded the horn for their counterattack. There was nothing particularly tactical about it. Hannover 96's sole approach was their long ball strategy. The attacking midfielder, Schmidbach, received the ball and immediately launched a long pass to the left flank. The left winger, Conan, deftly controlled the ball with his right foot, then turned and surged toward Schalke 04's defense. Schalke's right winger, Plijazikas, quickly followed in Conan's wake, a player known for his speed. Plijazikas clung closely to Conan's right side. This made Conan quite uncomfortable, and no matter how fast he tried to accelerate, he found it impossible to shake off the tenacious Plijazikas. To add to his predicament, Schalke's right back, Uchida, also surged forward. Although Uchida's character left much to be desired, his solid fundamentals and reliable defensive capabilities forced Conan to turn and retreat. There was no way out. Schalke had long been accustomed to such flanking assaults in the Bundesliga, making it easy to handle a team of Hannover 96's caliber. In desperation, Conan had no choice but to pass the ball to his supporting defensive midfielder. Lauscher on the sidelines, watching his players struggle against Schalke 04, the silver-haired Milne grew increasingly impatient, shouting for action. Hannover 96 began to reorganize their attack. Faced with Schalke's defense, Hannover 96 clearly had no answers. After all, on paper, Schalke was significantly stronger than Hannover 96. Today's Schalke midfield gave us a refreshing sense of renewal. The Yin country international, Hao Jun-min, who had transferred to Schalke last season, played an indispensable role in the recent goal. Having always played as a fullback, Hao Jun-min had not anticipated such an impressive performance after changing positions. His display in this match would undoubtedly earn him considerable favor in Magath's estimation. Especially with Hannover 96 trailing, who relied on rapid wing play, it was unexpected that Magath would also deploy 2 speedy players on the flanks, in terms of both speed and technical skill. Hannover had no answer against Schalke, who were already adept even in the Bundesliga. In the 18th minute of the match, Conan, attempting once again to penetrate Schalke's left flank, was finally dispossessed by the tenacious Plijazikas. Without hesitation, Plijazikas passed the ball to the awaiting Su Bai. Controlled the ball, turned, and charged directly toward Hannover 96's defense. Observing Su Bai's advance, Hannover dared not underestimate him. Defensive midfielder Lauscher rushed forward without holding back, aiming a fierce tackle at the oncoming Su Bai. However, with 80 of the possession in hand, Su Bai faced the challenge without fear. His right ankle flicked swiftly, and in an instant, he nudged the ball to the right. Just as Lauscher's foot was about to make contact, Su Bai leapt. This jump allowed him to evade Lauscher's tackle. Following this, Su Bai took possession of the ball and began striding toward Hannover's defense. On the sidelines, witnessing Su Bai's audacious advance, Hannover's coach Milne was thoroughly alarmed. He frantically shouted for his players to press forward. However, at that moment, Schalke's front line was not only comprised of Su Bai, but also included the slightly leftward positioned Hao Jun-min, Annan on the left, Plijazikas on the right, and Huntelaar up front. A total of 5 attacking players from Schalke surged forward with great speed. As Su Bai barreled into the fray, the Hannover 96 defenders found themselves powerless to stop him. Damn it, it wasn't just Su Bai they had to contend with. The other players were no slouches either. Finally, as Su Bai approached the edge of the penalty area, the central defender, Christian Schultz, had no choice but to lunge at Su Bai. However, by this time, Su Bai had already anticipated the passing route. Huntelaar made a forward run, drawing another central defender, Steven Cherundolo, in pursuit. The 2 wingers surged towards the goal, ready to pounce. Seeing Schultz barreling towards him, Su Bai's left foot moved, his gaze fixed on the right flank where Plijazikas awaited. In that instant, the experienced Schultz immediately sensed Su Bai's intention to slip the ball to the right. Without a moment's hesitation, Schultz lunged towards Su Bai's right side. But what he faced was utterly despairing. The cunning young lad from Yin country, at the very moment Schultz turned to the right, deftly redirected the ball to the center. This pass, misdirection, this sly boy had clearly learned from Ronaldinho. The ball found its way to the center for Hao Junmin. At this moment, Hao Junmin found himself completely unmarked. One defender lunged at Su Bai, while another followed Huntelaar. Without a moment's hesitation, Hao Junmin unleashed a powerful strike with his right foot. The ball struck perfectly. It shot toward the goal like a cannonball. With a 20 boost to his base attributes, Hao Junmin's shooting stat of 72 soared to 86. This was undeniably top-tier quality in the 5 major leagues. Without a doubt, even as Hannover 90's goalkeeper Robert Ziller flung himself desperately, the ball slipped past his fingertips. The ball found the net. 2-0. GGGOLLL. GGGGOLLL. Oh my God. The ball has found the net. 2-0. From the fiery nation, Hao received a pass from his compatriot, launching a powerful shot that once again altered the scoreline. Within less than 20 minutes of the match, the formidable Schalke 04 has already netted 2 goals. As the football soared into the net, commentator House could barely contain his excitement, leaping to his feet. Meanwhile, the over 50,000 fans of Hannover 96 gazed in disbelief at the giant screen. 2-0? Is this the chasm between the Bundesliga and the Bundesliga? Yet, both players hail from the same fiery nation. Wasn't it said that this nation is a desert for football? Why does the mighty Hannover 96 seem so vulnerable under the feet of these 2 fiery players? Chapter 53. The Frenzied Su Bai. Assisting a hat-trick. In that moment of scoring, Hao Junmin was momentarily stunned. Although he had scored numerous goals in the Fiery Nations League and even for the national team, this was his first goal abroad. In a frenzy, Hao Junmin dashed towards the sidelines, ripping off his jersey. Unlike Huntelaar, from the moment he left his homeland, countless doubts surrounded him. Even within the fiery nation, fans held no expectations for him. In stark contrast to Su Bai, he had gradually risen from youth training to the second tier and then to the top tier. He had worked hard, even sacrificing a lucrative salary back home to chase his dreams at Schalke 04, where his earnings were a mere fraction of what he could have earned domestically. At this moment, Hao Junmin was shouting passionately at the camera, though he was uncertain of his own words. As if venting something deep within, Su Bai and all of Schalke 04's teammates rushed over to celebrate. On the sidelines, Magath looked on in mild astonishment at the goal-scoring Hao Junmin. This guy. One cannot deny, Hao Junmin's performance today has been exceptional. Magath had high hopes for this reserved and introverted player since signing him. However, despite his commendable technical skills, he had been exceedingly shy, to the point of being timid. Thus, even after half a season of effort, Hao Junmin had yet to earn Magath's approval, and his original position as right-back had been handed over to the newly transferred Uchida Atsuto. Watching the exuberant Hao Junmin, Su Bai could not help but chuckle quietly. Perhaps Hao never imagined he could be so impactful. It was indeed all due to his own efforts. From that moment forth, the match transformed into a showcase of Schalke 04's dominance. At every position, Schalke 04 exerted overwhelming pressure against Hannover 96. Their once reliable wing play was now stifled by Schalke's relentless defense. In the 24th minute, Schalke 04 mounted another assault. Hao Junmin deftly maneuvered past Hannover forwards Abdeliu and attacking midfielder Schmiedbach before delivering a diagonal pass to Su Bai. At that moment, wary of Su Bai's elusive passing, Hannover shifted all defensive focus onto him. The double pivot of Sergio Pinto and Loth closed in from either side towards Su Bai, while the left winger, Corman, rushed in as well, a 3-man blockade. On the sidelines, Magath watched Hannover's intense focus on Su Bai with growing concern. After all, this was the young lad's first match in Schalke 04's first team. The greatest flaw of young players often lies in their mental fortitude. Many times, when faced with a double team, they may falter and lose possession. However, Magath's worried expression soon dissipated. On the field, Su Bai remained unfazed in the face of the 3-man blockade. With an 80 in ball control, his footwork was now transformed as the first defender, Sergio Pinto, charged toward him. Su Bai leaned his body slightly to the right, using the back of his right foot to nudge the ball in that direction. This highly deceptive feint led Sergio Pinto to believe Su Bai intended to break down the sideline. Thus, Pinto instinctively reached out with his left foot to intercept Su Bai's path. However, in that instant, Sergio Pinto found himself in an awkward position, his legs spread wide open, presenting an opportunity. Fortunately, Hannover's other defensive midfielder, Loth, was already barreling in from Su Bai's left. The previously anxious Sergio Pinto immediately relaxed. The aggressive Loth had no intention of being as lenient as his teammate. He charged in with a fierce intent to block Su Bai, no matter the outcome. Little did he expect that. Almost simultaneously with Loth's advance, Su Bai would astonishingly use the tip of his left foot to delicately nudge the ball forward. This nudge allowed the football to obediently slip through the gap between Sergio Pinto's open legs. In a flash, Su Bai surged forward, nearly brushing past Pinto on his left side. That nudge not only left Loth in a daze, but also caught Corman, who had been closing in from behind Su Bai. Completely off guard, in an instant, with a nudge, a pull, and a poke, Su Bai astonishingly burst through the three-man blockade. FUCK. What a perfect display of dribbling. Fiery Nation Su. Good heavens. This is a divine gift to Schalke 04. What a frenzied display of skill. At this moment, Fiery Nation Su danced upon the AWD arena like a sprite. This was a three-man blockade. It was unbelievable. In the commentary booth, House was left speechless with astonishment. Not only House, but even Magath wore a look of incredulity. This was a debut match, and to perform such an extraordinary dribbling display with such ease was astonishing. This guy? Now, Su Bai had yet to conclude his performance. After bypassing Sergio Pinto, a clear passing lane emerged before him, targeting the left winger, Annan. Without hesitation, Su Bai unleashed a powerful strike with his right foot, launching the ball with his instep. Meanwhile, in Hannover's defensive line, witnessing Su Bai bulldoze past their double pivot, the center-backs were thrown into disarray at the same time. Huntelaar sprinted toward the penalty area. This forced Hannover's center-back, Christian Schultz, to desperately follow Huntelaar. Fortunately, having learned Su Bai's passing tendencies, Schultz positioned himself closely behind Huntelaar, effectively cutting off the passing lane between Su Bai and Huntelaar. Especially upon seeing Su Bai's intended ground pass, Schultz finally exhaled in relief. However, in the blink of an eye, Schultz's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? This Fiery Nation lad is passing in the direction behind him. What is going on? He had only begun his run after Su Bai's pass. How dare this guy pass back toward him? There were no Schalke players in his vicinity. At this moment, the ball Su Bai delivered surged forward like a bolt of lightning, slicing through Hannover 90's penalty area, akin to a dagger piercing their defense. Heading straight for the small box, the ball did not find Huntelaar. Instead, a dark figure materialized in front of the ball. It was number 16, Schalke 04's left winger, Annan, who had suddenly burst forth from the left flank. Faced no hindrance. With his right foot, he curled the ball toward the far corner of the goal. Annan struck with great force. The ball sliced through the air like a meteor, finding the back of Hannover 90's net. Beep! The referee's whistle signaled, pointing to the center of the pitch. The goal stands. Schalke 04 netted their third goal in the 25th minute, 3-0. The young lad from the Fiery Nation, beaming with joy, completed an astonishing hat trick of assists in under 25 minutes during his debut. At this moment, the once boisterous AWD arena fell into a profound silence. Chapter 54. Magath's Fishery Tactics. GGGGGGOOLLL. GGGOOLLL. Annan. What a splendid goal. Annan scored Schalke 04's third goal with a delightful curling shot, assisted once again by the Fiery Nation's young talent, Su. A hat trick of assists. This Fiery Nation lad, making his debut in the German Cup, captivated all Schalke 04 fans with his dreamlike performance. An absolutely masterful pass, predicting the movements of Hannover 90's center-back. The ball slipped past his body to the most lethal position within the penalty area. Incredible! This performance undoubtedly deserves a spot among the top 10 goals of the week. The once quiet AWD arena erupted into wild cheers, with the sound emanating from House in the commentary booth. Not far from him, Schalke 04's head coach Magath clutched his head of white hair, at a loss for how to celebrate. Unbelievable. How could such a young lad, not yet 18, exhibit such composure, skill, and especially that final through ball? A genius. This is a true genius. This moment, Magath suddenly remembered that this was, in fact, only the third match for the little fellow before him. In just 3 matches, this young man had astonishingly delivered 9 assists, which is truly terrifying. Even if Xavi were to arrive, he would not possess such a frenzied efficiency. Perhaps, just perhaps, this lad is indeed capable. At this instant, a wild thought flashed through Magatha's mind. His gaze shifted towards Su Bai, who was currently surrounded by Annan and other players on the field. The score of 3-0 seemed to have led Hannover 96 to completely abandon their resistance. However, the player who scored the first goal, Hao Junmin, appeared to be insatiable. Following this, the duo of Hao Junmin and Su Bai began to indulge in an array of dazzling passing and controlling maneuvers within Hannover 96's half-in the 35th minute of the match. After several consecutive give-and-go exchanges between Su Bai and Hao Junmin unleashed a powerful shot from the edge of the penalty area. The football grazed the post and flew out of play, causing the Hannover 96 fans present to break into a cold sweat. The complete paralysis of the flanks left Hannover 96's offense utterly directionless. The match had devolved into a one-sided offensive and defensive drill. At this moment, the disparity in strength between the Bundesliga team and the Bundesliga team was unmistakably revealed in the 42nd minute. Su Bai once again delivered a lethal pass at the edge of Hannover 96's penalty area. A cleverly disguised ground ball found its way to the feet of the rapidly advancing Huntelaar. However, this time, Hannover 96's goalkeeper performed brilliantly, doing everything in his power to block Huntelaar's shot. Huntelaar turned with an apologetic expression, raising his hand towards Su Bai. With the referee's whistle signaling the end of the first half, the score of 3-0 brought smiles to the faces of the entire Schalke team as they entered the tunnel. Just after missing Su Bai's deadly through ball, Huntelaar approached Su Bai, wrapping an arm around him as they walked off the field together. Su, your performance today has been exceptional. That last pass was also my fault. I shot too straight. Otherwise, you would have had a spectacular 4 assists, Huntelaar remarked, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Haha, I'll just pass you a few more in the second half. As he spoke, the team's right winger, Plajasikas, approached them. Su, you're being so biased. Look at Annan, Huntelaar, and your own Hao Junmin. All of them have scored, yet you haven't given me a single good ball. Pass one to me, and if I score, I'll treat you to an F Cup tonight. If that's not enough, I'll get you too, the scheming Plajasikas said with a sycophantic grin. All of them were astute, especially someone like Plajasikas, who was treading the line of being a substitute. For them, scoring and statistics were the only pathways to becoming a starter. Now, in comparison to his own struggle, there existed a quicker way. Anyone with a sound mind would not let it slip by. A playmaker capable of delivering such deadly passes was undoubtedly the most sought-after individual by every attacking player. However, at this moment, the brooding Bujlab, trailing behind Su Bai, wore a face dark with envy. His eyes were fixated on Su Bai, consumed with jealousy. At this moment, his heart was filled with resentment. As a Bundesliga-level attacking midfielder, he had recognized from Su Bai's first assist that this young lad from Yen Nation, not yet 18, was far superior in passing. Had he been on the field, Schalke would undoubtedly not have exhibited the seamless attacking flow they currently displayed, especially when he saw the group of fair-weather friends who had previously orbited around him now suddenly clustering around that young lad from Yen Nation. In the locker room, Magath awaited his players with a beaming smile. Well done, lads, especially you, Su. What a brilliant first half. The old man, who seldom offered praise, broke his usual demeanor to give Su Bai a thumbs up. This remark caused Su Bai, seated among the crowd, to feel a bit bashful. Observing Su Bai's reaction, the teammates erupted into laughter. In the second half, Bujlab and Perlkrug on. Replace Su and Hao Junmin. I want to maintain the offensive. Continue with the first half tactics. Let Hannover 96 tremble at the mere mention of Schalke 04. Magatha's substitutions brought an abrupt silence over the locker room. Everyone began to ponder the old man's intentions. Although it was a cup match, everyone understood that substituting in reserves was to preserve the stamina of the main players, especially with a league match coming up on the weekend. However, having the starters Perlkrug and Bujlab re-enter in the second half? What kind of maneuver was this? Could it be? Many seemed to grasp something as they glanced at Bujlab. Similarly, Magatha's words made Bujlab acutely aware of the old man's intentions. Was this a bloodletting? Using a cup match as an experiment? Was this premeditated or a spur-of-the-moment decision? At this moment, Bujlab had no time to contemplate these thoughts. His heart brimmed with a sense of crisis. The previously surrounding players now cast meaningful glances toward the seemingly relaxed Su Bai. This guy is only 17. Could he really become the new core of Schalke 04? Although his performance was indeed remarkable, in terms of both age and experience, he and Bujlab were not even on the same level. Unlike others, at this moment, Sangu was joyfully embracing Su Bai. "Little Bai, damn it, the old man is planning to elevate you." Of course, this remark was made in Chinese by Hao Junmin and Wei, but I am a bit puzzled as to why Bujlab was brought on. And the tactical approach remains unchanged. The two exchanged whispers, one after the other. Magath, observing the players' behavior in the locker room, chuckled softly before turning to leave. Without competition, there is no vitality. A tranquil fish tank cannot nurture ferocious sharks. What Magath desired was a beast capable of tearing a chunk from the elite. Chapter 55. Who can be more miserable than me? It must be said that Magath's strategy of deploying the Yin Nation's dual attacking midfielders was indeed the highlight of the match. Hao Junmin, who had been unable to secure a starting position, gained immense confidence in both ball control and scoring under Su Bai's guidance. Meanwhile, Su Bai had completed a staggering 52 passes in the first half. It is worth noting that not a single pass was unsuccessful, a 100 passing success rate. This is an incredibly terrifying statistic. Under Su Bai's orchestration, Schalke 04 delivered the most spectacular performance of the season. On the sidelines, although it was halftime, House, as the commentator, showed no signs of resting. He needed to broadcast all the statistics from the first half. At that moment in Gelsenkirchen, even though it was just a cup match. All Schalke fans were gathered in front of their televisions, keeping a close watch on their team. This kid is indeed something. This is the midfield Schalke 04 should possess. Haha, I heard this lad was eliminated by Dortmund. I didn't expect him to perform so outstandingly. Now, Dortmund must be regretting it to death. Damn it, why wasn't this kid brought on earlier? Look at the first two league matches. Koppes could beat us. How come Magath only just realized this now? That Hao Junmin is also quite good. Last season, I felt he was useless. I didn't realize it was due to the wrong position. Look at him now in midfield, so skillful, able to control the ball, and his synergy with Su is truly remarkable. If this continues, there is still hope for this season, at the very least. The offense looks significantly better. Although they are playing against Hanover, this attacking display is indeed refreshing. Su Bai, this little fellow, is far superior to that waste Bujlab. Every time I see him with the ball, I feel anxious. Damn it, he can't even make a single pass. Magath has woken up. Not letting that guy play has made this match much more enjoyable. However, soon, the fans who had just been exhilarated felt as though they had been doused with cold water. Because, astonishingly, Magath actually substituted the much-maligned Bujlab back into the game. Aside from Raoul, it was purely the lineup from the first two league matches. On the sidelines, Milne Marvin watched as Magath suddenly reverted to using all his starters. Gritting his teeth in frustration. This damned old man, it's already 3-0. Does he still want to push Hanover 96 to the brink? This is Hanover 90's home ground. Well then, since you show no mercy, I shall reciprocate. Milne Marvin quietly instructed his assistant coach to pass the message along. The boss said, "Do not let Schalke leave AWD Arena in comfort." They all emerged from an environment like the two Bundesliga, and although the head coach's words were quite subtle, everyone understood the explicit meaning. Beep, with the sound of the whistle, the second half of this German Cup match officially commenced. After all, they were a top-tier team. Facing Hanover 96, Schalke maintained the same tight control over Hanover's flanks as in the first half. Having lost their wing play, Hanover 96 began to engage in a fierce battle with Schalke's midfield. In the 47th minute of the match, Bujlab, receiving a pass from the back line, attempted to penetrate through the center with the ball. However, he had barely taken a few steps. The Hanover forward, Abdaleo, charged forward without a moment's hesitation, crashing violently into Bujlab. The latter let out a pained cry and collapsed onto the grass. Abdaleo is indeed a formidable striker for Hanover. Although not the fastest, his greatest strengths lie in his ability to seize headers and his physicality. Standing at an imposing height of 1.9 meters, coupled with robust muscles, he could likely excel in rugby as well. With such a physique, the force of his collision with Bujlab was nothing short of devastating. Poor Bujlab lay on the turf in silence for an extended period, only regaining his breath when the referee approached to inquire if he required a stretcher. "I'm fine," he finally managed to utter. Despite the brutal impact, Bujlab knew he could not leave the field. The match was crucial for his rivalry with that young lad from Yin country. Gritting his teeth, the tough Bujlab struggled to his feet. Little did he realize, this was merely the beginning of his nightmare. After regaining his composure, Bujlab took a free kick that accurately found his teammate, Ainen, on the left flank. However, the Hanover defense was densely packed, leaving no room for advancement. Faced with a lack of opportunities, Ainen opted to pass the ball back to a teammate. After a series of passes, the ball once again found its way to Bujlab's feet. Gazing at the clustered Hanover 96 defenders before the goal, he felt utterly helpless. This illustrated the stark disparity. Beyond the wide-ranging ball movement and ineffective possession, the hapless Bujlab had yet to deliver a single threatening shot. Had Magath truly lost his senses? Why was he opting for such a creatively barren player instead of the talented lad from Yin country? After enduring a full 15 minutes without a single threatening attack from Schalke, Commentator House could no longer contain his scathing remarks. At that moment, Bujlab was also in a state of despair. He was acutely aware that all the Schalke fans were inevitably comparing him to the young lad from Yin who had played in the first half. Yet, he found himself perplexed as to why that player could deliver such penetrating passes under these circumstances. He had exerted himself, but all he could see were congested spaces in their own half. With the reckless Huntelaars seemingly opposing him at every turn, failing to make any meaningful runs, in the 69th minute, Schalke 04, still pushing forward without any noteworthy attacks, finally revealed a vulnerability. Bujlab, preoccupied with seeking opportunities, let his guard down, allowing Hanover 96's defensive midfielder, Sergio Pinto, to execute a sudden sliding tackle. The tackle was utterly unexpected. Bujlab had failed to notice Pinto rushing in from his side. In an instant, the ball was snatched away from him. Without a moment's hesitation, Pinto launched the ball down the right flank. The Hanover winger, Schladraff, who had been lurking near the center circle, shot forward like an arrow. Chaos ensued among the Schalke players. At that moment, only the lagging central defender, Metzelder, remained in the back line, and he was positioned centrally. Moreover, his lamentable speed posed no threat to Schladraff in the blink of an eye. Schladraff stormed into Schalke 04's penalty area, and after outmaneuvering the advancing Neuer, he calmly slotted the ball into the empty net. 1-3. On the sidelines, Magath's expression darkened to an extreme degree. However, Bujlab, now on the ground, was too consumed by despair to even glance at Magath's furious visage. He had just realized with anguish that his left ankle was throbbing with excruciating pain. It seemed that the recent tackle had left him injured. A substitute in the second half, facing relentless pressure, he had ultimately been injured. Most importantly, he appeared to be losing miserably in the comparison against Su Bai. At that moment, Bujlab's heart could only echo a single lament. Who could possibly be worse off than I am? Chapter 56. End. Misunderstood. Watching his team concede a goal, Magath was infuriated, hurling his water bottle to the ground, cursing under his breath. Boss, it seems Bujlab is injured. Initially already on edge, Magath turned to see Bujlab sprawled on the midfield. And in exasperation, he slapped his forehead. Ali Karimi, get ready to substitute him. Upon seeing the team doctor shake his head, Magath had no choice but to replace Bujlab as he was carried off on a stretcher. Bujlab covered his face with his hands, despairing as he was whisked away on an ambulance. His appearance had been a disaster for what was once a fluid Schalke 04 midfield, of course. We must extend our best wishes to the injured Bujlab now. Schalke 04 needed to focus on preserving the hard-fought victory from the first half. House, known for his sharp tongue, showed no sympathy for the injured Bujlab. Even as he was carried off, with the defensive-minded Ali Karimi entering the fray, Schalke transitioned from an all-out attack to a strategic defense. 20 minutes of play swiftly elapsed. Although Hanover 96 poured their efforts into breaking through Schalke's defense, they ultimately faced a backline of championship caliber. The final score of 3-1 remained intact until the final whistle. After the match, Magath hurriedly boarded a flight to Frankfurt with his team. On Sunday night, they were set to face Eintracht Frankfurt in the Bundesliga. To Magath, the DFB Pokal was merely an accessory. The league was of utmost importance. With 1 win and 2 losses, Schalke 04 languished outside the top 10 in the standings. The rest of the first-team players also flew to Frankfurt that day on the plane. The entire Schalke 04 squad was exhausted and fast asleep. However, Magath and Hughes were deprived of the luxury of rest. With less than 3 days until Sunday's match, and the players needing half a day off due to the previous game, they would only have a scant day and a half to prepare for Frankfurt. Under normal circumstances, that amount of time would suffice if they adhered to their original formation. But the unfortunate injury to Buchlab had complicated matters significantly, as he remained in a hospital in Hanover for examination. Magath was compelled to leave a team doctor behind to care for him. "Boss, how are we going to manage the midfield?" Hughes quietly inquired, holding a tactical board. "That Su Bai performed exceptionally well today." Yet, Schalke is not facing a team like Hanover anymore. They are up against Frankfurt. Last season, Frankfurt had finished 8th in the league, and this season, they had bolstered their squad considerably. Even Schalke 04 might struggle to withstand Frankfurt's attack away from home. Hughes pondered if Su Bai would be able to cope. "We'll see tomorrow." With that thought, Magath furrowed his brow and fell silent. Observing the old man's expression, Hughes also pursed his lips and quieted down. 2 hours later, the plane landed smoothly at Frankfurt Airport. Su Bai was awakened from his slumber by Hao Junmin. By the time they checked into the hotel, it was already 2 in the morning. Su Bai and Hao Junmin were assigned to the same room. As soon as they entered, both collapsed onto their beds in exhaustion. However, at 6 in the morning, Su Bai instinctively awoke. Hao Junmin, bare-chested, was startled by Su Bai's sudden movement. "What are you doing up so early?" Seeing Su Bai swiftly dressing, Hao Junmin squinted and asked, "How Gu, you keep sleeping. I need to train." As soon as the clock struck 6, he could no longer sleep. Being in a hotel, Su Bai had nowhere to practice, so he resorted to doing push-ups on the hotel floor. "What is the point of those push-ups? How Gu, I can't help it. If I don't train, I feel uneasy." Su Bai naturally refrained from disclosing that his push-ups counted as training time, opting for a vague response instead. However, his efforts disrupted Hao Junmin's sleep. Seeing his younger teammates' diligence, Hao Junmin, at just 23 years of age, an eligible U23 youth, felt compelled not to fall behind. He too began exercising on his bed, causing the frame to creak under the strain. At 10 in the morning, Magath called for the team's assembly. After a sweat-soaked training session, Su Bai took a shower, and he and Hao Junmin left the room together. However, at the entrance, they found Neuer and Metzelder seemingly blocking their way. Neuer, in particular, kept peering into their room. "Is anyone in there?" Neuer asked while glancing around. Su Bai was taken aback by the question. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Damn it! At that very moment, Hao Junmin emerged fully dressed. "Hi, good morning." Hao Junmin, with a beaming smile, greeted Neuer as they departed from the hotel, while Magath led the entire team onto the bus heading to the Frankfurt Commercial Bank Arena. Upon seeing Hao Junmin board, Raoul joyfully took a seat beside him. "How? The match was absolutely fantastic. I watched the first half on television." Among the players, it was Raoul who seemed the most delighted by the stellar performances of both Su Bai and Hao Junmin. After all, these two had become his loyal protégés, particularly in the notoriously exclusive environment of Schalke 04. He, being praised by my idol Raoul, although I'm quite used to it by now, still makes Hao Junmin feel a tad bashful. "And you, Su, you are simply remarkable," Raoul said, extending his hand to shake Su Bai's, who was seated behind them. "If you get to play in the match the day after tomorrow, make sure to deliver a few brilliant passes like those." An exceptional forward thrives on midfielders like Su Bai, who can deliver lethal passes. Absolutely. Unlike Hao Junmin's shyness, Su Bai showed no signs of embarrassment. Raoul's words resonated clearly throughout the bus, highlighting the injury of Buchlab and Su Bai's outstanding performance, particularly Raoul's acknowledgement. Many who had previously supported Buchlab were now turning their attention towards Su Bai. Chapter 57. The bloodied CEO of Sports Weekly. The bus soon arrived at the Frankfurt Commercial Bank Arena, which boasts a seating capacity of 52,000. On this day, Schalke 04 would train at this venue. Having just played a cup match, Magath did not impose any arduous tasks on the players. Even the pre-training physical laps were omitted. Although the training was of a more relaxed nature, many players gathered around Magath, who was discussing strategies with Hughes. Before long, Hughes summoned a cart filled with yellow vests. "Everyone, gather around," he called, and the players rushed to Magath's side. Neuer, Metzelder, Uchida, H. Weeds, Schmitz, one by one. Hughes called out names. Raoul, Huntelaar. The starting lineup remains unchanged, save for the unfortunate Buchlab. Finally, Hughes smiled at Su Bai, who stood calmly amidst the crowd. Su Bai. This call drew the attention of many, and upon hearing Hughes' summons, Su Bai hurried forward to receive the yellow vest symbolizing his place in the starting lineup. A 17-year-old starter, and at a prestigious club like Schalke 04. At that moment, many were awestruck, aware that Su Bai had just turned 17. The record for the youngest player to debut in the Bundesliga belonged to Jürgen Friedel, who made his first appearance for Eintracht Frankfurt at the age of 17 years and 194 days on March 20, 1976. This record had remained unbroken for a staggering 34 years. Now, it seemed that this long-standing record would be rewritten by a young talent from Yin country. Regardless of his performance on the field, after this match, the entire nation would know of Schalke 04's extraordinary 17-year-old prodigy. How Jun-min, who did not secure a starting position, felt no sense of disappointment. He was genuinely happy for Su Bai. After announcing the starting lineup, Magath took the time to instruct the key players on their positioning. Once Su Bai was on the field, Magath realized that this young lad was indeed a divine gift. Each pass was executed with such precision, and most importantly, Su Bai's passing speed was remarkable, almost always without the need to stop the ball. This was crucial. For a dynamic forward like Huntelaar, partnering with a midfielder like Su Bai was akin to a fish finding water. Moreover, Raul on the right flank was even more impressive, with his exceptional shooting skills and elusive movement. Observing this 11 on the pitch, Magath felt as though he had upgraded from a bird gun to a cannon. Boss, this kid seems far more useful on the field than Bujlab. Hughes, the sharp-eyed assistant, couldn't resist mentioning the unfortunate Bujlab. Magath glanced at Hughes and scoffed. Bujlab? Pa, what a joke. Meanwhile, far away at the Hanover International Hospital, the unfortunate Bujlab lay on a hospital bed, enduring his treatment with discomfort. Suddenly, he sneezed violently. Was someone thinking of him? In Yin country, Duan Xian and the staff of Channel 5 had arrived at the airport. It was Friday, and they needed to reach the War Machine country before Saturday. The reason was simple. News of the dazzling performance of the dual stars from Yin country in the German Cup had already reached home. It was as if an oasis had suddenly appeared in the desert, and the thirsty fans were frantically searching online for any available information about the match. Unfortunately, without broadcasting rights, fans could only find a few images from the event. The photos featured how Jun-min, stripped of his jersey, surrounded by his Schalke teammates, and a few snapshots of Su Bai's passes. Even these scarce images had gone viral online in Yin country. It wasn't the regional Liga. It was definitively the German Cup. Although they faced a team from the second division, it was still a premier event in the War Machine country. Continuing his assist hat-trick in the German Cup, especially with both stars from Yin country making their appearances, was reminiscent of the epic Premier League derby between Zhangji and Sunjihai, a moment of unprecedented impact. Xingu, are we really going to Frankfurt? Isn't there a Bayern match? Nonsense. What is so great about broadcasting Bayern? The higher-ups have announced that Schalke has confirmed Su Bai and Hao Junmin are on the roster. Now, fans nationwide are eagerly awaiting their Bundesliga debuts. If we don't broadcast Schalke, what do we broadcast for Bayern? Xingu, do you think we might witness a dual-star scenario in the Bundesliga? I can hardly wait. I don't know, but both should get on the pitch. Su Bai has a higher chance, especially since Schalke's midfielder is injured. Haha, truly a blessing for Yin country. That injury came at just the right time. Xingu, that's rather insensitive. Someone has hurt. Pa, I'm merely echoing the sentiments of the fans. As a righteous commentator, how could I wish harm upon others? The two bantered as they made their way to the boarding gate. Oh. Xingu, isn't that teacher Wang? At that moment, Xiao Wang pointed towards a slightly plump man wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses. Haha, it truly is. Hey, you rascal. Are you also heading to the War Machine country to commentate on Bayern? Yes, but not to commentate on Bayern. What about you? What is your purpose in the War Machine country? I am going to commentate on Schalke 04. Teacher Wang, delighted to hear this, knew that Wang Tao was quite generous. If he could accompany him, a hearty meal was guaranteed. Cough, cough. I still have an hour to wait. Wait a minute. The flight to Frankfurt is about to take off. Don't ask. Xiao Wang. Ha ha ha. Your teacher Wang's contract is for commentating on the Regional Liga youth team, so he must take a flight to Gelsenkirchen. Duan Xian realized this amusing situation and couldn't resist mocking his friend. Damn it, just keep laughing. The CEO of Sports Weekly, eager to monopolize the coverage of Su Bai's matches, spent $1 million to acquire the broadcasting rights for the Regional Liga youth team and then spent hundreds of thousands to hire Wang Tao as the commentator. However, to his dismay, Su Bai only played one match before skyrocketing to fame. The CEO of Sports Weekly was so furious he almost bled from the mouth. All right, hurry up and prepare for your broadcast. The viewership numbers are likely to be unimaginable. The disparity between people can be infuriating. Tausi, I'm off. You take your time waiting. Chapter 58. Bundesliga debut. Unknown task triggered? At the end of September 2010, the fourth round of the Bundesliga officially commenced on Saturday. Bayern crushed Cologne with a resounding 4-0 victory at home. Meanwhile, the formidable Dortmund also triumphed with a 3-0 win over Freiburg, while Werder Bremen surprisingly drew 0-0 at home against Hoffenheim. Overall, the top teams from the previous season remained firmly in the first tier after 4 rounds. However, Schalke 04, having signed Raul and invested heavily in multiple reinforcements, found themselves in a disappointing 12th place with 1 win and 2 losses out of a total of 18 teams, dangerously close to the relegation zone. Therefore, on Sunday, media attention across the war machine country was heavily focused on the match between Schalke 04 and Frankfurt. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the bus carrying both teams' players gradually arrived at the Frankfurt Commercial Bank Arena. Currently, all media attention is fixated on this pivotal match concerning Schalke 04's ranking. The press conference venue is already brimming with enthusiastic journalists, creating a veritable bottleneck. Magath, however, maintains a serene expression as he leisurely enters the conference room. Frankfurt's head coach, Stefan Eichler, is already seated on the podium. In the Bundesliga, the number of head coaches is rather limited, making Magath and Eichler well acquainted. After a brief nod of acknowledgement, Magath takes a seat. The moment the main figure arrives, the journalists instantly become eager to pose their inquiries. Observing the chaotic atmosphere of the press conference, Magath furrows his brow, fully aware of the questions that linger in the air. The entire Bundesliga is acutely aware that Schalke 04 is enduring a challenging period. The team's performance has been subpar, and in the previous match of the DFB Pokal, their key attacking midfielder sustained an injury. Everyone seems to be awaiting Schalke's misfortune. Mr. Magath, with your main attacking midfielder sidelined due to injury, what are your chances against Frankfurt? Without fail, the first journalist from the Frankfurt Sports newspaper dives straight into the inquiry. In football, before the final whistle, there is no such thing as guaranteed odds. I can only assure you that my players will give their utmost against any opponent. To be candid, Magath's heart is also in turmoil facing Frankfurt. It is worth noting that last season, Eichler managed to lead a squad that was only half Bundesliga caliber to an impressive 8th place by the season's end. Not only is Eichler skilled in coaching, but his players are also formidable. The most troublesome aspect is that this season, Frankfurt has acquired 4 key players from the 3 teams that were relegated last season in the first 3 rounds of the league. Frankfurt has achieved 2 victories and 1 draw. Remaining undefeated, it truly remains uncertain whether Schalke can triumph over Frankfurt. Are you suggesting that you intend to fight back with the players from the last DFB Pokal match? Upon hearing this, the journalists in attendance erupted into light laughter. In the previous DFB Pokal match, Schalke 04 had inexplicably fielded 2 players from Yen country. While they performed commendably, they were merely up against Hannover 96 from the 2nd division. Moreover, it was simply a cup match of little significance. The difference between the Bundesliga and the 2nd division is not trivial. Besides, Yen country? It is notoriously known as a football wasteland. Relying on them? Schalke is facing a robust Bundesliga team. How I utilize my players is my concern and has nothing to do with you. Magath, evidently irritated by the journalist's insolence, retorted bluntly to the Frankfurt Sports reporter. Sensing Magath's displeasure, the journalists shifted their focus. Mr. Eichler, are you familiar with Schalke 04's Yen country players? At this moment, Eichler wore an awkward expression. To be frank, this journalist's question was quite bothersome. It was clearly a linguistic trap. To affirm familiarity would aid Magath, while a denial would simply mock him. Given that they frequently cross paths, it would not bode well to offend Magath. Yen country does indeed have many commendable players, such as Yang Qian, who once led us to victory in Frankfurt, and Xiao Jai. However, I am not well acquainted with the Yen country players currently in Schalke 04. The chaotic press conference concluded with Magath storming into the locker room. His face darkened. Victory. I must achieve victory in this match. Damn Frankfurt. I will make them realize that Schalke 04 is not to be trifled with. Upon entering, Magath bellowed. Witnessing their coach's fervor, the Schalke players understood that their manager had faced some hostility during the press conference. The previously jovial players straightened their posture. Su, let this wretched Frankfurt team truly understand your prowess. I want you to dominate the midfield completely. Attack. There is no need for defense. I demand your offense. Magath's outburst unexpectedly ignited the team's passion. From that moment, all Schalke 04 players transformed. As they exited the locker room and traversed the player tunnel, they remained resolutely silent. Even the Frankfurt players could sense the palpable intensity emanating from the Schalke squad. TV5, good evening, dear viewers. We are live broadcasting the fourth round of the Bundesliga. The match between Frankfurt and Schalke 04 is underway. To support the home team Frankfurt, please text A to 10662222481. To support the visiting team Schalke 04, please text B to 10662222481. Here, we have some exciting news. In the recently announced starting lineup, our player Su Bai is featured. At the age of 17 years and 59 days, Su Bai becomes the youngest player in Bundesliga history to make an appearance. The players from both teams have entered the field accompanied by the exhilarating music of the Bundesliga. At this moment, Frankfurt's Commercial Bank Arena has transformed into a sea of red, with over 50,000 seats filled. The home fans passionately sing the team's anthem, waving Frankfurt flags in support. Su Bai, hand in hand with the ball boy, steps onto the Bundesliga pitch for the first time. Ding. System task triggered. Bundesliga debut. Task difficulty? Unknown. Task reward? Unknown. As soon as he entered the field, the system's voice echoed in Su Bai's mind, startling him. An unknown difficulty task and reward was a first for Su Bai. Chapter 59. This is the Bundesliga, a different dimension. Su, relax, don't be nervous. Just treat it like that cup match. Seeing Su Bai motionless, Raul, following closely behind, assumed Su Bai was anxious. He patted Su Bai's shoulder and said, "Hey, it's not nerves. I just zoned out for a moment. Thanks, Raul." Raul's concern warmed Su Bai's heart. In his previous life, Raul was his idol, always so elegant and lethal as the Prince of Bernabeu, especially with his classic celebration of kissing his wedding ring after scoring, which had captivated countless fans. Born in 1977, Raul is now 33 years old. In the twilight of his career, after Real Madrid informed him they would not renew his contract, he accepted the offer from Schalke 04, who had just secured a top-4 finish in Champions League qualification last season. In his heart, he still did not believe he was too old to be discarded. Thus, to prove himself in the Champions League, Raul decisively arrived in this foreign land. Observing Raul, Su Bai silently utilized a perfect partner card on him within the system space. Since Hao Junmin was not present, it was better to make use of the card with Raul than waste the opportunity. Sure enough, after Su Bai activated the card, Raul's calm demeanor suddenly shifted as he furrowed his brow. The players from both teams quickly took their positions in their respective halves. The referee glanced down at his watch, beep with a whistle. The match officially commenced. First, the starting lineups. The traditional blue-clad Schalke 04 starting goalkeeper. No. 1 Neuer. Left back. Number 13 Schmitz, central defenders. Number 21 Metzelder and number 4 H. Weeds, right back. Number 22 Uchida, defensive midfielder. Number 12 Pelkridge, at the attacking midfielder position. Our young talent number 24 Su Bai, left winger number 40 Annan, right winger, no. 20 Pliaziakas, forward line features number 25 Huntelaar and number 7 Raul. Schalke 04 has arranged their traditional 4-4-2 formation. On the other side, Frankfurt starting goalkeeper, number 22 F. Hermann, left back. Number 4 Mike Franz. However, the cautious Zaviras had no intention of confronting head-on. Faced with the pressing Raul, he deftly sidestepped and passed the ball to the left to Kittel. Upon receiving the ball, Kittel took a long stride and surged forward towards the center of Schalke's defense. Su Bai, playing as an attacking midfielder, naturally rushed forward at the first opportunity. Yet, at this moment, Su Bai's lackluster defensive attributes were no match for the battle-hardened Kittel. With a flick of his right foot, Kittel deftly maneuvered the ball while immediately shifting his body. In an instant, Su Bai found himself outpaced by Kittel. Unfazed, Kittel continued his relentless advance without hesitation. Fortunately, Magath had anticipated Su Bai's nearly non-existent defensive skills prior to the match, thus positioning Schalke's 2 wide midfielders close to the midfield, ready to support defensively. Observing Su Bai being bypassed, Schalke's left winger, Annan, quickly closed in on Kittel. Su Bai, undeterred, turned and sprinted after them. Confronted by the 2-player assault, Kittel was compelled to slow his pace. Su Bai certainly needed to put in more effort defensively. After all, Schalke's 4-4-2 formation necessitated his defensive responsibilities as an attacking midfielder. Nevertheless, Su Bai was still young, and his primary role on the pitch was to focus on offense. Witnessing Su Bai being so easily outmaneuvered, Duan Xian hastily clarified, for the majority of fans nationwide were glued to their television screens at that moment. Subsequently, seizing the opportunity, he pushed the ball diagonally with his right foot, passing it to Frankfurt's left winger, Halil Altintop. Like most mid to lower-tier Bundesliga teams, Frankfurt employed no complex attacking tactics, relying primarily on long balls and aerial assaults. The lightning-quick Halil Altintop, upon receiving the ball, immediately charged down the left flank. Meanwhile, Schalke's right winger, Plajasikas, was also hot on his heels in terms of speed. Plajasikas, hailing from Werder Bremen's youth academy, had never feared anyone. Realizing a breakthrough on the wing was futile, he pivoted and passed the ball to the central attacking midfielder, Zaviras, who was rapidly advancing behind Schalke's central defenders. Without pausing to control the ball, Zaviras spotted the team's forward, Lord, making a piercing run behind Schalke's center-back. He executed a perfectly timed lofted pass. The delivery was utterly unexpected. The Schalke center-back, Metzelder, who had been closely marking Lord, turned in alarm. Realizing he had lost control of his mark, faced with the descending football, Lord wasted no time and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball shot towards Schalke 04's goal like a cannonball in that critical moment. Schalke's goalkeeper, Neuer, launched himself into action, stretching his right arm with all his might, just managing to graze the ball with his fingertips before it could pass him. That slight touch caused the ball to skim past the post, ultimately going out of play in the mere first minute of the match. Frankfurt's frenzied attack had already left Schalke 04's players in a cold sweat. Witnessing Frankfurt's lightning pace of advancement, Su Bai finally grasped what it meant to play in the Bundesliga. Compared to the third division and Hannover 96, the mid-tier Frankfurt was on an entirely different plane. And this was merely a mid-tier team. What if it were Werder Bremen? Or the rising storm of Borussia Dortmund? Or even the Bundesliga's supreme powerhouse, the world-renowned Bayern Munich? Ah, what a splendid play. The quality of this shot was exceptionally high. The 24-year-old Frankfurt forward, Lord, had scored a total of 11 goals last season. Among those, 4 were headers. His keen sense of positioning in front of the goal, coupled with excellent heading ability, defined Lord's prowess. It was evident that Schalke 04's defense would face considerable pressure in this match. With Neuer's heroic save, Frankfurt was awarded the first corner of the match. Inside the penalty area, Frankfurt and Schalke 04 players jostled for position. The corner was taken by Kittel, who, upon hearing the referee's whistle, struck the ball fiercely towards the near post. Chapter 60. The dream link-up between Su Bai and Raul. Kittel's corner, imbued with fierce spin, soared towards Schalke's goal. Realizing the ball was hurtling towards him, Neuer sprang into action. From the moment he became a goalkeeper, Neuer had never subscribed to the notion of where a goalkeeper ought to position himself in his mind, not only within the penalty area but throughout the entire backline. If he could seize control of the ball at the earliest opportunity, he would charge towards it without hesitation. The trajectory of the ball was slightly skewed towards the goalkeeper, so Neuer, anticipating the rapid approach of the ball, beat Lord to the spot and powerfully punched the ball out of the penalty area. However, just as all the Schalke players exhaled in relief, at the very spot where Neuer's punch landed, Frankfurt's right winger, Jekes, remarkably appeared. Without a moment's hesitation, with gleeful anticipation, Jekes unleashed a fierce strike with his right foot, connecting with the bottom of the ball. The shot was blisteringly fast, almost instantaneous. The ball sailed into the unguarded Schalke net. GGDGGOOLLGGDGOOLLL. In that split second of the goal, the live DJ at the Frankfurt Commercial Bank Arena erupted into a frenzied shout. Simultaneously, the entire stadium ignited with fervor as over 50,000 spectators erupted in ecstatic celebration. The scorer, Jekes, dashed towards the northern stands, where Frankfurt's most ardent supporters were gathered. Upon seeing Jekes sprinting towards them, the Frankfurt fans erupted in a chorus of his name. The exhilarated Jekes raised his arms high, proudly standing on the pitch, accepting the adulation of the fans alongside his rushing teammates. Ah, what a goal! Such unfortunate luck. Neuer's challenge was commendable, yet the only disappointment was that the ball had taken such an unfortunate bounce. Su Bai stood on the opposite side. Had Neuer angled his punch just slightly differently, the ball could have landed at Su Bai's feet. Up front, Huntelaar possessed the speed to counterattack. Conceding a goal early in the match would undoubtedly complicate matters. On the sidelines, the coach, who had entered the match with high hopes, now furrowed his brow in concern that Schalke's defense had been executed to perfection. However, such unforeseen circumstances were truly beyond their control. Who could have predicted that Neuer would inadvertently deliver the ball straight to the opponents? Nonetheless, it was an unavoidable situation. In that fleeting moment, Neuer had performed admirably in clearing the ball from the penalty area. In stark contrast to the frustrated Magath, Frankfurt's coach, Steeler Hall, wore a broad smile. Moments ago, he had cursed the heavens when Lord failed to score, but now, less than a minute later, the football gods had bestowed a grand gift upon Frankfurt. With a beaming countenance, Steeler Hall stole a glance at his old friend, particularly relishing the sight of Magath's furrowed brow. Relying on an inexperienced 17-year-old, it was hard to fathom what that old fellow was thinking. The exuberant celebration from Frankfurt lasted a full 3 minutes before. At the referee's urging, they slowly returned to their half. Faced with the daunting prospect of conceding a goal early in the match, Schalke's players wore expressions of dismay, especially Neuer, stationed at the goal. Beep! With the sound of the whistle, Raul turned and passed the ball back to Su Bai in the 7th minute of the match. Su Bai finally made his first touch on the ball. However, just as he received it, Frankfurt's forward lord came charging at him. Hot on his heels was the recently celebrated right winger, Jekas, a double team? At that moment, Magath's gaze was firmly fixed on Su Bai. Fully aware of the immense pressure that came with allowing him to start, it wasn't just the team's performance at stake. It was also a delicate situation with factions within the squad. Su Bai's starting position clearly indicated his preference for the 17-year-old over Labrado. This was a gamble. If it paid off, everything would be fine, but if it failed, he would face scrutiny from the fans and, more troubling, how to manage Labrado's return. Even if Labrado remained silent, he would undoubtedly lose respect in the locker room. A coach without respect could only face one outcome. Not only Magath but also Frankfurt's coach. Steeler Hall was intently observing Su Bai. He wanted to see what this young lad, whom his old friend had so recklessly placed in the starting lineup, was truly capable of. Meanwhile, far away in Yin country, millions of fans were eagerly watching Su Bai with bated breath. On the pitch, confronted by the charging lord, Su Bai exhibited no signs of trepidation. With a deft touch, he pulled the ball to the left with his right foot, evading Lord's challenge. However, at that moment, Jekas, following closely behind Lord, lunged towards Su Bai's left. While Lord attempted to reclaim the ball. In an instant, two players positioned themselves on either side of Su Bai, resembling a pair of scissors, effectively trapping him. Witnessing Su Bai being besieged, the team's defensive midfielder, Perlkrug, rushed forward in concern to offer support. After all, this was Su Bai's debut in the Bundesliga. However, just as Perlkrug reached Su Bai's side, the latter made his move. With deftness, Su Bai confronted the double team, first pulling the ball back with his left foot, then swiftly using his left heel to nudge it to his right side. This maneuver allowed him to evade the lunging Jekas. Simultaneously, as the ball was gently flicked to Su Bai's right, his entire body leaned in that direction. This shift immediately caused Jekas and Lord to lower their centers of gravity, blocking him on the right. Yet, just as their weight shifted, Su Bai delicately tapped the ball forward with the tip of his right foot. The ball obediently threaded its way between Jekas's legs, who had already lost his balance at that moment. Su Bai seamlessly glided past the now off-balance Jekas. Perlkrug, who had come in support, was left dumbfounded. Not only him, but even Magath on the sidelines was astonished. As for the previously dismissive Frankfurt coach, Steeler Hall, he now wore an expression of sheer disbelief. Splendid, magnificent, a flawless display of dribbling. Su Bai, with an astonishing juggling act, had outmaneuvered Jekas, the very player who had recently scored for Frankfurt. Incredible! It was akin to Iniesta's famed croqueta. Yet, Iniesta utilized the arch and tip of his foot, while Su Bai employed his heel. Such a dribble had never been witnessed before. Absolutely remarkable. This was Su Bai's first touch in the Bundesliga and his inaugural dribble. It was beyond belief. A genius, unequivocally a genius. Duan Xian, observing Su Bai's astonishing feat, was rendered speechless. At this moment, after bypassing Jekas, Su Bai suddenly noticed a clear red passing lane ahead of him, an 85% chance of scoring. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Bai struck the ball decisively towards the forward line. The ball soared like a vibrant rainbow, racing towards Frankfurt's defensive zone. In that position, a blue number 7 sprinted ferociously towards the drop point. With the enhancement of their perfect partnership, Raul appeared to be rejuvenated by a decade. With every stride, He felt the strength in his thigh that had faded years ago. Frankfurt's center-back, Russ, had been shadowing Raul. Prior to the match, Steeler Hall had personally declared that Raul was his responsibility. Naturally, Russ had no reason to refuse such a seemingly easy task. However, as he followed Raul towards the drop point behind him, he was struck by despair. The 33-year-old in front of him was nothing like what the coach had described. The acceleration and explosive power exhibited were far from what one would expect from a player of his age. Russ, at just 28, never imagined he would find himself so outmatched by a 33-year-old veteran. Despite exerting every ounce of effort, Russ realized with dismay that he couldn't even grasp Raul's shirt. Just at the edge of the penalty area, Raul finally caught up to Su Bai's pass. Facing the rapidly descending ball, Raul hesitated not a moment. With a fierce swing of his right foot, he struck the ball. In that instant, it was as if Raul was expelling all the shadows cast by his departure from Real Madrid. Bang! Raul's shot resonated with a thunderous crack. The football, visibly deforming under his powerful strike, shot towards the Frankfurt goal like a meteor. This audacious volley pierced through the left upper corner of Frankfurt's net without hindrance. 1-1. Just 3 minutes after Frankfurt had scored, Schalke 04 equalized thanks to the dream connection between Su Bai and Raul. Chapter 61. Is Su Bai a liability in Schalke's defense? Beautiful. The ball has gone in. The ball has gone in, Raul. A magnificent goal. An unparalleled volley. The moment Su Bai passed the ball behind him, the 33-year-old Raul seemed to be rejuvenated by 10 years, executing a breathtaking volley just outside the box to level the score. Exquisite. This goal came after Raul had passed the ball to Su Bai. As if they shared an unspoken understanding, Raul surged straight towards Frankfurt's backline. It was as if Raul knew Su Bai would certainly deliver the ball to him. Meanwhile, Su Bai had performed an awe-inspiring dribble to bypass Frankfurt forwards Lord and Jekas, subsequently delivering a stunning lobbed pass. Schalke 04 had scored this goal through their impeccable synergy. Raul's goal silenced the previously boisterous home crowd, who had been singing Frankfurt's team anthem. Countless spectators turned, wide-eyed, towards the large screen at the sidelines. On the screen, the young player from Yen country, with his flowing black hair, glided effortlessly with the ball at the Frankfurt Commercial Bank Arena. Following that, he provided Raul with an exquisite assist. At that moment, all the Frankfurt fans were oblivious to the identity of this suddenly emerging youth. They merely glimpsed the letters on the back of his jersey. Su Bai. As usual, upon witnessing the ball nestle into the net, Raul elegantly raised his right hand, kissing the wedding ring on his finger, before racing towards the Schalke 04 fans who had traveled from afar. The few thousand Schalke fans erupted into jubilant celebration. Raul, Raul, Raul. They chanted his name repeatedly. In that moment, they were undeniably elated, not solely due to Raul's goal but also because they witnessed the blossoming of Schalke's previously barren midfield. It was enchanting, whether through the dribble or the assist. On the sidelines, Magath was ecstatic, jumping up and down like a child, fists raised high. You were right, boss. Su Bai is phenomenal. That play was truly unbelievable. Beside Magath, Hughes was equally exhilarated. Su Bai seemed like a figure out of a novel, sent by the heavens to rescue them. To save Schalke 04 fans, the latest news is that Su Bai, with this assist, has once again broken the record for the youngest assist provider in Bundesliga history, following his earlier achievement of becoming the youngest player to debut. At this moment, Su Bai embodies the pride of all of us from Yen country. Duan Xian, scrolling through the recently shared news, was so overwhelmed with excitement that he could hardly articulate his thoughts. Although this is not the first time a player from Yen country has appeared in the Bundesliga, nor the first assist provided by one, in this moment, like countless other fans, he saw the hope for Yen country's football. The referee soon blew the whistle to resume play. Frankfurt was back with renewed vigor, pressing forward against Schalke 04. After all, they were on home turf. The all-out assault from Frankfurt still posed a challenge for Schalke 04. Beginning in the 7th minute, the relentless Frankfurt team commenced their siege on Schalke 04. In the 12th minute of the match, Frankfurt's attacking midfielder, number 28 Zaviras, and number 31 Kittel, executed a series of passes in Schalke's half. Kittel seized the moment, delivering a long pass with his right foot that found the unmarked right winger. Jekas. After controlling the ball with his chest, Jekas adjusted slightly before unleashing a powerful strike with the arch of his right foot. The ball skillfully sailed over the head of Schalke's left back, Schmitz. The suddenly advancing Frankfurt forward, Lord, fired a shot towards Neuer's goal without waiting for the ball to touch the ground. However, his shot lacked precision, flying harmlessly into the stands. Frankfurt had squandered a golden opportunity following their earlier goal. A goal kick for Schalke 04. Neuer's goal kick landed in the midfield, but just as Su Bai leapt to meet it, Zaviras surged forward from behind, intercepting the ball and directing it to Lord. Lord, receiving the ball, immediately turned and raced towards Schalke's backline. However, after just a couple of steps, Schalke's defensive midfielder, Pearl Krug, appeared before him. Confronted by the tenacious Krug, Lord dared not advance alone, slowing his pace before passing the ball to the left to the advancing left winger, Halil Altintop. Schalke 04's defense appeared precarious. The defensive issues persisted, and under the two-striker formation, Schalke's competitiveness in midfield felt significantly diminished. Su Bai's physicality and defensive capabilities remained his shortcomings. Currently, a dual attacking midfielder or dual defensive midfielder strategy would be more suitable for Schalke 04. Reducing one forward. This adjustment could alleviate some of the defensive pressure. Duan Xian's words have indeed enlightened the fans glued to their televisions. After all, in the minds of the supporters, Schalke 04 is considerably more formidable than Eintracht Frankfurt. Naturally, when compared to the colossus that is Bayern Munich, Schalke 04 holds little advantage. However, in relation to mid-tier Bundesliga teams like Frankfurt, Schalke 04 is undoubtedly a dominant force, both in terms of performance and heritage. Su Bai's offense is truly exquisite, but the defense is, unfortunately, rather lackluster. I can't shake the feeling that Su Bai is somewhat hindering Schalke 04's defensive efforts. Is it possible that Schalke appears so weak due to his presence? Exactly. Magath is a coach of championship caliber in the Bundesliga. Does he not understand the game? Damn it. I can't bear to hear anyone say that they understand the game right now. At this moment, numerous fans from the distant land of Yenghua are also commenting on the live streaming channel, Chapter 62. The youngest goal record in the Bundesliga. Eintracht Frankfurt's aggressive offense leaves Su Bai feeling somewhat helpless. While the defense has managed to hold firm for the time being, the attacking front is ineffective. With Frankfurt pressing forward, Schalke finds itself pinned back in its own half, unable to even touch the ball. Under such relentless pressure, Neuer is forced to clear the ball long to midfield, but upon reaching that area, he finds himself outmatched by Frankfurt's two adversaries, who possess superior agility and physique. Consequently, Schalke is unequivocally on the back foot throughout the match. Even Su Bai has recognized this fact, and the ever-observant Magath on the sidelines has undoubtedly noted it as well. RAL acknowledges with a nod. Meanwhile, Frankfurt's offense continues unabated. After passing the ball to the left flank, Frankfurt advances with full force. In the center, Zaviras and number 31, Kittel, charge forward, reaching the edge of Schalke's penalty area. Uchida, in a swift response, closes in on the ball-carrying Halil Altintop. Confronted by Uchida, Halil Altintop feels little pressure. With a deft flick, he evades Uchida and pushes past him. Uchida's slender frame proves no match for Halil Altintop's strength. Witnessing Halil Altintop breeze past him, Uchida panics and resorts to yanking on Halil Altintop's shirt with all his might. The tug sends Halil Altintop tumbling to the ground. Beep. The referee halts the game, brandishing a yellow card at Uchida, who raises his hands in a gesture of innocence. Seeing Uchida receive a yellow card so early, Magath can only shake his head in resignation. In the 20th minute of the match, Eintracht Frankfurt earns a promising set piece in the attacking third. Of course, this position is advantageous for a cross. As Frankfurt's primary set-piece taker, Kittel steps up to the ball without hesitation. Within Schalke's penalty area, the players from both teams are once again embroiled in a chaotic tussle. However, Kittel's free kick is poorly placed, allowing Schalke's centre-back Metzelder to clear the ball decisively from the box. By a stroke of fortune, the ball lands at the feet of Su Bai at the edge of the penalty area. The nearest Frankfurt player, Jekas, bursts towards Su Bai as the ball approaches. Rather than taking a touch, Su Bai uses the instep of his foot to deftly redirect the ball toward RAL. Simultaneously, he sprints forward onto the pitch. This sudden movement sends Frankfurt into a flurry of panic. With their players committed forward, their defense consists solely of defensive midfielder Perman Schwegler and centre-back Russ. Conversely, Schalke's trio of Su Bai, RAL, and the ever-dangerous Huntelaar are rapidly surging toward Frankfurt's backline. Upon receiving the ball, RAL spins around, spotting the Frankfurt midfielder Perman Schwegler rushing toward him. RAL denies him any chance to close the distance. With a smooth push, He directs the ball into the center and deftly sidesteps Schwegler. Realizing that the cunning RAL isn't even granting him an opportunity for a tactical foul, Schwegler can only turn in frustration to continue pursuing RAL. Su Bai strides forward with urgency, and RAL's lateral pass is perfectly timed. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Bai strikes the ball with his right foot, sending it diagonally forward. This pass finds RAL once again, executing a simple yet effective 1-2. Their seamless collaboration leaves the seasoned Schwegler utterly bewildered. At this point, RAL has already breached Frankfurt's half. Su Bai's pass arrives directly in front of him. While Schwegler is still desperately in pursuit, himself is slightly astonished by his performance. Today, his form is remarkably exceptional. Whether it be his previously uncharacteristic speed or other aspects of his game, he feels rejuvenated, as if years have been shed in an instant. In this moment, his legs brim with vitality, each step infused with seemingly boundless energy. RAL races toward Frankfurt's penalty area with the ball. 40 meters, 35 meters, 30 meters. The Frankfurt center-back Russ, who was closely marking Huntelaar, helplessly abandons his pursuit of Huntelaar to confront RAL as he approaches the goal. Seizes the opportunity. As Russ lunges toward him, RAL deftly nudges the ball to the side, allowing it to roll past Russ and toward the goal. At this moment, Su Bai has surged into the penalty area, facing only the goalkeeper. Though it seems daunting, Frankfurt's keeper, Hermann, steels himself and charges towards Su Bai on the sidelines. Magath is filled with anxiety as Su Bai finds himself in a one-on-one situation. His heart is in his throat. He suppresses the urge to shout, fixated on Su Bai. This is a golden opportunity. Should Su Bai score, he would become the youngest goal scorer in Bundesliga history. At that moment, Su Bai would achieve a remarkable feat, claiming the titles of the youngest player, the youngest starter, the youngest assister, and the youngest scorer, all in a single match. When that happens, Su Bai's name will surely resonate throughout the entire nation of Yingwa. Such a scene is beyond anything he could have ever envisioned. Before the television, countless fans from Yingwa have closed their eyes in tension. They dread the possibility of this hopeful young star missing the chance to score. They fear that the flicker of hope within their hearts might be extinguished once more by the unforgiving reality. On the pitch, confronting the advancing Frankfurt goalkeeper, Su Bai remains composed and unflustered. With a swift motion, he pretends to shoot with his right foot, deceiving the diving Hermann, who collapses to his right in a flash. Su Bai deftly flicks the ball to his left, bypassing the outstretched goalkeeper. With the goal now wide open, Su Bai lightly nudges the ball with the instep of his right foot, watching as it leisurely rolls into the net before the eyes of over 50,000 spectators at the Frankfurt Commercial Bank Arena. Beep! The referee points to the center circle, signaling that the goal is valid. Chapter 63. Defense remains a major concern. Magnificent? The ball has found the net. Su Bai has outmaneuvered the goalkeeper and effortlessly slotted the ball into the empty net. This marks Su Bai's inaugural goal in the Bundesliga. Incredible! In the face of the charging Frankfurt goalkeeper, Su Bai exhibited no signs of panic, executing a masterful feint to sidestep the keeper. Without a shadow of a doubt, he possesses a heart of steel. As he scored, Su Bai demonstrated to the world that he is not merely a playmaker. A new record has been set. Su Bai, in this very match, has not only claimed the titles of the youngest player, youngest starter, and youngest assister in Bundesliga history, but he has also become the youngest goalscorer in the league. Unquestionably, after this match, the entire world will recognize that Schalke 04 has unveiled a supernova hailing from Yingwa. There is nothing more exhilarating than witnessing one's compatriot achieve a goal on one of the highest stages of world football. And at this very moment, in the distant land of Yingwa, the male dormitory at Kyoto University erupts into deafening cheers. This match had been heavily promoted across 5 channels for several days, though they had advertised it as a showcase of the Yingwa twin stars. Only Su Bai has taken to the field. Nonetheless, this does not hinder the fans from their frenzy. These fervent young football enthusiasts have stayed up late, eagerly awaiting this match that has captured the attention of all Yingwa fans. Incredible! What a stunning goal! Su Bai is phenomenal. Magnificent. Damn, this is the Bundesliga. To perform so brilliantly on his debut at the age of 17. It was RAL's assist. Su Bai and RAL are starting to form a connection, each contributing a goal. Such scenes are also frequently witnessed in Yin country. The fans of Yin country have long awaited this moment, How Jun Min has been with Schalke for over 6 months, serving as the sole representative of Yin country in one of the top 5 leagues. His prolonged absence has left the fans yearning. Unexpectedly, it is a 17-year-old, previously unnoticed youth who has emerged spectacularly. With each astounding performance, he has ignited a flicker of hope in the hearts of all Yin country fans. For them, Su Bai's appearance is akin to encountering an oasis in a vast desert. At this moment in the Frankfurt Commercial Bank Stadium, Su Bai, having scored his first goal in the Bundesliga, is overwhelmed with excitement. It is worth noting that his lifelong dream has been to become a forward. Had it not been for the unfortunate misallocation of his maximum attribute points, he might have already been wreaking havoc in the Bundesliga. In a fit of exhilaration, Su Bai tore off his jersey and sprinted towards the corner flag. Confronting more than 50,000 Frankfurt fans who had just been exuberantly singing about their offensive prowess, as he ran, Su Bai bent his knees and executed a sliding kneel beneath his flowing black hair. He performed the bow and arrow celebration that he had secretly practiced countless times. Raul, Huntelaar, Annan, and Plyatzikas quickly joined him, encircling Su Bai to celebrate. Su. What a magnificent goal, haha, that was truly something. Fuck you, fuck. A cacophony of greetings for Su Bai echoed throughout the stadium. However, surrounded by his jubilant teammates, Su Bai had no time to heed their remarks. On the sidelines, Magath, who had been anxiously concerned that Su Bai might squander this opportunity, was now as exhilarated as a child. He raised his fists and leapt into the air. Boss, what a big heart. This kid is a natural. It was incredible to remain so composed in his debut when faced with such an opportunity at just 17. The assistant coach, equally elated, articulated the thoughts that resonated deeply with Magath. His excitement stemmed not only from Su Bai's goal but also from the success of his gamble, regardless of the match's outcome. He had already envisioned the foundational lineup that could feature in the Champions League. Su Bai was precisely the type of midfielder he desired. Calm, composed, and capable of rapid, precise passing, complemented by an astonishing field awareness that only the world's top midfielders possess. The score of 2-1 left the Frankfurt players, who had confidently prepared to dominate Schalke at home, somewhat disheartened. Just moments ago, they had a promising offensive opportunity, only to see Schalke capitalize on a counterattack and steal a goal. As the referee blew the whistle to resume play, Frankfurt, suddenly trailing, became increasingly frantic. The team surged forward, pushing their defensive line to the center circle. From the 23rd minute onward, Schalke 04 found themselves increasingly on the back foot. The midfield duo of number 28 Zavalas and number 31 Kittel had been honing their partnership for 3 seasons, displaying excellent synergy and technical prowess, which rendered Schalke's midfield utterly beleaguered. The defensive frailties of Su Bai proved to be of little help, and neither Raul nor Huntelaar fared much better in their defensive contributions. Crucially, as Frankfurt committed all players forward, their wingbacks began to frequently surge in support, leaving Annan and Plyatzikas hesitant to venture into the midfield to assist Su Bai. In the 29th minute, Kittel dribbled past Su Bai and delivered a diagonal pass with his right foot, sending the ball directly to the feet of Yekas on the right flank. Upon receiving the ball, Yekas, faced with the advancing Schalke left-back Schmitz, expertly nudged the ball forward with his right foot. The ball evaded Schmitz, while Frankfurt's right-back Eimer accelerated, shaking off Annan, and surged into Schalke's half with remarkable speed. In an instant, Schalke's right flank was breached. Simultaneously, Zavalas, Kittel, and Frankfurt forwards Lode and left winger Halil, as well as Altentop, began their frenzied charge toward Schalke's penalty area. This attack from Frankfurt, initiated through the center and executed with exquisite precision on the flanks, was truly magnificent. The 28-year-old Eimer possessed an impressive crossing ability. Schalke needed to be wary of Frankfurt's aerial threats. At this moment on the field, Eimer, unmarked near the goal line, wasted no time and launched a powerful right-footed cross into the center. The ball zipped through the air, exhibiting a noticeable curve. Inside the penalty area, all 4 Frankfurt players surged upward to contest the ball. In a similar fashion, Schalke's central defenders Metzelder and H. Weeds, along with defensive midfielder Perlkruger, leapt toward the descending ball as well. Chapter 64. Su Bai's brother can be trusted. He truly steps up in times of need. Christoph Metzelder, a former mainstay of the German national team and the esteemed captain of Borussia Dortmund, though now 30 and experiencing a decline in his abilities, remains one of the most formidable center-backs in the Bundesliga. The cross delivered by Eimer had a beautiful arc and landed right in front of him. As Metzelder leapt, He noticed that Frankfurt forwards Lode and Zavallas were closely positioned on either side of him, both preparing to contest the ball. Just as the players were vying for the header, Zavallas, concealed in mid-air, stealthily tugged on Metzelder's shirt with his right hand. This sudden pull disrupted Metzelder's balance, causing him to lose his footing. At that precise moment, the ball arrived before them, with Metzelder no longer in the way. Lode seized the opportunity, connecting solidly with the ball using his head. The effort was fierce. The ball veered dramatically and shot toward the goal at lightning speed. Neuer, positioned before the net, barely registered any response as the ball found its way into the back of the net. A whistle sounded, and the referee signaled that the goal was valid. At the sound of the whistle, the entire Frankfurt Commercial Bank Stadium erupted in jubilation. The fans, who had just been disheartened by Su Bai's goal, now celebrated with exuberance, waving their scarves emblazoned with the Frankfurt crest. However, in that moment, Metzelder was furious. He stormed toward Zavallas, who had turned to celebrate. Confronting Zavallas, Metzelder unleashed his wrath. Although the referee had not witnessed the foul in the penalty area, the Schalke players were acutely aware of it in an instant. Weeds, Pearl Kruger, and goalkeeper Neuer rushed toward the referee, exclaiming, "That was a foul!" That damned player pulled Metzelder. Facing the referee's unjust decision and knowing that a reversal was unlikely, the players could not restrain their grievances. Meanwhile, Metzelder remained near Zavallas, who feigned innocence with his hands raised. Observing their teammate being besieged, the Frankfurt players quickly converged. Defensive midfielder Pierre Schweigler positioned himself directly in front of Zavallas, declaring, "What do you want, you washed-up failure?" Upon hearing this, Metzelder, already incensed, felt a surge of rage. The term washed-up carried significant weight for a former Real Madrid reject. Schweigler's words were akin to pouring salt into a wound, striking at Metzelder's vulnerability. "Dio, you want to take a beating, you damned fool?" Metzelder growled, gripping Schweigler's shirt with his left hand and raising his massive fist, poised to strike. Unfazed, the hot-headed Schweigler thrust his right hand forcefully into Metzelder's face. The two were on the verge of a brawl when Su Bai, who had been positioned in midfield, suddenly sprang into action. Fighting was his forte, and it was imperative that he support his teammate. His target was Schweigler, who had just pushed Metzelder. The players from both teams frantically clustered together, shoving one another. Just as Su Bai was about to plunge into the fray, a figure from behind seized him. "Don't go in there. You've already got a yellow card," Raoul exclaimed, holding on to Su Bai. Realizing this, Su Bai suddenly recalled that his celebratory antics had already earned him a yellow card. Another one could spell trouble. With Su Bai now composed, Raoul breathed a sigh of relief. As tensions escalated, the referee, sensing the chaos, blew his whistle. Without hesitation, he reached into his pocket and brandished a red card. First, he directed it at the fist-waving Metzelder, then swiftly turned to issue one to the aggressive Schweigler. Both sides received equal punishment. With the issuance of these red cards, the previously impassioned players from both teams immediately regained their composure. As the main referee continued to search for the next target willing to stick their neck out, the players from both teams immediately dispersed. On the sidelines, Magath, witnessing his team concede a goal and being reduced to 10 men, erupted in fury. However, despite his seething anger, Magath refrained from approaching the fourth official to lodge a complaint. At that moment, he did not wish to be the scapegoat, risking an unwarranted expulsion from the match. Alas, Metzelder had lost his cool. The foul was undeniably committed by Frankfurt, yet Zavallas was exceedingly cunning, deliberately positioning himself with his back to the referee during the infraction. The referee, from his vantage point, could indeed not perceive Zavallas's actions. Now that the goal had been awarded, Metzelder need not dwell on the matter any longer. Moreover, Su Bai, having already received a yellow card, recklessly charged forward. Thankfully, Raoul had the foresight to remain vigilant. He was still too young. In such situations, one ought to avoid clustering amongst the throng, unlike Uchida, who was cleverly stationed in the corner, embodying the essence of detachment. This was the proper attitude to adopt. Su Bai is quite the comrade. When it comes to matters, he truly steps up. Among the entire Schalke 04 squad, only Uchida seems to remain composed, showing no intention of joining the fray. Now that is clarity in this chaotic world, Doghead. Who knows what Su Bai would have accomplished had he charged in? With his slight frame, he likely couldn't withstand a punch from Pielmanist Ugelli. Not necessarily. Sometimes, Physicality isn't the sole determinant in a brawl. Ah, what a pity. Su Bai has already amassed so many firsts. Had he charged in and received a direct red card, he could have claimed the record for the youngest red card in the Bundesliga. Goodness, you are ruthless. Haha, you've reminded me. Su Bai's achievement collection is already underway. Youngest yellow card in the Bundesliga. In the 35th minute of the match, both teams were penalized with one player sent off due to the ensuing conflict, leading to an equal number of 10 players on the field. The score stood at 2-2. As he watched his team retreat into the players' tunnel, Magath and Steeler Hall quickly restructured their formation. For Schalke, Huntelaar was replaced by defender Sergio Escudero. Meanwhile, Frankfurt made no substitutions, instead repositioning their attacking midfielders Avalas to a defensive role. This set the stage for an intriguing contest, featuring a one-man defensive and offensive setup, as Su Bai and Kittel prepared for their individual duel. Chapter 65. Taking control of Schalke at 17. As both teams lined up in their respective halves, the referee blew the whistle to restart the match. Raul promptly turned and passed the ball back to Su Bai. Upon receiving the ball, Su Bai did not hastily distribute it. Instead, he charged forward into Frankfurt's half. Faced with the imminent threat of Frankfurt forward Lord, who had closed in on him, Su Bai, with his ball control elevated to 80, exhibited remarkable composure. With a deft flick of his right foot, he nudged the ball to his left, and as he noticed Lord lunging toward his left side, he swiftly maneuvered the ball to the right. Effortlessly bypassing Lord, Su Bai continued his forward momentum. Raul, in a bid to create more space for Su Bai, had already surged into Frankfurt's backline. With one less player in the midfield, upon observing Su Bai's smooth evasion of Lord, Frankfurt's left winger Halil Altintop immediately darted towards Su Bai. However, just as Halil approached, Su Bai executed an elegant lofted pass, sending the ball to the already accelerating Annan on the left flank. Seizing such a promising opportunity, Annan galloped forward into Frankfurt's territory with great speed. Su Bai, undeterred, sprinted toward the left side. The intensity of the match had escalated. Even with one player down, both teams pressed forward relentlessly. For the fans, this was the essence of exhilarating football. Annan possessed not only speed but also remarkable dribbling and passing abilities, which was one of the reasons he consistently held his ground on Schalke 04's left flank. However, just as Annan launched a fervent assault on Frankfurt's right side, Frankfurt's right winger Jekas closed in and tripped the accelerating Annan. This foul occurred at the same level, prompting the referee merely to halt the game without issuing a yellow card. Witnessing such a promising attacking opportunity thwarted without any disciplinary action, Magath erupted in frustration on the sidelines. Following this incident, the match devolved into a series of interruptions, with neither side able to maintain fluid passing. Within 10 minutes, the referee had whistled for 6 fouls, 3 for each team. Thus, as the referee's halftime whistle echoed, the first half came to an end. Players from both teams meandered into the tunnel. In the locker room, Magath still appeared to harbor residual anger. After a brief moment to collect himself, he hastily pulled out the tactical board. Su. In the second half, push from both flanks. When the central defense becomes pressured, shift to the wings. Annan, you and Plajasikas must balance central defensive duties while proactively making forward runs. Remember, Su Bai will deliver the ball. Simply look for the gaps to exploit. The two fullbacks are to remain firmly stationed in the backline. Do not venture forward. As Magath delved into tactical discussions, Su Bai attentively absorbed all his instructions. Yet, the others exchanged bewildered glances at Su Bai's earnest demeanor. They could not help but overhear one phrase. It seemed the entire Schalke 04 team was being entrusted to Su Bai. How old was he? 17. The most pressing concern was that this was his very first Bundesliga match. Was he truly expected to take charge in his debut? The older coach appeared to be quite fond of this young lad, particularly the substitutes who had yet to step onto the field. Their gazes towards Su Bai were laced with envy. The 15-minute halftime break was fleeting. Even as staff urged Schalke to take the field, Magath continued his relentless discourse. The second half promised to be a formidable challenge for Su Bai. As the sole attacking midfielder, the pressure was immense. Not only was he tasked with orchestrating the team's offense, but he also stood as the first line of defense against any opposing advances. Although Su Bai's defensive skills were lacking, he firmly believed that the best defense was a strong offense. As long as the attacking front could suppress Frankfurt's efforts, the probability of victory remained high. At least in the forward department, Raoul outclassed Frankfurt's lord by several tiers. Duan Xian hurriedly offered Su Bai advice. Though at that moment, Su Bai was oblivious. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the second half commenced. Upon hearing the signal, Raoul promptly turned and passed the ball to Su Bai before charging forward himself. Su Bai, unhesitant, shifted the ball sideways, relaying it to the right flank to Plajasica's lord, who had just rushed in to intercept Su Bai, could only watch helplessly as Su Bai glided past him. Plajasica's, refusing to dwell on the ball, lifted his head, spotting Su Bai now positioned before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he advanced the ball once more to Su Bai. At that moment, Frankfurt's attacking midfielder Kittel swiftly closed in on Su Bai, while Halil Altintop, who had been poised to cover Plajasica's, quickly redirected his charge towards Su Bai. During the halftime break, Frankfurt had not remained idle. Steelerhall had made it abundantly clear that the singular focus for the second half was this young midfield prodigy from the land of fire. Regardless of the means employed, if they could stifle him, the scales of victory would undoubtedly tip in Frankfurt's favor. Thus, in the blink of an eye, Su Bai found himself besieged by a two-man blockade. Kittel pressed his body against Su Bai, eschewing any elaborate maneuvers. Despite his own lack of physicality, he was confident in his ability to impede the seemingly fragile Su Bai. However, in that moment of contact, Kittel was taken aback to discover that the young lad, far from being as weak as he appeared, stood his ground resolutely, and no matter how forcefully Kittel pushed, Su Bai remained steadfast. What in the world was happening? At that moment, Halil Altintop, now adjacent to Su Bai, paid no heed to his teammate's astonishment. With a swift extension of his long leg, he attempted to hook the ball away from Su Bai. Just as he was about to connect with the ball, Halil found himself momentarily stunned. In a flash, Su Bai executed an abrupt halt, deftly pulling the ball back with the sole of his right foot. The sudden maneuver caused Kittel, who had been applying pressure, to lose his balance and tumble to the ground, having overexerted himself in the effort to unseat Su Bai. Khalil Aldin-Top was now in a state of panic. He could not afford to attend to his fallen teammate as he exerted every ounce of strength to pivot and attempt to make another play. Yet, at that very instant, Su Bai sprang into action once more. Before him, the young boy from Yingguo, with his right foot moving as if drawing a bow, deftly pulled the ball to his left side. The football obediently glided past him. Having just executed a vigorous turn, Khalil Aldin-Top was already struggling, and Su Bai's subsequent maneuver completely threw him off balance. At this moment, Su Bai did not halt his display. As he pulled the ball to his left, he nudged it forward with his left foot, surging past the grounded Kittel. Magnificent, Su Bai! This dribble was utterly enchanting. After using his body to shield Kittel, he executed a sudden stop to evade the double team, then performed a violin-like gentle pull to bypass the turning Khalil Aldin-Top. Before Su Bai lay an expanse of open field, and in that fleeting moment, a beautiful red passing lane appeared before him. The goal probability stood at 87. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Bai's right foot struck the ball's underside with great force. The football shot forth like a meteor. Racing towards the right side of Frankfurt's penalty area, it maneuvered past the entire Frankfurt defense. Having drawn all defenders to the left flank during his tussle, Su Bai now found the space devoid of any markers, just as Magath had noted. The ever-ready Nan was already galloping towards that spot. On the sidelines, Magath, witnessing Su Bai's ability to deliver such a perfect pass under those circumstances, clenched his fists in excitement. Now, only the hasty Frankfurt goalkeeper remained before Nan. Praise me, and I shall continue to reward you. Chapter 66. How Junmin takes the field. The Yingguo twin stars of the Bundesliga. For all goalkeepers, the most dreaded scenario is facing a one-on-one situation. This challenge against a professional striker, even for the world's top goalkeepers, presents less than a 10% chance of successful defense, unless facing those who specifically shoot at the goalkeeper during a one-on-one. And Nan, observing the frenzied approach of Frankfurt's goalkeeper, F. Hermann, remained completely unperturbed. With his right foot calmly aiming for the bottom right corner of the goal, he executed a delicate chip shot. The football sailed past F. Hermann, striking the post before ricocheting into the net. Beautiful, beautiful. The goal is scored. Just as the second half commenced, Schalke 04 netted a goal to take the lead, and Nan seized the opportunity presented by Su Bai's magical pass. Executing a flawless chip that found the bottom right corner of the goal, Su Bai's pass was nothing short of exquisite. He had skillfully drawn the entire Frankfurt defense towards him, delivering a lethal assist from the clutches of the double team. Such vision is unfathomable. After dribbling past his opponents, Su Bai, without raising his head, effortlessly sent the ball to the unmarked left flank. Clearly, he had meticulously observed Nan's run prior to facing the double team. A truly perfect overarching awareness, with 1 goal and 2 assists in the match. No, it should be noted that this was achieved in merely half a match. It is simply unbelievable. Su Bai is only 17 years old. And this is the Bundesliga? Unbelievable. Haha, incredible. That pass was absolutely phenomenal. A solo effort against the entire defense. Such a pass is just wow. Absolutely brilliant. I'm officially a fan of Su Bai now. With this level of skill, it won't be long before a major club comes calling. Haha, that's right. This passing ability, this vision. He is undoubtedly a world-class midfielder. Let us get him signed by a top club. Schalke 04 cannot contain such a talented player. It must be my Red Devils. The old gaffer will nurture this young prodigy to the top. Just look at how Cristiano Ronaldo became a world superstar in a few years. Su Bai is destined to be the next megastar. Nonsense. He should join our great Chelsea. The Blues are the cradle of talent. Stop talking. Bayern has already negotiated with Schalke. The transfer is imminent. This is just the first match. Don't get too optimistic. While I have high hopes for Su Bai, it's still too early to talk about major clubs. He needs at least 2 or 3 seasons to mature. The previous comment is correct. Moving to a major club now would likely see him on the bench. It's better to establish himself at Schalke, gain experience in the Champions League, and hone his skills on the field. Following the goal, and Nan dashed exuberantly towards the corner flag to celebrate. Su Bai, Raul, and others joyously rushed to Nan at Su. That was an absolutely stunning pass. I knew you could deliver. Upon seeing Su Bai, Nan lifted him in excitement. At that moment, Magath on the sidelines appeared as giddy as a child, enthusiastically raising his fists. Su Bai's pass was utterly remarkable. Even Magath had not anticipated that Su Bai would manage to pull off such a play without even glancing up. This is pure talent, the innate gift a great midfielder must possess. In stark contrast, on the other side, Frankfurt's head coach, Steinhall, was seething, hurling his water bottle in frustration. Damn it, I told you to keep an eye on that Yengwa kid. Are they made of stone? Can't they make a tackle or draw a foul? We clearly discussed this during halftime. Yet this group of idiots can't handle this slender fellow, observing their coach's furious demeanor. The Frankfurt players lowered their heads in shame. Particularly Kittel, who had been matched against Su Bai, stared blankly at the Yengwa boy who had just caused him to stumble. His eyes brimmed with confusion. How could he possibly deliver the ball to that position under those circumstances? Kittel had been glued to Su Bai, who had managed to pass the ball without even lifting his head. Was it intuition? Or sheer luck? The lead in the score only intensified Frankfurt's urgency. Upon resuming the match, Frankfurt launched a ferocious assault on Schalke's flanks. Their all-out effort seemed to catch Schalke 04 off guard. Consequently, after the score was adjusted, Magath, sensing danger, ordered Schalke 04 to retreat. In the 52nd minute, Frankfurt's winger, Khalil Aldin Top, maneuvered past Doku Yukid and sent the ball into the penalty area with his left foot. The alert lord was the first to make contact with the ball. However, Neuer was perfectly positioned, swiftly using both fists to clear the ball from the box. Unfortunately, the forward Kittel had anticipated the play. Arriving at the drop point ahead of Su Bai, Kittel, with his right foot, flicked the ball and turned to unleash a powerful shot. The attempt was executed with such suddenness that the defenders barely reacted before the football sped towards the goal. Thankfully, Kittel's eagerness for speed compromised his accuracy, and the ball sailed over the crossbar amid the audience's lamenting gasps. Magath, witnessing the perilous moment, broke into a cold sweat. Following this, Frankfurt grew increasingly emboldened, their attacks intensifying. In the 63rd minute, Frankfurt returned to the fray, targeting Doku Yukid once more. With a yellow card already issued, Yukid was wary of making any aggressive moves. Facing the swifter Khalil Aldin Top, he appeared increasingly overwhelmed. Observing Yukid's struggles, Magath turned to the warming-up Hao Junmin. Magath summoned Hao Junmin over. Watch Khalil Aldin Top closely. Don't hesitate to make a strong tackle. A yellow card is acceptable. Just prevent his crosses and stick to him. After whispering a few instructions, Magath substituted the underperforming Yukid for Hao Junmin. The moment the fans had been eagerly anticipating had arrived. In the 65th minute, Schalke 04 replaced the disappointing Japanese player Yukid with the much-anticipated Hao Junmin. The twin stars of Yingguo finally graced the Bundesliga pitch simultaneously. Let us await the spectacle. It is worth noting that having two Yingguo players on the pitch has never occurred in the Bundesliga before. For fans from Yingguo, this is more than just a simple Bundesliga match. Haha, as expected. Magath is quite generous, truly giving us Yingguo fans a treat. Hao Junmin, give it your all. While you may not be as strong as Su Bai, once you're out there, you are our pride. Play boldly. Exactly. Go for it. Su Bai can combine well with Hao Junmin. This is exhilarating. The wait has been worth it. After half a year, we finally have Hao Junmin, and now we have the twin stars. Meanwhile, at Frankfurt's commercial stadium, the situation on the pitch remained unchanged despite Hao Junmin's entrance. Though Hao Junmin's confidence has significantly surged due to his performance in the previous match, the absence of his perfect partner, Cardi, means that his capabilities can only reflect those of a Bundesliga substitute. Fortunately, Halil Altintop, who has been charging down the left flank for quite some time, seems to have diminished in stamina, thereby lessening the pressure he imposes on Hao Junmin. In the 75th minute of the match, Eintracht Frankfurt appears to be struggling with their fitness after prolonged attacks. Neuer, having just intercepted a feeble long-range shot from Frankfurt, swiftly throws the ball to the right flank where Hao Junmin has just entered the fray. Magath gestures emphatically from the sidelines. The moment for Schalke 04's counterattack has finally arrived. Chapter 67. Hao Junmin. What on earth is flying in from the horizon? Receiving the ball, Hao Junmin begins to surge forward. As a fullback, his responsibilities extend beyond mere defense. Having just come on as a substitute, he is naturally eager to contribute to the offense. Confronted by the advancing Hao Junmin, Frankfurt's left winger Halil Altintop rushes in without hesitation. However, Hao Junmin has no intention of forcibly bypassing him. Spotting the slightly withdrawn Su Bai, Hao Junmin unhesitatingly plays a diagonal pass to him with his right foot, continuing his advance. Initially, Su Bai intended to return the ball to Hao Junmin, but upon noticing the cautious Halil Altintop, he promptly abandons that thought. Instead, he performs a pullback and drives the ball forward. Observing Su Bai's caution, Halil Altintop feels a twinge of disappointment. Just as Su Bai receives the ball, Schalke 04's left-sided Annan and forward Raul immediately pivot and charge forward. Su Bai nudges the ball slightly ahead, then deftly pushes it with his right foot, delivering it to the feet of Plyazikas, who is ready to receive on the right flank, just before the oncoming number 31, Kittel. Evading Kittel, Su Bai accelerates forward. Undeterred, Kittel continues to closely pursue Su Bai, just as Stale Hall shouts from the sidelines. From now on, even if he has to commit a foul, he is determined to keep a close watch on this fiery young player from Yin country. Originally intending to pass the ball to Su Bai, Plyazikas, upon noticing the sticky presence beside Su Bai, decides against continuing that plan. With a deft right-footed touch, he takes the ball forward himself. It is worth noting that as Schalke's formidable winger, Plyazikas possesses exceptional offensive prowess. Faced with the immediate challenge from Frankfurt's defensive midfielder Zavalas, Plyazikas remains unfazed, skillfully shifting the ball to his left to evade Zavalas, then swiftly pushing it forward. Plyazikas glides past Zavalas with remarkable finesse. With Zavalas bypassed, Frankfurt's midfield and defense suddenly open up. Without hesitation, the lightning-quick Plyazikas surges forward into Frankfurt's half. Witnessing Plyazikas' rapid advance, Kittel, who had been shadowing Su Bai, panics and turns sharply, sprinting with all his might towards Plyazikas. Meanwhile, Plyazikas has already been glancing at Su Bai. Seeing Kittel charging at him, Plyazikas instinctively plays a diagonal pass to his left. The ball curves around the rushing Kittel, rolling towards Su Bai from the right flank. Hao Junmin, having passed to Su Bai, continues his relentless surge forward. Uncertain if he will receive the ball, he grits his teeth and presses on in no time. Hao Junmin finds himself at the edge of Frankfurt's penalty area. After a quick glance at Su Bai, he inexplicably charges into the box. Su Bai, at this moment, halts the pass from Plyazikas and nudges the ball forward with his right foot. Suddenly, a vivid red passing lane appears before Su Bai. The direction of the ball, it is towards the right flank. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Bai strikes the ball with the outside of his right foot. With a sudden burst of power, the ball visibly deforms upon impact. Bang! It resembles a fierce strike, however, as the ball sails above Frankfurt's defensive line. It abruptly changes direction mid-air with a violent spin. Remarkably, the ball curves toward the already charging Hao Junmin, who has been vigorously pressing forward into the box. "How go?" Su Bai exclaims, calling out to the advancing Hao Junmin. This shout momentarily halts Hao Junmin in his tracks as he instinctively turns his head. The ball fortuitously strikes his forehead. The force behind Su Bai's kick was nearly akin to a shot on goal. For a brief instant, Hao Junmin's mind goes blank. What just happened? Was something flying in from the horizon? Upon hitting Hao Junmin's head, the ball rebounds sharply. The Frankfurt goalkeeper, Fallman, who had rushed toward the ball upon seeing it curve, is momentarily stunned. The ball ricochets from Hao Junmin's head, tracing an unexpected trajectory. Fallman, in despair, turns his head only to witness the ball soaring over him and into the upper right corner of the net. Beep! The referee's whistle blows, signaling a valid goal. Splendid, splendid. The ball is in. Hao Junmin. The moment of madness has arrived. Can the Yin Country fans contain their excitement? This marks the first occurrence of a Yin Country connection in Bundesliga history. Through the seamless cooperation of two Yin Country players, Schalke 04 has scored a critically important goal. Su Bai's pass was exquisitely perfect. It painted the most magnificent rainbow across the field at the Commercial Bank Arena. And at the end of that rainbow is Hao Junmin, who charged into the box without even attempting a shot, as the ball simply sailed past the advancing Frankfurt goalkeeper and nestled into the net. Splendid. This is a new chapter written by the Yin Country players in Bundesliga history. This is not only Hao Junmin's debut goal in the Bundesliga, but also Su Bai's third assist of the match. Another assist hat-trick? Incredible. Su Bai has shattered records for the youngest goal scorer, the youngest assist provider, and even the youngest player to achieve an assist hat-trick. The annals of Bundesliga history now bear the indelible mark of Yin Country. He is screaming ecstatically in the live broadcast, as if releasing years of pent-up frustration. At that moment in the Commercial Bank Arena, Raul is the first to react, rushing towards the dazed Hao Junmin, who is still trying to comprehend what has just transpired. Poor Hao Junmin, still bewildered, finds a towering figure in blue suddenly looming before him. Without any hesitation, Raul expertly leaps onto Hao Junmin, pinning him down. Following Raul's lead, Annan joins in, and soon Plyazikas and even Su Bai join the fray, as the ecstatic Schalke players create a jubilant pile-up in the Frankfurt penalty area on the sidelines. Magath is beside himself with excitement, his face flushed with exhilaration. What a remarkable substitution. Hao scores just minutes after coming on. An extraordinary change. Hughes, the assistant coach, unknowingly offers a compliment. As an assistant coach, sometimes praising the head coach can be extremely beneficial for the team. Hearing this, the already elated Magath beams at Stahl Hall, particularly savoring the sight of Stahl Hall, who is fuming and has even retreated to the substitutes bench, which only adds to his jubilation. Chapter 68. Equipment Treasure Chest. What on earth? Gradually, Hao Junmin's awareness begins to return. Though his mind is still clouded with questions, what exactly just flew in? A bird or a cloud? The slender figure of Hao Junmin was hardly capable of withstanding the presence of such a multitude of robust giants. He lifted his gaze and beheld Raul, who, despite being drenched in sweat, wore an expression of exhilaration. "Hao, you are truly remarkable. Brother Hao, that was incredible. Your maiden goal. You must treat us tonight." Well, that last remark need not be translated. As Su Bai had uttered it in Chinese, maiden goal, in that instant, Hao Junmin comprehended the implication. Did it mean he had scored? Was that not a bird or a cloud he had seen moments ago? Was it a football? He had indeed scored. With this realization, his battered body, which had endured so much, began to tremble with excitement. He had awaited this day for far too long. Half a season, countless days and nights. Finally, this day had arrived. Hao Junmin envisioned the celebration he had long fantasized about following a goal. However, at present, it seemed that, while he had scored, the celebration was somewhat atypical. After a considerable interval, his teammates gradually rose, still reluctant to part from the moment. The reason for this was that the referee had approached to urge them on, as the Frankfurt players had been complaining for quite a while. The match soon resumed, yet Schalke 04, having established a 2-goal advantage, had no intention of pursuing further attacks. Frankfurt, having launched a frenzied offensive for nearly 80 minutes, had reached their physical limits. Thus, in the final 10 minutes, the score remained unchanged. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the 4th round of the Bundesliga, featuring Frankfurt at home against Schalke 04, came to a close. The match had concluded. Congratulations to Schalke 04. 4-2. They emerged victorious in this crucial encounter. Likewise, congratulations to Su Bai for his impressive tally of 1 goal and 3 assists, a feat worthy of the title of man of the match. Thus, Su Bai's record for being the youngest in history would be further embellished. Of course, we must also extend our congratulations to Hao Junmin for scoring his maiden goal in the Bundesliga. Although this ordinary Bundesliga match had ended, the path ahead for Su Bai and Hao Junmin remained long and arduous. We hope they carry the hopes and aspirations of all fans from the Yin Nation as they carve out a future of their own in the Bundesliga. Indeed, no sooner had these words been spoken than the technical statistics on site had identified the best player of the match. Su Bai, unsurprisingly, he was named the man of the match. Initially engaged with his teammates and the Schalke fans who had traveled to Frankfurt, Su Bai heard the announcement of his name. Haha, Su, congratulations, your first match and you've already become the best player. You are simply phenomenal. Upon hearing Su Bai's name, his teammates swarmed around him to offer their congratulations. Su Bai, taken aback by the accolades, felt a tinge of bashfulness. Although he had always been thick-skinned, the sensation of being the center of attention was, to be honest, quite exhilarating. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Bundesliga debut. Task completion level. SSS. Congratulations, host, for receiving an equipment treasure chest as a reward. Su Bai was momentarily bewildered. What was this? Wasn't this a live-action system? It was supposed to be points or skills, so how did an equipment item appear? What was its purpose? Nevertheless, seeing the multitude of cameras capturing him, Su Bai suppressed the urge to open the treasure chest within the system. The live broadcast from the Yin Nation continued. Su Bai stood at the sidelines, accepting the small trophy for man of the match bestowed by the Bundesliga. Haha, incredible. Su Bai is amazing. A debut, breaking records left and right, and a trophy. He is undoubtedly the chosen one. While the land of the rising sun boasts Nakata Hidate Hoshi, our Yin Nation has finally produced a Su Bai. Haha, Su Bai is only 17. Based on a normal developmental trajectory, his achievements will undoubtedly surpass those of many others. Regardless of what the future holds. At least I now have the motivation to stay up late every weekend. When is the next match? I can hardly wait. Observing Su Bai lifting the trophy on the live broadcast. Despite it being past 2 in the morning, the fans remained exuberant. For many, it was their first experience witnessing the presentation of the Man of the Match award, and of course, this was also facilitated by the delayed broadcast from Channel 5. Even after the match concluded, the vast majority of fans were reluctant to turn off their televisions, as highlights of the match would follow, allowing them to relish Su Bai's extraordinary performance once more. This live broadcast concludes here. Everyone, see you next week. As the cameras were switched off, the brothers exclaimed, "Let us find a place to celebrate properly. Tonight's festivities are on me." Such arrangements were typically reserved for the likes of Wang Tao. What was he up to? Speaking of Wang Tao, hired by the Sports Weekly, at this moment, on the other side of the battlefield, he had just finished the live broadcast of the Regional League and was muttering as he shut off his headset. Damn it, only 47 viewers, 4 comments, and one of them is about how miserable I am. Brother Tao, should I find a place as per the usual? Noticing his boss's displeasure, Xiao Wang quickly approached. Compared to Wang Tao, Daniel, who had just recovered, was watching the 4 o'clock dismal score from the sidelines, and it seemed his condition was relapsing. Throughout the match, Daniel had expressed the same familiar complaints. "Hi Lim, you worthless player, how could you pass the ball like that? Damn it, fuck." At least when Su Bai was on the field, no one spoke to him like that. At the Frankfurt Commercial Bank Stadium, Magath observed the score of 4-2 on the big screen, a satisfied smile gracing his face. As his old friend Steiler approached, Hole gleefully commented, "You old rascal, when did you find such an impressive young talent? Congratulations on winning the match, but you must be cautious. With such a promising player, don't let Bayern snatch him away this winter." Facing the smug Magath, Steiler had no intention of allowing his old friend to enjoy the moment for long. Just as he shook Magath's hand, the latter's smile promptly faded upon hearing his words. "Haha, it seems true. That guy's release clause must be quite cheap." After releasing his hand, despite losing the match, Steiler turned with a smirk and walked directly into the players' tunnel. "Boss, it seems Su Bai's contract hasn't been updated yet. A release fee of 500,000 can be taken by any team during the winter transfer window. Standing beside Magath, Hughes clearly heard Steiler's taunt and quickly alerted him. I know. Damn it. Those blood-sucking vampires at the club as higher management are incredibly stingy. After uttering this, Magath furrowed his brow and followed Hughes into the players' tunnel. Based on Su Bai's performance today, matters could become troublesome. Chapter 69. You old rascal are quite devious. Although the match was won, Magath found no joy in it at this moment. Steiler's words felt like a knife stabbing into his previously buoyant heart. Bayern Munich? To Magath, they were nothing but robbers of the Bundesliga, shameless bandits, and the embodiment of all the evils in the league. The team that had achieved the miraculous championship with Wolfsburg had been devoured by the insatiable Bayern Munich, leaving nothing but remnants. He could never forget that the very day he had assured the Wolfsburg higher-ups that he would lead them to at least the Champions League semi-finals the following season. Both the team's main striker and primary defensive midfielder had been sold to Bayern Munich. From that moment on, Magath's most profound hatred was born. This team, which treated the Bundesliga as a self-service supermarket, taking whatever they pleased, became an indelible nightmare for him. Boss, who are you taking to the press conference? Noticing Magath's persistent frown, Hughes checked his watch and remarked, it's almost time. The players are still chattering excitedly in the locker room. Yet our head coach is standing outside in a daze. Initially intending to bring Su Bai to the press conference, Magath quickly realized, one must not let the thief notice. I cannot let Su Bai gain too much fame. Wealth should not be flaunted. With this thought, Magath promptly swung open the locker room door. Raoul, tidy up. We are heading to the press conference. Those who had been teasing Su Bai in the locker room about facing a multitude of reporters for the first time were suddenly taken aback. The post-match press conference was a special reward for the best player, a sign of fame that meant what? Money, beautiful women, luxury cars, high-end products. Why, despite Su Bai being the best player, was Raoul chosen instead? Magath, in front of so many, found it difficult to explain. After speaking, he closed the door behind him. Raoul then turned to comfort Su Bai. It's okay. I'm fine. Su Bai, unconcerned about the interview, was entirely preoccupied with thoughts of his treasure chest reward. He had no time to attend a press conference. Soon, after tidying up, Raoul followed Magath toward the post-match press conference venue. However, they had not yet reached the entrance when an unusual commotion erupted from the conference room. Raoul was momentarily taken aback. This is merely an ordinary Bundesliga match, yet it seems an abundance of journalists have arrived. Upon entering, one is met with a sight to behold. The room is teeming with individuals, leaving little space aside from a solitary podium. Moreover, the seemingly ravenous reporters eagerly jostle forward at the sight of Mr. Magath's entrance, their microphones thrusting toward him with fervor. Mr. Magath, could you elaborate on the player from the Land of Fire? Mr. Magath, we understand the young lad from the Land of Fire has only played 3 official matches after being promoted from the U18 team to Is there any further information you could share? Mr. Magath, why is it not Su Bai attending the press conference? Despite all inquiries directed at Mr. Magath, it appears the reporter's sole focus is on Su Bai. Raoul observes Magath's furrowed brow with some confusion. Why does the old man seem so discontented? They have won the match, and with the presence of the prodigious Su Bai, one would expect joyous laughter. Once Magath and Raoul are seated, the frenzy among the journalists escalates. Fortunately, additional security personnel are soon summoned to restore some semblance of order. After the chaos subsides, Magath gestures toward a reporter. Good day, Mr. Magath. I am Hanks from Munich Sports News, and I am delighted to have the opportunity to be the first to interview you. Munich? Hearing that name sends a shiver down Magath's spine, and he nods cautiously. I would like to inquire about the matter that has captivated all the fans. The young lad from the Land of Fire? Su Bai, who has achieved 1 goal and 3 assists. What insights can you provide? After all, the fans of the Chariots of War are unaware of when such a remarkably talented midfielder emerged at Schalke 04. Gazing at the eager Munich reporter, Magath hesitates, then purses his lips and takes the microphone. What? Exceptionally talented? No, no, no. You are all mistaken. This fellow is not a prodigious talent. He is quite ordinary, very ordinary indeed. Aside from his decent passing, his physical conditioning, speed, technical skills, and even his shooting, his fundamental abilities are utterly lacking. He only got to play due to the absence of others because of Rablaka's injury. The only genius at Schalke is the injured Rablaka. Su Bai has far too much to improve upon. His performance in this match was merely due to luck. He is truly very mediocre. After uttering these words, Magath finally exhales deeply. Not only the reporters, but even Raoul sitting beside him casts a look of disdain his way. What is happening? Shouldn't there be a look of enlightenment on their faces? Why does it all seem so peculiar? I laid bare every flaw of Su Bai, yet it appears the reporters have not comprehended. Ah, they must not have understood. Magath clears his throat and continues, speaking into the microphone. Internally, he muses. Bayern's bandits. Did you grasp my words? This fellow is only 17, still a minor. You must wait a few years. Allow me to groom him before you come to claim him. Just 3 years, when he turns 20. You may take him, I beseech you. Grant me these 3 years. One match cannot define him. He needs ample time to develop. Having concluded his remarks, Magath finally sets aside the microphone. Yet, the reporters still were the same expressions. As if to say, you cunning old man, how could I trust your words? Indeed. The Munich sports reporter who had posed the question raises the microphone once more. Mr. Magath, do you mean to imply that Su Bai, at 17 years of age, has achieved 1 goal and 3 assists against Mr. Steil's fiercely competitive Bundesliga team? Upon hearing this, Magath nearly faints. It's gone awry. This is a complete disaster. Soon, the entire world will know that I, Magath, possess a super talent. Recently, there have been many malicious 1-star reviews. I humbly request the readers who have reached this point to grant me a 5-star rating, as ratings are crucial for this book. If my writing falters, you may revise it, but at the very least, help maintain its score at 9.2. Thank you. Chapter 70. Ferguson's dream puzzle in England, Manchester. Carl has been exceptionally troubled lately. As a scout for Manchester United, he has unearthed numerous promising talents over the years. Although few have made it, at least those he identified for the youth team were undoubtedly prodigious players, with Sir Ferguson's illustrious name backing him. No one could ever escape his influence, except for that lad from the land of fire. The mere thought of Su Bai ignites a fire of frustration within Carl, especially upon seeing the newspaper before him. Marca? As the most popular football newspaper in Europe, Marca covers not only La Liga but also has dedicated sections for every major league. Currently, a massive photograph occupies nearly a third of the Bundesliga section, featuring the very lad from the land of fire who has turned the tables on him. 1 goal and 3 assists. He dominated all Schalke 04's goals, shattering records for the youngest appearances, youngest starts, youngest goals, youngest assists, and even the youngest hat-trick of assists, alongside multiple other Bundesliga records. 1 cannot deny that this lad has become a sensation. The newspaper meticulously details all of Su Bai's match records at Schalke, even noting how he was overlooked by Dortmund, only to be picked up by Schalke 04. Carl has witnessed Su Bai's matches firsthand and knows far more about him than what is written in the paper. Upon receiving a call from the club this morning, informing him that Sir Ferguson wished to speak with him, Carl understood it must pertain to Su Bai. Yesterday's match, coupled with Magath's praise afterward, has thrust Su Bai into the spotlight of global football discourse. For Ferguson, a collector of young talents, how could he possibly let such a superb midfielder slip away? Carl, the sir will see you now. The young female secretary smiles as she informs Carl. All right, thank you. The secretary is quite pleasant to behold, yet at this moment, Carl has no time to ponder why the old man favors such eye candy, particularly since her smile seems insincere, almost tinged with schadenfreude. Turning, Carl timidly knocks on Ferguson's office door. The entire world knows of Ferguson's notorious temper. Even David Beckham could not escape unscathed, and for a scout like himself, facing the wrath of this failed scout would certainly be a matter of mere words. Come in, have a seat. The white-haired Ferguson, donning spectacles, does not even lift his head as he beckons Carl to sit. Above the old man's head hangs a large family portrait of the team, featuring a young David Beckham, ginger-haired Scholes, and Giggs. Perhaps for the old man, this photograph represents the pinnacle of his life's achievements. Akama called me. That lad from the land of fire has made his debut in the Bundesliga and performed quite well, hasn't he? Finally finished with his tasks, Ferguson sets down his pen and raises his gaze to Carl. Yes, indeed. And Carl, seeing Ferguson's mild expression, breathes a sigh of relief. At least the old man is in a good mood today. You mentioned that lad rejected you last time? I didn't pay much attention. What is the situation? Last night, Ferguson had received a call from Akama, who inexplicably congratulated him profusely, leaving Ferguson quite perplexed. After a lengthy conversation, he finally realized Akama was referring to the lad he had recommended to Manchester United. This young man had just delivered an astonishing debut performance in the Bundesliga. In Akama's view, Manchester United sending a scout to scout a lad from the 3rd Division youth team was a foregone conclusion. Until Ferguson mentioned that the lad from the Land of Fire had turned down Manchester United, leaving the exhilarated Akama awkwardly hanging up the phone. However, Akama's words piqued Ferguson's interest. The old man, for the first time, opened the computer he rarely used and searched for match footage of Su Bai. Particularly, upon witnessing Su Bai's no-look rainbow assist from the right flank, the old man was so thrilled that he inadvertently dropped his teacup. Over his decades of coaching at Manchester United, he has nurtured countless exceptional disciples, from the wing wizard Giggs to the super midfielder Scholes, and even the world-renowned Cristiano Ronaldo. Yet, in his heart, there is only one individual of whom he is most proud. The one taken away by that wretched Victoria? David Beckham. The precision of his passes and the era-defining free kicks are etched in his memory as the most unforgettable moments of his coaching tenure. Manchester United has seen a golden generation and a resurgence with Ronaldo. And although he may be aging, his spirit remains youthful. In this era where everyone sings praises for Barcelona's possession play, Sir Alex Ferguson is determined to topple them from their pedestal. However, there remains a crucial piece missing from his team's puzzle, an element that can coordinate all the chips. The moment he witnessed Su Bai deliver that pass, Ferguson felt a spark of excitement. It seemed he had found his missing chip, the engine for Manchester United. Up front, there was the dynamic and powerful Rooney. On the left flank, Nani, and on the right, Valencia. Yes, indeed, sir, that lad mentioned. Observing the hesitant and Carl before him, Ferguson's expression darkened slightly. Have you issued yet another series of empty promises? His words made in Carl, already anxious, lower his head in submission. Go on, carry my sincerity. If he comes to Manchester United, I am willing to offer him a starting position, provided he can handle the responsibility. Furthermore, matters of contracts and signing bonuses will receive a green light without hesitation. And the genius clause is entirely negotiable. If you cannot reach an agreement, then he may as well stay at Schalke. With that, Ferguson lowered his head once more to peruse the documents on his desk. His words were devoid of excess, and his tone remained remarkably gentle. Yet, upon exiting Ferguson's office, and Carl was already drenched in sweat, as a scout for Manchester United, he enjoyed the most leisurely yet comfortable job. With a salary that was the highest across the British Isles, he cherished this position. Addressing the secretary still donning a professional smile, and Carl picked up the newspaper on the desk and turned to exit the office. Hey, book me a ticket to the land of the charioteers, now, immediately. Chapter 71. The Great Sale of Pinduo Duo. Wake up, little Bai. How Ju-min called out to the still-sleeping Su Bai. Is it time already? Su Bai opened his eyes, reaching for his phone on the bedside table. Goodness, it was already 11 in the morning. Recalling the wild events of the previous night, Su Bai rubbed his still dizzy head and sat up. I told you not to show off, yet you insisted. How Ju-min chuckled at Su Bai's disheveled appearance. The team won, and Raul was so elated that he insisted on treating us. How could I refuse? After the match concluded yesterday, Raul had taken all his teammates to the largest nightclub in Frankfurt. Upon arriving, Neuer challenged Su Bai to a duel, claiming that he had lost to Su Bai last time merely because he hadn't eaten enough. Thus, the Schalke goalkeeper faced off against the newly promoted Schalke midfield prodigy, and they began to drink heavily until a group of blonde girls entered. I need to clean up. We have to leave for the airport by noon, How Ju-min said before turning to leave. Watching him depart, Su Bai finally seized the opportunity to check the system rewards. Skillfully accessing the system, he found the treasure chest of task rewards waiting patiently. Unable to contain his excitement, Su Bai quickly opened the gleaming treasure chest. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have received armored underpants. Armored underpants. Item level, silver. Item effect 1. The most vulnerable part of a man requires ironclad protection. With these, you shall no longer worry about injuries to your delicate areas. Hard as iron shall be your motto. Item effect 2. Although these armored underpants appear plain and may cause some discomfort, it is said that those who wear them often experience unexpected strokes of fortune. Su Bai was utterly dumbfounded. Armored underpants? What on earth? Is the system jesting with him, bestowing upon him a pair of armored underpants to wear? How would he face anyone wearing those? Fortunately, he soon noticed a new icon appearing in the previously singular attribute bar. Gently clicking on the icon revealed a virtual model identical to him, and the armored underpants appeared where they were supposed to be. Seeing no other significant changes, Su Bai exited the space with a look of disappointment. Su, wait a moment, Magath called out to him. After everyone left, Magath got straight to the point. Su, I have contacted the club. I will help you negotiate a salary increase and arrange for better accommodation. It is quite inappropriate for a first-team player to still reside in the player dormitory. Magath donned what he believed to be his most gentle smile as he spoke to Su Bai. His face, already somewhat wrinkled, took on a rather dubious appearance with that smile. No need, boss. I am quite satisfied with my current conditions. The restaurant is nearby, and the training ground isn't too far either. Su Bai was no fool. Having just performed well, he could tell the old man was being overly attentive out of fear that he might leave. Although his current contract paid little, he relished his freedom. The 50,000 euros in breach of contract fees, to be frank, was a guarantee of his liberty. Observing Su Bai feigning ignorance, Magath was at a loss. As the head coach of the Bundesliga champions, he could not afford to lower his pride and plead with Su Bai not to leave. He needed him. While others could rest, he had no time to spare. The issue regarding Su Bai's contract loomed over him like a sword. Until resolved, he could not sleep soundly, fearing that he might wake up to find Bayern had sent a 50,000 euro check. And then Su Bai would be gone. Unexpectedly, when Magath opened his office door, he encountered a familiar figure. Schalke 04's team manager, Janis. Ha! I knew you would come to the office. Yesterday's match was simply magnificent. Schalke has never executed such beautiful attacking play over the years. You know, the higher-ups at the club are talking about giving you and the team a substantial bonus. Signing you was undoubtedly the best decision Schalke could make. Upon seeing Magath, Janis flashed a professional smile and began to extol his praises. Forget it. That kid's playing coy. He doesn't intend to amend the contract. Magath could tell with a mere thought that Janis, who was rarely seen in his office, had come to inquire about altering Su Bai's contract, hoping to profit handsomely in the future. What? Don't be ridiculous, Felix. That kid is only 17. What does he understand? Is it an issue with his agent? If so, that can be easily resolved. Just give me a contact number, and I will take care of it. Seeing Magath's troubled expression, Janis was also bewildered. Logically, young players like Su Bai, after a stellar performance, would eagerly revise their contracts following a few compliments from the coach. But it seemed the situation was less optimistic than anticipated. That kid has no agent. He is all alone, living in the team's dormitory, with a weekly wage of just over 100, and most importantly, that cursed breach of contract fee is 50,000. Damn it, 50,000. I could pay that myself to take him away. Watching Janis' self-assured demeanor, Magath finally lost his temper. The furious Magath began to roar. His outburst did not faze Janis, but the mention of 50,000 euros struck him like a knife to the heart. 50,000? A super talent who just showcased a hat-trick and assists in the Bundesliga is being valued at 50,000. This is more enticing than a free knife sale at Pinduoduo. How about I go have a chat? For the sake of money, Janis didn't care about preserving his dignity. There should still be time. He knew where Schalke's dormitory was, but after all these years, he had never set foot inside. Under the clear blue sky, Su Bai, who had just lain down on his bed, heard the familiar ringtone of his phone. He got up to see a familiar caller. Manchester United scout and Carl. What could this guy want? Knock, knock, knock. Dear Su, are you there? I am Schalke's manager, Janis. Glancing at his phone and then at the still ringing door, Su Bai reluctantly got out of bed. What is going on here? Everyone seems to have gathered together. Chapter 72. The world is in need of top midfielders. Su Bai first opened the door. At the threshold stood Janis, smiling as he looked at the phone-wielding Su Bai, feeling a slight displeasure. After all, he was the team manager, personally visiting, yet the boy was taking a call. Does this kid not understand the most basic etiquette? Mr. Carl, I apologize. We have a guest. Perhaps I can call you back later? What? You traveled all the way from Manchester to be here. Upon hearing this, Janis panicked. What is going on? Manchester? Traveling all this way just for this? He must be here to poach. Janis's previous displeasure vanished in an instant. He immediately donned a somewhat obsequious demeanor. After hanging up, Su Bai finally welcomed Janis into the dormitory. It was quite simple, even shabby. After a brief observation, Janice had to sit on Benkhai's bed due to the room's cramped conditions. Su, yesterday's match was spectacular. It was a performance of sheer genius. Su Bai smiled but remained silent. From the moment Janice arrived, Su Bai was aware of his ulterior motives. Not only this individual, but even Anchorer, who just made a phone call, harbors an ulterior motive. Observing Su Bai's reluctance to engage in conversation, Janice found himself momentarily awkward. After all, he is the team manager of Schalke, a position that has never required him to initiate such discussions, especially not within the confines of the player's dormitory with a mere 17-year-old. The last time he took direct action was when he negotiated with Real Madrid, successfully acquiring Raul and Metzelder for free. However, under the temptation of financial gain, Janice cast aside his dignity. Su, I wish to discuss a contract matter on behalf of the club. Your outstanding performance in the last match has compelled the club to unanimously decide to grant you a raise and arrange accommodation for you. In essence, the club will ensure all your logistical needs are met. Given your current performance, residing in the player's dormitory seems rather beneath you. Feigning goodwill. Noting Janice's insincere smile, Su Bai recognized that this man was merely attempting to deceive him. Mr. Janice, I am quite content with my current living situation. I am still young, and believe I am not at the age to indulge in luxuries. I prefer to reside at the club, as it allows me to dedicate more time to training. Su Bai's words held genuine conviction. Living at the club's doorstep would place him right next to the training ground, and he would have someone to prepare his meals. For someone eager to hone his skills, this arrangement was indeed ideal. Janice found himself at a loss. Su Bai was not playing by the usual rules. Typically, when a manager speaks in such a humble manner, young players are eager to express their gratitude, willing to offer anything to the club. Yet here was this young man, unfazed. This was a raise they were discussing. Money. Was he truly indifferent to it? Well then, at the very least, your salary must increase. Otherwise, if word gets out that Schalke is offering our midfield core a mere 100 per week, we shall be the subject of ridicule. Your annual salary should reasonably exceed 1 million euros. I will consider it, sir. Upon concluding this exchange, Su Bai turned his attention to the door. Janice, feeling restless, awkwardly smiled and rose from his seat. Very well, I shall not intrude further. Once the door closed behind him, the smile vanished from Janice's face. That wretched boy, so cunning. He intends to demand a king's ransom. Meanwhile, Su Bai contemplated his future. Transferring was not on his mind at the moment. However, he understood that Schalke was not a long-term destination. Whether it was the club's investment or the expectations of its higher-ups, their aspirations were limited to merely contending for the Bundesliga title. As for the Champions League, it seemed that not only the executives but even the fans had little hope for that. This exemplified the stark contrast between a mid-tier team and a footballing giant. There was no urgency to alter his contract, which offered Su Bai significant leverage. Presently, he held the reins regarding his next destination, fully at his own discretion. As for financial matters, once his skills improved, he would be the one to dictate terms. With this thought in mind, Su Bai rose, tidied up, and made his way to the training ground. His physical balance had yet to reach 80. Once he achieved that over the next few days, he intended to enhance his defensive capabilities. He had endured too much frustration lately. In the world of football on Monday, no news could rival Su Bai's explosive performance in the Bundesliga. The global football scene has never lacked elite forwards. However, top-tier midfielders are a rare breed. Barcelona's possession-based style has left the world uncertain on how to respond. Unable to compete, many sought to emulate them. Thus, top clubs across major leagues began experimenting with Barcelona's passing game. Yet, no matter how they attempted, they struggled to grasp the essence of Barcelona's style. After all, not every team possesses a mastermind like Xavi. The emergence of Su Bai offered a glimmer of hope to all the elite clubs. Within the walls of Bayern Munich's headquarters, head coach Louis van Gaal scrutinized game footage provided by the technical department. Sir, this is the first official Bundesliga match of the young talent Su Bai from Yen country. His performances in previous matches, including the DFB Pokal and Regional Liga, have been exceptionally impressive, reported Eisenkos, the technical director. Standing before Van Gaal's desk, behind him, a large screen displayed a detailed map of Su Bai's passing routes. To facilitate Van Gaal's analysis, the technical department had meticulously processed the footage. Out of Su Bai's 127 passes throughout the match, only 2 were unsuccessful due to teammates' errors. All other passes were executed flawlessly. Most importantly, Every pass he made was the most optimal choice given the circumstances. Eisenkos, pointing at Su Bai's passing directions on the screen, wore a look of disbelief. Our conclusion is that this lad is a genius. At least in terms of passing, his talent is unprecedented. He can be considered a world-class player. Of course, he had his shortcomings. He lacked physical strength, was slow, and his defensive abilities were nearly non-existent. After sharing these insights, Eisenkos stepped aside, falling silent. Van Gaal had been fixated on the screen from the beginning, repeatedly fast-forwarding and pausing the footage. Gradually, his gaze grew increasingly fervent. "Sir, I have obtained information through special channels. This lad has only signed the most basic professional contract with Schalke, and his release clause is a mere 500,000, Mikhail, responsible for transfer matters, stepped forward to deliver this news. Although Mikhail spoke with utmost seriousness, his statement elicited laughter from everyone present, including the previously stern-faced Van Gaal. 500,000. Is that even money? Go arrange for a private meeting. I believe he will not refuse Bayern Munich. At that very moment, not only Bayern but also within the offices of Borussia Dortmund, located in the same city as Schalke, a furious roar erupted from the team manager's room. Damn it! I am now the laughingstock of the world, you know? I have delivered a supernova right to the doorstep of our fiercest rival. Chapter 73. Poor Ankerer. Someone else's hijacking Ankerer hurriedly made his way to Gelsenkirchen. However, to his dismay, no matter how many times he attempted to call, Su Bai's phone remained unanswered. Attempting to enter the club to find Su Bai directly, the bald, portly man at the entrance refused him entry. Poor Ankerer could only wait pitifully at the club's gate for Su Bai's arrival. After all, he was a scout for Manchester United. When had he ever experienced such humiliation? However, recalling Ferguson's words, Ankerer could only swallow his pride. After all, we are all just trying to make a living. Finally, around 5 in the afternoon, he picked up his phone only to find countless missed calls from Ankerer. Su Bai suddenly remembered he had indeed promised to meet with him. "Oh, dear Su, good afternoon." Initially, Su Bai expected Ankerer to unleash a torrent of complaints, as it was often said that foreigners were punctual. However, upon hearing Ankerer's friendly tone, Su Bai couldn't help but smile at it. Seemed that regardless of the endeavor, strength was of utmost importance. To earn others' respect, one must excel beyond them. It wasn't sufficient to merely pander and claim that foreign air was fresher than domestic air in hopes of fitting in. "My apologies, Mr. Ankerer. I was training and left my phone behind. I appreciate your patience." "Not at all. I just arrived myself. Haha. Is it convenient for you? I'm waiting at the club entrance." Feeling slightly guilty after noticing the 30-plus missed calls, Su Bai reluctantly donned his attire and slowly exited his room. "Sheldon, did you get the footage? Is it that lad from Yin Country?" "Got it, it's him." "Haha, this is big news." "I checked, and this guy is Manchester United star scout Ankerer. The United scout has been sitting at Schalke's doorstep for 4 hours, finally catching sight of the Yin Country prodigy. This headline is bound to be explosive." Inside a black sedan parked outside Schalke's entrance, 2 young individuals, cameras in hand, excitedly shouted as they captured the moment Ankerer met Su Bai. There are paparazzi everywhere in the world. Unlike the gossip surrounding female celebrities, fans of football tend to be more intrigued by the affairs of star players. Thus, a niche of paparazzi dedicated to capturing the private lives of footballers has emerged. Unbeknownst to Su Bai and Ankerer, their meeting had already caught the attention of reporters. Upon seeing Su Bai, Ankerer immediately embraced him warmly. "Su, I told you, you are undoubtedly a genius. After just one match, your name has spread across Europe." Without realizing it, he showered Su Bai with flattery. In terms of conversational skills, Ankerer was far superior to the money-minded Janus, who spent his days in the office. "Thank you." Su Bai, with a thick skin, accepted Ankerer's praise, fully aware that it was mere flattery. "Haha, Su, you are unlike any other individual from Yin Country I have met. You are a man of great integrity." Seeing Su Bai's unabashed demeanor, Ankerer couldn't help but smile awkwardly. "Let's go. I've already reserved a CAF. We should have a good chat." After hailing a cab, the two quickly arrived at a nearby CAF. "Su, let us be direct. Your prodigious talent is ill-suited for remaining at Schalke 04. This place lacks the fertile ground necessary for nurturing champions. To squander your abilities here would yield no benefits whatsoever." The English have a penchant for forthrightness. As soon as he sat down, Ankerer wasted no time in getting straight to the point. "I completely understand your previous refusal, but this time is different. I come bearing the earnest intentions of Sir Ferguson. Sir Ferguson conveys that should you choose to join us, a starting position awaits you. If you can secure your place, we shall build a new squad around you. Compared to Schalke 04, Manchester United's financial prowess, influence, and historical legacy far surpasses it. Moreover, Sir Ferguson is prepared to activate a special clause for your participation, allowing you to play even without national team experience. As for the contract, the terms will be exceedingly favorable for you. In comparison to Schalke 04, I am confident that the conditions offered by Manchester United are unparalleled. After Anchor concluded his pitch regarding Manchester United's offer, which largely echoed Sir Ferguson's exact words, he made subtle enhancements, mindful of the gravity of the situation. After all, whether Su Bai would join Manchester United directly impacted his own livelihood. Upon hearing Anchor's words, Su Bai was momentarily stunned. He had assumed that Anchor, like Jenny's, had come merely to take advantage of the situation. However, if what he said was true, Manchester United's intentions were indeed sincere. It was perplexing. He had only played one match, and although Ferguson was wealthy, it seemed unlikely he would place such importance on him. What Su Bai did not realize was that, in the past decade, while forward stars have flourished, the midfield has seen a dearth of top talent. Among active players, only Italy's Pirlo, Brazil's Kaká, and the now dwindling Ronaldinho from AC Milan could be considered elite midfielders. Kaká, however, does not fit the traditional mold of a cerebral midfielder, excelling more in offensive capabilities. Thus, Pirlo stood as the sole remaining top-tier midfielder. The significance of a world-class midfielder to a team is self-evident, especially for a young player like Su Bai, who at merely 17, exhibited such extraordinary passing prowess. Previously, competing in the third division had not provided the requisite intensity, and Su Bai had been an unnoticed player. But now, his ability to deliver a hat trick of assists in the Bundesliga, showcasing his overwhelming attacking talent, changed the narrative entirely. Even Ferguson, far away in England, was hopeful for Su Bai's future. Hence, it is no wonder that top coaches like Magath and Ferguson sought to recruit him. Suddenly, Anchor was startled by an unexpected phone ring. Su Bai, feeling a bit bashful, nodded and answered the call. "Hello, is this Su Bai? I am Matthias, a scout from Bayern Munich. I wonder if you might have time for a private meeting?" "Naturally, I assure you that our meeting will remain confidential." "What is this?" Su Bai glanced at Anchor, feeling somewhat awkward. Manchester United was still present at the table, and now Bayern was also in the mix? When did prestigious clubs become so accessible? "Did you capture that?" Sheldon, hidden in a corner, eagerly asked as he snapped photos of Su Bai and Anchor engaged in lively conversation. "Quickly, let's hurry and leak the news. This Manchester United recruitment is getting interesting." As he beheld countless images of Su Bai and Anchor smiling, Sheldon excitedly drove towards their newspaper office. Chapter 74. What does Su Bai mean to you? Su Bai did not meet with the so-called Bayern scout. After all, poor Anchor was still sitting before him. However, the loud ringtone of his cheap phone clearly transmitted the scout's words to Anchor, creating an awkward atmosphere. Just moments ago, Anchor had lambasted Schalke for being incomparable to the illustrious Manchester United. What a turn of events! When it comes to history, Bayern is far superior to Manchester United. "Su, I reiterate, Manchester United's intentions towards you are genuine. Should you give the nod, they will discreetly offer you a signing bonus, and it will be a substantial amount." Anchor was growing anxious. The emergence of Bayern made him acutely aware of the increasing competition he faced. "However, I am currently very happy playing at Schalke, and I do not intend to transfer this season." Reflecting on how he had previously outmaneuvered Anchor, Su Bai felt compelled to be honest in his mind. He needed to consolidate his abilities this season, raising the necessary attributes for a midfielder and achieving an overall rating above 80. He could not solely rely on the system's redline value to navigate his career. "I understand, Su. I am not pressuring you to leave Schalke immediately. We can privately draft an agreement, allowing you to join Manchester United after this season or during the winter break." Anchor had ceased hoping to take Su Bai directly. His only aspiration now was to secure a preliminary agreement, even if it was merely verbal. "I have acknowledged Manchester United's sincerity, and I will consider it. If I decide to transfer, you will be the first to know." With that, Su Bai stood up and left. Anchor, wishing to retain Su Bai, found his hand suspended in midair, ultimately falling helplessly to his side. He had said everything that needed to be said, even fabricating details about signing bonuses that he had no authority to promise. Yet, judging by the young man's demeanor, it appeared he was indifferent to financial incentives. Resigned, Anchor sat back down. Waiter, bring me a bottle of red wine and ensure I receive a paper bill. Life is akin to shearing a sheep. Recalling Ferguson's words, Anchor sighed in resignation. Perhaps this was his last opportunity to take advantage of Manchester United. Upon returning to the club, Su Bai resumed his disciplined training regimen. To avoid distractions, he switched off his phone. At that moment, an explosive headline broke online. Schalke's super news star secretly meets with Manchester United scout. Release clause set at 500,000. In the past few days, Su Bai had become the most talked about new talent in the nation. And now, with news of his clandestine meeting with a Manchester United scout, he had stirred a veritable tempest. Inside Magatha's office, he fumed. Damn it, I knew it. Useless. 50,000. That old man Ferguson thinks he can take Su for that pittance. Damn leeches, now you'll see them weep. Magatha's furious outburst disregarded the presence of bystanders. Sir, Su Bai's phone is still off. Hughes had attempted contact numerous times, speaking helplessly to Magath. Mr. Magath, new information. Bayern has also made a move. Although their representative hasn't arrived, they have already made private contact with Su Bai. The office doors swung open suddenly, and this news felt like a further blow. Overwhelmed by helplessness and fatigue, Magath slumped into his chair. Is everyone in such a hurry? He has only played one match. Damn it. Just as despair loomed, Hughes suddenly had an epiphany. Sir, what if we ask how to try and persuade him to stay? Hughes's suggestion revitalized Magath. Although Su Bai resembled a tempting morsel on Schalke's doorstep, ripe for the taking, if they could secure his loyalty, other clubs would be powerless to intervene. Quick, find how. I will speak with him. No, I will call him directly. In that moment, Magath felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. Have you found those big bear women? Look me in the eyes. Are you lying to me? Why won't you look at me? You don't love me anymore? What? Your eyes hold no love for me. You truly don't love me anymore. I've been with you since I was 16, working to earn money when you had nothing. Do you have no conscience? Spit. Don't think you can placate me with a handbag. Am I that materialistic? This Hermes bag is last season's discounted item. Clearly, you no longer love me. Oh, a new model has come out. Get lost. Don't obstruct my view of the bags. Where did you find this magazine? It looks decent. Hao Junmin, donning a bemused expression, dressed quickly while observing Li Qian's renewed smile. Why must everyone be so domineering? Is being kind and patient meant to be so demeaning? I'll take the train to La Sha. Just then, the phone rang. Hao Junmin glanced at the screen and was astonished to see Magatha's name. This was a rare occurrence. Li Qian, who had just been perusing fashion magazines, perked up. Who is it? Is it that big bear woman? What do you mean? Hao Junmin shot her an annoyed glance. It's Mr. Magath. With that, Hao Junmin promptly answered the call. How, can you locate Su Bai? His phone was turned off. Concerning his transfer, I hope you can persuade him wisely. Die in my team. He is the cornerstone, without a doubt. It is far too premature for him to consider a transfer. At the very least, he is not suited to join another team this season. Neither Manchester United nor Bayern Munich has a place for him. Going there would merely be a waste of time. Rather than sitting on the bench, it is better for him to stay with Schalke, where I will devise a strategy tailored specifically for him. After a lengthy monologue, Magath finally concluded. Hao Junmin was left in a daze. He had just taken a nap, and now it felt as if the world had shifted. Su Bai wants to transfer? And to Manchester United, no less? What is happening? Wasn't it just yesterday that they played in the league together? At this moment, Li Qian hurriedly approached the computer and turned it on. One explosive headline after another appeared on the screen, particularly the photo of Su Bai engaged in animated conversation with a scout from Manchester United outside the club. Additionally, there were images of the two meeting clandestinely in a CAF. The titles were utterly chilling. Schalke traitor. Su Bai's departure to Manchester United is inevitable. Manchester United welcomes the second prodigy from Yin Nation. Compared to King Dong, Su is the true genius. Hao Junmin quickly rose, eager to leave, as Magath had entrusted him with numerous tasks. However, Li Qian suddenly called out to him. Don't rush off just yet. I have a question for you. Hao Junmin halted, taken aback by Li Qian's unusual seriousness. Wife, stop joking. This is a significant matter. I know it's a big deal. I just want to know, what does Su Bai mean to you? A teammate, a friend, a compatriot, or something else? Hao Junmin was left speechless. Chapter 75 Hao Gu. Has your wife received an education? Hao Junmin left in a daze. His acquaintance with Su Bai had not been long, and their interactions were brief. Yet, it must be said that in this foreign land, when he first saw a compatriot speaking Mandarin with a head of black hair on the team, the sense of belonging was overwhelmingly strong. This was something he had never experienced back home. The younger generation showed little awareness of their status. At their first meeting, Su Bai was merely a substitute for the U18 team. By their second encounter, he had directly joined the first team for training. Subsequently, he made a starting appearance, assisting in a hat trick, and soon the coach was calling him to formulate strategies around him. News of him spread across the entire nation. Manchester United? Bayern Munich? What are those? They are dreams that countless professional players dare not even hope for in their lifetimes. Yet, he achieved all of this in just over a month. This younger generation was truly putting his own reputation to shame. Haven't you seen how everyone in Yen Nation is mocking him now? People are different. Some score goals through skill, while others rely on sheer stubbornness. Driving his old Volkswagen, how Junmin sped toward the club. However, after knocking for quite some time, he discovered that Su Bai was indeed not in his dormitory. This fellow had no friends. Filled with curiosity, how Junmin headed downstairs. How? Looking for Su? He went to training. He left a long time ago. The dormitory manager kindly reminded How Junmin, "Thank you." After expressing his gratitude, How Junmin hurried off to the training ground. Sure enough, on the training field, that familiar voice could still be heard. Even drenched in sweat and panting heavily, this guy was tirelessly repeating the most monotonous fundamental drills. After waiting for a while, Su Bai finally noticed How Junmin sitting on the sidelines. Oh, How Gu, what brings you here? Are you here to train? Why aren't you in training gear? Seeing How Junmin, Su Bai quickly ran over to the sidelines. Damn, you little rascal, are you hiding out here? Don't you know the chaos outside? Old Magath is frantic. He called me saying he couldn't find you. Observing Su Bai's calm demeanor, How Junmin found himself at a loss for words. What's wrong? Does the old man want to get cozy or something? So anxious. In the absence of others, Su Bai felt bold enough to jest, being young and all. Haha, I'll let it slip. You have designs on old Magath. Cut it out. I think it's not just old Magath. The whole team has designs on you. Get lost? All right, let us get back to business. The old man wants me to advise you against going to Manchester United. There's no place for you there, and it would just be a waste of time. However, that's his exact wording. Originally, I intended to persuade you, but when I was leaving, your wife asked me, "What does this kid mean to me?" I thought long and hard, but just now, I figured it out. You know, I was terrible at school. My parents saw I had no talent for studying, so they enrolled me in a sports school to train in athletics. Back then, practicing athletics at least added points to my college entrance exam, and with some connections, I could get into a decent university. But then, suddenly, the coach had me switch to football. Do you know why? It was because I was too shy. Honestly, I was timid, and the coach said I lacked passion for competitive events. However, unexpectedly, once I started playing football, I excelled. From the beginning, I was the best player in the city, with the highest talent, and then I went straight from the city sports school to the provincial school. After that, my life became a series of triumphs. Back then, I thought I was a genius. No one could compare to me. I was the standout among my peers. Subsequently, I made it into the provincial youth team, and then I was noticed by professional clubs. At that time, I had a dream to lead the national team, which was often ridiculed, to break through in Asia. To be honest, during those years, I encountered several excellent teammates, especially in our national youth team. You know about the 2005 World Youth Championship, right? Back then, under Klochen, he brought out the best in all of us. Chen Tao's midfield, Zhu Ting's forward position, Zhao Shiri's defensive midfield, and Gao Ling, Feng Xiaoding. We young ones truly made our mark, at least in that World Youth Championship. Everyone in the world realized that the Yen Nation's youth team was not a weak team. Back then, all we thought about was going abroad to play and becoming the trailblazers for the rise of Yen Nation football. However, you know what happened later. All of us, bound by rigid contracts with domestic clubs, faced offers that came in like a frenzy, scaring off foreign teams in an instant, so none of us succeeded in going abroad. Then, in the Chinese Super League, gradually, everyone changed. It wasn't that they didn't want to go out. It was that they were tied down by contracts and couldn't leave. By the time they could manage their own affairs, they suddenly realized that their abilities were no longer sufficient to go abroad. I came to Schalke at the age of 23. Although I'm not old, my achievements are limited, at most playing as a substitute here. But you are different, Su Bai. To speak from the heart, seeing you now, I am reminded of that group of us boasting in the dormitory in 2005. Chintao said he wanted to be a midfielder like Zidane, dazzling with passes to feed the forwards. Zhao Shiri, after scoring that incredible long-range shot, was cocky for several days, declaring he wanted to be the Eshin of Yen Nation, with explosive long shots to save the team. But that was 5 years ago. Looking back now, the things we said seem laughable. Our skills couldn't even get us out of Asia. Now, regarding your wife's question, I have an answer. What do you mean to me? You are my hope. No, you should be the hope of our 2005 group. At least in our dreams, we all imagine ourselves joining Manchester United or Bayern Munich. Haha, I've said too much. Damn it. I brought Magath's words to you, but my and your wife's sentiment is the same. Follow your own heart. No matter what choice you make, we both support you. Su Bai listened quietly to every word Hao Junmin shared. What does a dream mean to a person? Those who have never experienced the harshness of reality might say that as long as one works hard, dreams will eventually come true. However, when one reaches the age where they can truly make their own decisions, they may discover that dreams are merely illusions. How go? What's wrong? Did your wife find out about what happened that night? Damn, don't say such things. Your wife just checked on me. Creating something out of nothing could get me killed. Haha, how go? I'm not leaving now, but I won't renew my contract either. Schalke has no ambition to win championships. They seem to want to keep me tied to the team for a good price. I'll wait until the season ends and then see. Alright, do it your way. Don't worry about what others think. Watching Su Bai crack a joke, Hao Junmin smiled. Initially, he worried that this kid might become a bit lost due to these events. But unexpectedly, Su Bai had managed to lighten the mood. By the way, how go? Did my wife go to school early? Has she received an education? Damn, your wife graduated from a prestigious finance university. What do you mean? Has she received an education? Haha, I have just one question. What does the finance university offer? It seems that Su Bai has thought of something. What's up? Why are you asking this? Observing Su Bai suddenly inquiring about his wife's educational background. Hao Junmin also found it peculiar. An idea suddenly struck me. Since I don't have an agent, why not let my sister-in-law study for a junior agent's certificate? She could sign us both. I'm utterly exhausted from this. Hao Junmin was left dumbfounded. What on earth? Is there really such a way to exploit the situation? I painstakingly tried to enlighten you, providing you with soul-nourishing advice, and here you are, scheming about your sister-in-law? I've said quite a bit. I hope everyone refrains from criticizing me. Once things settle down, I will provide more updates. Chapter 76, Raoul. How, do you also experience that delightful sensation? After bidding farewell to Hao Junmin, Su Bai arrived at Magath's office. He was unaware that his meeting with Anchor would be exposed by the media. Although, to him, it was not a significant matter. However, it was somewhat disrespectful to Magath. Considering that during the season, engaging privately with other teams is a major taboo for professional players. Nonetheless, Su Bai was not overly concerned. After all, it was Schalke that had given him such a dreadful contract to save money. Now all the teams were eager to take advantage of the situation, and one could only say that Schalke was reaping what it had sown. He certainly did not have a soft heart. Foolishly hanging on to Schalke 04. If Magath and Schalke were to blame him for contacting other teams and even consider sidelining him, he would immediately call Anchor. According to him, while being a starter wasn't guaranteed. Given his current capabilities and rate of improvement, within half a year, he could easily secure a starting position at Manchester United. Knock, knock, knock. However, when Su Bai knocked on Magath's door, he quickly realized how unnecessary his worries had been. Upon seeing Su Bai, the previously slouched Magath immediately straightened up. Su, you aren't here to bid farewell, are you? Don't trust that old rascal Ferguson. He's just here to exploit the situation. I have devised a detailed strategy for you. In the next match, you will be our sole attacking core. I will assign a defensive midfielder to safeguard you. Just focus on orchestrating the entire game. Chattering on like a neglected spouse, Magath made Su Bai, who was already feeling somewhat embarrassed, even more uncomfortable. Boss, I never intended to leave. That Anchor is the scout who approached me last time, and I turned him down. He specifically came this time to meet me. You know, I am somewhat bashful and easily embarrassed, so I agreed to a brief meeting. Su Bai's words finally eased Magath's anxious heart. And the contract, boss, I will consider the contract. Right now, my focus is on winning the championship with Schalke this season. Su Bai's declaration ignited a fire in the old man's heart. The Bundesliga championship, This was the very reason he had come to Schalke. It's worth noting that Schalke had never won a championship in its century-long history. Excited, Magath grabbed Su Bai's hand and led him to his desk. After leaving Magath's office, Su Bai felt somewhat dazed. For some reason, the old man was exceptionally chatty today, completely unlike his usual stern demeanor. He even explained the tactics he had been researching recently. Admittedly, Magath's strategies left Su Bai feeling enlightened. Tio fully unleashed Su Bai's attacking prowess in preparation for the upcoming match against the formidable Werder Bremen. Magath directly implemented a new 4-2-3-1 formation. The impactful Huntelaar was positioned on the left, with Raul in the center, Bai balancing offense and defense on both flanks. A protective midfielder, Baumjohann, was added. His sole purpose was to enhance defensive capabilities, thereby liberating Su Bai in the midfield. This arrangement alleviated Su Bai's previous struggles with the team's defensive shortcomings. As long as he did not have to worry about defense, his attacking abilities could shine through brilliantly. On Monday at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Schalke 04's official website announced the latest news. The team's rising star, Su Bai, had no intentions of transferring and would remain with Schalke 04 indefinitely. This announcement dispelled all rumors regarding Su Bai's transfer. The fans, who had been on the verge of protesting outside the club, also calmed down. However, this superficial news would only deceive the naive Schalke fans. Teams interested in Su Bai were well aware that while he had not expressed a desire to transfer, he had also not indicated any intention to renew his contract with Schalke. At the very least, Ankerer, who was still residing in a hotel near Schalke, had yet to receive a dismissal notice from Manchester United. Over the course of 4 days, Su Bai continued with his monotonous training and life at the club. During this time, he gained a total of 5 attribute points. Observing his attributes, Su Bai decisively allocated points to enhance his body balance to 80. Offensive, 69 ball control, 80 passing, 100 shooting, 65 heading, 68 set pieces, 66 curve ball, 66 speed, 80 foot strength, 75 jumping, 74 physical contact, 80 stamina, 88 defense, 58 tackling, 65 overall rating, 71 age. 17. The improvement in body balance also slightly raised his overall evaluation. The remaining 3 points were all allocated to defense. Although Magath had devised a protective strategy for him, he did not wish to become just a system player. Despite a defense rating of 61 still being woefully inadequate, he was confident that it would not take long before he could bid farewell to being treated like a mere wooden post. On Friday afternoon, Su Bai boarded the plane to Bremen with the entire Schalke team. The match on Sunday was bound to be a challenging one for Schalke 04. In comparison to their previous opponent, Frankfurt, Werder Bremen was a true powerhouse in the Bundesliga. Established on February 4, 1899, Werder Bremen boasted over a century of history. Unlike Schalke, which had never won a Bundesliga championship, Bremen had claimed the title 4 times. Although Bremen may not be as financially extravagant as clubs like Bayern Munich or Borussia Dortmund in signing renowned stars, it was famous for its discerning eye for talent. Except for slightly trailing Dortmund's youth training system, Bremen had built its team primarily on its own youth players. From the youth team onward, Bremen trained its players with a unified tactical approach and resilient playing style. This robust defensive counterattacking strategy enabled all youth players to seamlessly transition into the first team. While individual skill levels may vary, the overall strength of the team remained largely unaffected. Thus, there is a saying in the Bundesliga, in the entire world, only Werder Bremen remains unaffected by player injuries, for they can immediately form a new team. On the plane, Su Bai, Hao Junmin, and Raul sat in a row. The recent uproar surrounding Su Bai's potential transfer did not faze Raul in the slightest. To him, if Su Bai had any sense, he would not rush into a transfer at this time. As for the end of the season, by then, Raul might even be retired, and he would have no say in the matter at present. His only interest lay in recapturing the form he had suddenly regained in the last match. Su, I've been feeling strange lately, you know? When you passed me that ball last match, I felt like I had rejuvenated by more than a decade. My speed and everything else changed dramatically, but after the game, that sensation mysteriously vanished. I even took the time to have my private doctor conduct a thorough examination, but to no avail. My body remains the same. Upon hearing this, Hao Junmin exclaimed, "Oh, I felt the same way during the cup match, Raul. You too. Did you initially feel an electric sensation throughout your body? I felt a significant change in that match. Moves I rarely used before came naturally, and that feeling, how can I describe it? It was mystical and incredibly pleasant. You truly are my good friend." You also experienced that delightful sensation? It's astonishing. I just wonder if we will both feel that spark in this upcoming match. That youthful feeling is simply marvelous. Su Bai looked at the two in front of him, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. What on earth was happening? How was he supposed to utilize this card in the match? Chapter 77. Vintage Car Showdown, 33 versus 33. After arriving at the hotel in Bremen, where Schalke was accommodated, Hao Junmin lay on the bed, still pondering that extraordinary feeling. Hao, stop overthinking it. Be confident and treat the Bundesliga like the World Youth Championship. Back then, you were unstoppable against the national youth team. Now, the Bundesliga opponents are no match for you. What are you afraid of? Su Bai's words seemed to open a window for the constantly troubled Hao Junmin. Wow, Su Bai, you're absolutely right. After all, I was a super winger in the World Youth Championship 5 years ago. Haha, time to sleep. Tomorrow the boss will announce the starting lineup. Just wait for me to dominate the field. Watching the somewhat foolish Hao Junmin head off to sleep, Su Bai felt a pang of nostalgia. Sometimes, being a bit foolish could indeed bring great happiness. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Su Bai rose as usual to perform push-ups, while Hao Junmin skillfully followed suit, shaking off the remnants of sleep. It must be said that this frenzied exercise regimen has proven beneficial for the 23-year-old Hao Junmin, particularly in enhancing his lower body strength, something his sister-in-law can certainly attest to. By 9 in the morning, Su Bai opened the door to a familiar scene. However, this time, in addition to Neuer and Metzelder, Raoul had also joined the ranks of eavesdroppers. We are simply engaged in physical training. Although Hao Junmin appeared somewhat foolish, he sensed that his teammates had misinterpreted the situation. Upon hearing Hao Junmin's explanation, Raoul chose to believe him, nodding in agreement. The Weser Stadium, capable of accommodating 42,800 spectators, was located not far from Schalke's hotel. In less than 15 minutes, Schalke's bus arrived at the stadium. Having previously communicated with the venue, the training session was conducted in a fully closed format. After all, Magath intended to implement his new formation without letting Werder Bremen have any foreknowledge. As soon as the bus doors opened, frenzied reporters descended upon them like ravenous dogs upon a bone. Before the rest had even disembarked, Magath was already besieged at the bus door by the reporters. Mr. Magath, what are your thoughts on the private communications between Su Bai and prestigious clubs like Manchester United and Bayern Munich? Will the team impose any penalties on Su Bai? Mr. Magath, is it true that media reports claim Su Bai's weekly wage is still just over 100, and that his release clause is only 500,000? Mr. Magath, will the young talent from our country be unable to participate in this match due to transfer turmoil? Faced with the barrage of questions, Magath was disinclined to engage. After a brief call to the security personnel to disperse the reporters, he ushered everyone inside. Earlier, on the way there, Magath had already stated that no players were permitted to accept interviews. Thus, even as the reporters shouted themselves hoarse, none of the Schalke players broke stride, especially Su Bai, who felt a sense of unease under the hungry gazes directed at him. Once inside the stadium, Magath wasted little time. He called upon Hughes and Eif to announce the starting lineup. As expected, the new formation that Magath had been rehearsing for days was unveiled, with Hao Junmin, who had scored in the last match, taking the right-back position, replacing Uchida at Suto. Huntelaar was moved to the left, while Annan was substituted out, allowing Baumjohann to take on the role of a midfield enforcer. No other positions had changed. The 4-2-3-1 formation had been practiced for several days. Magath did not engage in any practice matches, but focused on the protective coordination between Baumjohann and Su Bai. It must be noted that the defensively robust Baumjohann resembled a midfield bulldozer. Standing at 1.83 meters, though not exceptionally tall, he was undoubtedly a muscular powerhouse. While Su Bai could not ascertain the exact balance attributes of this individual, his explosive musculature suggested a physical balance rating exceeding 90. With such a human shield, Su Bai felt considerably safer. After a full day of training, Su Bai joyfully accumulated another training point. Without a second thought, he invested it further into his defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, far away in his homeland, Channel 5 had been exceptionally busy. The dazzling performance of Su Bai and Hao Junmin in their last match had truly made them the twin stars of the Bundesliga, shattering midnight viewership records for the league's broadcast. Consequently, Channel 5 directed all its broadcasting resources toward Schalke 04. Since the previous Monday, they had devoted an entire week to promoting this significant Bundesliga clash. creating the impression that Schalke was on the verge of clinching the championship. The results were evidently tangible. The fan base in his homeland was vast, especially with the opportunity to witness their players competing in the Bundesliga. Li Ning, Meizbangwei, Ichuan, and Da Hui had all scrambled to secure advertising spots, even for mere seconds of airtime. On that day, countless fans were already gathered in front of their televisions by midnight. Good evening, dear viewers. Welcome to the live broadcast of the fifth round of the 2010 to 2011 Bundesliga season. As per our usual practice, to support the home team Werder Bremen, please text A to 10662222481. To support the visiting team Schalke 04, please text B to 10662222481. Now, the Schalke 04 bus has entered the Weser Stadium. As visible from the camera, the stadium is currently packed to the rafters. Werder Bremen has maintained an unbeaten record in the first 4 rounds of the league with 3 victories and 1 draw, currently sitting in 3rd place. Meanwhile, Schalke 04 has quietly climbed to 6th place in the league standings following their previous match's victory. The two teams are evenly matched in terms of strength. Perhaps newer Bundesliga fans may not be familiar with Bremen, but most should recognize Claudio Pizarro, who has scored 3 goals in 4 matches, a remarkable feat for a 33-year-old veteran. It remains to be seen if Schalke 04 will field Raul. Should he start, it would present a dramatic moment as both teams feature aging forwards. In the locker room, Magath refrained from delivering an impassioned speech. As the time approached, he merely offered a few reminders to Baumjohann regarding key points of attention before giving the players a pat on the back to send them onto the field. In the players' tunnel, Su Bai and Hao Junmin stood side by side, quietly awaiting their turn. However, the Werder Bremen players to their left occasionally turned to glance at them, reminiscent of a scene from childhood where a class bully sought recognition from the older kids before a confrontation. "Be careful, Su Bai. It seems like Bremen has its eyes on you," Hao Junmin remarked, sensing the scrutiny. "It's all right, brother Hao. We aren't alone, right, John?" Su Bai replied, giving the somewhat bumbling Baumjohann a reassuring pat. "Rest assured, if anyone dares to touch you, I'll make sure they regret it. Threefold," Baumjohann replied, shooting a fiery glare toward the Bremen players. Baumjohann's words elicited laughter among the Schalke players, particularly for him, who had been deprived of playing time until now. Su Bai's presence felt like divine intervention for him. Lacking technical finesse and passing ability, Baumjohann was far outmatched by the more skillful Per Kruger. Magath, who had always favored an attacking style, had never considered a double pivot formation, resulting in Baumjohann not seeing any game time in the first 4 rounds. He never expected that the spring breeze from his homeland would revive his withering hopes. For Baumjohann, Su Bai represented his very value at Schalke. Anyone who dared to harm Su Bai would face his wrath, as any injury to Su Bai would mean the end of his own chances to play. Contemplating this, Baumjohann turned to Su Bai with heartfelt gratitude. Murmuring a simple thank you, Channel 5, dear fans in front of the television. This is the live broadcast of the 5th round of the 2010 to 2011 Bundesliga season, featuring Werder Bremen at home against Schalke 04. The players from both teams have already taken their positions in their respective halves. First, let us present the starting lineups. For the home team Werder Bremen, the starting goalkeeper is number 1, Wies, left back, number 16, Michael Silvestre, center backs, number 3, Petri Pissanen, and number 29, Mertzacker, right back, number 8, Clemens Fritz, double pivots, number 44, Bargfried, and number 22, Torsten Frings, attacking midfielder, number 14, Aaron Hunt, left winger, number 18, young Felix Kruse, right winger, number 7, Arnautovic, a new star just signed from the Eredivisie. The lone striker is the veteran number 24, Claudio Pizarro. The home team Werder Bremen has deployed a traditional 4-3-3 formation. On the other side, wearing the traditional blue kits, Schalke 04 has undergone significant changes. Starting goalkeeper, number 1, Neuer, left back, number 13, Schmitz, center backs, number 21, Metzelder, and number 4, H. Weeds, right back, number 14, Hao Junmin, double pivots, number 12, Per Kruger, and number 35, Baumjohann, making his first appearance of the season. The attacking midfielder position features our young talent, number 24, Su Bai, left winger, number 25, Huntelaar, right winger, number 20, PLA, up front is number 7, Raul. Schalke 04 has adopted a brand new 4-2-3-1 formation. At this moment, the referee on the field glanced at his watch, silently awaiting the passage of time. Beep, with the sound of the referee's whistle, the match officially commenced. The team that won the ball, Werder Bremen, did not launch a frenzied attack on Schalke right from the outset. After all, the 49-year-old head coach of Bremen, Thomas Schaaf, was acutely aware that his squad, with an average age nearing 30, feared nothing more than the exhaustion of their stamina, like a cheetah lurking in the grass. He intended to paralyze the opponent before delivering a decisive blow in the shortest possible time. On the sidelines, Magath raised an eyebrow in surprise as Bremen, playing on their home turf, chose not to launch an immediate offensive. Bremen forward Claudio Pizarro calmly passed the ball to the attacking midfielder behind him and then leisurely advanced towards Schalke's defense. Upon receiving the ball, Bremen's attacking midfielder Aaron Hunt swiftly maneuvered to evade RAL's attempt to reclaim possession. And then, with a deft sidestep, he relayed the ball to his teammate Felix Kruse on the left flank. The young Felix Kruse, born on March 12, 1991, hailed from the Rostock Youth Academy. With his remarkable speed and exceptional dribbling skills, he faced Schalke's right midfielder PLA with composure, opting not to charge recklessly forward. Instead, he skillfully pulled the ball back, handing it off to his defensive midfielder, Torsten Frings, and then gracefully maneuvered past PLA, making his way towards the wing at a measured pace. This left PLA momentarily at a loss, torn between pursuing Frings and dealing with the advancing Kruse behind him. However, turning around would pose no pressure on Frings, who was in a position to receive the ball unchallenged. Yet, in the instant of PLA's hesitation, Frings nudged the ball forward slightly and unleashed a powerful kick towards Kruse, who had just circled around him. Simultaneously, the previously lethargic Bremen squad seemed to receive an unspoken signal, instantly accelerating like a cheetah launching an attack on its prey, swift and frenzied. The veteran Pizarro, who had been leisurely wandering in the front line, charged headlong into Schalke's penalty area. Without any hesitation, Kruse bolted down Schalke's right flank. In response to Kruse's wild advance, Hao Junmin, having adjusted to the familiar electric surge, sprinted towards him. Bremen's sudden uptick in speed was remarkable. Under Thomas Schaaf's guidance over the years, Bremen had evolved into a remarkably cohesive unit. The 4-3-3 formation was perfectly suited to this all-out attacking and defending style. Hao, just stepping onto the pitch, was still warming up and uncertain about facing the adept Kruse. Unbeknownst to him, just before the referee blew the whistle, Su Bai had already activated the perfect partnership card on Hao. Initially, Su Bai had hesitated on whom to bind the card. But after glancing at RAL, who seemed to be waiting for a resurgence of youth, he quickly decided on Hao, realizing that RAI was not someone to be tied up too casually. For the sake of prudence, it was safer to bind Hao, who was more easily swayed. With a 20 boost to all attributes, Hao Junmin faced the surging Kruse without a trace of fear. He promptly positioned himself, allowing his left shoulder to dip slightly as he pressed against Kruse, swiftly placing his left foot to intercept Kruse's advance, and with a flick of his foot, he effortlessly snatched the ball away from Kruse. The young Kruse was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that this seemingly slender figure from the land of fire could so easily wrest the ball from him. However, he quickly pivoted to reclaim possession. Yet, Hao Junmin denied him that opportunity. The instant he regained the ball, he flicked it with his right foot, sending a long pass towards the unmarked Su Bai in the center. The ball hurtled towards Su Bai, who, having spotted the perfect passing lane in the system, executed a volley without stopping the ball. With a powerful strike, he sent it soaring towards the right flank of Bremen's defense. At that position, Klaas-Jan Huntelaar, who had been lying in wait on Schalke's left side, sprang into action. The ball evaded every Bremen defender, who had pushed forward in an attempt to intercept. Chapter 79. A piercing arrow from Su Bai inside a bar in Gelsenkirchen. Countless Schalke fans, bare-chested and adorned with tattoos, stood excitedly before the television. Recently, life had been a roller coaster for these loyal Schalke 04 supporters. Following the fourth round, where Schalke displayed an exceptionally fluid attack, these fans found themselves unable to sleep through the night. Especially after witnessing Su Bai dominate the midfield, they seemed to glimpse the hope of a Bundesliga championship, a title that had eluded them since the time of their grandfathers. And now many found themselves clinging tightly to their children as they continued to support Schalke 04, who had yet to secure a Bundesliga trophy. This Hao has been performing quite well lately. His defense is clean and crisp, far better than that of the Japanese player. Indeed, the lad from the land of fire is impressive. I recall Yang Chun from Frankfurt and that free-kick maestro from Cottbus who scored directly from corners. Haha, I still think Su from the Land of Fire is the most formidable. His passing is exquisite. Just the other day, I heard Manchester United and Bayern were after him. Thankfully, the club managed to keep him. I was terrified. Same here. If he had been whisked away right after making his debut, I would have stormed the club's building and smashed the windows. Wow. Oh my God. Heavens. Suddenly, the bar erupted into a frenzy of cheers. A group of burly men stood up, celebrating wildly. Countless bottles smashed to the ground. Meanwhile, the bar owner remained unfazed, even joining the fray of ecstatic fans and shattering bottles. At that moment, far away at the Weser Stadium in Bremen, Su Bai's lethal pass swiftly reached Huntelaar's feet. With his exceptional speed and striking ability, Huntelaar needed little adjustment, facing the charging Bremen goalkeeper. Number 1, Wies. He unleashed a powerful right-footed shot. The ball rocketed into the net like a shooting star. By the time Wies turned to look at the goal, the ball had already rolled out of the net. Beautiful, magnificent. The goal was scored. Just 1 minute and 41 seconds into the match, Schalke 04 had breached Werder Bremen's defense with a lightning-fast attack. Huntelaar wasted no time in capitalizing on Su Bai's brilliant assist. A decisive strike. The efficiency was terrifying, from Hao Juemin's interception to Su Bai's volleyed pass, culminating in Huntelaar's goal. Less than 7 seconds elapsed, requiring merely 2 passes. Schalke 04 had found the back of the net. An astonishing connection, especially Su Bai's assist, as he executed an outrageous lofted ball from near the center circle. Su Bai single-handedly tore through Bremen's formidable defense. Following Huntelaar's clean finish, the stands at the Weser Stadium, previously filled with fervent supporters cheering for their home team, fell silent, their eyes wide with disbelief. The goal had come too swiftly, leaving them somewhat dazed. Many Bremen fans continued to wave their team flags out of habit. Yet the jubilant celebrations were not from their own players, but from the Schalke 04 squad clad in blue. After scoring, Huntelaar did not rush to the sidelines or the stands. Instead, he dashed straight towards Su Bai. Upon reaching him, Huntelaar excitedly knelt on one knee, gesturing for Su Bai to place his right foot, which had just delivered the assist, upon his knee. His teammates quickly surrounded them, and seeing Su Bai's bewildered expression, Huntelaar lifted Su Bai's foot onto his knee and began to mimic the act of polishing shoes. At that moment, numerous reporters turned their cameras towards Su Bai, standing in the center circle. The shoe polishing celebration. Those familiar with Serie A would recognize this special celebratory gesture during the first round of the 1997 to 1998 season, when Inter Milan staged a comeback against Brescia with 2 stunning long-range strikes from Recoba. Marrero performed a shoe polishing act for Recoba, which became a celebrated moment in football history. The shoe polishing gesture has since become an ultimate acknowledgement of the striker's skill. However, the goal scorer made a shoe shining gesture towards the assister, marking a groundbreaking moment in the world of football. Haha, Su Bai's audacious assist has evidently won over Huntelaar completely. For an exceptional forward, a playmaker like Su Bai is undoubtedly their favorite. With Su Bai's assistance, Huntelaar has netted his first Bundesliga goal. On the sidelines, Magath was already overjoyed. At that moment, he glanced at his players on the field before turning his gaze back to the big screen. Su Bai's pass was simply dazzling. With that singular touch, Su Bai's astonishing vision was unmistakably revealed. In this moment, Magath felt both exhilarated and troubled. While that pass brought him a goal, it also signaled to the world's elite clubs that Su Bai was a prodigious talent seeking to attract attention. A 17-year-old midfield genius, and for merely 500,000, experience the exhilarating bargains at the Schalke 04 supermarket. Haha, incredible. Su Bai is absolutely phenomenal. That pass was, damn, magnificent. Did you see that? The dream collaboration of the Yen Nation's twin stars? Hao Juemin's interception was truly spectacular, clean, and efficient. A goal crafted by the Yen Nation. This is simply beyond words. Hao Juemin has genuinely found his rhythm. That interception was executed flawlessly. And he immediately sought out Su Bai. This partnership is a joy to behold. Now this is football. It's absolutely thrilling. Watching it is pure pleasure, like a piercing arrow charging through the clouds. Meeting countless foes. At this moment, far away in the Yen Nation, countless fans glued to their televisions had erupted in ecstatic cheers at home. For those staying up late, Su Bai and Hao Juemin's performance was the greatest reward. The score of 1 o'clock glaringly illuminated the big screen at the side of the field. The seasoned Werder Bremen veteran Claudio Pizarro, who had just been in Schalke 04's penalty area, was now fixated on the star like Su Bai. That pass was indeed beyond reproach. Recently, the head coach had been correct. This young lad from the Yin Nation was unlike any midfielders Bremen had encountered before. Compared to Huntelaar or Raoul, this lad was Schalke 04's most dangerous player. Every touch he made possessed the potential to alter the scoreline. Although Bremen had adequately prepared for Su Bai in the days leading up to this match, they did not anticipate that his very first touch would result in an assist. And what a sensational assist it was. The match had only just begun. Keep an eye on that lad. Approaching his own defensive midfielder, Bagfried, Claudio Pizarro remarked coldly, "Understood, Captain. I will ensure that lad knows this is not Gelsenkirchen, but the Weser Stadium of Bremen." Beep. With the referee's whistle, the match resumed. After falling behind right at the start, Werder Bremen did not adopt the same steady approach as before. Instead, they charged forward en masse, storming towards Schalke 04's defense. Chapter 80. A major issue in the center, Messi shocked. The 4-2-3-1 formation brought a significant change for Schalke, allowing them to respond more actively to their opponent's full frontal assault. Werder Bremen, in a genuine display of intent, commenced a fervent offensive against Schalke. Unlike the wing-focused tactics previously employed, Thomas Schaaf chose not to direct his team primarily down the flanks. After meticulously analyzing Schalke's previous match, he astutely identified vulnerabilities in Schalke's central defense. Observing his players relentlessly attacking the center, Thomas Schaaf cast a cold glance towards Magath. Although Magath had added an extra defensive midfielder to address the central weaknesses, the new formation lacked the necessary time for cohesion. Unlike Su Bai, who played as a creative midfielder, Werder's attacking midfielder, Aaron Hunt, born in 1986 and only 24 years old, possessed remarkable speed and incisiveness. Today, within Thomas Schaaf's tactical framework, he was designated as the spearhead to penetrate Schalke's midfield. As Su Bai rushed forward, Aaron Hunt deftly nudged the ball to the left and accelerated past him with ease. Despite Su Bai's display of tenacity, he was ultimately ineffective in defense. However, enjoying himself, Aaron Hunt, seeing no favorable passing options, casually played the ball back, executing a turn with flair. This maneuver left Su Bai grasping at air. Just as Su Bai intended to pivot, the flamboyant Aaron Hunt began performing a bicycle kick right in front of him. This provocative act irritated Su Bai. Not one to be trifled with. Su Bai was poised to retaliate when someone else sprang into action. Observing his cherished teammate being toyed with, Su Bai's pet, Baumjohann, could no longer stand idly by. With long strides, Baumjohann charged at the showboating Aaron Hunt. Bang! With a resounding thud, Aaron Hunt was sent tumbling to the ground. Both player and ball caught in Baumjohann's fierce collision. Su Bai looked on, apprehensive of Baumjohann's ferocity. That was truly brutal, just moments ago. Aaron Hunt had been flaunting his skills, but now he writhed in agony on the grass. The referee, naturally, halted the match due to the collision. However, honest Baumjohann did not engage in any further antics. The referee merely issued a slight reprimand before moving on. Yet, seeing that no card was brandished, the previously feigning Aaron Hunt quickly rose to voice his discontent. Other Werder players encircled the referee, chattering in protest against Baumjohann. Rest assured, Su, you need not worry about defense. I've got this. I will handle this dirty work. As Baumjohann stood encircled by the referee, he calmly approached Su Bai and reassuringly patted him on the shoulder. At that moment, a warm sensation filled Su Bai's slightly wounded spirit, especially upon seeing Baumjohann's earnest gaze that seemed to say, I understand you. You understand me. In the 7th minute of the match, Werder Bremen earned a free kick from a less than ideal position. Aaron Hunt took the free kick, not delivering it directly into the penalty area, but passing it to the right wing where the team's right winger, Arnautovic, awaited. Defensive issues loomed large. Although Su Bai's offensive prowess was indisputable, Bremen was resolute in exploiting the central area where Su Bai operated as a weak point. Magath's arrangements of a double defensive midfielder formation now faced a significant risk: the coordination between number 2, Perlkruger, and number 35, Baumjohann, who was making his season debut. It must be noted that the double defensive midfield setup demands exceptional understanding between teammates. Unlike the double center backs who primarily focus on covering in the penalty area, the defensive range for two midfielders is considerably greater. Without sufficient practice, the lack of synergy between the double defensive midfielders can sometimes result in adverse effects. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Werder Bremen indeed seized upon the gap between Perlkruger and Baumjohann. Receiving the ball, Aaron Hunt immediately turned and charged towards Schalke's backline. Baumjohann unhesitatingly surged forward once more. However, just as Baumjohann approached Aaron Hunt, Hunt deftly nudged the ball left with his left foot, passing it to the onrushing defensive midfielder, Torsten Frings, before darting behind Baumjohann. In a typical double defensive midfielder formation, the other midfielder should have shifted towards his teammate's position to be ready for support. However, Baumjohann's rapid advance left Pearl Kruger no chance to react. In a simple 2-on-1, Torsten Frings swiftly delivered the ball to the frenetic Aaron Hunt. Meanwhile, Schalke's other defensive midfielder, Pearl Kruger, remained preoccupied with the left flank. In an instant, Werder Bremen sliced through Schalke's right side. On the sidelines, Thomas Schaaf, witnessing the success of his tactics, exuberantly rushed to the edge of the pitch, his fists clenched, and a flush of excitement coloring his face as he awaited the moment of triumph. The lightning-fast Aaron Hunt swiftly approached the edge of Schalke's penalty area, prompting Metzelders, originally focused on Claudio Pizarro, to abandon his mark and pursue Aaron Hunt. The cunning Aaron Hunt had been anticipating this moment. With a deft right-footed pass, he slipped the ball past Metzelders and into the path of the unmarked Pizarro. The 33-year-old veteran of Werder Bremen seized this golden opportunity without hesitation, directing the ball towards the goal. Aiming for the space behind Neuer's hand, despite Neuer's desperate dive to intercept, the ball grazed his fingertips and ultimately nestled into the net, brushing against the post. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded. The referee pointed towards the center circle, signaling the goal was valid. At that moment, the previously hushed Weser Stadium erupted as if ignited. LLLL. Claudio P. Izard. The stadium DJ at Weser Stadion erupted with a thunderous roar. All the Werder Bremen fans in the stands celebrated with unrestrained fervor. The goal scorer, Pizarro, leaped over the advertising boards and plunged into the ecstatic crowd of supporters. In an instant, Pizarro was engulfed by the jubilant throng. Alas, a goal conceded. I knew it. The central midfield duo's cooperation would lead to complications. I never imagined they would be pierced through by Bremen so swiftly. Baumjohann charged in too hastily. He ought to have communicated with Per Kruger beforehand. This is the very reason for their lack of synergy. The jinx attribute has been activated. Damn, this is hilarious. Sigh, it's still a matter of central defense. There's no remedy. An exceptionally potent offense can only yield a relatively fragile defense. No worries. The match has just begun. Don't fret. If Su Bai just delivers a minimum contribution, I won't demand more. A hat trick of assists will suffice. Goodness. Do you think the Bundesliga is run by Su Bai? If he desires a hat trick, it should just happen. Meanwhile, while all the fans from the land of fire lamented Schalke's conceded goal, far away in the bullfighting nation of Spain, Barcelona's king, Messi, sat in his opulent mansion, utterly astonished at this moment. Before him, Chapter 81. Tactical master Thomas Schaaf. Upon witnessing the goal, Thomas Schaaf clenched his fists and raised them triumphantly above his head. He had succeeded, penetrating Schalke's defense through the central area with the very tactics he had meticulously practiced in recent days. Schaaf cast a smug glance towards Magath on the opposite side, particularly savoring Magath's furrowed brow and despondent expression as he rested his chin on his hand. Meanwhile, on the pitch, the earnest Baumjohann approached his teammates with an apologetic demeanor. "It's my fault. I shouldn't have rushed in like that." However, facing the pitiful Baumjohann, Per Kruger bore no hint of reproach. Having risen slowly from the bench, he understood all too well the eagerness to prove oneself that accompanies a first-time appearance. He recognized that this blunder might lead to Baumjohann's performance deteriorating further. Thus, the typically stern-faced Kruger unexpectedly smiled and patted Baumjohann on the shoulder. "It's all right. They've merely equalized. We're not trailing. Baum, don't blame yourself. It's really my ineptitude. And no worries, let us just score another." Su Bai also stepped forward to pat Baumjohann on the shoulder. Seeing his teammates offer such comfort moved the sturdy Baumjohann to the brink of tears. As the referee urged the game to resume, Schalke 04 did not hasten their attack. After all, in Magath's current strategy, the team's offense relied entirely on Su Bai, with midfield orchestration being paramount. Yet, just as Su Bai received the ball, an unexpected incident unfolded. Claudio Pizarro, upon the referee's whistle, charged towards Su Bai with unrelenting force. The moment Su Bai received Raul's pass, Pizarro collided mercilessly with him. Like Baumjohann, Pizarro made no additional movements. But he did not hold back either. In an instant, Su Bai was sent crashing to the grass. Beep. The referee had no choice but to halt the match. Just like Baumjohann's earlier foul, Pizarro received no punishment. Not even a warning from the referee. Such a malicious collision truly without a yellow card. The referee's judgment leaves much to be desired. Nevertheless, given the officiating standards throughout the first half, this referee seemed rather lenient regarding physical contact. Although the Bundesliga has long maintained such customs, in recent years, the game has gradually transformed, shifting from a focus on long balls to a more technical style. Consequently, such meaningless fouls have become increasingly rare. However, Su Bai ought to exercise caution. Pizarro's foul indicates that Bremen is well-prepared. At this moment, Magath, already tense, grew even more anxious. He discerned Bremen's strategy to disrupt Su Bai with fouls. From this point onward, the match became increasingly disjointed. In the 26th minute, after receiving a diagonal pass from Baumjohann, Su Bai deftly turned past the advancing Pizarro. Yet, immediately following, Bremen's attacking midfielder, Aaron Hunt, launched a fierce tackle. Although Hunt aimed for the ball, he still brought Su Bai down after making contact. The referee once again interrupted the match. Hunt's right foot had directly caught Su Bai's right leg, while Su Bai possessed an injury immunity card. The pain was still unavoidable. On the ground, Su Bai clutched his calf in agony. At that moment, Schalke 04's players were incensed. Huntelaar, who had just scored, rushed furiously to Aaron Hunt's side, seething with anger. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Faced with Huntelaar's fury, Aaron Hunt stood his ground, confronting him head-on. "What do you want?" In an instant, players from both teams encircled Su Bai, shoving one another. The referee quickly blew his whistle and stepped in. Observing the escalating situation, the referee brandished a yellow card towards the recently fouling Aaron Hunt, while also issuing a warning to the provocateur, Huntelaar. Both sides received a fair reprimand. However, the referee's yellow card came rather late. The match's intensity had been thoroughly ignited. After a brief recovery, Su Bai rose and rejoined the fray, while both sides commenced a display of fouls along the midfield flanks. In the 30th minute, Bremen's wing attack was thwarted by a foul from Plejaskas. In the 35th minute, Bremen, frustrated by their lack of success, witnessed Pizarro repeat his earlier offense, tripping Su Bai as he received a pass amidst Schalke's central advance. The seasoned Pizarro hurriedly expressed to the referee that it was unintentional, and he fortuitously escaped another yellow card. In the 39th minute, after Su Bai passed the ball to Plejaskas on the right flank, Schalke surged forward. Yet Bremen's left winger, Felix Kruse, unhesitatingly tackled Plejaskas from the side. This tackle was a genuine strike, directly impacting Plejaskas' right ankle. The referee brandished a yellow card to the offending Kruse while simultaneously calling for a stretcher to carry Plejaskas off the field. On the sidelines, Magath, witnessing the match devolve to such a degree, angrily complained to the fourth official. However, his grievances bore no fruit. After the team doctor assessed Plejaskas' injury, he could only shake his head in resignation at Magath. Reluctantly, Magath substituted Uchida Atsudo for Plejaskas, simultaneously shifting Hao Junmin from right back to right wing. Right winger. In the Chinese Super League, Hao Junmin has consistently played this position. In terms of defensive capabilities, I feel Hao Junmin's contributions in offensive play are even more significant. Now it remains to be seen whether Hao Junmin and Su Bai can establish a chemistry in the attacking third. If they truly make an impact, Plejaskas' injury could prove quite valuable. Fifth. It's not called Labrador. You internet trolls, it's called Bujalabu, although Labrador does seem easier to remember. Hao Junmin moving forward is truly exciting, but Bremen is ruthless. Since their goal, the match has been increasingly disjointed, and Su Bai dares not even touch the ball. Whenever he does, Bremen is right there with a foul. It seems Thomas Schaaf of Bremen is indeed a tactical mastermind. Since they cannot contain Su Bai's passes, they simply allow him to pass, consistently opting for harmless little fouls, leaving you helpless. Chapter 82. A new use for system passing routes. Observing the Bremen players constantly casting glances in his direction, Su Bai felt a profound sense of helplessness. Since delivering his first assist at the match's onset, he had played with extreme discomfort for a full 40 minutes. Each time the system indicated the optimal passing route, Bremen would invariably preemptively foul to obstruct his passes. The most distressing of all was Bremen's defensive midfielder, Bargfried. Whenever Su Bai crossed the halfway line, Bargfried would always be the first to stick close to him. Born in 1989, Philip Bargfried, although only 1.74 meters tall, possessed a physique far stronger than he appeared. Su Bai had discovered that he could not overpower this player at all. Moreover, Bargfried not only boasted a robust physique but also displayed remarkable agility in his footwork. His defense was impenetrable, truth be told, with Su Bai's 80-ball control. Attempting to bypass him felt utterly futile. Each time Su Bai carried the ball into the midfield, he faced a barrage of double-teaming and fouls from Bremen. Su Bai found himself devoid of opportunities to pass the ball forward. The match between Schalke 04 and Werder Bremen ended in a 1-1 stalemate in stark contrast to the relaxed demeanor of the Bremen players. The Schalke team wore expressions of furrowed brows. Raul, positioned in the forward line, had yet to register a single shot on goal. Su Bai was effectively neutralized, causing Schalke 04's entire offensive strategy to lose its direction. While Huntelaar displayed commendable drive on the left flank, he was utterly inept at passing and coordinating with Raul. Upon entering the locker room, Magath wasted no time in addressing the tactical board. Do not wait idly, Su. Try to hold the ball less. It's best if you pass with a single touch. Don't think about direct assists, and Huntelaar, when you drift to the flank, your goal is not to score. You must learn to work in tandem with Raul. Magath's words triggered a realization in Su Bai. Ever since he had access to the system's passing routes, he had consistently opted for the path with the highest scoring probability. This had rendered his passes in the attacking third extremely lethal. However, after being specifically targeted in this match, he comprehended why everyone claimed that football is not a solitary sport. Both Huntelaar and Raul were overly reliant on his passing. Indeed, the entire Schalke team seemed to be in a state of waiting for him to deliver the ball. With him being singled out, it meant that Schalke 04 was effectively frozen, akin to a sports car stripped of its engine, visually appealing yet utterly immobile. Passing routes were not limited to one, they were dynamic. What does dynamic mean? It implies a degree of randomness. Their isn't merely one way to score out a pass with a low success rate merely indicates the probability of that pass resulting in a goal. If he were to explore alternative passing routes, it might just unveil more promising opportunities, even direct scoring chances. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Bai's previously furrowed brow relaxed into a smile. In the distant land of bullfighting, Messi, bored and aimlessly pressing buttons on the television remote, stumbled upon a broadcast of the Bundesliga. He received a water cup from his girlfriend. Leo, what about that interesting player you mentioned earlier? Antonella nestled against Messi inquired. Oh, he had a dazzling pass at the start, but thereafter he seemed rather ordinary. Average ball control and lacking in speed. That pass was likely a fluke. Noticing the passionate glint in his beloved's eyes, Messi promptly switched off the television. He was merely surprised by that Bundesliga player's initial pass. Unbeknownst to Messi, in the subsequent Champions League, soon, the players from both teams returned to the field. Magath observed his disciples with a serious demeanor. Despite having spoken extensively during halftime, he was uncertain whether his players would absorb his advice. In hindsight, he regretted his impulsive tactical adjustments. The instability of the double pivot and Su Bai's neutralization had placed Schalke at a significant disadvantage. He was aware that the cunning Thomas Schaaf had prepared more than just this strategy. If he could exploit the vulnerabilities in Magath's formation, further tactics would surely emerge. With the referee's whistle, the second half commenced. Raul promptly passed the ball to Su Bai, who, much like in the first half, was confronted by Pizarro charging towards him. However, before Pizarro could close the distance, Su Bai swiftly turned and passed the ball to Baumjohann behind him. Pizarro, undeterred, relentlessly pursued Baumjohann. The latter, upon receiving the ball, was momentarily bewildered. What is happening? Why did Su pass to me? Everyone knew his ball control was subpar. Give it to me. Yet, Su Bai quickly approached Baumjohann, calling for the ball back. Upon receiving it, Su Bai confirmed his hypothesis. Among the passing routes available to him, the one with the lowest scoring probability was indeed that of Baumjohann behind him. Upon receiving the ball, the previously established passing routes in the attacking third refreshed. As expected, every time a pass was made, the routes within his system would randomly reset. With this realization, a smile crept across Su Bai's face as he surged towards Bremen's midfield. Once past the halfway line, Bremen's defensive midfielder Bargfried rushed towards him. Yet, Su Bai did not wait for him to close in. He immediately passed the ball to the right side, finding Hao Junmin, and then sprinted forward at that moment. The passing routes before Su Bai began to shift continuously. On the other hand, Bargfried found himself in a predicament. Although the coach had instructed him to closely mark Su Bai, the latter was currently in a free-running state. How could he possibly mark him? Meanwhile, Hao Junmin, having been inspired by Su Bai's earlier maneuver, was brimming with confidence, especially with the boost provided by the perfect partner card. At this moment, he charged down Bremen's left flank with fervor. Akin to a whirlwind, the Bremen right winger, Felix Kruse, was startled to find that Hao Junmin had vanished from his vicinity. Looking up, he saw Hao Junmin nearly reaching the edge of the penalty area. Facing Bremen's left back, Michael Silvestre, Hao Junmin deftly flicked the ball to the right and effortlessly slipped past Silvestre in the path of the ball. Su Bai awaited. With the perfect partner card in play, their synergy had increased by a staggering 100. From the moment Hao Junmin broke down the flank, Su Bai had remained alongside him on the left. Hao Junmin's dribbling attracted all of Bremen's defensive attention. The final pass was the crowning touch. At this juncture, two red passing routes appeared before Su Bai. One to Raoul with a probability of 89, and another to Hao Junmin, who had maneuvered past Silvestre with a probability of 87. Without hesitation, Su Bai effortlessly caressed the bottom of the ball with his right foot. As the ball spun violently, it soared over the heads of Bremen's center-backs, Petri Passanen and Per Mertesacker. Behind them, Raoul was already positioned perfectly at the ball's landing spot. With his right foot primed, Raoul struck the ball fiercely before it could touch the ground. There was no spin. The ball shot forth like a cannonball towards the net defended by Wies. In an instant, the ball slipped past Wies and nestled into the bottom corner of the goal. With the referee's whistle, he pointed towards the center circle, signaling the goal's validity. Just as the second half commenced, Raoul had altered the scoreline for Schalke 0-4-2-1. Chapter 83. Schalke is not just about Su Bai. The goal has been scored. Magnificent. The connection between Bai and Raoul is electrifying. What a beautiful pass. Raoul did not squander Su Bai's exquisite delivery. With a stunning volley, he has changed the score. Schalke 0-4 has regained the lead. Hao Junmin's breakthrough was equally impressive, and his no-look pass was the essence of the entire attack. Transitioning from a fullback to a wing midfielder, Hao Junmin showcased his offensive prowess. Su Bai's final pass was the piece d'assistance. This was truly a breathtaking play. However, what was somewhat surprising was that Raoul, despite scoring, wore a furrowed brow and displayed no signs of excitement. He didn't even perform the most basic celebratory gesture. Something fell off. The first to rush to Raoul's side, Su Bai was puzzled by Raoul's composed demeanor. What was up with this guy? They had just scored, yet he seemed utterly unfazed. Could it be that he had scored so many times that it no longer thrilled him? But Hao Junmin was not concerned with such thoughts. He leaped onto Raoul's back in exuberance. Huntelaar joined the fray as well. Seeing his teammates approach, Raoul finally raised his right hand and began to kiss his ring. On the sidelines, Magath, witnessing the early goal, couldn't contain his excitement and jumped in glee. Scoring right at the start was surely a testament to his brilliance as a coach. Haha, this lad has truly found his footing in such a short span. He has learned to utilize his teammates to create space. Boss, under your guidance, this kid's progress is truly astonishing, remarked Hughes, the assistant coach, nodding in agreement. The once boisterous Weserstadion fell into a profound silence following Raoul's goal. Just like the start of the first half, Schalke had once again rewritten the score with a lightning strike right after the halftime break. The home team, having dominated the game, was left bewildered as, within the mere span of halftime, Schalke had managed to score again without any adjustments, in stark contrast to the fans' frustration. The once relaxed expression on Werder Bremen's coach, Thomas Schaaf, vanished entirely. This kid, he glared at Su Bai on the field. Unable to fathom how someone so young could possess such remarkable match-reading abilities, he had meticulously studied tactics targeting Su Bai, and while the first half had yielded satisfactory results, it seemed that merely a half-time discussion had sparked a revelation in the young player. This young lad, seemingly devoid of any touch, merely waits for the ball to reach his feet before promptly passing it away. He then lurks, biding his time, at the tender age of 17. It is implausible for him to possess the kind of on-the-spot improvisational skills typically reserved for seasoned veterans. Even if Magath were to provide instructions from the midfield, it is improbable that he could instantly alter his playing style. One must understand that changing a player's style of play requires considerable time. How could anyone transform so dramatically in just 15 minutes? However, as the scoreboard on the large screen displayed their deficit, Thomas Schaaf was no longer preoccupied with tactics. It was time to attack. Gesturing fervently to his somewhat despondent Werder Bremen players, he urged them to launch a fierce offensive against Schalke 04. With the resumption of play, the trailing Bremen side indeed appeared transformed. The defensive midfielder Bargfried, who had been marking Su Bai, abandoned his task and surged into the attack. Having already tasted success in the central area, Bremen resolved to continue probing through the middle. In the 49th minute, Bremen's attacking midfielder Aaron Hunt skillfully maneuvered past Su Bai and executed a clever diagonal pass to the advancing Bargfried. This time, Baumjohann, having exchanged glances with Per Kruger, surged forward. Faced with Kruger, Bargfried dared not treat him like Su Bai. Without waiting for Baumjohann to approach, he swiftly flicked the ball with his left foot to the right for Arnautovic. Arnautovic, seizing the moment, pushed the ball forward and accelerated into the left flank of Schalke 04. Simultaneously, Bargfried, Aaron Hunt, and the ever-vigilant Pizarro surged into the penalty area of Schalke. Although Bremen primarily focused on penetrating through the center today, they had not abandoned their traditional wing play. Born in 1989, Arnautovic, now just 21, began his career in the Eredivisie, where he garnered attention with an impressive tally of 5 goals and 9 assists in a single season, leading to his transfer to Werder Bremen for a fee of €10 million this summer. His speed, exceptional footwork, and precise long passes allowed him to secure a starting position as the primary right-winger in a team brimming with talent. Confronted by Schalke's left-back Schmitz, Arnautovic merely nudged the ball to the right and utilized his explosive speed to bypass Schmitz entirely. In the face of such velocity, Schmitz was unable even to grab hold of Arnautovic's shirt. On the sidelines, Magath began to panic. "Focus on the center," he shouted, regardless of whether his players could hear him. At that moment, Bremen had gathered 4 attacking players within Schalke's penalty area. Having evaded Schmitz, Arnautovic no longer hesitated. He struck the ball with his right foot, connecting solidly with the base of the ball. It soared towards Schalke 04's penalty area with alarming speed. Danger. Following their concession of a goal, Bremen launched a vigorous counterattack. After drawing Schalke's defense to the center, they immediately shifted the play to the flanks. The 21-year-old prodigy utilized his powerful breakthrough to exploit Schalke's frail wing defense. Arnautovic's pass swiftly found its way into the penalty area. The ball's trajectory was slightly behind, landing precisely where Bremen's lethal forward Pizarro awaited. Metzelder and Pizarro leapt to meet the ball. However, as it entered the penalty area, a fierce spin imparted a slight curve. This minuscule arc prevented Metzelder from claiming the first touch. Pizarro connected with a powerful header. The ball shot towards the goal like a meteor. Pizarro, brimming with excitement, watched as his strike hurtled towards the net. Upon making contact, he knew it was a certain goal. The power and angle of the shot were simply indefensible. Not only him. At that moment, over 40,000 Werder Bremen fans in the Weserstadion leapt to their feet, fists clenched, inhaling deeply as if preparing to roar in celebration. On the sidelines, Magath could scarcely bear to watch. A header so close and so well struck was practically a guaranteed goal. Meanwhile, Thomas Schaaf was already celebrating. His fists raised high, and Metzelder, who failed to make contact, turned away in self-reproach. Just at that critical juncture, Chapter 84, Su Bai creates perfect tiki-taka. Scientific studies indicate that the fastest human reaction time is approximately 0.25 seconds, while specially trained goalkeepers can react in about 0.1 seconds. The duration of a blink ranges from 0.2 to 0.4 seconds. Yet, within such a fleeting span of time, even the Werder Bremen fans on the sidelines had not had the opportunity to blink. Schalke's Neuer, however, dramatically extended his right fist and deflected the ball out of bounds. Pizarro had barely landed after his jump. Neuer had astonishingly kept the ball out. Magnificent. A save for the ages. Neuer, my goodness. Unbelievable. Neuer, on the goal line, astonishingly parried Pizarro's close-range header. It was hard to believe. Such a certain goal had been thwarted. The great Manuel Neuer. The 24-year-old Manuel Neuer. He saved Schalke 04. At that moment, Pizarro instinctively clasped his head in disbelief. Could it be true that such a header had been denied? Inside the penalty area, Neuer, elated after deflecting the ball, faced Pizarro and roared in triumph, dominant, frenzied, almost intimidating. At that moment, Neuer resembled a deity descended from the heavens. Unstoppable! Schalke teammates Metzelder, H. Weeds, and Per Kruger rushed toward Neuer in exuberance. celebrating with chest bumps. Sometimes, a spectacular save can uplift a team's morale more than a goal. Not only Pizarro, at that moment, Thomas Schaaf, who had initially raised his fists in celebration, was now utterly incredulous, his hands awkwardly lowering. The entire stadium, with over 40,000 Werder Bremen supporters, turned in stunned silence to the large screen, which replayed Neuer's miraculous save. Even in slow motion, they struggled to comprehend how anyone could react in such a brief moment. This surpassed the limits of human capability. In the 50th minute, Bremen earned their first corner of the second half. Although Aaron Hunt delivered a well-executed corner, Pizarro, under Metzelder's interference, failed to generate any power in his header. The ball was easily gathered by Neuer in the 51st minute. Schalke 04 regained possession. Their attack commenced. Neuer first tossed the ball to the right flank, where Atsuto Uchida awaited. Just as Hao Junmin received the ball, Pizarro charged forward. Yet, facing the onrushing Pizarro, Hao Junmin remained composed. He deftly pulled the ball to the left. Evading Pizarro's outstretched foot, with a swift motion, he drew the ball back behind him. This maneuver prompted Pizarro to shift his weight, preparing for another attempt. However, in that moment of pulling the ball back, Hao Junmin nudged it forward slightly. This small adjustment sent the advancing Pizarro off balance. Without any hesitation, Hao Junmin directed the ball towards the sideline with his left foot, swiftly turning to accelerate from the right flank. What a splendid play! Hao Junmin was growing increasingly confident in his abilities. Just look at him. In less than half a year, his technical prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation. Most importantly, his confidence had soared. Our players often lack such self-assurance. As Hao Junmin advanced with the ball, he soon found Werder Bremen's attacking midfielder Aaron Hunt charging at him once more. This time, Hao Junmin opted not to dribble past him. Instead, he side-footed the ball to the left, where Su Bai awaited. Unfazed, Aaron Hunt decisively pivoted and charged towards Su Bai. However, Su Bai had no intention of attempting to dribble past him. As Hunt approached, Su Bai promptly passed the ball to Per Kruger behind him, simultaneously spinning around to run toward Kruger's left. Observing Su Bai's movement, Kruger clearly understood his intention and, without lingering on the ball, gently nudged it back to Su Bai. In a mere 3 seconds, Aaron Hunt flitted about like a confused fly. Unable to grasp the interplay between Su Bai, Hao Junmin, and Per Kruger. Meanwhile, the other Bremen players, witnessing Su Bai's intent to orchestrate play in the midfield, rushed toward him, just as the coach had stated before the match. If they could thwart Su Bai's passing, Schalke would be like a toothless tiger. Yet, Su Bai, having gained insight, had no intention of granting them any close opportunities. Upon receiving Per Kruger's pass, Su Bai once again delivered the ball with precision to Baumjohann. Here we go. Unlike others, Su Bai, upon witnessing Baumjohann receive the ball, seized the moment while Pizarro had yet to close in and deftly maneuvered past the approaching Aaron Hunt to request the ball from Baum. Baumjohann, though somewhat clumsy and not particularly adept at offense, clearly heard Su Bai's call. Without hesitation, he passed the ball. Once, twice, thrice. The match commenced from that moment. A scene unfolded at the Weser Stadium that left everyone in disbelief. Su Bai darted about like an elusive sprite. The player tasked with marking him, Bagfried, was horrified to discover that he could no longer keep track of Su Bai. This cunning lad from the land of fire was everywhere, transitioning from defense to midfield. From the left flank to the right, the entire pitch bore witness to his presence. With no single touch, he orchestrated a series of seamless passes that propelled the ball directly to the edge of Bremen's penalty area. 30 uninterrupted passes. Su Bai, akin to the tip of a compass, maintained the ball's focus at his feet, despite its movement elsewhere. What a spectacle of ball control! Every pass from Schalke 04 was purposeful. Beginning from the right flank, Su Bai's continuous interplay of passes kept shifting the entire Bremen defense. It had already reached 30 passes. The ball returned to Su Bai's feet. Starting from Hao Junmin, Su Bai engaged in a complex dance of passing in the midfield, always making a beeline for open space to receive the ball after every pass. Prior to receiving, he meticulously planned the trajectory of his next pass. One swift delivery, Bagfried, glued to him, could only watch helplessly. Without breaking stride, Su Bai struck the ball with the outside of his right foot, sending it soaring over the heads of Bremen's defenders, Petri Passanen and Mertzacker. As it arced through the air, the ball painted a glorious rainbow in front of Bremen's goal. Meanwhile, Hao Junmin, who had surged forward from the right flank, found himself unmarked in a moment of panic. Bremen's goalkeeper, Wies, rushed towards Hao Junmin without a second thought. Joining him were Petri Passanen, Mertzacker, and all the Bremen defenders, frantically converging on Hao. The left back, Michael Sylvester, who had been tracking Hao, even dove in an attempt to block his shot. However, without waiting for the ball to land, Hao Junmin executed a sweeping right-footed strike, sending the ball into the space behind him. That position, Raoul was utterly unmarked. Hao Junmin, a selfless pass. He delivered the ball to the unguarded Raoul. Faced with an open goal, Raoul pushed the ball in with his left foot. Magnificent. The ball found the net. Goal. Brilliant. 3-1. Hao Junmin's assist. Raoul scores his second. A magnificent goal. An absolute demonstration of Bar A-style possession. A perfect display of tiki-taka. After an astounding 32 passes, Schalke ultimately saw Raoul slot the ball into an empty net. This is undoubtedly a top 10 goal of the week. No question about it. Simply stunning. Su Bai, with his individual brilliance, connected the entire Schalke 04 team. Unbelievable. At this moment, Raoul, elated from scoring, dashed towards the selfless Hao Junmin. Chapter 85. The match is far from over, and thoughts of the Champions League already? How? Thank you. Raoul opened his arms wide, embracing Hao Junmin tightly. Just moments ago, Hao could have taken the shot himself. Yet, in a display of altruism, he passed the ball to Raoul. Holding Hao, Raoul felt a surge of emotion. Though many have assisted him, this kind of selfless friendship felt priceless. On the sidelines, Magath was grinning from ear to ear. He realized that Su Bai had grasped the message he conveyed during halftime. But he never anticipated Su Bai would execute it to such an extraordinary extent. Remarkable. This was the exclusive tiki-taka of Bar A, the most popular style in world football. Many teams have attempted to emulate it. But to date, no one has truly mastered Bar A's tiki-taka, for they lack Xavi, Iniesta, and Busquets. Yet, astonishingly, this tiki-taka emerged on the Bundesliga stage, and it was executed by Schalke 04, a team that has never once claimed the Bundesliga title. The most terrifying aspect of it all is that this was accomplished by a single individual, a 17-year-old newcomer with less than 10 professional matches under his belt. A genius. At this moment, Magath found himself at a loss for words to describe Su Bai. However, his joy was short-lived as his heart ached. Damn it. Such a talent for just 500,000. I can only keep him for a year at most. Meanwhile, on the other side, Werder Bremen's coach, Thomas Schaaf, wore a bitter expression. He never anticipated that the tactics he devised would be perfectly dismantled by this young lad before him. He understood that. Perhaps from this moment onward, facing the Schalke players celebrating within the penalty area, his team had completely lost the courage to compete further. 3-1. Although only 50 minutes had elapsed, I believe Schalke's victory is all but assured. Su Bai's orchestration has proven invaluable. He has become the engine of Schalke 04. Tomorrow, or rather after the match, Schalke 04's performance will undoubtedly attract the attention of major clubs. The Champions League group stage is just around the corner. Currently, Schalke 04's only opponent in Group B is Lyon from League 1. With the current form of Schalke 04, advancing from the group stage should be no problem at all. Perhaps Schalke 04 will emerge as a dark horse in this Champions League. The Champions League is the true battleground for stars. Who knows what performances Su Bai and Hao Junmin will deliver there? One day, he will commentate on a match featuring players from the Land of Fire in the Champions League. And perhaps even two of them together. That would be the Champions League, the pinnacle of professional football. Damn it, that goal was absolutely sensational. Haha, 30 passes. What does that even mean? And Su Bai was responsible for most of them. Incredible. The Champions League. Finally, we have players from the Land of Fire participating, and not just marginal players. Perhaps Su Bai might even challenge Xavi and Iniesta. Not only Bar A, but also Real Madrid. Haha, Manchester United, Chelsea, Bayern, Inter, AC. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Damn it, it's only 50 minutes in, and the Champions League is still a week away. You guys are too early. Damn, a week? Haha, there is something to look forward to. I can't take it anymore. I can't wait. Champions League, come quickly. I want to see Su Bai deliver a deadly pass in the Champions League. Haha. On the pitch, Schalke's celebrations continued. However, in the stands, many scouts present were unable to sit still. Although Schalke had made it clear that Su Bai had no intention of leaving, everyone knew that Schalke 04 could not retain him. Thus, prior to this match, scouts from La Liga, the Premier League, Serie A, and even League One had gathered here. They needed to closely observe Su Bai to determine his true worth. And at this moment, they saw hope, a hope capable of challenging the mighty Universe team. And this hope merely required a buyout fee of 500,000, a young talent with immense potential as a central midfielder. No major club could resist such temptation, even if it were 5 million or more. In the eyes of the elite, Su Bai's value on the field was already incalculable, but it was the vast and enticing market of the Land of Fire behind him that truly captivated these clubs. It's a market of over 1 billion people. Just look at the Houston Rockets' transformation after acquiring Yao Ming. Who wouldn't be envious? And that's just the NBA. Football is undeniably the #1 sport. If a major club had a starting player or even a core player from the Land of Fire, just the advertising revenue and jersey sales would be enough to entice them. Not to mention, a young talent capable of linking the entire team and delivering crucial passes at pivotal moments is irresistibly alluring in front of over 40,000 silent Werder Bremen fans. The excited scouts dialed their phones. As Thomas Schaaf had anticipated, trailing by 2 goals, especially after conceding such a demoralizing goal from a fluid passing play, left Werder Bremen's morale utterly shattered. Once the match resumed, the once fervent attacks from Bremen had vanished. In the 54th minute, unwilling to concede, Bremen initiated a counterattack. They effortlessly maneuvered past Su Bai, driving the ball forward. However, this time, Baum-Johann did not afford him any opportunity to react. The tenacious Baum-Johann dove in with a reckless slide tackle, decisively dispossessing the ball from Aaron Hunt's feet. With remarkable swiftness, Baum-Johann sprang to his feet and, without a moment's hesitation, passed the ball to Su Bai. Receiving the pass, Su Bai executed an immediate long ball, delivering it to the right flank where Hao Jun-min had made a forward run. However, Werder Bremen retaliated with a decisive slide tackle. In the 59th minute of the match, Schalke, employing patient ball movement, once again penetrated the edge of the penalty area, yet this time, Bremen denied Su Bai the opportunity to receive a pass. Mertesacker, bursting forth from the penalty area, collided directly with Su Bai. The referee promptly issued a yellow card to Mertesacker. Schalke 04 was awarded a free kick in the attacking zone. As the team's primary free kick taker, Huntelaar sent the ball soaring high into the stands. Initially, Huntelaar had considered letting Su Bai take a shot, but recalling his own dismal free kick proficiency, Su Bai resolutely declined with a serious expression. "This is your chance. I am not one to be greedy." Observing Su Bai's earnest demeanor, Huntelaar nodded appreciatively. His passing was precise, his talent exceptional, and most importantly, he possessed a selfless heart. Truly a great and pure individual. However, Bremen, trailing behind, became increasingly frantic in their play, while Schalke 04 only grew more impressive. The pitch was filled with Su Bai's presence, as Schalke 04 continuously circulated the ball around him. Their frenzied pressing further drained the energy of the Werder Bremen players. In the 71st minute, Su Bai executed a 1-2 with Huntelaar in the attacking third. After receiving the ball, Huntelaar unleashed a powerful shot that grazed the post and flew out of play. From that moment onward, Bremen's age disadvantage became glaringly apparent. The relentless pressing and attacking left Werder Bremen, already at a physical disadvantage, utterly exhausted. Schalke 04 officially took command of the match. Chapter 86, A Decimation of Bremen. The incredible Su Bai, unbelievable. Who would have thought to witness such a perfect tiki-taka style of play among Bundesliga teams? It is widely recognized that the tiki-taka tactic originated during Cruyff's tenure as coach of Barcelona from 1988 to 1996. Later developed by Louis van Gaal and Rijkaard, and adopted by other La Liga teams. From 2008 onward, Guardiola's Barcelona perfected the tiki-taka strategy. Beginning in 2008, the Spanish national team, modeled after Barcelona, swept through Europe and the world. This tactic, combining aesthetics and practicality, has undeniably contributed significantly to the evolution of world football. Duan Xin marveled at Schalke 04's performance on the field. Starting from the 71st minute, Schalke 04, now thoroughly accustomed to Su Bai's singular play style, commenced a dazzling display in the attacking third. Su Bai seamlessly linked the entire Schalke 04 team with his remarkably precise passing. Meanwhile, Bremen's once intense pressing in the forward line had completely dissipated. He could not comprehend what made this seemingly frail lad from Yin country so extraordinary. Since the first half, he had been running tirelessly. How was it that he still appeared so vibrant? Meanwhile, his own legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Witnessing his teammates' fatigue, Thomas Schaaf on the sidelines promptly substituted Bagfried and Torsten Frings. However, such substitutions proved futile. Schalke 04 continued their possession play unabated. For a full 6 minutes, despite Bremen's utmost effort to regain possession, they failed to even touch the ball. In the 77th minute, Su Bai seized another opportunity. With a deft lob, he surpassed Bremen's right back. Clemens, Fritz, making a rapid run, received the ball and delivered a cross to Raul, who executed a sliding shot. The ball once again rolled into the waiting arms of Wies's goal. 4-1. With Raul's goal, the match lost all suspense. Boss, this is simply outrageous. Meanwhile, on the other side, Magath and Hughes stood dumbfounded on the sidelines. Even Magath, at this moment, could not find the words to describe his emotions. That lad from Yin country was simply insane. He had introduced a tactic that the entire world would find hard to replicate to his team. Unlike others, Magath understood the playing habits of all his disciples. Just like on the field with Pellkruger, who was a right-footed player, every ball Su Bai delivered to him was perfectly placed within his right foot's reach, requiring no adjustments, not even basic footwork. Not only Pellkruger, but even the equally clumsy Baumjohann found joy in Su Bai's meticulously controlled passes, which allowed him to savor the exquisite experience of Barcelona-like ball control. It was utterly astonishing. From trajectory to ball speed, Su Bai had perfected every aspect. It was unimaginable how he accomplished all of this. In the 83rd minute, Su Bai and Hao Junmin executed a flawless 1-2 on the right flank once more. Stretching to the byline, Hao Junmin delivered a precise horizontal pass, and an alert Huntelaar surged into the box, converting effortlessly. 5-1. Hao Junmin's second assist. In just one half, Schalke 04 had netted 4 goals. They had utterly decimated Werder Bremen. With the 5th goal, Schalke 04's offensive onslaught finally subsided. Both teams symbolically exhausted the final moments of the match. As the referee's whistle sounded, the match came to a close. This was the result. 5-1. A scoreline that countless individuals could not have fathomed prior to the match. Schalke 04 had, astonishingly, obliterated Werder Bremen on their home ground. Raul achieved a hat-trick, Huntelaar scored twice, Su Bai and Hao Junmin collectively tallied 4 assists. Following the conclusion of the match, Thomas Schaaf shook his head in resignation as he approached the still-dazed Magath. Congratulations, you have found a genius. Although not well acquainted with Magath, Schaaf graciously extended his congratulations. Thank you. Magath was still in a state of disbelief. While others might have only seen Su Bai orchestrating the team's play, he perceived so much more. He still could not comprehend how one individual could deliver passes with such meticulous precision. On the field, the victorious Schalke 04 players gathered together to express their gratitude to the fans who had accompanied them to Bremen. Su, that was truly magnificent. It is no exaggeration to say that your passing is the finest I have ever witnessed, bar none. Raul embraced Su Bai, unable to contain his admiration. Having experienced numerous highs and lows, and having seen countless midfielders, Zidane, Beckham, Guti, even Xavi and Iniesta, he exclaimed, where else could you find such talent? Su Bai felt a tinge of embarrassment at Raul's praise. This resounding victory was invaluable for Schalke 04, who desperately needed points. Shortly after returning to the dressing room, Raul was summoned by Magath to attend the post-match press conference. From being a discarded player at Real Madrid to now being Schalke's top scorer and having achieved a hat-trick in the Bundesliga, Raul rightfully earned the title of the match's best player. Upon entering the press conference room, the journalists eagerly raised their hands. The match had generated an abundance of storylines. Not only did Su Bai continue his magical performance, but another player from Yin country, Hao Junmin, also began to shine. Even more sensational was Raul rejuvenating his career in the Bundesliga. For reporters, this was an irresistible draw. Mr. Magath, you fielded 3 Asian players in this match. This is unprecedented in the Bundesliga and even in Europe. Does this indicate your preference for Asian players? Mr. Magath, how are the negotiations for Schalke 04's contract renewal with Su Bai progressing? Mr. Raul, how would you evaluate your 3 Asian teammates? The journalists clamored, raising their hands and shouting their questions. Upon hearing a question directed at someone other than himself, Magath excitedly passed the ball to Raul. Thank you. Returning to the previous question, Mr. Raul, could you please evaluate your 3 Asian teammates? How do you perceive their abilities? A journalist highlighted by Magath asked directly. All the journalists promptly turned their cameras toward the superstar who had scored a hat trick in the Bundesliga. Uchida Atsuto is an exceptionally skilled fullback. His defense is solid, and his ability to assist is quite good. As for Hao Junmin, hee. This guy is the most bashful person I've ever met. Despite having commendable footwork, he always plays cautiously. However, since scoring his first goal, he has really started to shine. At just 23 years old, he is still a very young player. If he keeps this up, I believe he has every capability to establish himself in a strong Bundesliga team like Schalke 04. The journalists clicked away with their cameras at a frenetic pace. A superstar assessing his teammates is big news. Although everyone knows such evaluations are often flattering, Raul is the only one in Schalke qualified to make such judgments. After all, he is the prince of Real Madrid. Regarding Su Bai, the atmosphere in the room grew tense as Raul, seemingly playing coy, left the journalists in silent anticipation for his next words. Chapter 87. The world's finest passer. Su Bai? Su Bai, I can only describe him as an extraordinarily gifted young man. At least in terms of passing, I have never encountered anyone superior to him, Raul casually remarked as he grabbed the microphone. Yet, his words detonated like a bombshell. The previously chaotic press conference fell into a hush. No one has surpassed him? Who is Raul? The prince of Real Madrid. Once a member of the Galacticos, in his team. Which midfielder is not a master of passing? Mr. Raul, are you suggesting that in your view, Su Bai's passing surpasses that of Zidane or Beckham? The reporter was momentarily stunned. However, he quickly transformed into a picture of elation. What is this? This is the headline. The most sensational headline, a story that will undoubtedly captivate the world. The Prince of Real Madrid admits he has encountered the best passer in the Bundesliga. Once this headline breaks, it will surely turn heads globally. I did not say he is better than Zidane or Beckham. In my opinion, in terms of passing alone, Su Bai is on par with them. However, Su Bai has many shortcomings. Compared to them, he still has a long way to go. But he is only 17. His career has just begun. Observing the journalist's fervor, Raul felt a twinge of regret for his words. Yet the proud Raul would never retract his statements. After all, in his eyes, in terms of passing, Su Bai truly bears no difference from his former superstar teammates. To be frank, from the few passes he received from Su Bai, they felt more comfortable than those from Zidane or Beckham. Raul's sentiment is not without merit. After all, in terms of passing statistics, Beckham stands at a mere 99, while Zidane is at 98. Su Bai, however, started the game with a maximum level of 100. Mr. Magath, what are your thoughts? The journalists, noticing Raul's reluctance to elaborate further, swiftly turned their focus to the seemingly uninterested Magath. At that moment, Magath appeared utterly bewildered. Questioning how the topic had shifted to him, I am not Yuan Fong. Why must you ask my opinion? Ahem. This match is crucial for Schalke 04. Fortunately, we secured 3 points. Now, the most pressing matter for Schalke 04 is next week's Champions League match. With cup competitions, league matches, and the Champions League, it is somewhat challenging for us with limited bench depth. The cunning Magath ultimately deflected the conversation, bringing an end to the chaotic post-match press conference. Even as he and Raul exited the venue, journalists continued to press Raul for clarification on his recent statements. Turning to the nonchalant Raul beside him, Magath felt a sense of exasperation. Not being in charge truly obscures the cost of essentials. Fearing Su Bai would attract unwanted attention, and now it seems he need not wait until tomorrow. Soon, the world will know Raul proclaimed Schalke 04 possesses a 17-year-old Beckham or a 17-year-old Zidane. Indeed, within half an hour, major football newspapers and media outlets had reported on this Bundesliga focal match, yet the headlines conspicuously omitted Schalke's name. From the land of fire, the super genius, 17-year-old Beckham, 2 Bundesliga matches, 1 goal, 5 assists. The super new star from the land of fire emerges Raul, the best passer in the world, the 17-year-old super genius. Each headline appeared increasingly sensational across major news websites. The journalists were in a frenzy. As the frenzy ensued, not only within the land of fire but also throughout Europe, Su Bai's name spread like wildfire. The mere mention of Su Bai had become the hottest topic in global football. With the Champions League approaching next week, Schalke had little time for respite. Facing their first Champions League opponent, Magath felt a tinge of unease. It is essential to note that very few players in the current team have Champions League experience. The Champions League and Bundesliga are worlds apart. The team must contend with opponents whose playing styles they have never encountered, and 20, hailing from the Dutch league, is infamous for their offensive yet defensively lackadaisical approach. It remains uncertain whether Schalke 04's defense can hold firm against the relentless 20. The plane landed in Gelsenkirchen at 1 a.m. At this hour. What he needed most was time. Despite Magatha's temporary solution to the defensive issues, his character made him intolerant of being toyed with like a mere pawn. Meanwhile, in the land of fire, at Kyoto International Airport, a morning flight to Gelsenkirchen was packed with passengers carrying various bags. Damn it, I was booked in economy class. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit, grimaced amidst the crowd. Mr. Wong, there was no other option. I paid a premium for this economy seat. I do not know why. But last night, first-class tickets were still available, and this morning, at 6, they were all sold out in the blink of an eye. His assistant, burdened with luggage, explained helplessly. What is the reason? You do not know. Are you unaware of the most sensational news in world football? That kid Su Bai is on fire, as stated by Raul, and in 2 matches, he has made 5 assists, and most importantly, he has yet to secure any commercial contracts. Currently, the hottest topic in the land of fire is not some irrelevant celebrity but this young man. Do you understand? You know Yao Ming, right? This kid is akin to suddenly becoming the #1 draft pick. Which company wouldn't he want to sign a sponsorship deal with him? As a rising player in the domestic sports shoe market, Wang Fei has always harbored the desire to expand beyond the borders of the land of fire. However, his brand, Delhui, lacks the competitive edge of giants like Adidas, Nike, or Li Ning. He has already invested significantly in signing Xie Tingfeng from Hong Kong. Yet to be candid, Xie Tingfeng is known only within the land of fire. Outside, who knows who he is? But Su Bai is different. This guy is currently a hot property in the football world. Although the standard of football in the land of fire is subpar, the market is incredibly vast. Seizing the opportunity before others catch on, Wang Fei, having watched the match last night, decided to fly to Gelsenkirchen this morning to secure a contract with Su Bai. He has learned that the kid doesn't even have an agent. He is alone in Gelsenkirchen, a mere Navi youth. With a little persuasion, offering a few 100,000 or even $1 million might just yield a significant find. However, he soon realized he was not the only one with such intentions. Oh, isn't this brother Wang? Planning to head to Gelsenkirchen so early to watch the match. A familiar face from the VIP passage appeared. Upon seeing Wang Fei at the economy boarding gate, he immediately greeted him with a smile. Spotting his rival, the head of the entire side sauntered towards first class, accompanied by a female secretary and a cluster of staff. Wang Fei felt a surge of anger. Ha, brother Wang. I'll be off first. Meanwhile, the oblivious Su Bai remained asleep in his modest dormitory, unaware that after just 2 Bundesliga matches, the bosses from the land of fire were flocking to Gelsenkirchen like madmen. Chapter 88. The End and the Revelation at 5 o'clock. The alarm rang promptly to Su Bai. Eyes still closed, rose mechanically, skillfully making his way to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash up. The October air had grown somewhat chilly, especially with the sensation of cold water splashing on his face. The residual drowsiness vanished in an instant. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Su Bai couldn't help but smile wryly. In a haze, he hadn't anticipated that he would flourish in the Bundesliga. Rushing to gather his belongings, he opened the door and stepped out. The other bed in the dormitory remained empty. Ben Kaishi's injury had yet to heal. Su Bai was alone in the dormitory, uncertain if he would see Ben Kaishi again. The first team and the youth team are 2 separate worlds. The sky was still dark. Su Bai adeptly made his way to the training ground, flipping on the lights. 1 flick, 2 flicks. Damn it, Champions League or not. Why did they summon us so early? Don't they understand how crucial sleep is for women? At 6 o'clock, the gates of Schalke 04 were opened early by the portly security guard. The Champions League. For Schalke 04, it felt somewhat foreign. The club had rarely qualified for the Champions League, having never even clinched a Bundesliga title. Thus, the club executives placed immense importance on the upcoming inaugural Champions League match. Over the weekend, the club announced that all staff were to report early to their posts and provide comprehensive support to the first team. Of course, the club also generously offered overtime pay to this group of employees who were accustomed to a regular work schedule. Although there was extra pay, Lisa was completely indifferent to that amount. I understand. Please stop urging me. As the phone rang, Lisa answered it with a hint of annoyance. The team physician, Dr. House had a rather hectic schedule today, in preparation for the Champions League midweek. He needed to conduct thorough physical examinations for all first-team players. Moreover, he and Lisa had to remain on call 24 hours a day, particularly to closely monitor the physical condition and diet of the key players. Hanging up the phone, Lisa hurriedly made her way to the office. However, as she passed the training ground, she unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. Glancing at her watch, she noted it was 6:14. So early? Intrigued, Lisa paused to scrutinize the scene. In such cold weather, he was actually shirtless, and upon closer inspection, that physique seemed rather familiar. Wait, isn't that the big lad from Yin Country? As a realization dawned on her. Lisa shyly shook her head. He is only 17. Although she was merely 22 this year, she was still 5 years his senior. What was she thinking, as she noticed the young man looking up at her? Lisa quickly turned and clacked her heels away. After all, she was a PhD candidate from Cambridge Medical School. Despite not yet graduating, there was no way she could fancy a child. Well, perhaps he was more of a big kid. Su Bai had been training for a solid 4 hours. It was nearly 10 when he finally collapsed on the sidelines, utterly exhausted. Given that the match had just concluded yesterday, Magath was not so unreasonable as to require the first team to report at 8. With no one else around yet, Su Bai hastily entered the system to allocate the attribute points he had accrued. Apart from restoring his stamina, the increase in his defense from 63 to 64 elicited no noticeable response from him. The team had already informed that the players who had participated in yesterday's match were to report to the team physician. Thus, without time to check his phone, Su Bai hurried to see the physician, leaving behind a growing number of missed calls. Upon arrival, he was surprised to find that the team had already gathered. Though a Bundesliga team, Schalke was notoriously parsimonious, even hesitant to spend on player acquisitions, let alone maintain an equipped medical room. The so-called examinations merely involved players lying on a machine for a quick scan. By the time Su Bai's turn arrived, most of the other players had already departed. "Ha ha, Su. You've become Schalke's hottest star lately." Dr. House clearly recalled the lad from Yin Country who had signed before. To his astonishment, within less than a month, this young man had risen to prominence at Schalke. "Lisa, you're up." Dr. House mischievously beckoned Lisa over, knowing she had given him the cold shoulder all morning due to the numerous calls he had made. However, to his surprise, Lisa maintained her usual composure upon seeing Su Bai. "Come in with me," she instructed Su Bai before turning to enter the room. Su Bai was unsure what to expect inside, but as a person from Yin Country, he understood that seeking medical assistance was nothing to shy away from. Yet, witnessing Lisa's reaction, Dr. House found it unexpected. Lisa had not personally entered the examination room all morning. "Close the door, strip, lie down." Su Bai was taken aback. While her instructions were succinct, they were rather blunt. Wasn't there supposed to be some prelude? All of it. Seeing Lisa's serious expression, Su Bai reluctantly complied with her request. "What position?" "Just lie down. Like this? Yes, don't move. I'll handle it." Lisa began affixing sensors to Su Bai's body, even placing 2 near his thigh. "I'll take care of this. I told you not to move. Your hands will interfere with the test data. Is this right? Deep breaths, don't sit up, no talking." Su Bai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, especially with this assertive woman watching him from above with a cold gaze. "All right, don't move. It'll be over soon." With that, Lisa turned and exited the room. As Su Bai stared at the machine whirring above him, he resigned himself to following Lisa's instructions, taking deep breaths to calm his emotions while lying there completely exposed. Little did he know, Lisa, having turned away, was blushing deeply under her mask. Despite being a doctor who had seen both life and death, why did this young man with black hair always make her feel flustered? Dr. House, observing Lisa's calm demeanor as she emerged, adjusted his glasses, hesitant to speak further. "Hey, this kid," glancing at the screen displaying the test results. Dr. House was taken aback. The muscle fatigue level read a mere 2. This was rather unbelievable. This lad had played a high-intensity match just yesterday and had flown in overnight. While it could be attributed to his youth and strong recovery abilities, such a low muscle fatigue level was perplexing. To put it into perspective, even Neuer, who had the least running during matches, registered a fatigue level of 17. This was outrageous. After compiling the results, Dr. House headed towards Magath's office with the reports of all the players. Chapter 89. All for money. Su Bai was no fool, boss. Are we sticking with this formation? I feel there is something off about Baumjohann. Hughes looked at the formation laid out on Magatha's desk. 20 is a tough opponent. They've won all 6 matches this season and are at the top of the table. Their offense is formidable. We might need to deploy double defensive midfielders. Magath was well aware of the concerns Hughes raised. Yet, he felt powerless. If only he could acquire a reliable, strong defensive midfielder during the winter transfer window. Ugh. Just thinking about the stingy club executives shattered his daydream. Mr. Magath, several merchants from Yin country are outside, requesting to meet Su Bai. What? Merchants? Why are they looking for me? They should be seeking Janice. Magath was momentarily taken aback by Janice's assistant's unexpected announcement. Well, Mr. Janice said Su Bai isn't answering his phone. So, before the assistant could finish, Dr. House entered the room. The results are in. Apart from Raoul, who may not be suitable for midweek's match, everyone else is fine. But Su Bai. What about Su Bai? Is he injured? Upon hearing Su Bai's name, Magatha's heart tensed. Su Bai was his prized player. Every time Su Bai was fouled during matches, it felt as though his own heart was bleeding. Don't worry, sir. Su Bai is perfectly fine. Perhaps too fine. It's a bit strange, actually. His muscle fatigue level is at 2. This is quite abnormal, especially considering he played a match yesterday. After hearing Dr. House's words, Magatha's anxiety eased. Oh, that's good, by the way. Su Bai should be at the training ground. Please go call him, Magath reminded Janice's assistant, who was still lingering nearby. Thank you. With that, the assistant turned and left the room. Point 2. You mean muscle fatigue level? How is that possible? Once Janice's assistant exited, Magath finally processed the information. That was muscle fatigue level, not some fixed value for muscle strength. As the head coach, he understood the dreadfulness of a congested schedule. With the advancement of medical systems, the entire European football scene had begun digitizing player health data. Body fat percentage and other metrics were constantly monitored. Muscle fatigue was one of the most direct indicators of a player's condition. Point 2. This was the most astonishing figure he had ever encountered. Could this lad's physical prowess truly be so extraordinary? If he combined that with his defensive skills, he would be an all-around, high-endurance midfielder. Perhaps struck by an epiphany, Magath suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Physical endurance was often innate. Some individuals could run tirelessly without much training. While later training could enhance it slightly, the extent was minimal. However, Magath's exhilaration lasted only a few seconds. If recalling something. He sighed deeply and slumped back down. Meanwhile, on the training ground, while chatting with Raoul and Hao Junmin, Su Bai was abruptly called away. Mr. Janice's office has several merchants from your Yin country. They couldn't reach you by phone. So they need you to head to the office, Janice's assistant explained as they walked. Su Bai was somewhat puzzled. What was going on today? He just wanted to focus on his training. Soon, they arrived at Janice's office door. The moment Su Bai stepped in, everyone seated on the sofa greeted him with broad smiles, with Janice leading the charge. Oh, Su, the star of Schalke. Your performance in the last match was spectacular, in my eyes. You were the MVP. You brought victory to Schalke. In a spontaneous gesture, Janice even embraced Su Bai. This situation rendered the ever-ambitious Wang Zong, who yearned for an embrace from the likes of Janice. Somewhat awkward, Su Bai glanced uneasily at the scene before him. It was rather surreal. Were it not for the almost 30-year-old soul residing within him, he might have genuinely believed that this group of strangers held a fondness for him. Su Bai, greetings. You are now a superlative star of our Yin nation, one of them began. Allow me to introduce myself. Just as Wang Zong began to speak, another individual standing behind him interrupted. Brother Wang. There's a proper order to these matters. Mr. Su, greetings. I am the general manager of the entire group from our Yin nation. I had hoped to meet you privately, but after failing to reach you by phone, I took the liberty of coming directly. Mr. Li, do refrain from being so presumptuous. We are abroad, after all. Let us not become a source of amusement for others. Wang Zong's irritation was palpable, having endured a sleepless night in the cramped confines of economy class. His mood decidedly sour. Sensing the potential for embarrassment, Li Yuli of Antam merely smiled and refrained from retorting. Please, everyone, take a seat, Janice, noticing that the others remained standing and oblivious to the earlier conversation, urged everyone to sit down. Anna, please fetch some coffee. After instructing his secretary, Janice turned his attention to Su Bai and the others with a cheerful demeanor. Su, these two gentlemen are prominent businessmen from our Yin nation. We were just discussing sponsorship for the team and advertising on the match billboards. Naturally, as the core of the team, it is evident that both gentlemen are here primarily for you. Upon hearing Janice's words, Su Bai finally comprehended the source of his exuberance. Early in the morning, individuals had come bearing financial gifts. Who wouldn't be cheerful in such circumstances? However, he couldn't fathom why they sought him out specifically for team sponsorship. Su, we have encountered some issues with our previous contract. As there is no definitive agreement regarding the division of portrait rights profits, I called you here so we could discuss this face-to-face. I would prefer not to finalize matters with the two gentlemen before informing you, as your participation would allow you to appreciate the club's sincerity. Li Yuli and Wang Fei were accompanied by interpreters. Thus they fully understood Janice's words. Yet, after hearing Janice, both turned to Su Bai with knowing expressions, particularly Li Yuli as a businessman who had swiftly elevated Ta to a leading domestic brand. He had deduced the implications of Janice's words. Janice looked at Su Bai earnestly, stating the obvious. If Su Bai were truly a naive 17-year-old, he would undoubtedly express heartfelt gratitude to this selfless and forthright club manager. To invite him while negotiating contracts with sponsors clearly indicated the club's intention to share the benefits with him. For someone ignorant of the intricacies involved, this would indeed be a boon. However, Su Bai was no fool. He understood that he could walk away from the current contract at any moment. If he were to privately negotiate with these two, the sponsorship deal would likely collapse. Without Su Bai, it would be folly for anyone to sponsor Schalke 04. Consequently, the funds would be lost entirely. Ultimately, everyone present was motivated by financial gain. Schalke, bound by contractual obligations, was resorting to what seemed like a gesture of goodwill to win over Su Bai. In truth, these opportunists aimed to exploit Su Bai's talents while utilizing the resources of the Yin nation to ensnare him, ultimately planning to sell him off for substantial profit. Thank you for the club's generosity. Su Bai then fell silent, as if anticipating words of gratitude from him. The atmosphere grew tense, silence enveloping the room. 1 second, 2 seconds. After a prolonged pause, Janice's feigned smile faltered. Meanwhile, Wang Fei from Delhui regarded Su Bai with admiration. This young man was extraordinary. It was no wonder that when he had mentioned wanting to discuss matters with Su Bai, Janice had been unusually eager to summon him to his office. Janice, it seemed, had initially sought to gain something for himself, revealing the truth behind the online rumors that Su Bai had been holding the upper hand in negotiations. Su, speak up. What are your terms? Janice, having shed his last vestige of pretense, declared earnestly. Normally, such discussions would be kept private, but since Su Bai was adamant about not renewing the contract, there was no need to conceal anything further. As the manager of the Bundesliga team Schalke 04, his patience had been thoroughly tested. Facing the complicated situation, Su Bai sighed. 80% of the portrait rights belong to me. I am open to contract modifications. My salary is negotiable, and I require the right to transfer freely after 1 year. Impossible. Janice's face darkened as he flatly rejected Su Bai's terms. For him, everything was negotiable, but conceding 80% of the portrait rights was simply unacceptable. What were portrait rights? They encompassed a player's name, nickname, likeness, photographs, signatures, statements, voice, and other personal attributes. The potential earnings were unimaginable. Despite having played only a few matches, Su Bai had already gained fame across Europe, not to mention the immeasurable market in the Yin nation behind him. Once the contract was amended, promotional efforts there would yield extraordinary profits from merchandise alone, and that was without considering other revenue streams. I am indifferent. Observing Su Bai's nonchalant expression, Janice seemed to have an epiphany and abruptly shifted the topic. Very well, Su. Regarding the contract, we shall discuss it privately. You may converse with them now. With that, Janice nodded and exited the office. At that moment, Li Yili abruptly stood up. Su Bai, Ta can offer you a price that is simply irresistible.